Chapter 195 Shouting Xuan's empty promises. Xiao Tingxian never expected that Lu Jiancheng would be so bold as to say the phrase "the mountains are high and the emperor is far away" to his face. However, Xiao Tingxian didn't care what Lu Jiancheng said. After all, he wasn't the one sitting in that position now. He would love for someone to jump out and say, "Are kings and nobles born with special privileges?" After hearing what Lu Jiancheng said, Xiao Tingxian had a feeling that his next obstacle might come from the chieftain. Xiao Tingxian asked, "May I ask, Lord Lu, are there any chieftains in Sanha?" Lu Jiancheng replied, "Of course." Despite Sanha being a desolate place of exile, there were still chieftains there, and more than one. Hearing Lu Jiancheng's words, Xiao Tingxian frowned slightly and asked, "Does Lord Lu know the strength of these chieftain families?" Lu Jiancheng said, "These chieftains have been deeply rooted here for thousands of years, controlling all the land and resources here. Their strength should not be underestimated. I don't know if there are any grandmasters, but there are definitely one or two innate realm experts." Hiss. When Li Nanchun heard what Lu Jiancheng said, he gasped, "They are all experts at the innate level." As relatives of the royal family, the Li family has no experts at the innate level, and even reaching the first rank is difficult. I never expected the chieftain of this place to be so powerful, possessing a master of innate talent. Thank you for informing me, Lord Lu. I already understand. Xiao Tingxian thanked Lu Jiancheng, and then his eyes fell on Mu Fei out of the corner of his eye. Mu Fei is now at the peak of the first rank, comparable to a master of the innate realm. If Mu Fei were to block a master of the innate realm, perhaps Mu Fei could manage it. However, if Mu Fei were to face two or more innate masters, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. It seems that we need to quickly earn more luck points to raise Mu Fei to the innate realm. Your Highness, there's no need for you to be so polite. This is simply my duty. The following day, Xiao Tingxian stopped bothering Lu Jiancheng and even stopped eating breakfast there. After the enfeitment team was organized, Xiao Tingxian ordered them to continue their journey. This time, Lu Jiancheng did not try to stop Xiao Tingxian, fearing that Xiao Tingxian and his gang would devour him. However, before Xiao Tingxian left, Lu Jiancheng gave him a heads up. It is said that this place is near the South China Sea, and it is currently the autumnal equinox, so the probability of encountering a storm is very high. Please send someone to keep an eye on the weather and make preparations in advance. Xiao Tingxian expressed his gratitude again for Lu Jiancheng's reminder, saying that he would send someone to keep an eye on it. I don't know if Lu Jiancheng was just being a jinx, or if Xiao Tingxian and the others were just incredibly lucky. After traveling for 5 days, we were only a little over 200 li away from Sanha. It was at this time that Xiao Tingxuan's enfeitment procession encountered a storm. A massive one at that. Don't panic, don't be flustered. Look around for any big trees or rocks. Hold on to it tightly and don't let go. Following Xiao Tingxuan's instructions, Li Nanchun shouted at the top of his lungs in the procession to his fief. Although they paid attention to the storm and took precautions in advance, but this storm was just too big. Their prior preparations were simply no match for it. Many supplies on the wagon were swept away, and several elderly, weak, women, and children were also blown away by the storm due to personal reasons. Who would have thought that after overcoming so many difficulties without losing anyone, they would meet their doom just as they were about to reach their destination? If this continues, it is estimated that more supplies and more people will be taken away. Xiao Tingxian was extremely anxious at this moment. This was his last possession. If it was all blown away, even if he and his group survived safely, they would not be able to live in Sanha. He wanted to ask the system if there was any way to eliminate the storm, but unfortunately, he had no more luck points left. Why? Seeing this, Mu Fei sighed, his face showing a sense of helplessness. Xiao Tingxian has truly had a lot of misfortunes. If it weren't for him, even with the help of the Li family, it would be a wonder if Xiao Tingxian could have made it to Sanha. Xiao Tingxian is out of luck points now, and if he doesn't take action soon, his troops will suffer heavy losses. This is also disadvantageous for Mu Fei and his team, as it will greatly prolong their progress. Sigh. I'll make an exception this once, Mu Fei sighed, then snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly the raging, howling wind vanished. What happened? Why did the storm suddenly dissipate? Just moments ago, there was a howling wind, but the next second, a warm breeze was blowing. This change was hard for everyone to accept. At the same time, I was very puzzled. How could the storm have disappeared so suddenly? It didn't make sense. However, it was a good thing that the storm had dissipated, and they didn't dwell on how it had dissipated. Xiao Tingxuan's eyes were also full of doubt. He didn't know how the storm had disappeared either. Xiao Tingxian thought that it probably dissipated naturally. It couldn't have been done by someone. If it was done by human intervention, it would require an immense amount of power. Innate? Grandmaster? Or Great Grandmaster, that probably isn't enough. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian never suspected Mu Fei when the storm dissipated, believing that the storm had naturally dissipated. Of course, there wasn't much time for Xiao Tingxian to think after the storm. He needs to send people to take stock of the supplies and check how many people were injured or killed. That's the important thing. Xiao Tingxian instructed Li Nanshan and his nephew Li Yifan to handle the matter. Half a day later, Xiao Tingxian received a report that a quarter of the supplies had been lost, more than a dozen people were missing, presumably swept away by the storm, and dozens more had sustained minor injuries because the storm dissipated quickly. The overall damage was acceptable. Upon receiving the report, Xiao Tingxian nodded slightly. This loss is within his acceptable range and will not have a significant impact on him. Seeing that some people in the procession were grieving and weeping because they had lost their families, Xiao Tingxian felt that he had to do something. Xiao Tingxian gathered everyone together and then expressed his thoughts to them. Xiao Tingxian said that they were grateful for the hard work of coming to Sanha with him. Xiao Tingxian will not forget the promises he made to them before, and he will fulfill them as soon as possible once he arrives in Sanha. Then, the journey to their fiefdom was not smooth sailing. There were casualties, such as this storm, which they could not have predicted or avoided. However, these people are all working for him, Xiao Tingxian, and he will not stand idly by if any of them are injured or killed. He will assess the severity of the injuries and provide compensation accordingly. As for those who have already died, he will provide appropriate compensation to their families, and when they arrive in Sanha, he will also grant them an extra acre of land. In short, Xiao Tingxian offered these people a rosy picture to appease their resentment. In addition, Xiao Tingxian wanted to tell them that as long as they followed him, their lives would get better and better. Chapter 196 Sanha Small Court. Thank you, Your Highness. After hearing Xiao Tingxian say he would compensate them, all the resentment in their hearts vanished completely. Having a master like Xiao Tingxian is their blessing in this life. When Mu Fei looked at Xiao Tingxian, he nodded unconsciously. A leader who can make empty promises is a qualified leader. Xiao Tingxian has already shown promise, and it won't be long before he becomes a qualified orator. After making his promise, Xiao Tingxian had everyone rest and regroup before continuing their journey. There are too many uncertainties on the road, so it's better to get to Sanha as soon as possible. After 10 days, Xiao Tingxuan's entourage finally arrived in Sanha. Upon arriving in Sanha, Xiao Tingxuan's first impression was that Sanha wasn't as bad as everyone said. Apart from the hot weather, it still had its merits. Sanha is not a city, it is just a general term for a place, consisting of only clusters of villages. Larger villages can also be called towns. This place, known locally as Lanchi, was Xiao Tingxuan's destination for his enfiofment. As soon as Xiao Tingxuan's entourage arrived in Lanchi, he saw a group of old men waiting at the crossroads. There were about a dozen people. Judging from their appearance, the youngest was at least 50, and the oldest was probably 70 or 80 years old, already halfway to the grave. Seeing a group of old men standing at the intersection waiting, Xiao Tingxian immediately became curious. Who were they waiting for? Before Xiao Tingxian could figure it out, the group of old men saw his procession and hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling before his carriage. This humble subject pays respects to Your Highness Prince Su. Xiao Tingxian was slightly taken aback. Were these people here specifically to wait for him? Do I know them? Xiao Tingxuan's brain was working at a rapid pace. After thinking for a long time, he still had no recollection of them. Gentlemen, do we know each other? Xiao Tingxian didn't care about politeness or anything like that, and just asked the question. When Xiao Tingxian asked this question, an old man in the middle, who was also the oldest among them, spoke up. He stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Tingxian, saying, "This humble subject, He Zhongjin, has come." As soon as he finished speaking, the person to his left also stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Tingxian, the disgraced official Meng Qingze. The disgraced official Feng Haoren. A sinner. Immediately, one after another, the group of old men stepped forward and introduced themselves to Xiao Tingxian at He Zhongjin, Meng Qingze. Hearing these people's names, Xiao Tingxian felt a vague sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite place them. Just as Xiao Tingxian couldn't recall who they were, Li Nanshan walked up to him and whispered, "Your Highness, He Zhongjin, Lord He, was the Minister of Revenue 20 years ago. Meng Qingze, Lord Meng, was the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel 16 years ago. Feng Haoren, Lord Feng, 15 years ago." Li Nanshan was older than Xiao Tingxian, and these officials were former high-ranking officials in the court, so he had no choice but to know. After being reminded by Li Nanshan, Xiao Tingxian suddenly realized what was going on and said, "Why do these adults' names sound so familiar?" He couldn't recall who it was for a moment because Xiao Tingxian was either not yet born or was still a child when these adults were exiled. Xiao Tingxian had only heard of their names by chance while browsing historical records. It's unbelievable that these adults, after being exiled for so many years, in such a harsh environment as Sanha, are still alive and well. They are truly resilient. Could it be true that good people don't live long, while evil ones live for 1,000 years? However, what does this have to do with Xiao Tingxian? In fact, Xiao Tingxian should thank his father, the emperor. These officials were either ministers or vice ministers in the 6 ministries, all of them big shots. They were the foundation left to him by the emperor, fully capable of establishing a small court. Gentlemen, please don't stand on ceremony. Please get up, please get up. Xiao Tingxian quickly went over and helped them up. Although these adults were quite old and could pass away at any time, it did not stop Xiao Tingxian from exploiting them. If possible, Xiao Tingxian hoped they would die later, so they could do things for him for a few years, and it wouldn't be too late for them to die after he had grown up. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Su. When these adults saw Xiao Tingxian's action, they knew that he had recognized their identities. Although they were criminals exiled by the emperor, they were not embarrassed at all. According to them, even if Xiao Tingxian did nothing wrong, the fact that the emperor sent him to this place meant that Xiao Tingxian's life wasn't exactly easy either. In that case, Xiao Tingxian is the same kind of person as them, so no one should laugh at anyone else. This is why they are waiting for Xiao Tingxian here to welcome him. How did you gentlemen know of my arrival? After exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed officials, Xiao Tingxian voiced his doubts. These adults had been exiled to Sanha for many years, so how could they still know so clearly who the visitors were? This truly baffled Xiao Tingxian. Upon hearing Xiao Tingxian's question, the group of old men smiled, and in the end, Zhong Jin answered Xiao Tingxian's question. We still have some connections in the capital, but your highness need not ask who they are specifically. Zhong Jin did not hide anything from Xiao Tingxian and told him some things, but not everything. Xiao Tingxian nodded slightly upon hearing this. That's true. These people were all high-ranking officials in the court, so it's normal for them to have some connections in the capital. As the saying goes, even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. This shows that these adults' ambitions have never faded. They have always been paying attention to the movements in the court, dreaming that one day they can return. That's good. As long as these adults have ambitions, Xiao Tingxian can better control them. Xiao Tingxian was afraid they would give up, and he acted as if they could do whatever they wanted and not bother him. If that's the case, then Xiao Tingxian will be in a difficult position. They are old and he doesn't dare to fight them. After all, Xiao Tingxian still needs to show some respect to these adults. I see. Xiao Tingxian nodded slightly, without asking who was behind them. Whether he asks or not has no impact on Xiao Tingxian right now. He needs to do 3 things. The first thing is to figure out how to settle down and live peacefully in Sanha in the early stages. The second thing is how to develop his own power in the 3 kingdoms period without his father finding out. The third thing is how to deal with these chieftains. Of these 3 things, the third is the most difficult and also the most important. The reason is simple. These chieftains control all the resources here. If these chieftains are not eliminated, Xiao Tingxian will never be able to rise again. Even if Xiao Tingxian develops his business to some extent, he still won't be able to break through Sanha and will always be held hostage by these chieftains, which is something Xiao Tingxian doesn't want to see. Therefore, for the sake of their own cause, they even asked these chieftains to die. Chapter 197. To what extent can you make me do? Do any of you gentlemen know where my residence is? Xiao Tingxian asked. These old men have lived here for so long, they should be very familiar with this place, so there's no need for Xiao Tingxian to send anyone to look for them. It would be too much trouble. He could just ask the gentleman directly. Upon hearing Xiao Tingxian's words, the assembled officials exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe that such a question had come from Xiao Tingxian himself. Xiao Tingxian also noticed the expressions of the officials and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by this, esteemed officials?" Xiao Tingxian couldn't understand the expressions on the faces of the officials. He was just asking where his residence was. What was wrong with that? That expression is more appropriate. Seeing that Xiao Tingxian truly didn't understand, Zhong Jin shook his head and personally explained to Xiao Tingxian, Your Highness, this is Sanha, a place of exile. No prince has ever been granted a fief here in any dynasty. Therefore, Your Highness has no mansion to speak of. If Your Highness wants a mansion, you'll have to build one yourself. These adults really wanted to tell Xiao Tingxian, you're overthinking things. You've already been demoted to Sanha, and you're still dreaming of a prince's mansion? You're probably just imagining things. There is no prince's residence. Upon hearing this, Shouting Xuan's face instantly darkened. Regardless of whether there were outsiders present, he immediately began to curse. That old emperor is going too far. It's one thing to grant them a fiefdom in Sanha, and it's another to give them 10,000 taels of silver as a reward, but you damn well didn't even prepare a mansion for us, so now we don't even have a place to live. They really thought the 10,000 taels you gave them was a lot? They spent all 10,000 taels on the way. If it weren't for the Li family's support, they would have starved to death on the road long ago. When the officials heard Shouting Xian start cursing the emperor, they all involuntarily turned their heads to the side, as if to say that they hadn't heard what Shouting Xian was saying at all. What does it matter to them if Shouting Xian curses his father? They'd love for Shouting Xian to curse even more, and it would be best if he cursed this dog emperor to death. They are now stranded here because of that scoundrel emperor. The dog emperor thinks he can make them grateful? He's dreaming. After a while, once Shouting Xian had calmed down, he Jinzhong said, "If your highness Prince Su doesn't mind, you can stay at our residence first. Once the palace is completed, you can move in later." "Good." Shouting Xian agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Shouting Xian did not hesitate at all, the officials were all speechless. "You're a prince, a royal prince, how can you have no class at all?" Shouting Xian actually approves of their harsh and shabby place. It's truly speechless. What's done is done, the words have already been spoken, and there's no going back. The esteemed officials led Shouting Xian to their residence. It's a large courtyard with several rooms. There are some vegetables growing in the courtyard, and some chickens are also kept there. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, Shouting Xian was hit by a pungent odor that made him feel nauseous. It's hard to imagine that adults who used to be so high and mighty now live like this. I wonder how they've managed to get through it. Upon seeing Shouting Xuan's vomiting motion, the officials immediately understood the reason. He Zhongjin said to Shouting Xian, "Your Highness Prince Su, how about we go somewhere else?" When they first arrived, they were in a similar situation to Shouting Xian, thinking that this was not a place for humans to live, and even felt like dying. Then I thought about it again, and realized that it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Isn't that how ordinary people get by? Gradually, they got used to it. Shouting Xian asked, "Do you have other accommodations?" "No, there isn't one, just this one." That's it. Shouting Xian was utterly speechless. He had assumed that the esteemed officials had other residences. They have no other place to live, yet they say they'll move to another place. Does that mean they'll move to the sky? The environment may be a little worse, but at least it provides shelter from the wind and rain, instead of being stuck in a carriage where you can't sleep well no matter what. Shouting Xian followed the officials into the room, and after everyone was seated, Shouting Xian spoke first. "My lords, I have brought these people here to settle down. If I use this land, will the local chieftain come looking for trouble with me?" Since Shouting Xian was new to the area, there were some things he needed to clarify. Although the emperor granted Sanha to him, legally speaking, the entire Sanha belonged to Shouting Xian, and he could requisition all the land there at will. In reality, before he had any real power, Shouting Xian was just a lucky charm here. If he wanted to requisition the land, he had to beg on his knees. When Shouting Xian asked this question, the officials were immediately taken aback. It wasn't for any other reason. What surprised them was that Shouting Xian actually knew of the existence of the chieftain. That's fine too. Now that Shouting Xian knows about the existence of the chieftain, they don't need to go through the trouble of explaining it to him. He Zhongjin said to Shouting Xian, "Your Highness, please rest assured. Your Highness is only settling some people. The chieftains will give you face." Despite the power of the local chieftains, the imperial court found it difficult to extend its reach, but since Sanha was still under the jurisdiction of the Great Zhou, these chieftains did not dare to go too far. As long as Shouting Xian doesn't go too far in Sanha and doesn't infringe on the interests of the chieftains won't bother with him if he wants to settle some people. In fact, as long as Shouting Xian got along peacefully, the chieftains would even send him gifts during festivals. These adults were able to live peacefully in Sanha for so many years, thanks in no small part to the gifts they received from the chieftains. Therefore, you gentlemen have a very good grasp of how to deal with these chieftains. Shouting Xian then asked, "What if I want to become even stronger?" He wanted to see what the limits of the chieftain's tolerance for him were. "What level does your highness intend to achieve?" He Zhongjin countered. "What I can do depends on the abilities of you gentlemen." Shouting Xian stared at the crowd. Shouting Xian knew very well that no matter how long they had been exiled here and how old they were, they still harbored treacherous intentions. Once you've got power, it's really hard to let go of it. When the lords heard Shouting Xuan's words, they knew that he was manipulating them, but they were not angry. On the contrary, his eyes shone with a fiery light. The fact that Xiao Tingxian could ask this question shows that he, like them, is a restless person even. If they are assigned to Sanha, as long as they work together, they can still turn the tide. Furthermore, these people were once important officials in the 6 ministries of the imperial court. With their support, Xiao Tingxian was in no way inferior to the princes in the court. In fact, Xiao Tingxian has a greater advantage. When the time is right, Xiao Tingxian can raise the slogan of purging the court of corrupt officials and march all the way into the capital. Chapter 198. When in doubt, consult the system. As long as your highness is not involved in salt, mining, or taxation, and the number of soldiers recruited is less than 5,000, these chieftains will not do anything to your highness. He Zhongjin explained to Xiao Tingxian that he had basically figured out the lifeline of these chieftains after so many years here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingxian immediately became displeased. Then wouldn't I become the mascot of Sanha? Salt and minerals are both essential items in life, whether in Sanha or Dazhou, especially salt, as all animals need to eat salt. That's absolutely a highly profitable business. As for this tax, the emperor granted Sanha to him, so logically, Sanha's tax revenue should be collected by Xiao Tingxian. Although the amount collected was not much, every little bit helps. But now, Xiao Tingxian can't even stomach this small amount of food. What is he still doing here? Is he really just here to act as a mascot? Seeing Xiao Tingxian say this, the officials all fell silent, secretly thinking to themselves, it's not wrong to interpret it that way. You are, after all, a lucky charm. Seeing that everyone was speechless, Xiao Tingxian stopped asking about the matter. Xiao Tingxian asked, which chieftains are there in Sanha? What is the extent of their family power? Tell me about it. Your Highness, in the Sanha region, aside from the small families and minor powers, there are mainly 3 forces, and these 3 forces, He Zhongjin began to explain the current situation in Sanha to Xiao Tingxian. In general, the entire Sanha is currently controlled by 3 forces. These 3 forces are the Ma family, the Zhang family, and the Bai family. Among them, the Bai family is somewhat special, as they mainly engage in maritime trade and are known as maritime overlords. While the exact strength of the 3 families is unclear, it is generally known that each of them has a Xiantian expert in charge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingxian realized that what He Zhongjin had said was almost identical to what Lu Jiancheng had told him. Sure enough, each of these chieftains had a powerful innate expert in charge of their household. It seems these chieftains are truly powerful. Xiao Tingxian cannot resolve their situation in a short time, he can only take a long-term approach. Next, Xiao Tingxian assigned Li Nanchun and Li Yifan the task of finding a place to settle down and build houses with their NFF troops. The priority now is to settle down at home, and then we can consider other things, Xiao Tingxian said to Li Nanchun and his nephew Li Yifan. Uncle Yifan, I'm afraid you'll have to work hard for me for the next period of time. Yes, sir. Knowing that time was of the essence, Li Nanchun immediately accepted the task and took Li Yifan down to work. At this moment, He Zhongjin asked, is your highness's food supply adequate? He used to be the Minister of Revenue, in charge of the nation's finances and grain, and he was very sensitive to matters of money. Xiao Tingxian dared to issue this order, so he must have made sufficient preparations in terms of food and supplies. Otherwise, would he leave everyone to starve? No, it's only enough for the team's expenses for a few days. Xiao Tingxian shook his head, making no attempt to hide anything from Zhongjin. Not if we hadn't encountered a storm on the way and those supplies hadn't been blown away, we should have been able to last a few more days. Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's answer, not only He Zhongjin, but all the other adults showed expressions of shock. The remaining food is enough for several days' expenses, so why aren't they hurrying to find food and instead going to build houses? Is Xiao Tingxian out of his mind, or have they been here for too long and lost touch with the times? Before the esteemed officials could speak, Xiao Tingxian spoke again. Lord He, you were the Minister of Revenue before, and from now on I will entrust my finances to you. Do not disappoint me. Hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words, He Zhongjin really wanted to blurt out something. You have nothing now, and you only have enough food for a few days. Now you're handing over the reins of finances to me. Do you want me to conjure up food for you? It's so difficult, so very difficult. It's extremely difficult to encounter a prince like this. Your subject obeys. Despite his inner complaints, He Zhongjin still verbally agreed. When he was Minister of Revenue, he had encountered financial shortages before, but he still managed to get through it. Therefore, this is equivalent to Xiao Tingxian experiencing a second spring in his life. Even if it's impossible, I have to agree, even if it means grinding my teeth. Seeing that He Zhongjin had agreed, Xiao Tingxian then looked at the other adults. I will have other matters to trouble you gentlemen with, so please do not refuse me. As your highness commands. The esteemed officials all readily agreed, for it was their good fortune that Xiao Tingxian would employ them, and naturally they would not refuse. If Xiao Tingxian doesn't use them, it means they have no value in Xiao Tingshuan's eyes, which is something they don't want to see. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you gentlemen. Xiao Tingxian thanked the officials and then looked at Mu Fei. Sir, would you like to sleep in the same room as me? Living conditions are so poor now that only Xiao Tingxian, as a prince, is entitled to a private room. Even Mu Fei wouldn't be an option, otherwise people would gossip. It was also in order to get closer to Mu Fei that Xiao Tingxian invited Mu Fei to sleep in the same room with him. Oh? As soon as Xiao Tingxian said this, all the officials gaped, their eyes shifting back and forth between Xiao Tingxian and Mu Fei. What does Xiao Tingxian mean by this? Could it be that Xiao Tingxian has homosexual tendencies? It seems so, because Xiao Tingxian did not bring any maids with him in the procession to his fief. Considering Xiao Tingshuan's words, this seems to be the most likely possibility. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. I will make the arrangements myself, so please don't worry about it. Mu Fei noticed the strange looks from the adults and was speechless. He immediately refused. All right. Xiao Tingxian realized that his words had caused the adults to misunderstand. Seeing that Mu Fei refused to come down, Xiao Tingxian did not try to persuade him to stay. Otherwise, this matter would be difficult to explain. Afterwards, Xiao Tingxian dismissed all the officials and went to the room they had prepared for him. The room was very basic, and even smelled musty. Xiao Tingxian frowned slightly, but finally accepted it. Starting a business is no easy task, it's tough enough as it is. He can enjoy it once he's in that position as system. When he was alone, Xiao Tingxian summoned the system. Yes, host. How can I help you? As soon as Xiao Tingxian called out, the system immediately appeared. Xiao Tingxian asked, System, can I exchange luck points for food? He is currently short of food, and it's impossible for him to let Yi Zhong go in and help him gather more. Even if Zhongjin could scrape together some money, he's an old man, and he's in Sanha. How much could he possibly raise? Therefore, Xiao Tingxian placed his hopes on the system, hoping that it could help him with this task. Through the previous events, Xiao Tingxian learned a lesson. When in doubt, consult the system, you can't go wrong. Chapter 199. Taking a warehouse full of grain isn't too much to ask, is it? Bonus chapter. The system told Xiao Tingxian, yes, host. 100 points of luck can be exchanged for 1 shur of grain. 100 points of luck are worth 1 shur, a unit of dry measure, of grain. This exchange rate is within Xiao Tingshuan's acceptable range, so he can exchange it. Xiao Tingxian asked, System, how much luck value do I have left? The host currently possesses 15,000 points of luck. When he heard the number from the system, Xiao Tingxian couldn't help but be surprised. When did he suddenly acquire so much luck? Through this period of observation, Xiao Tingxian figured out how the luck value increased. The ways to increase one's luck value are not limited to the 3 points mentioned earlier by the system. There are other channels as well, such as if Xiao Tingxian lives 1 more day or survives each disaster. However, compared to the 3 methods mentioned by the system, these methods will increase the luck value by less. Therefore, the system only gave a rough estimate beforehand, and the luck value that should be calculated for him will still be added to the total amount. System, how did I suddenly gain so much luck points? Xiao Tingxian asked, wanting to see if the system would tell him the specific reason. The system explained to Xiao Tingxian, the host has recruited many talented people, thus increasing his luck value. Oh, this works? After the system's explanation, Xiao Tingxian finally understood that recruiting talents could also increase his luck value. Upon reflection, Xiao Tingxian felt that this setting was reasonable. The talents the system was referring to must be this group of senior officials. Indeed, they are all talented individuals. After all, none of them had simple backgrounds when they were young. You can't say they were guilty and were exiled, and then deny their talent. That's wrong. Honestly, Xiao Tingxian was extremely grateful to them. They had pulled him out of his predicament at a crucial moment. With his luck value suddenly so high, Xiao Tingxian wondered if he should take another gamble and use the 10,000 luck points to draw a prize. If he can draw another SSS level character in this lottery, he'll hit the jackpot. To be honest, Xiao Tingshuan's hands were trembling. He really wanted to take another gamble. In the end, Xiao Tingxian held back. He did not let those unrealistic ideas cloud his judgment. On the contrary, Xiao Tingxian was very clear-headed. He knew very well that if he couldn't draw an SSS level character this time, he would be in big trouble. Trying to draw an SSS level character is harder than climbing to heaven. Given the 1 in a billion probability, the last time he managed to draw Mu Fei, it was pure luck. Xiao Tingxian didn't believe he would have such good luck every time. Moreover, this predicament is different. If he can't produce the food, all of them will starve to death here. Xiao Tingxian dared not gamble lightly, nor did he want history to record that he was the first prince to starve to death after being in theft. That would be too much of an insult, and he would not be able to rest in peace. Xiao Tingxian said to the system, exchange 10,000 points of luck for food. Xiao Tingxian did not use up all his luck points, he kept some on him as a backup in case of any unexpected events. A TA rate of 100 points to 1 share of grain, 10,000 points of luck can be exchanged for 100 share of grain. 1 share was equivalent to 60 jin. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, 100 share of grain is equivalent to 6,000 jin of grain. 6,000 caddies of grain would only last about 10 days for more than 1,000 people. The IT can only be said that the food obtained by exchanging luck points can be used for emergency relief, but it is impossible to rely on it for long-term support. Xiao Tingxian does not have that many luck points to consume. Ding! 10,000 luck points have been successfully deducted. 100 share of grain are being transported and will be delivered in about a day. Please wait patiently, host. The system issued a reminder. One day, Xiao Tingxian could accept it. He wasn't in a hurry, as long as the food could be delivered before he ran out. At the same time, Mu Fei on the other side also received a system message. 100 share of grain. After thinking it over, Mu Fei decided that there was no need to bring this amount of food from Tianyuan realm, it would be fine to get it from his own territory. After all, transporting it from Tianyuan realm would consume luck points. Why consume luck points? Because we need to deceive the heavenly Tao of this world. Therefore, all foreign objects must be enveloped in auspicious energy, otherwise they will be intercepted by the natural order of this world. The same applies when Mu Fei arrived. He also used Xiao Tingxian's luck to help Mu Fei evade the heavenly Tao's detection. If we want to obtain resources from our own land, we need to find a granary for ourselves. As Mu Fei thought this, he looked up and gazed into the distance, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Jiangnan in the Great Zhou Dynasty is a rich and prosperous region. Even the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty dares not compete with it in terms of cultural heritage. Or to put it another way, the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty is a vampire. Its wealth is sustained by sucking the blood of all the cities in the Great Zhou Dynasty, and it has nothing of value in itself. Mu Fei landed in front of a family's granary. Mu Fei glanced at the grain stored inside. It was about 2,000 share, a unit of dry measure. Then Mu Fei glanced around again. There were about a dozen more granaries like this one, all filled with grain. In other words, this place alone requires about 30,000 share of grain. The fact that this family could store so much grain and fodder shows its immense power, and it also illustrates that this family is a parasite on the tenant farmers. Otherwise, how could they have stored up so much food? Therefore, it's not unreasonable for Mu Fei to take away a warehouse full of grain. Mu Fei didn't think it was excessive. If he wanted to, he could take everything at once, but there was no need for that. This time, he would just treat it as a lesson for them. When they arrived at Sanha, Mu Fei gave Xiao Tingxian 100 share of grain, and the remaining grain would be supplied gradually later, with the main approach being a steady and long-term solution. Thinking of this, Mu Fei waved his hand, and the grain in the granary disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, Mu Fei's figure also disappeared. Was that a gust of wind or a person just now? The man guarding the granary was quite cautious. The moment Mu Fei left, he felt something was amiss and rubbed his eyes hard. Did someone just come by? He thought he caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye, but the shadow appeared in an instant, and he didn't know if he had seen it wrong. To prevent any accidents, the man carefully inspected the area around the granary. He didn't notice anything unusual until the very end, and only then did he feel relieved. All I could hear was him muttering to himself, I need to go to less brothels in the future. My mind is starting to go wrong. Yes, he just got paid a couple of days ago, and he's been out drinking and carousing these past 2 nights. It seems I was exhausted, which is why I was hallucinating. In reality, nothing happened. Chapter 200 Admonitions from the Chieftain's host. The food you exchanged has arrived in your account. Please prepare enough space to distribute the supplies. The next day, Xiao Tingxian had just woken up when the system notification sounded. It's done so quickly? Xiao Tingxian was a little surprised. The system was really efficient. The food he needed had arrived in just 1 night. Yes, host, the food you exchanged has arrived. Please prepare enough space to distribute the supplies. The system reminded Xiao Tingxian again. Wait a minute. Xiao Tingxian then went out to find Yi Zhongjin and asked him if he had a larger room to store the grain. Yi Zhongjin asked in confusion, how big of a room does your highness need? Last night, Xiao said that there was no food left. How come he suddenly came to ask me if I had a larger room to store food? What happened? Could it be that Xiao stole the grain there overnight? Zhongjin could only dream about such things. In this godforsaken place, how could Xiao steal anything unless he robbed these chieftains? But does Xiao have the power to seize the chieftainship? Xiao said, a room that can probably store about 100 shur of grain. 100 shur of grain, Zhongjin thought for a moment, then said to Xiao, Your Highness, please follow me. Zhongjin led the way, and after a few minutes, he brought Xiao to a storage room. This storage room is quite spacious, and there's not much stored inside, enough for Xiao to store 100 shur of grain. Xiao nodded and said, Alright, let's leave here. I'll go out with you for a bit. Zhongjin didn't quite understand what Xiao was doing. Was there anything he couldn't see? Why was he being so mysterious? However, since Xiao had said so, Zhongjin immediately withdrew and closed the door. I have to say, Zhongjin is a very sensible old man. After Zhongjin left and the room was closed, Xiao finally called the system. System, put the supplies here. Ding! The supplies you redeemed are being distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, 100 bushels of grain were neatly arranged in the room, almost filling the storage room. Ding! Supplies have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Seeing that all the grain had been put down, Xiao randomly opened one of the bags to check the quality of the grain and see if it was ordinary brown rice. Wow, the quality is not bad. Xiao took a look and thought it was alright. It wasn't brown rice, nor was it refined rice, but it was still of good quality. It seems the system didn't cheat him by passing off inferior goods as superior ones. With this high-quality rice, he felt they could hold out for 2 more days, right? Look at the variety of this rice, it's a bit like the rice produced in the Jiangnan region. Xiao wondered, even the system likes things from Jiangnan? Forget it, who cares where it is, as long as I get it. He didn't steal it or rob it, he exchanged it for luck points, so what is he afraid of? Lord He, please come in and have a look. Then, Xiao opened the door and let Zhongjin come in to take a look. After all, Zhongjin is now in charge of his finances and provisions, so he should only need to inform him of these things so that Zhongjin can allocate them. When Xiao called him in, Zhongjin really didn't understand what Xiao wanted to do. Goodness gracious, Zhongjin still went in, but when he stepped back into the room, Zhongjin was completely dumbfounded and could hardly believe it. The room that was so spacious just moments ago is now completely filled. Look at these sacks. They're clearly filled with grain. Did Xiao conjure all this grain? Your Highness, this, Zhongjin no longer knew how to start a conversation with Xiao. It's bizarre, truly bizarre. How could anyone conjure up so much food out of thin air? Lord He, you are in charge of allocating these grains. Let me know when they are almost used up. Xiao wouldn't explain to Zhongjin where the grain came from, Zhongjin could just use it. Your subject understands. Zhongjin understood this principle well, so he didn't press for details but instead agreed. With this food, Xiao could settle down for a while and let everyone devote themselves to construction. In the following days, the locals of Sanha seemed to have heard the news of Xiao enfeeblement and came to his door to offer gifts and congratulations. Among them were those 3 families, who sent important figures from their clans to pay their respects to Xiao and presented him with a considerable amount of gifts, totaling several hundred bushels of grain. This amount of food is more than enough for Xiao and his men to last until winter, and now, Xiao has some regrets. Why didn't these people come to give gifts earlier, causing him to waste 10,000 points of luck? Otherwise, Xiao could use those 10,000 luck points to draw a prize. He might just win something good. At the same time, it also illustrates a point: the chieftains were so generous, they must be even richer than Xiao had imagined. Liu Jiancheng is right. No matter where you are, the common people suffer, while those aristocratic families remain carefree. Of course, these chieftains' initiative to bring gifts to Xiao was not simply to congratulate him, but to convey a message to him. They didn't mind Xiao being a prince in Sanha, and they even accepted his status as Prince Su. However, in Sanha, Xiao had to abide by their rules. For example, they wouldn't interfere with Xiao recruiting guards or using land. But let me make this clear beforehand: once Xiao crosses their line, he shouldn't blame them for turning their backs on him. This is outrageous. After the chieftains left, Xiao Tingxian slammed his fist on the table in anger. Ultimately, these chieftains were taking advantage of his lack of power to challenge them, and his inability to do anything about it. You know what? Xiao Tingxian actually guessed right. They were just taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Tingxian didn't have the ability. In fact, the three families had already received the news when Xiao Tingxuan's entourage arrived in Sanha. The reason they didn't come to visit for so long, but waited several days, was because the three families were figuring out Xiao Tingxuan's strength. After these 2 days of exploration, the three families have roughly figured out Xiao Tingxuan's strength. The 1,000 guards that Xiao Tingxian brought were utterly useless. The only ones who were somewhat useful were the few dozen people sent by the Li family, whose strength was passable. At the remaining two are Li Nanchun and Li Yifan, uncle and nephew, both of whom are 4th-rank officials, which is acceptable. However, they still don't take it seriously at all. Finally, there's Mu Fei. No one can figure out Mu Fei's strength or cultivation level. He seems like an ordinary person. Listen again. It seems Xiao Tingxian calls Mu Fei Mr. Mu Fei, so he must be a strategist or something similar whom Xiao Tingxian invited. They don't take these kinds of people seriously either. There's nothing to worry about. Chapter 201. Never add more tax. Your Highness, please calm down. We are currently weak and cannot make enemies with them. If we develop in a low-key manner for a few more years, our strength will surely catch up with these chieftains by then. Meng Qingzi comforted Xiao Tingxian, saying that they had already planned out Xiao Tingxuan's future. He spent 10 years biding his time and developing his abilities, then another 10 years sweeping across the land, until Xiao Tingxian ascended the throne around the age of 40. Perfect. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian should be patient for now and wait until he has accumulated enough strength before dealing a heavy blow to these chieftains. It can be said that the plans of you gentlemen are excellent. However, it seems that you gentlemen have forgotten an important matter. At their age, can they hold on until then? Just as Meng Qingzi finished speaking, Xiao Tingxian said, "Gentlemen, please step back and let me think about this carefully." Xiao Tingxian agreed with Meng Qingzi's words. He did indeed need time to develop, but he could only listen to it and not take it seriously. Xiao Tingxian had time to waste with the chieftains, but he also needed to hurry, as there was no telling what might happen in the capital. Xiao Tingxian didn't need to worry about the emperor's lifespan. The emperor was not yet 60 years old, and with his health, it would be no problem for him to reign for another 10 or 20 years. The real fear is that Xiao Tingxuan's brothers won't be able to wait and will try to pull some tricks beforehand. That's what Xiao Tingxian has to deal with. Since the gentleman cannot offer Xiao Tingxian much help, then Xiao Tingxian will have to do it himself. Yes, Your Majesty, we take our leave. Seeing that Xiao Tingxian was angry, the officials did not dare to offer any advice and immediately withdrew, allowing Xiao Tingxian to think things through. In their view, their advice was the best, and Xiao Tingxian would eventually follow their plan. After the esteemed officials had left, Xiao Tingxian turned to look at Mu Fei. "Sir, how can I rise to power quickly?" Xiao Tingxian felt it was necessary to ask Mu Fei, as he believed Mu Fei could offer him help. When Mu Fei heard Xiao Tingxian ask this question, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Xiao Tingxian has decent talent, but he lacks limitations. He's had the system for several months now, and he's still the same. But if you bring Yixingchen, he'll definitely master the system. Mu Fei also felt it was time to give Xiao Tingxian a pointer. Otherwise, if it would take decades to unify a small Great Zhou dynasty, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to rule the entire Qi Yin dynasty world. It's taking too long. Mu Fei and the others can't wait. Mu Fei advised, "Your Highness, what you lack most right now is luck points. As long as you have enough luck points, there is nothing you cannot accomplish." Xiao Tingxian agreed with Mu Fei's words. What he lacked most right now was luck points, but how could he possibly earn them? Xiao Tingxian said, "Please teach me, sir." "Your Highness can start by winning the hearts of the people. It was difficult for Your Highness in Kyoto, but this is Sanha, Your Highness's fiefdom. What is Your Highness afraid of? Moreover, Sanha is the place where Your Highness can most easily win the hearts of the people." "Oh? What should I do?" "Your Highness should take a desperate gamble. First, by forcibly providing disaster relief, Your Highness can win the hearts of the people by distributing porridge. Secondly, let's teach the chieftains a lesson. Since His Highness can't collect taxes here, why not take a gamble and declare that there will be no more taxes in Sanha, thus reducing the heavy tax burden on the people? In this way, Your Highness can also greatly increase your luck value. Third, Your Highness can use your luck points to mass-produce experts. Mu Fei explained the essence of the correct way to play the system to Xiao Tingxian. As long as Xiao Tingxian followed his 3 instructions, he would soon rise to prominence. Honestly, Mu Fei was completely stunned by Xiao Tingxuan's use of luck points to exchange for food. "You said you were really short of food later on, and if you had enough luck points, you would use the system to exchange for it. Mu Fei can understand that, but this is the early stage, and the focus should be on improving strength. Once you are strong enough, other people's granaries will become your granaries. At that time, why bother with exchanging anything? Just rob it. After hearing Mu Fei's points, Shouting Xuan's eyes lit up, and he was extremely shocked. Holy crap, Mu Fei's points make a lot of sense. Why hadn't he thought of them before? This clause, in particular, that taxes will never be increased, is absolutely brilliant and will surely make the people of Sanha extremely grateful to him. Mu Fei is right. He can't collect taxes anyway, so why should he take the blame for the chieftains? No need for anything. Of course, the chieftains insisted on taking it, and there was nothing Xiao Tingxian could do about it. On the contrary, Xiao Tingxian would prefer the chieftains to do that. Then he could say that he had already exempted himself from taxes, but that he was too weak to fight against the chieftains and that he was powerless to do anything about it. However, his heart always stood on the side of the people. At that time, Xiao Tingxian will be able to win over a large number of people's hearts. However, if they did that, the chieftains would definitely fight Xiao Tingxian to the death. But Xiao Tingxian wasn't afraid. Otherwise, how could he be called going all in? He would never know where his bottom line was if he didn't push himself. Thank you for your advice, sir. I know what to do next. Xiao Tingxian bowed deeply to Mu Fei to express his gratitude. Your Highness, please don't stand on ceremony. I'll take my leave now. It was good that Xiao Tingxian understood. Mu Fei also took his leave, leaving Xiao Tingxian to make his own plans for the rest of the time. That night, Shouting Xuan's room was brightly lit. The next morning, Xiao Tingxian summoned all the officials, as if he were attending a morning court session. Despite being disturbed by Xiao Tingxian early in the morning, the officials were not angry. On the contrary, they were quite happy. Shouting Xuan's room was brightly lit last night, which means they already know about it. Presumably, Xiao Tingxian thought about it all night and has already made up his mind. He came to see them this morning, which means he must have agreed to their proposal. However, what Xiao Tingxian said next completely stunned the officials. Then Xiao Tingxian said, I have summoned you gentlemen here to give you 2 tasks. First, I intend to open the granaries and set up soup kitchens to provide some relief to the poor. Your Highness, no. As soon as Xiao Tingxian finished speaking his first point, all the officials objected to it. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of move was Xiao Tingxian making? Was this the stupid thing that Xiao Tingxian had thought of all night? You tell me, if Xiao Tingxian had some resources, they wouldn't have anything to say if he did this, but Xiao Tingxian is barely able to take care of himself right now. The remaining food is barely enough for his 1,000 or so people to get through the winter. What will they do in early spring next year? He still has no idea. Even so, Xiao Tingxian still thought about disaster relief and porridge distribution. What was he thinking? Was he kicked by a donkey to do such a stupid thing? Otherwise, there must be a villain plotting against Xiao Tingxian, trying to drive him to his doom. Yes, that must be it. We must never let them know who this villain is, otherwise they will definitely beat him to death. Mu Fei? Chapter 202. A leader's word is all it takes for his subordinates to run themselves ragged. Seeing that the officials disagreed with his idea and even thought he was out of his mind, Xiao Tingxian stopped being polite to them. My lords, you should know that I am not consulting with you, but informing you that you must do as I say. Sometimes, you have to be firm when necessary, otherwise people will think he's easy to talk to and doesn't have the aura of a prince. When the officials heard Xiao Tingxian say this, they were all slightly taken aback. Shouting Xuan's demeanor was somewhat like that of a prince. In their view, a prince should have such an imposing presence. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Tingxian finally stood up for himself, and the officials couldn't refuse him, so they all agreed. Please rest assured, my lords, I act according to established procedures. I cannot disclose the specifics now, but you will all know soon, Xiao Tingxian said to the assembled officials, his tone softening considerably. After slapping you gentlemen, it's time to give you a little treat. Always keep the adults in one's grasp is the proper way for someone in a position of power. Upon hearing Shouting Xuan's words, He Zhongjin immediately realized what had happened. He suddenly remembered what had happened in the storeroom a few days ago, when Xiao Tingxian conjured up 100 bushels of grain out of thin air. Perhaps Xiao Tingxian really does possess special abilities, and he must have his reasons for doing this. Thinking of this, He Zhongjin immediately knelt down to express his stance. Your subject swears to follow His Highness Prince Su to the death. As he said kneel down, He Zhongjin tugged at Meng Qing's sleeve, as if to tell him, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make your stance clear. Meng Qingze was somewhat taken aback when He Zhongjin pulled him. However, despite being in his 70s or 80s, Meng Qingze's reaction speed was still quite fast, and he immediately knelt down on the ground along with He Zhongjin. Your subject swears to follow His Highness Prince Su to the death. Meng Qingze believed that He Zhongjin would not betray him even if Zhongjin really screws him over. At worst they'll both be ruined, so it's worth it. Seeing that both elders He Zhongjin and Meng Qingze had knelt down, the other adults wondered if they would be out of place if they didn't. We swear to follow His Highness Prince Su to the death. The others knelt down and followed suit in expressing their opinions. Seeing this, Xiaotingxian felt very pleased. Although these adults were old, their minds were still sharp, and they understood things very quickly. Xiaotingxian, being a kind person who cares about the elderly, quickly helped the gentleman up. Please rise, gentlemen. Thank you, Your Highness. After all the officials had stood up, Xiaotingxian began to talk about his second matter. I have decided that after the Three Kingdoms period, there will be no further tax increases. What do you gentlemen think? Will taxes never be increased? Perhaps because of what had just happened, the officials were quite calm at the moment. They did not immediately refute Xiaotingxian, but they also did not speak. He Zhongjin, Meng Qingze, and the other officials frowned slightly, wondering why Xiaotingxian would do such a thing. Many people actually have a misunderstanding about taxes. Taxation are actually two different things. Tax and taxes are fixed amounts, that is, the court requires the people to pay a certain amount of tax each year, and you just need to pay it on time. The tax was similar to a levy, but it was a convenient channel for powerful families to devise various pretexts. For example, if the emperor's birthday is tomorrow, how much do people need to give to the emperor for the celebration? The Empress Dowager's birthday is the day after tomorrow. How much should everyone give as a birthday gift to the Empress Dowager? In short, there are countless taxes and levies. There's nothing they won't think of that you can't afford. Originally, after paying their taxes, people would still have some surplus grain at home. But after all this, not only did they not have surplus grain, they didn't even have enough to feed their families. Xiaotingxuan's actions were intended to cripple the chieftain's henchmen, which would undoubtedly provoke their public outrage. There's a saying that goes, cutting someone's money is like killing their parents. Such hatred is irreconcilable. Your Highness's compassion for the people of Sanha is as clear as day and night, and the people of Sanha will surely be grateful to Your Highness. However, Your Highness's actions will inevitably provoke the displeasure of the chieftain. He Zhongjin first praised Xiaotingxian, giving him a high compliment, and then analyzed the situation for Xiaotingxian. The policy of never increasing taxes is excellent, it can greatly boost public morale. But doing so would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the chieftains. There's absolutely no need for Xiaotingxian to do that now. He should first accumulate strength and then consider the people's hearts once he has the power. However, what you gentlemen do not know is that in Xiaotingxuan's eyes, the people's hearts are equivalent to fortune, and fortune is equivalent to strength. As long as there is enough luck, even the heavenly Tao can be destroyed. If you gentlemen think it's acceptable, then it is. We'll rely on you gentlemen to spread the word. As for the chieftain, Xiaotingxuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. It's not like they're the only ones with experts. I have them too. If we really fight, it's not certain who will emerge victorious. At this moment, Xiaotingxian became incredibly confident. Why did Xiaotingxian suddenly undergo such a drastic change? There was no other reason than that Xiaotingxian had spent a long time communicating with the system last night and learned what he wanted to know. An ordinary person only needs 500 points of luck to enter the ranks, from rank 9 to rank 7. Each rank advancement requires 1000 points of luck. From the 7th rank to the 4th rank, each rank advancement requires 2000 points of luck. From the 4th rank to the 2nd rank, each rank advancement requires 5000 points of luck. It takes 10,000 points of luck to go from rank 2 to rank 1. The only problem is that the leap from grade 1 to an 8 is quite large, requiring 100,000 points of luck. According to the data provided by the system, Xiaotingxian calculated that it would take 28,500 luck points to advance from an ordinary person to a first rank. Xiaotingxian felt it was a good deal to acquire a first grade master for less than 30,000 luck points. Therefore, Xiaotingxuan's ambition began to swell, and he could not afford to delay his journey to earn luck points. As long as his luck value continues to increase, he can mass-produce experts. Then he won't be afraid of any chieftains, he can just wipe them out. Seeing Xiaotingxuan's sudden confidence, Mu Fei nodded slightly. That's right. Now that you have the system, it's like you're the protagonist of this world. You must firmly believe that even if they all die, you won't. When the officials heard that Xiaotingxian still had a trump card up his sleeve, their eyes lit up. Your Highness, I will obey your orders. If Xiao Tingxian truly possessed the means to confront the chieftains, then what would they be afraid of? They would simply overturn the table and start fighting. Of course, you gentlemen are not fools. You cannot believe Xiao Tingxuan's words just because he said them. You still have doubts in your hearts, despite their suspicions. It didn't affect their ability to work for Xiao Tingxian. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tingxian announced the adjournment of the meeting, instructing the officials to divide up their tasks and go about their own business. As for Xiao Tingxian, he naturally needed to go back and catch up on his sleep, but he's been up all night. Even if he's young and can stay up a lot, he still needs to rest. Besides, he's the one who initiates the orders. He just needs to give the orders and leave the rest to others. It's like having a leader who only needs to give orders, while subordinates run themselves ragged. Chapter 203. Never before has such a wealthy battle been fought. Recently, two major events have been circulating in Sanha. The first thing is that His Highness Prince Su has set up a porridge distribution point in Lanchi. People who have no food can go there to take a look. However, you need to arrive early, as the daily porridge distribution is limited, and once it's distributed, it's gone, and you'll have to wait until the next day. The second thing is that His Highness Prince Su announced that no additional taxes would be levied on Sanha. These words caused an uproar throughout Sanha, and the people of Sanha were deeply grateful to Xiao Tingxian. Although they didn't know who Xiao Tingxian was, it didn't stop them from kneeling and kowtowing to him. Because of this, Xiao Tingxuan's luck value has been increasing rapidly in the past few days. So far, Xiao Tingxian has gained 350,000 luck value. In just a few days, Xiao Tingxian gained 350,000 points of luck, and judging from the increase, there was no sign of it decreasing. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian sighed deeply. He had never fought such a costly battle before. With 350,000 luck points in hand, Xiao Tingxian could finally splurge a little. System: raise Mu Fei's cultivation level to the innate realm. The first thing Xiao Tingxian wanted to do was to raise Mu Fei's cultivation to the innate realm, simply as a way of thanking Mu Fei. Without Mu Fei's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to figure out a way to earn luck points in a short time. Furthermore, Mu Fei is an SSS level character, so logically and emotionally, all 100,000 luck points should be spent on Mu Fei. Ding! 100,000 luck points have been deducted from the host to enhance Mu Fei's strength. A system notification sounded, and Mu Fei also received the message on the other side. Immediately afterwards, Mu Fei began to release his aura, unlocking a tiny bit of his own strength, and arrived at the innate realm of this world. The innate realm is equivalent to the 9th level of Qi refining and immortal cultivation. This is an innate state? At the same time, the adults not far away also felt the aura released by Mu Fei, and their eyes were filled with shock. Your Excellencies have also practiced martial arts. When you were officials, you were blessed with the dynasty's fortune, and your cultivation level was as high as the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th rank. However, when they were stripped of their official positions by the emperor and lost the dynasty's fortune, their cultivation level dropped again and again, and now that they are old, they are only at the 7th or 8th rank compared to ordinary people. A rank of 7 or 8 is considered very high. It is precisely because of these cultivations that you gentlemen were able to survive in Sanha. Otherwise, all of you would have been dead long ago, and you wouldn't have been able to wait for Xiao Tingxian to come, let alone risk your lives for him. Therefore, you gentlemen are very familiar with this aura, because someone has advanced to the innate realm. Considering Xiao Tingxuan's recent confidence, this innate master must be one of Xiao Tingxuan's people. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tingxian actually had such a master by his side. The gentlemen looked at each other without saying a word, but then, as if they had reached a consensus, they all burst into laughter. At this moment, all the lords had only 2 words in their minds: things are stable. With the assistance of innate masters and their help in managing internal affairs, Sanha will soon be Xiao Tingxuan's domain. When the time comes, all we need to do is lie low and wait for the right opportunity in the capital. As soon as there is any movement in the capital, we will sweep through and ascend the throne in no time. Sir, have you advanced to the innate realm? On the other side, Li Yifan and Li Nanchun also felt this aura. Li Yifan's first reaction was that Mu Fei must have advanced to the innate realm. Upon thinking of this, both Li Yifan and Li Nanchun showed longing on their faces. The innate realm. I wonder if they'll ever reach it in their lifetime. Ding! Mu Fei's strength has been improved. Please check the character information. Once Mu Fei unlocked his strength to the innate realm, the system notification sounded. System: view Mu Fei's character information. It wasn't that Xiao Tingxian didn't believe in the system, He had also sensed Mu Fei's aura just now, confirming that he was indeed a congenital cultivator. The reason he brought up Mu Fei's personal panel was to see if his cultivation level could still be improved using luck points after reaching the innate realm. As soon as Xiao Tingxian finished speaking, the system displayed Mu Fei's profile in front of him. Xiao Tingxian ignored everything else and focused solely on the cultivation level. Column, the cultivation level is, innate realm, can be improved. Upon seeing the words can be improved, Xiao Tingxian's breathing became unstable. Above the innate realm is the Grandmaster realm, which means that as long as he has enough luck, he can mass-produce Grandmaster realm experts. Wow, this system is truly terrifying, Xiao Tingxian asked impatiently. System, how much luck value is needed to go from innate to Grandmaster? Back to host, it takes 500,000 points of luck to go from innate to Grandmaster. Is 500,000 points of luck enough? Xiao Tingxian was not frightened by the number mentioned by the system. With the remaining 250,000 points of luck, he should be able to raise Mu Fei to the Grandmaster realm after accumulating them for a while. After thinking for a while, Xiao Tingxian felt that he shouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He needed to expand his efforts in all areas. Let's create a few innate realm cultivators first, and then we can consider the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, if there's only one Grandmaster, what if the chieftains launch a surprise attack and split up to fight? He'll be caught between offense and defense, making it very difficult for him to make a decision. The second person to choose to be promoted was, of course, himself. Xiao Tingxian wouldn't go out alone, so the risk wasn't too great, but he still had to be wary of someone launching a sneak attack. There's no need to advance to the innate level, just advance to the first rank first, enough to have the ability to protect yourself. 3,500,000 luck points isn't a lot, in reality, it's all spent in no time. System, consume chi luck points to increase my cultivation level. Ding. The host is currently at the 6th rank of cultivation. It will take 2,000 points of luck to advance to the 5th rank. Do you wish to confirm? Yes. Xiao Tingxian chose yes without hesitation. 2,000 luck points were nothing to him at the moment. Just as Xiao Tingxian made his choice, he summoned the two main spirits of the Shangyuan secret realm and the Lingtai secret realm from the Tianyuan realm. There are only two feasible methods to quickly improve Xiao Tingxian's strength. The first method is to forcibly enhance Xiao Tingxian's strength using his heavenly Dao origin. Does Xiao Tingxian deserve it now? Xiao Tingxian is not worthy to use his heavenly Dao origin. The remaining method is to use rare and precious materials to help Xiao Tingxian break through quickly. The Tianyuan realm is rich in rare and precious materials, and Xiao Tingxian is only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. Any one of them would be enough for Xiao Tingxian to use. There was no need to summon the two main spirits of the Shangyuan secret realm and the Lingtai secret realm. However, considering that Xiao Tingxian would not only use it once, but would use it more frequently in the future, he was too lazy to fetch rare and precious materials for Xiao Tingxian every time. Ultimately, it's because Xiao Tingxian is unworthy. Therefore, he summoned the main spirits of the Shangyuan secret realm and the Lingtai secret realm. The two main spirits possess countless treasures. It wouldn't be unreasonable to ask them to share some. Chapter 204. 2 Innate Masters. Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. When the two spirits heard that they were going to give their resources to Xiao Tingxian, they were extremely unwilling and came up with such a lame excuse to fool him. Will the two main spirit realms, Shangyuan secret realm and Lingtai secret realm, run out of food? It would be a miracle if he believed them. If even the two main spirits were short of provisions, then all the top powers in the Tianyuan realm would be beggars. In the heavenly origin realm, when it comes to wealth, who dares to rival the two main spirits? Seeing that the two spirits were unwilling, he did not want to force them. After all, he is the way of heaven and should win people over with virtue. He told the two main spirits that as long as they were willing to invest, they could have priority in selecting resources when they took over the small world. Upon hearing this, the two spirits asked, should we prioritize the resources? It seems like it's a good deal. There's a big profit to be made. Therefore, the two spirits agreed to invest in Xiao Tingxian. On the Tianyuan realm side, they had already reached an agreement, and their gaze returned to Xiao Tingxian. As soon as Xiao Tingxian answered yes, a surge of energy entered his body, and his cultivation level immediately rose to the 5th rank. This taste is sour and refreshing. System, continue to improve my cultivation level. Ding. 2,000 points of luck have been successfully deducted. The host's strength is being enhanced. The next moment, another surge of energy flowed into Xiao Tingxian's body, forcibly raising his cultivation level to the 4th rank. System, continue. Xiao Tingxian was already hooked and couldn't stop. It's just a pity that Xiao Tingxian doesn't know how to put on airs. If Yixingchen were here, he would definitely say that classic line, "All my strength comes from hard work and cultivation." My achievements today are entirely due to my own hard worker system. Give me some points. Let me see your limits. Rank 3 is second rank. Xiao Tingxian only stopped when he reached the first rank of cultivation. Looking back, Xiao Tingxian felt like he was in a dream as he watched his cultivation level rise from the 6th rank to the 1st rank in just a few minutes. It took Xiao Tingxian a while to recover from his dream. Then, Xiao Tingxian said to the system, raise Li Yifan's cultivation to the innate realm. Yes, for the second innate master, Xiao Tingxian chose Li Yifan. Currently, Li Yifan is the only suitable candidate. Ding! Do you wish to consume 120,000 points of luck to elevate Li Yifan to the innate realm? Yes. Just as Xiao Tingxian confirmed this, outside, Li Yifan, who had been admiring Mu Fei's breakthrough to the innate realm, was watching. Suddenly, Li Yifan felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Before Li Yifan could react, his cultivation level jumped from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Ha! I've already broken through? Li Yifan's eyes widened, unable to guess what was going on. That he was well aware of his own strength. Even with Mu Fei's guidance, he wouldn't break through so quickly. What exactly happened? Yifan, congratulations! Seeing that Li Yifan had quietly broken through to the 3rd rank, Li Nanchun was also happy for Li Yifan. Li Nanchun thought that Li Yifan must have just been stimulated, and his accumulated strength had finally been unleashed, allowing him to advance from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. A 3rd rank official in his 20s has unlimited potential and can at least reach the 1st rank. When Li Yifan reaches the 1st rank, it will be a great thing for both Xiao Tingxian and the Li family. Third uncle, Li Yifan was about to explain that he didn't know how he broke through, but before he could finish speaking, another surge of power erupted from his body. This is a symbol of breaking through to the 2nd rank. I've broken through again? Li Yifan was dumbfounded. When did breaking through become so easy? Not only was Li Yifan dumbfounded, but Li Nanchun next to him was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Even if one had accumulated knowledge and experience, there was no way to do so. What about the law of conservation of energy? Before they could react, Li Yifan suddenly exuded an aura. This is a symbol of breaking through to the 1st rank. I've broken through again? Li Yifan couldn't believe that he had reached the 1st rank just like that. What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell him if it's too hot to handle this cultivation level? Another breakthrough? Li Nanchun, standing beside him, gaped open again. This was unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. He just said that Li Yifan will definitely reach the 1st rank in his lifetime. Who knew that the slap in the face would come so quickly? In the blink of an eye, Li Yifan broke through one after another, directly reaching the 1st rank. If you're so capable, why don't you directly advance to the innate realm and let me see? Li Nanchun thought to himself. He refused to believe that he would be slapped in the face again this time. Since the 1st rank wasn't Li Yifan's limit, then it was the innate level. He really didn't believe that Li Yifan could cross so many realms in a single day. Just as Li Nanchun was thinking this, another overwhelming aura came from the side, exactly the same as the aura Mu Fei had when he advanced to the innate realm. Li Nanchun was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. Li Yifan reached the innate realm just like that. Where is justice? No family can advance from the 4th rank to the innate rank in one go. Even if you try to force growth, it won't be done this way. It was at this very moment that Li Yifan broke through to the innate realm that the esteemed officials, who were working in the house at that time, were also present. When they sensed this imposing aura, they were immediately startled and abruptly raised their heads. Then someone else broke through to the innate realm, and it seems that he was also one of Shouting Xuan's people. Upon realizing this, the officials gasped in shock. With the previous one and this one now added together, that means Xiao Tingxian now has 2 innate realm experts under his command. Such terrifying strength. Even the Crown Prince probably doesn't have such a lineup. With these 2 innate masters under his command, Xiao Tingxian has nothing to fear from the chieftains. If the chieftains want to fight Xiao Tingxian, they should think twice about his strength. I've already broken through to the innate realm? Looking at his own innate strength, Li Yifan felt somewhat surreal, as if he were living in a dream. I was just envious of Mu Fei, and now I've reached the same level in just a few moves. Li Yifan said to Li Nanchun, "Third uncle, try hitting me." He wanted to see if he was really living in a dream. Only in a dream could he think like this. Under normal circumstances, who could break through directly from the 4th rank to the innate level? Smack! Li Nanchun didn't hold back and slapped Li Yifan across the face with such force that it was somewhat due to a personal grudge. It would be strange if he didn't fight back. Li Yifan had broken through to the innate realm and was still acting like Versailles in front of him. Who else would he fight if not him? Besides, Li Yifan is already at the innate realm. If we don't fight him now, we'll never have another chance. Hiss. Li Yifan felt the pain after being slapped by Li Nanchun. However, he was not angry about it. On the contrary, he was happy. His pain proves that he is not dreaming, but in reality, the innate realm. I never thought that Li Yifan would one day reach this level. Chapter 205, a challenge from Li Yifan. Third uncle, I've broken through to the innate realm. Third uncle, I've broken through to the innate realm. Li Yifan grabbed Li Nanchuan's shoulders, so excited he almost jumped up, constantly shouting that he had broken through to the innate realm. It's just breaking through to the innate realm. Why are you yelling so loudly? Li Nanchun tapped Li Yifan on the head again. He was really asking for a beating. He had broken through, so he could be happy. Why drag him into it? Didn't he see that Li Yifan was so jealous he was practically drooling? What a simpleton, he has absolutely no sense of propriety. Oh, I'm sorry, uncle, I was just too excited. After being knocked on the head by Li Nanchun, Li Yifan turned around and apologized to Li Nanchun. Yes, Li Nanchun is over 40 years old and still only holds the 4th rank. We really should give him some face. Only Li Nanchun was unaware of Li Yifan's thoughts. If he had known, Li Nanchun would definitely have given Li Yifan another slap on the head. Xiao Tingxian inside the house was completely unaware of the commotion that was happening to Li Yifan. All he knew was that the system had already raised Li Yifan to the innate realm. Now that Mu Fei and Li Yifan are both at the innate realm, he now has 2 innate realm experts under his command, making his strength not to be underestimated. However, this is far from enough. Xiao Tingxian became arrogant. 2 innate masters were just the beginning for him, there would be many more to come. System, raise Li Nanchuan's cultivation level to the 1st rank. Xiao Tingxian shows Li Nanchun is the next person to be promoted. The Li family has helped him so much along the way, and they are also his maternal family. It's time for him to repay them. It's enough to raise Li Nanchun to the 1st rank. There's no need to raise him to the innate realm. Firstly, if Li Nanchun is to be raised to the innate realm, Shouting Xuan's luck value is still a little short, at over 110,000, not enough to reach 120,000. Secondly, Xiao Tingxian couldn't just spend his luck points on these few people, he also needed to reserve some luck points to cultivate others. As I've already said, if Xiao Tingxian wants to achieve comprehensive success, he can't just have an open force, he also needs to build up his own behind-the-scenes power. Ding! Raising Li Nanchun to the 1st rank requires 20,000 points of luck. Host, do you confirm? Yes. Xiao Tingxian had just confirmed that Li Yifan and his nephew were outside. Just as Li Yifan's excitement subsided, he saw that Li Nanchun had also broken through, advancing from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. I've broken through too? This time it was Li Nanchuan's turn to be shocked. Could it be that the wheel of fortune has turned and he is the lucky one now? That must be it. I too must advance to the innate realm. Li Nanchun thought this way, and his subsequent reaction was exactly as he expected. Just like Li Yifan's breakthrough earlier, at first, one goes from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank, then from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank, and finally to the 1st rank. After reaching the 1st rank, Li Nanchun thought he would break through to the innate level directly, just like Li Yifan. However, Li Nanchun got stuck at the 1st rank and didn't react for a long time. He remained at the 1st rank and failed to break through to the innate realm. Where is my innate realm? Li Nanchun was dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be the innate realm? Why did it stop at the 1st grade? The process was wrong. Ahem, 3rd uncle, what is not destined to be yours, you cannot force. Seeing Li Nanchun like this, Li Yifan awkwardly offered a reminder. You're already doing well to be at the 1st rank. Don't you even look at your own talent? You're talking about the innate realm? You must be obsessed with reaching the innate realm. Cough cough, you little rascal. After Li Yifan's reminder, Li Nanchun recovered and let out an embarrassed sigh. Li Yifan was right, he was overthinking it. He never dared to dream of achieving the highest rank before, but now that he has, what more could he ask for? Seeing Li Nanchun turn around, Li Yifan stopped paying attention to him and walked straight towards Mu Fei's location. Upon arriving before Mu Fei, Li Yifan bowed and said, "Sir, would you mind sparring with me one more time?" Last time, he was a 4th grade, while Mu Fei was at the peak of the 1st grade. He couldn't even break through Mu Fei's defense. This time, both of them are at the innate realm. Li Yifan wants to have another match with Mu Fei to see how big the gap in their strength is. Mu Fei was somewhat surprised to see Li Yifan take the initiative to challenge him. However, Mu Fei didn't want to refuse Li Yifan's request, so he asked, "Are you sure? Please enlighten me, sir." Li Yifan bowed again, feeling that he couldn't improve his mental state unless he fought Mu Fei. That moment, Xiao Tingxian, who was inside the house, and the other officials who were working, sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere outside. So, they all went out of the house to take a look. So it turns out Li Yifan is going to challenge Mu Fei. As seeing this, Xiao Tingxian also became interested and did not stop them. Now that Mu Fei and Li Yifan are both at the innate realm, he really wants to see where the difference lies between innate realm cultivators. Ah, isn't he His Highness's strategist? Why is Guard Li challenging him? The bodyguard Li that you gentlemen are referring to is naturally Li Yifan. He's the one protecting Xiao Tingxian. What else could he be but Xiao Tingshuan's bodyguard? When they saw Li Yifan challenging Mu Fei, the officials were filled with doubt. Isn't Mu Fei Li Yifan's strategist? Could it be that he also possesses cultivation? If Mu Fei truly possessed cultivation, why didn't any of them notice it after spending so many days together? Look closely, look at the aura emanating from Guard Li. It seems he has broken through to the innate realm. Suddenly, an adult noticed Li Yifan's cultivation level and realized it was undoubtedly at the innate realm. Good heavens! Wasn't Li Yifan only at the 4th rank of cultivation before? How did he suddenly jump to the innate realm? Could it be that Li Yifan had been hiding his cultivation all along? Now that he has broken through to the innate realm, his aura is so great that they have noticed him, so he simply stopped hiding. That must be the case. Apart from this conjecture, you gentlemen cannot find a better reason to defend Li Yifan. Moreover, no one can break through from the 4th rank to the innate level in one go. It's impossible without even thinking about it. All I can say is that you gentlemen have low standards. Little did they know that there are always mountains beyond mountains and buildings beyond buildings, and there are always stronger hands among the strong. Nothing is absolute or not absolute. Could it be that it was Guard Li who just broke through to the innate realm? While you gentlemen are still guessing, it is undoubtedly this one. So here's the question: who is the other innate master? Could it be? A bold guess popped into the minds of you gentlemen. Could it be that the other person who broke through to the innate realm is Mu Fei? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mu Fei is completely ordinary. How could it be Mu Fei? It's definitely not him, but if this person isn't Mu Fei, why would Li Yifan challenge Mu Fei? That doesn't make sense. Or perhaps Li Yifan harbors a grudge against Mu Fei and wants to deliberately humiliate him. That shouldn't be the case. If Li Yifan really wanted to humiliate Mu Fei, Xiao Tingxian would have stopped him since he had already come out, but now, Xiao Tingxian did not stop the two from sparring. Instead, he seemed to be waiting to see what would happen next. Xiao Tingxian was probably hoping that Li Yifan and Mu Fei would fight each other. What's going on? Could it be that they were wrong, and Mu Fei really is a master? Chapter 206. The Tusi in action. Mu Fei turned to look at Xiao Tingxian, and seeing that Xiao Tingxian did not stop him, Mu Fei knew Xiao Tingshuan's intention. Did Xiao Tingxian want to see the difference between himself, an SSS-level figure, and ordinary people at the innate realm? Will satisfy you. Mu Fei said to Li Yifan, "Make your move." Li Yifan bowed to Mu Fei again, saying, "Sir, please forgive me." Facing Mu Fei, Li Yifan knew he couldn't hold back, so he drew his sword and thrust it at Mu Fei. As expected of a master of innate level, such speed. The officials were shocked as they watched Li Yifan make his move. Li Yifan's sword strikes were so fast that it was almost impossible to keep up with his movements. Xiao Tingxian nodded slightly. Li Yifan's aura was somewhat similar to the scene of Mu Fei dealing with those bandits. Judging from this, Li Yifan shouldn't be much weaker than Mu Fei. Xiao Tingxian thought this way, and I'm sure all of you gentlemen thought the same way. The next moment, Li Yifan's sword was about to pierce Mu Fei. Suddenly, Li Yifan felt the sword sink, and saw Mu Fei clamping the tip between his two fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it. This sudden scene completely stunned Xiao Tingxian, the other officials, and Li Nanchun. Even though they were at the same level as the innate realm, Li Yifan was subdued by Mu Fei in a single move. No, before he even made a single move, Li Yifan was already unable to resist. What's going on? Mu Fei barely made a move, and it was already the limit for this level. Clang! Mu Fei flicked his finger again, and saw Li Yifan stagger backward, sword and all, looking rather disheveled. You still need to practice more. Mu Fei left behind these words, ignoring everyone's gaze, and turned to leave, leaving Li Yifan swaying in the wind. He was a Xiantian, innate, cultivator, and Mu Fei was also a Xiantian cultivator, so how could he still be defeated by Mu Fei in one move? Where exactly did the problem lie? Was he really just too bad at the game? System, both of them are at the innate realm, so why is Mu Fei so strong? Xiao Tingxian also asked the system with a puzzled look. They are both innate, so their strength shouldn't be so different. Then the system explained, the SSS level character drawn by the system is invincible in combat power among those of the same level and can kill enemies of higher levels. That's amazing? Upon hearing the system's reply, Xiao Tingxian was surprised. Killing an enemy of a higher level, that means that even against a Grandmaster level expert, Mu Fei might have a chance to fight back. Wow, no wonder he's an SSS level character, that's awesome. From now on, Mu Fei will be his key focus for development. Li Yifan suffered a crushing defeat, and this little episode passed just like that. Thirdly, let's talk about the Ma family, one of the other chieftains. Arrogant. Who gave him the confidence to come up with a policy of never increasing taxes here? Does he really think he is the king of Sanha just because the emperor appointed him as the king of Sanha? Ma Ziyuan slammed his fist on the table in anger. Xiao Tingxian had come up with a policy of never increasing taxes, which meant that their chieftain's annual harvest would be reduced by at least half. Of course, they could also ignore Xiao Tingshuan's words and collect the taxes as usual, but that would definitely incite public anger. Although they were chieftains and powerful, they were ultimately no match for everyone else, no matter how strong they were. So they are now in a dilemma, whether or not to continue collecting taxes. It's all that damn Xiao Tingshuan's fault. Just a few days ago, he sent them a congratulatory gift and stated that as long as Xiao Tingxian didn't cause any trouble, they would acknowledge his status as Prince Su when the time comes. They will show filial piety as they should, and will not mistreat Xiao Tingxian in the slightest. Who would have thought that Xiao Tingxian would pull such a stunt on them as soon as he turned around, truly showing no regard for their chieftainship. Go to Qingfeng village and find Li Gui. Tell him to teach Xiao Tingxian a lesson and make him take back his promise of never increasing taxes. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The Ma family began to take action against Xiao Tingxian, while the other two families, the Zhang family and the Bai family, also took action like the Ma family. The Zhang and Bai families were very unhappy with Xiao Tingshuan's policy of never increasing taxes, as he was cutting off their source of income. Does Xiao Tingxian want to stand on the opposite side? Both families also wanted to send people to teach Xiao Tingxian a lesson, to let him know who the real master of Sanha was. The true owners of Sanha are the three families. Xiao Tingxian is nothing. Just be his mascot, and maybe you can even get a share of the profits. Just as the Zhang and Bai families were about to give orders to send someone to teach Xiao Tingxian a lesson, someone came to report. It has said that the Ma family has already made a move and is contacting Li Gui of Qingfeng village, preparing to have Li Gui teach Xiao Tingxian a lesson and make Xiao Tingxian retract the order to never increase taxes. Upon hearing the name Li Gui from Qingfeng village, both the Zhang and Bai families ordered their men to halt their operations and leave the task of teaching Xiao Tingxian a lesson to the Ma family, while they simply watched the show. Speaking of Li Gui of Qingfeng village, he was the biggest bandit leader in Sanha. The entire Qingfeng village has about 500 or 600 people, most of whom have criminal records. They are all hard-working criminals, and some of them have some minor cultivation. Li Gui was the leader of Qingfeng village, and his strength was at the second rank. In the Sanha region, he was considered a super expert. Of course, in the eyes of the three chieftains, Li Gui was nothing, and they could destroy him if they wanted to. The fact that Qingfeng village became the bandit leader in Sanha was definitely related to the three chieftains. It's very simple. Qingfeng village was a tactic used behind the scenes by the three chieftains. There are many things that the three chieftains cannot do too outrageously on the surface, so they have no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. For example, there was an incident in Sanha last year where bandits from King Fengshai raided the village, but only killed one family, leaving everyone else unharmed. Do you think this counts as robbery? Anyone with eyes could see that this was a deliberate revenge killing, but no one dared to say anything, for fear of bringing disaster upon themselves. Li Gui is a second-rank expert, while Xiao Tingxian only has 2 fourth-rank experts under his command. With the three chieftains, this matter is definitely secure. Having been frightened by the impostor this time, Xiao Tingxian will behave himself from now on and will stop having unrealistic ideas, obediently serving as the mascot of Sanha in Qingfeng village. A burly man patted his chest and said obsequiously to the men sent by the Ma family, Yes, please go back and tell Master Ma to rest assured that this matter will be handled by me, Li Gui. Can you believe that this bandit leader, who instilled fear in the people of Sanha, was so subservient and cautious in front of a Ma family envoy, not daring to offend him? Of course, this doesn't mean Li Gui is stupid. On the contrary, Li Gui was very clever. He knew who he owed his success to. He was the knife in the hands of the three chieftains. Whoever they ordered him to kill, he would kill. Otherwise, If he didn't do things their way, would Li Gui have survived to this day? They were wiped out long ago, and the grass on their graves is already several feet tall. Therefore, Li Gui was well aware of his own position, and he would bite whichever of the three chieftains told him to bite. Chapter 207. There is already a way to die in Lanchi. Shouting Xuan's enfeoffment team has been fully settled. They are now building Shouting Xuan's temporary palace, as they cannot continue to live in the dilapidated courtyard of the Lords. As the king of Sanha, this level of skill is a must. Just then, Li Nanchun turned around and saw a group of people rushing towards them menacingly, carrying large weapons. Judging from the size of the enemy force, Li Nanchun estimated that there were about 300 of them. The workers who were working also saw this group of people and immediately stopped what they were doing. They stared at the group and wondered if they were here to cause trouble. Everyone, keep working, Li Nanchun called out when he saw that everyone had stopped. It wasn't that Li Nanchun didn't care about the safety of these people, it was simply that the highest cultivation level among this group was only second rank. Even if Li Yifan wasn't nearby, Li Nanchun could handle them all by himself. How dare a mere second rank official cause trouble here? Is he tired of living? Everyone still trusted Li Nanchun. Hearing him say that, they didn't worry about what would happen next and continued working with peace of mind. A moment later, the group stopped in front of Li Nanchun, and the leader was none other than Li Gui from Qingfeng village. Upon seeing Li Nanchun in front of him, Li Gui showed no respect whatsoever, yelling loudly in his hoarse voice, "Where is that brat Xiao Tingxian? He's been in Sanha for so long, why hasn't he come to pay his respects to me yet? Does he look down on me, the Mountain King? You're asking for it." When Li Gui arrived with his men, Li Nanchun originally planned to try and figure out what they were up to. I never expected Li Gui to be so arrogant, daring to call Xiao Tingxian a brat. Li Gui was already courting death, and Li Nanchun couldn't wait any longer. He had to teach Li Gui a lesson so he would know how to behave. Seeing that Li Nanchun was enraged and about to attack him, Li Gui immediately laughed. Li Nanchun's tolerance is too low. He couldn't stand it after just 2 sentences from Xiao Tingxian and wanted to attack himself. Okay, very good, excellent. If Li Nanchun gets a lesson from him later, he won't be able to say that he started it. Ha ha. Seeing Li Gui laugh, the others from Qingfeng village also laughed. This style of painting has become a norm within Qingfeng village. Whenever Li Gui laughs, it means that Li Gui is confident of winning, and they laugh along with him. Firstly, it was to encourage the imposter, and secondly, it was to celebrate in advance. As for opening champagne at halftime, they've never experienced that before. Of course, if they had encountered it, they wouldn't be alive now, they would have died long ago. Bang! Before the laughter had completely subsided, they saw Li Nanchun kick Li Gui off his horse. Li Gui had no chance to resist and was slammed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. First class. When Li Gui looked at Li Nanchun again, the mockery from before was gone, and his eyes were filled with terror. He never expected that Li Nanchun was actually a first-rank master. Didn't Ma Ziyuan send someone to tell him that Xiao Tingshuan's highest-ranking subordinate was only a third-rank official? When did Xiao Tingxian start having a first-rank master under his command? What's even more outrageous is that he offended a first-rank master as soon as he arrived. Was he just too lucky? Yes, Li Gui was indeed lucky. He was the first to run into Li Nanchun. If he had run into Li Yifan or Mu Fei first, he would be dead by now. A leader. Seeing that Li Gui had been ambushed and knocked to the ground by Li Nanchun, the bandits were eager to take action and avenge Li Gui. Don't move! Li Gui immediately called out to them. The person in front of them was a first-class master. They were no match for him at all. Going up against him would only be suicide. Seeing that Li Gui personally intervened to stop them, the bandits dared not act rashly. They gripped their weapons tightly, watching Li Nanchun warily. At this moment, they realized that Li Nanchun was a master even more powerful than Li Gui. You said that Li Gui is already a second-rank master, but the other party is even more powerful than Li Gui. If that's the case, then Li Nanchun is a first-rank master. My God, a top-tier master. How did Li Gui manage to offend a top-tier master? They were just laughing at someone, and now they're being humiliated. Is this considered opening champagne halfway through the game? Who are you? Seeing that Li Gui had grasped the situation, Li Nanchun did not choose to go any further and try to kill him. Seeing that Li Nanchun had spared him for the time being, Li Gui dared not be presumptuous and quickly replying to Senior, I am Li Gui, the leader of Qingfeng village. Li Gui from Qingfeng village? I don't know him. Li Nanchun shook his head. He had never heard of this person. This is not Li Nanchun's fault. When he came to Lanchi, he was basically helping Xiao Tingxian deal with these trivial matters and had no time to inquire about anything else. Li Nanchun had no idea what kind of force Qingfeng village was or who Li Gui was. Seeing that Li Nanchun didn't recognize him, Li Gui didn't care. Looking at it from another angle, does a big shot really need to get to know a small fry?
What are you doing here? Li Nanchun asked again.
Although he didn't know who Li Gui from Qingfeng village was, it didn't stop him from asking questions. I heard that His Highness Prince Su has come to Sanha to take up his fief, so I came here to pay my respects.
Li Gui's attitude and tone changed quite quickly.
Just a moment ago he was saying that Xiao Tingxian was a brat who didn't come to see him, but now he immediately changed it to saying that he came to pay his respects to His Highness Princess Su. It must be said that Li Gui, this bandit leader, has a very high EQ. He knows what to say in what situation. If Li Gui and Water Margin had half the intelligence of Li Gui, he wouldn't have been poisoned to death in the end.
Snort!
Li Nanchun snorted coldly after hearing Li Gui's words that he would never believe a fraud. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, and now that they realized they couldn't win, their attitude immediately changed. Li Nanchun pointed at Li Gui and said, "Come with me to see His Highness." Li Nanchun knew that Li Gui had come specifically to cause trouble for Xiao Tingxian, and he also vaguely guessed what was going on, but ultimately, this was not something he could decide. He still had to report to Xiao Tingxian and let Xiao Tingxian make the decision himself. As a subordinate, it's best not to make decisions for your master, yes.
Although Li Gui was very unwilling to go with Li Nanchun to see Xiao Tingxian, what could he do?
His life and death were now in Li Nanchun's hands. If he said no, Li Nanchun would immediately beat him up. Going to see Xiao Tingxian might offer a glimmer of hope.
Wait for me here. No matter what happens, don't move around.
Before leaving with Li Nanchun, Li Gui gave his men a series of earnest instructions that he was afraid that after he left with Li Nanchun, these people would cause trouble, which would be difficult to resolve.
Chapter 208. I'm really afraid he'll submit to me. Li Nanchun took Li Gui to see Xiao Tingxian. I heard you want me to come and see you?
Xiao Tingxian asked jokingly, his eyes fixed on Li Gui. Just now, Xiao Tingxian learned from the officials that Li Gui's Qingfeng village was the largest bandit stronghold in Sanha, and that it was backed by a local chieftain. Therefore, the reason why Li Gui came to his door this time must have been authorized by several chieftains behind the scenes, but Xiao Tingxian could not find out which chieftain it was. No, I heard that His Highness Prince Su has come to Sanha, so I came here to pay him a visit.
Li Gui quickly waved his hand to indicate that it was not true.
At the same time, he also realized that Xiao Tingxuan's strength was at the first rank. Damn it, Ma Ziyuan was completely misleading him. He had only been here a short while and he had already encountered 2 top-rank masters. If another top-tier expert suddenly appears later, Li Gui wouldn't be surprised. Li Gui finally understood why the 3 chieftains had been hesitant to take action against Xiao Tingxian. The problem lay here: the 3 chieftains, having failed to ascertain Xiao Tingxuan's strength, dared not act rashly, and thus sent him to be their scapegoat. What ruthless hearts they had! He had served the chieftains with his life, so why were they so heartless, driving him to the brink of despair? Xiao Tingxian smiled contemptuously.
He didn't even believe his own brother, so why would he believe Li Gui? Who sent you? Xiao Tingxian didn't want to waste any more words with him and got straight to the point. No one sent me.
I only heard about His Highness Prince Su. Despite the fact that the chieftain had wronged Li Gui first, Li Gui still did not want to reveal that the chieftains were the ones behind him. He was able to leave alive today thanks to the support of the chieftains. Hearing that Li Gui was still trying to fool him, Xiao Tingxian interrupted Li Gui before he could finish speaking. Xiao Tingxian turned to Li Nanchun and said,
"Cut off one of his arms and see if he talks." Yes. Li Nanchun immediately agreed.
It was fine if Li Gui didn't want to talk, he could just cut off one of his arms first. If you still won't tell, then cut another one. Xiao Tingxian refused to believe that he couldn't kill Li Gui. When Xiao Tingxian gave the order, and Li Nanchun was about to make a real move, even Li Gui, who was used to seeing life and death, was afraid. Li Gui hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "Your Highness, spare my life. I'll tell you everything, explain." Seeing Li Gui beg for mercy, Xiao Tingxian gave him this chance that if the imposter still doesn't know what's good for him, then he really shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Seeing Xiao Tingxuan's attitude, Li Gui knew that if he continued to hide it, Xiao Tingxian would definitely punish him. Never mind, now that things have come to this, it's better for me to die than for my fellow Taoists to die. For the sake of my own life, Li Gui is going all out. Li Gui said to Xiao Tingxian, "Your Highness, it was the Ma family. They sent me. Their purpose is to threaten Your Highness and force you to rescind the decree that would never increase taxes."
Upon hearing Li Gui's words, Xiao Tingxian let out another cold laugh. Just as he had expected, it was indeed the chieftains who sent Li Gui to cause him trouble. The fact that the chieftains have been able to do this shows that Xiao Tingshuan's announcement of never increasing taxes has had a significant impact on them, otherwise, the chieftains would not have done so easily. What about the Zhang family and the Bai family? Haven't they contacted you? Xiao Tingxian asked curiously. Not yet. The three families are basically in sync. The Ma family came to see me, but the Zhang and Bai families probably received the news, so they didn't come. Li Gui shared his analysis and speculations with Xiao Tingxian. In reality, the Zhang and Bai families were just like that. It would be enough for one of them to step forward. After listening to Li Gui's analysis, Xiao Tingxian nodded and agreed with Li Gui's words. Then, Xiao Tingxian turned his gaze back to Li Gui and said to him, "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me." Li Gui knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Xiao Tingxian and begging for mercy. Seeing Li Gui's behavior, Xiao Tingxian pondered for a moment before saying, "If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life and let you continue to be your mountain king." Upon hearing Xiao Tingxian say he wanted to bribe him, Li Gui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What, you don't want to?" Xiao Tingxian frowned slightly. He had taken the initiative to bribe Li Gui, but Li Gui was still unwilling. No, Li Gui thanks your highness for sparing my life. From now on, Li Gui is your highness's man and swears to serve your highness to the death. Li Gui quickly expressed his opinion, but did he have the right to refuse at this point? Agree first, then we'll talk about the future later. Hearing Li Gui agree, Xiao Tingxian nodded and said, "Take your men back first. Do what you always do. When I need you, I will send someone to inform you." Li Gui was stunned again. He hadn't expected Xiao Tingxian to let him go back so easily. Is Xiao Tingxian really that easy to talk to? Li Gui simply couldn't believe it. Xiao Tingxian skipped over Li Gui's surprise and said to him again, "When we get back, if the chieftain asks, you should know what to say, right? Your highness knows what to say, so please rest assured." Li Gui immediately made a promise to Xiao Tingxian. "Alright, then you can take your men and go back." Xiao Tingxian didn't press Li Gui about what to say to the chieftain, and simply sent him back. Then I'll take my leave." Li Gui faced Xiao Tingxian and slowly backed away. Even now, Li Gui still doesn't believe that Xiao Tingxian would let him off so easily. After retreating several meters away and no one came to stop him, Li Gui finally became certain that Xiao Tingxian had truly let him go. Therefore, Li Gui finally relaxed and dared to turn around and leave. Naturally, watching Li Gui's departing figure, He Zhongjin walked to Xiao Tingshuan's side and said, "Your Highness, Li Gui is an extremely treacherous man. He will not submit to your Highness so easily. Your Highness's actions may be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. You gentlemen have been in Sanha for so long, you know very well who Li Gui is." Xiao Tingxian won over Li Gui with just a few words. Impossible. As soon as Li Gui leaves and returns to Qingfeng village, he will inevitably change his mind. Just now, you gentlemen wanted to persuade Xiao Tingxian not to release Li Gui, but you suspected that this might be a scheme by Xiao Tingxian and were afraid of ruining his plan, so you spoke up now. I'm really afraid he'll just submit to me like this. To be honest, Xiao Tingxian was really afraid that Li Gui would be subdued by his domineering aura. How could Xiao Tingxian not know that Li Gui had deliberately submitted to him, and that Xiao Tingxian had a plan behind letting him leave? Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words, He Zhongjin felt a jolt of fear. He knew that Xiao Tingxian must have a plan in mind, and he was glad that they hadn't stopped him earlier. Chapter 209: A loving father and a filial son. What does your highness mean? I intend to wipe out all the chieftains in one fell swoop. Xiao Tingxian told He Zhongjin his thoughts, which was why Xiao Tingxian let Li Gui go, because he wanted to use Li Gui to accomplish this task. Is your highness confident that you can deal with these chieftains at the same time? He Zhongjin asked curiously. Of the fact that Xiao Tingxian could say this shows that he was confident that he could at least hold his own against these chieftains. Based on this calculation, you gentlemen have underestimated Xiao Tingshuan's strength. On the surface, he only has 2 Xiantian, innate, level cultivators, but in reality, he has many more. Upon hearing He Zhongjin's question, Xiao Tingxian glanced at his bank balance. After these few days of growth, Xiao Tingshuan's luck value has reached over 200,000. When asked where his confidence came from, Zhongjin replied simply that it came from the people of Sanha. Xiao Tingxian replied to He Zhongjin, "A mere chieftain can be wiped out with a snap of the fingers.
Hearing Shouting Xuan's words, even though Yi Zhongjin was older and more experienced, he couldn't help but express his surprise. Fortunately, he didn't suffer a stroke and reacted quickly, immediately flattering, "Your Highness is valiant and mighty, like a god incarnate.
Achieving hegemony is just around the corner."
Xian was speechless. When it comes to flattery, you and the Lord are the experts. Yifan, Xian didn't want to brag to Yi Zhongjin anymore, so he just shouted it out casually. Li Yifan wasn't here, but Xian knew that Li Yifan was nearby, and that as long as he called out, Li Yifan would definitely appear in front of him. Sure enough, as soon as Xian called out, Li Yifan appeared in front of him.
"Your Highness."
Li Yifan bowed to Xian. Xian asked, "How is the matter I instructed you to handle?" "Your subordinate has made this selection and awaits your Highness's command." "Okay, bring them to the backyard later." After saying that, Xian left. What he instructed Li Yifan to do was to select a few suitable people for him. The age should not be too old, teenagers are fine, orphans are preferred, and the personality should be ruthless. Soon after, Li Yifan brought the 6 boys to Xuan's side. Xian looked the 6 boys over and over again, and was still quite satisfied. "Are you afraid of dying?"
Xuan's first question was whether they were afraid of death.
Upon hearing this, the 6 teenagers were immediately stunned. However, they reacted quickly and replied, "We're not afraid." "Bullshit. Nobody in the world is unafraid of death, including myself.
Even the Emperor is afraid of death more than anyone else."
Xian immediately refuted their words, and didn't forget to take a jab at his father. Upon hearing this, Li Yifan, who was standing to the side, immediately felt ashamed. "Only you would dare to speak to the Emperor like that. You two are truly father and son, a perfect example of filial piety." The 6 boys heard it too, but they acted as if they hadn't. If your own family members are criticizing each other, as long as you're happy, what does it have to do with them? Seeing that the 6 boys remained silent, Xian continued, "Today, I have a sudden urge to do something important."
"Can you do it for me?"
"Of course, I'm not sending you to your deaths." "As your Highness commands." The 6 youths answered in unison without hesitation. Seeing that the 6 boys did not hesitate at all in response to his words, Xian was very satisfied. Xian continued, "I want to establish an organization similar to Shadow, and make you my behind-the-scenes henchman."
"Are you willing?"
Yes, Xian had long planned to establish a behind-the-scenes force, like the Emperor's shadow guards, so that he could delegate some tasks to them, which would be better. Adding to the recent incident with Li Gue, Xian felt even more compelled to establish this behind-the-scenes force. Anyway, he has plenty of luck now, so he can go ahead and cause trouble without worry. Willing. The 6 boys answered Xian in unison once again, their voices resounding. Xian nodded slightly, then continued, "Let me make this clear. Once you join this organization, you may never be able to marry or have children, and you will have no friends.
You will be alone in the darkness."
"Are you still willing to do this?"
"Willing." The 6 boys gave the same answer, though they were already internally criticizing it. "Can you stop dawdling? Just say what you have to say."
They're willing to listen to whatever Xian says.
"All right. Put these clothes on."
Seeing that all 6 boys had agreed, Xian distributed the 6 sets of clothes he had prepared in advance to them. "This outfit is black from head to toe. Once they put it on, no one can recognize who they are." Without hesitation, the 6 boys put on the clothes that Xian had given them. A moment later, 6 dark figures appeared in front of Xian. At this moment, it was hard to tell that they were the same person. Then, Xian turned his head and looked at Li Yifan. Seeing Xuan's gaze fall upon him, Li Yifan wisely withdrew this time, leaving only Xian and the 6 dark-skinned youths on the scene. Next, Xian told them about some rules and precautions, and asked them to keep them in mind. Afterwards, Xian began instructing the system to enhance their strength. System, raise the cultivation level of all 6 of them to the 1st rank.
Ding!
It will take 171,000 points of luck to upgrade all cultivation levels to the 1st rank.
Confirm consumption, yes. Xian didn't hesitate at all.
It was just 170,000 luck points, which he had plenty of. Even if he used up all of them, he would still have more than 60,000 left, which was more than enough. As soon as Xian confirmed it, the 6 of them felt their strength increasing rapidly in 9th rank, 8th rank, 7th rank. Before long, all 6 of them had reached the 1st rank in strength. Looking at their own 1st grade cultivation level, all 6 of them were incredulous. How did they rise to the 1st rank of cultivation? Back then, their goal was only 7th or 8th rank, but
Now, it has far exceeded that. In that case, could they perhaps change their goals? For example, could they set a smaller goal, like achieving innate talent first? You may all step back.
Familiarize yourself with your own strength.
I will summon you if necessary.
Xiao knew they were curious. Of course, it's not just them, anyone in that situation would have acted the same way, because it's simply unrealistic. However, Xiao did not want to explain to them, and only ordered them to step back and familiarize themselves with their strength. Yes. Upon hearing Xiao words, the six dared not be presumptuous at all, because they knew very well that their strength was entirely bestowed upon them by Xiao. This shows that Xiao methods are unfathomable. Is it even possible that what Xiao bestowed upon them could eventually be taken back? Chapter 210. It's either you die or I die. This is the aura of a first-grade expert, and there are more than one, there are 6 of them. At this moment, Li Yifan, who was outside the door, sensed the presence of 6 first-rank experts, emanating from the inner courtyard. Our improvement in cultivation is indeed related to His Highness. Li Yifan muttered to himself. He knew that their cultivation level would not have improved for no reason. He had only suspected it before, but now it had been confirmed that the cultivation levels they possessed today were all bestowed upon them by Xiao. When did your highness acquire such heaven-defying abilities? Li Yifan couldn't understand it. Just after Xiao finished setting up this hidden move, on the other side, Li Gui led a group of brothers back to Qingfeng village. Subsequently, Li Gui, ruthless as ever, stabbed himself, leaving him severely injured and bedridden to recuperate. Not long after Li Gui returned to Qingfeng village, the 3 chieftains received the news and sent people to Qingfeng village to inquire about Li Gui's trip, but the situation turned out to be beyond the expectations of the 3 chieftains. Xiao actually had a first-rank expert by his side. Li Gui almost didn't make it back and ended up losing half his life before he managed to escape from Xiao clutches. Seeing Li Gui's injuries, the 3 chieftains were certain that Li Gui was not lying to them, because Li Gui had no reason to lie to them, as it would not benefit him. What do you think we should do? After receiving the news from Li Gui, the 3 chieftains gathered together for the first time in many years to discuss how to deal with Xiao. Previously, they thought Xiao was just a young kid who could be manipulated at will. However, after being tested by Li Gui, they realized that they had misjudged and underestimated Xiao. Unexpectedly, Xiao had a first-rank expert under his command. Could it be that the emperor sent someone to protect Xiao? Then Bai Zihuan, the head of the Bai family, said directly, "If you ask me, we should just get rid of Xiao to prevent future troubles." The Bai family mainly deals in maritime business, and they are generally known for their volatile tempers. What can we do? We can just get rid of Xiao. Once Xiao is dead, the rule of never increasing taxes will disappear. Upon hearing Bai Zihuan's words, both the heads of the Zhang and Ma families glanced at him. Killing Xiao is easy, but what if the imperial court investigates? What will we do then? They were wary of the imperial court, which is why they had previously avoided Xiao at every turn and dared not easily take action against him, lest they incur the emperor's wrath. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the emperor finds out, so what? In Sanha, how many troops can he send over? The Zhang and Ma families were wary of the emperor, but Bai Zihang was not afraid at all. If the emperor had the ability to govern Sanha, Sanha would have been under the rule of the great Zhou officials long ago, and it would not have been their turn to govern these chieftains. Besides, the Bai family often lived on the water. Even if the imperial court sent troops to attack them, and they couldn't win, couldn't they escape to the water? As far as he knew, the great Zhou dynasty did not seem to have a navy. Even if they did, could they possibly defeat those who spend their lives on the water? No matter how things ultimately turn out, the Bai family always has a way out, which is why Bai Zihang is so arrogant and doesn't take Xiao seriously. However, although Bai Zihang is arrogant and impulsive, he is not stupid. This matter cannot be done by the Bai family alone, the Zhang and Ma families must be involved. Anyway, it's up to you two to decide. To be honest, the fact that Xiao will never increase taxes won't be a big loss for the Bai family, it's only reduced by a quarter. Bai Zihang was still provoking the Zhang and Ma families, making it clear that if the two families didn't agree, neither would his Bai family anyway. The Bai family didn't suffer much loss, so it's nothing to be ashamed of. The Zhang and Ma families did not believe Bai Zihang's words at all. A quarter of their annual income isn't a huge loss? They would never believe Bai Zihang's nonsense. Bai Zihang was just trying to provoke them and drag them down with him. Damn it, I'll do it. After thinking for a while, Ma Ziyuan gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble and go for something big. That it's just retaliation from the imperial court, nothing serious, let's do it. Bai Ziheng is right, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Bai family loses a quarter of their income every year, and Bai Ziheng is willing to do it, while the two families together lose at least a third of their income every year. 1/3 of the annual income. Don't underestimate Sanha just because it's a poor and remote place. The three chieftains there earn millions of taels of silver every year. That's a lot. Now, just because of Shouting Xuan's words, they have lost a total of over 1,000,000 taels of income. How could they not resent Shouting Xian? Let's do it. People die for wealth, birds die for food. It was either Shouting Xian who died, or they themselves perished. There was no choice. Both the Bai and Ma families have expressed their intention to deal with Shouting Xian, and if the Zhang family does not express their opinion at this time, they will appear to be out of step with the group. Therefore, the Zhang family also joined the campaign against Shouting Xian. The three most powerful chieftains of Sanha began to take action against Shouting Xian. While the chieftains were taking action, Shouting Xian also received the message, which was brought to him by people from the Black Ice Guard. The Black Ice Platform is the behind-the-scenes force that Shouting Xian created a few days ago, and named it the Black Ice Platform. After letting Li Gui go back, Shouting Xian knew that these chieftains must be up to something, so he ordered the Black Ice Guard to secretly monitor the three chieftains and inform him immediately if they made any moves. Yifan, upon learning of the chieftain's plans, Shouting Xian immediately stopped Li Yifan. What are your orders, Your Highness? Li Yifan appeared in front of Shouting Xian. Go and tell your uncle to hire local people to build a palace for me. I will provide them with food and lodging, and I will also pay them wages. We have brought 1,000 guards from Kyoto. From now on, they will no longer be required to do hard labor. They will all be organized into the personal guard battalion and placed under your command. And now, go and bring them all here. I have something to tell you. Shouting Xian instructed Li Yifan that now it was time for these guards brought from the capital to demonstrate their value. We can't keep making them do hard labor forever, that won't do. I am, after all, a prince, and I must have my own army. The manual labor will be handed over to the locals of Sanha from now on. Shouting Xian wouldn't treat them badly, he would provide them with food and lodging, and also pay them wages. That if you were to ask where Shouting Xian would obtain such a large sum of money, would he exchange it with the system? No. The chieftain's property will soon become Shouting Xuan's personal assets. He has so much wealth, how could he be afraid of not being able to pay his workers' wages? What a joke! Before long, Li Yifan brought all 1,000 guards he had recruited from Kyoto to Shouting Xian. As usual, Shouting Xian first brainwashed them, and then announced that they would be members of the Imperial Guard from now on, and would no longer need to do any work, but only need to train well and kill enemies for him. Afterwards, Shouting Xian divided the 1,000 men into 10 teams, and then selected a centurion for each team. After all these things were done, the important part came next. It was Shouting Xuan's turn to make his move. Chapter 211 Unwilling to Ascend System, raised the cultivation level of the 10 centurions to the 2nd rank, and raised the cultivation level of the remaining people who have not yet reached the rank to the 9th rank. Shouting Xian doesn't have enough luck points right now, so he can only improve the leader's strength first, and then gradually improve the rest of the team when they have enough luck points later. However, all 1,000 people were of high rank, which would be a formidable force in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. They would be able to put up a fight against the small fry of the Sanha chieftain. Ding! A total of 230,000 points of luck value will be consumed. Does the host wish to confirm the consumption? Yes. Shouting Xian readily agreed. He already had nearly 100,000 luck points remaining, and with the increase in luck points over the past few days, Shouting Xuan's luck points were about to break through the 300,000 mark. Shouting Xian can easily afford to consume only 230,000 points of luck. After Shouting Xian confirmed it, those who had not yet reached the 9th rank had now broken through to the 9th rank. The 10 centurions who had been chosen were filled with shock. How did I suddenly reach the 2nd rank of cultivation? They really wanted to ask, but seeing that Shouting Xian didn't want to talk to them at all, they obediently shut up and kept their doubts to themselves. Shouting Xian ignored them because his mind was not on them at the moment, so of course he didn't pay attention to them. System, are there any weapons or equipment available for exchange? Shouting Xian asked the system. Their strength is about the same now, the only thing they lack is equipment. Yes, please check the panel, host. As soon as the system finished speaking, an equipment interface appeared in front of Shouting Xuan's eyes, and Xiao Tingxian looked at it carefully. Ordinary artifacts, each worth 100 points of luck. Low-grade mortal artifacts cost 500 points of luck value per piece. Mid-grade mortal artifacts, each worth 1000 points of luck. Superior quality ordinary artifacts cost 3000 points of luck value per piece. Top-grade mortal artifacts, 5000 points of luck value per piece. Low-grade magical artifacts cost 10,000 points of luck each. Mid-grade magic artifact, 100,000 points of luck value per piece. Xiao Tingxian didn't continue reading, because he didn't have enough luck points to buy more. Reading would be useless and would only damage his Dao heart. Xiao Tingxian asked, "System, what's the quality of ordinary mortal artifacts like?" 100 points of luck were enough for him to exchange for a unit of dry measure, of grain. Just how good was the quality of ordinary mortal artifacts that they were so expensive? Reporting to the host, ordinary mortal weapons are only slightly inferior in quality to low-grade mortal weapons. The sword in Li Yifan's hand is a low-grade mortal weapon. What? The system's answer shocked Xiao Tingxian. Li Yifan had spent a lot of money to have this sword forged, but here in the system, it was only selling for 500 points of luck. They made a fortune. They really made a fortune. Xiao Tingxian wanted to buy all the lower-grade mortal artifacts, but unfortunately, he was short of money and couldn't afford to spend it. System, send me 1 low-grade magic weapon, 10 low-grade mortal weapons, and 500 ordinary mortal weapons. Xiao Tingxian only had enough luck points left to buy these. He would have to wait for the rest, as he didn't have any weapons. Ding! 65,000 points of luck value need to be deducted. Do you confirm? Yes. At the same time that Xiao Tingxian confirmed this, in the Tianyuan realm, he turned his attention to the 2 main spirits, meaning that he wanted them to hurry up and deliver the goods so that the customer would not have to wait too long. Upon seeing the gaze he cast upon them, the 2 spirits understood his meaning. However, the 2 spirits waved their hands. We don't have this kind of junk. In the eyes of the 2 main spirits, equipment below the level of a treasure is trash, has no collectible value, and is not worthy of their attention. Therefore, it was useless for him to ask them, because they didn't have any help at all. After hearing what the 2 spirits said, he understood. If the 2 spirits said no, then it really was no. Although the 2 main spirits are greedy, they don't just take any trash, they have a very discerning eye. Since there are no main spirits, there are naturally no mortal-grade equipment in the earthly immortal realm, so we can only go to the 8 domains.so, which of Zhang Fulong, Lin Tian, and Hanli should be sent? He was thinking. It was at this moment that Yi Xingqian took the initiative to offer to take on the work. Leave this to me, I promise to get it done as quickly as possible. Yi Xingqian, he would never let Yi Xingqian go. He had already removed Yi Xingqian from his list of considerations. Sending Yi Xingqian down to the mortal realm might just lead to him showing off his divine power in front of everyone, which would be a slap in his face. After a moment's thought, he decided to send Zhang Fulong to the mortal realm. Of all these people, Zhang Fulong has been traveling the world the longest, so sending him is the most suitable. Upon receiving his command, Zhang Fulong immediately set off for the lower realm, found a weapon refining sect, and purchased a batch of equipment as quickly as possible. Just as Zhang Fulong was preparing to return to the earthly immortal realm, he suddenly saw a familiar face. At the same time, the other party sensed something, raised his head, and looked towards Zhang Fulong's location. When he saw Zhang Fulong, the man was clearly stunned for a moment, then quickly ran towards Zhang Fulong, his expression excited. Seeing the other person rushing towards him, Zhang Fulong did not disappear and left, but waited quietly in the same spot. It's all fate. Since we've met, let's get to know each other. The man ran up to Zhang Fulong and immediately knelt down, saying, "Disciple Shenzi greets master." That's right, this person is Shenzi. Meeting Shenzi here was something Zhang Fulong never expected. Shenzi probably thought the same as Zhang Fulong. He also didn't expect that the 2 of them would actually run into each other here. Zhang Fulong helped Shenzi up and then said softly, "Z, you've grown up." Back when he met Shenzi was still a young child, and now, 1,000 years later, Shenzi is almost a completely different person. If it weren't for that familiar aura, Zhang Fulong wouldn't have recognized him at first glance. Shenzi now seems like an ascetic monk, constantly wandering through the world, and it's unknown what he's searching for or what he's trying to prove. But Zhang Fulong sensed something different in Shenzi. Although Shenzi is currently at the peak of the returning to emptiness and harmonizing with the Tao, he has not yet become an immortal. However, the power accumulated by Shenzi was enough to withstand a human immortal. With Shenzi's current resources, overcoming the tribulation will be a piece of cake. Once Shenzi transcends his tribulation and ascends to immortality, he will definitely be able to reach the late stage of the human immortal realm in one go, and perhaps even the perfection realm. But why hasn't Shenzi transcended the tribulation and become an immortal in the past 1,000 years? So many years have passed, but the teacher hasn't changed at all. He's still as charming as ever, Shenzi said, flattering him. Zhang Fulong has become an immortal. Maintaining his youthful appearance is no simple matter. So many years have passed, why hasn't Z ascended to immortality yet? Zhang Fulong ignored Shenzi's flattery and instead voiced his doubts. All that was heard was Shenzi's reply, I have traveled back and forth through the 8 domains countless times. Now, thousands of years have passed, and I still have not found the answer. Therefore, I am unwilling to ascend. Chapter 212 Pick the strongest one. Zhang Fulong asked, what answer is Z looking for? This disciple does not know either. Shenzi shook his head. He was searching for something, trying to verify something, but even he himself didn't know. He only knew to keep walking and looking, not knowing where his path led. Hearing Shenzi's answer, Zhang Fulong frowned. Zhang Fulong didn't press Shenzi for an explanation, letting him find the answer himself. After exchanging a few more words with Shenzi, Zhang Fulong returned to the earthly immortal realm and came before him. Zhang Fulong handed the item to him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Fulong told him about Shenzi's matter. After listening to Zhang Fulong's account, he said nothing else, only replying, he understands. In the world of the Dynasty of Destiny, at Shouting Xuan's place. Ding! Exchange complete. Please check your account. The system has delivered all the items Xiao Tingxian needed. System, put them all here. Ding! The system is distributing the funds. The next moment, weapons clattered and fell in front of the crowd, quickly piling up into a small mountain. Everyone present, except for Xiao Tingxian, was stunned by the pile of weapons that had fallen to the ground. Weapons fell from the sky. Li Yifan, in particular, stared intently at the 10 low-grade mortal weapons, because these 10 low-grade mortal weapons were no weaker than the sword in his hand originally. Li Yifan was quite pleased with himself for possessing such a fine weapon, but now Li Yifan suddenly felt it wasn't so appealing anymore. Wondering where Xiao Tingxian had gotten so many good weapons. Under Li Yifan's watchful eye, Xiao Tingxian distributed 10 low-grade items to 10 centurions, and all the remaining ordinary artifacts were distributed to the others. With these weapons, their combat effectiveness can be increased by another 10%. Yifan, come here. After the distribution was completed, Xiao Tingxian called Li Yifan over. Li Yifan didn't know why Xiao Tingxian had called him, but he still obediently went over. Your Highness. Here, take this. Xiao Tingxian tossed the low-grade magic weapon to Li Yifan. Before Li Yifan could react to what Xiao Tingxian meant, he was immediately stunned. This, Li Yifan was so shocked that he was speechless. The weapon that Xiao Tingxian threw to him was clearly many times better than the one he was currently using. Suddenly, Li Yifan felt that he smelled good again. Xiao Tingxian still cared about him. Now, those whose cultivation levels were due have been raised, and those whose equipment was due have been distributed, with everything in place. It all depends on the actions of the 3 chieftains. 2 days later, on a dark and windy night, the 3 chieftains began their operation. I don't know if the 3 chieftains looked down on Xiao Tingxian, but they didn't even send a single master of the innate realm, and each family only sent 1 master of the first rank. In addition, there were some minor soldiers and generals, totaling no more than 3,000 people. Kill. Don't underestimate this small group of over 3,000 people. They were incredibly powerful, and their shouts seemed to pierce the sky. Shouting Xuan's 1,000 guards clashed with the enemy's 3,000 men, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. People fell down from time to time, their blood splattering all over the ground and covering them. Those who fell included people from Shouting Xuan's side and people from the chieftain's side. In war, there are always deaths. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, Xiao Tingxian felt no sadness. Instead, his gaze became even more resolute. They were all pioneers for the king, and the families of these fallen guards would be compensated afterward. The young warriors had already begun their battle, and the 3 first-rank experts were not to be outdone. They glanced at Li Nanchun and Li Yifan, uncle and nephew, in front of them, exchanged a look, and then attacked Li Yifan together. Seeing the 3 of them move, Li Nanchun was completely dumbfounded. Wow, you guys really know how to pick people. Instead of choosing him, who was of the highest rank, the 2 of them picked on the strongest opponent. Did the 3 of them think Li Yifan was young and easy to bully? Li Nanchun truly admired their courage. He knew they'd get what had come to them. The 3 of them attacked Li Yifan together, which Li Yifan never expected, but that's fine too. He can't beat Mu Fei, so he can be bullied by you guys who are all first rank perfect. Let's use these three to test his strength, and also to see how sharp the low-grade magic weapon Xiao Tingxian gave him is faced with the three attacks. Li Yifan didn't even draw his sword. He simply raised his hand and slapped the three men with the blade, sending them flying. Their bodies crashed heavily to the ground, and they spat out a mouthful of blood and ate. All three of them collapsed to the ground, staring at Li Yifan with terrified eyes. How could this be? How could Xiao Tingxian have a master of innate level under his command? So here's the question. Xiao Tingxian has innate masters under his command, so how exactly did Li Gui manage to escape back? They were fooled by a fake. Upon realizing this, the three men understood that they had all been deceived by Li Gui. It's just that Li Gui didn't hear what they were really thinking. If Li Gui had heard what they were really thinking, he would definitely have refuted them. Laozi had indeed only encountered first-grade masters, never innate masters, and was unaware that Xiao Tingxian had innate masters under his command. They've now run into Li Yifan. It just goes to show that karma is a wheel, and no one escapes the wrath of heaven. When you told me that Xiao Tingxuan's highest-ranking subordinate was a fourth-grade cultivator, it made him overconfident and even mock Xiao Tingxian. Result, he encountered Li Nanchun, a top-tier martial artist, and was immediately humiliated beyond recognition. He was lucky, Xiao Tingxian let him off the hook, and now, it's your turn to suffer this loss. Let's see if you have the luck to survive Xiao Tingxuan's clutches. Everyone evacuate and take the message out. Xiao Tingxian has a Xiantian level expert among his subordinates. The three of them quickly called out to those who were still fighting. They knew very well that with Li Yifan in charge, their numerical advantage was useless. Staying here would only be a waste of their lives. We must retreat. We must make sure to get as many people as possible away. We must also bring this news back to the family so that they can reconsider their plans. After witnessing the defeat of three first-rank masters and hearing about the presence of innate masters, the soldiers and generals brought by the three families lost their will to fight and began to retreat while fighting. In fact, even without the three men shouting orders, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were almost at their limit. They seemed to struggle when fighting Xiao Tingxuan's guards. There was no other way. Xiao Tingxuan's guards were both strong and well-equipped, with 10 centurions protecting them. Xiao Tingxuan's side suffered very few losses. Those who fell were almost all the chieftains. In terms of morale, the chieftain was far behind. Furthermore, given that their high-level combat strength crumbled at the slightest touch, it was only natural for them to flee. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called mere shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Chapter 213 Fighting the Ma family alone. Kill. Li Yifan drew his sword and killed three first-rank officials in one move, then ordered a pursuit. It's a bit unreasonable to think we can just run away now that we're all here. Let's all stay. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, anyone who dares to murder a prince is guilty of treason and will have their entire family executed. Therefore, none of the Zhang, Ma, or Bai families can escape. Li Yifan not only wanted to hunt down these deserters, but also to storm their doorstep. Didn't you notice that someone was missing from Xiao Tingxuan's side? Just as the chieftain sent people over, Xiao Tingxian also sent someone to the chieftain's house. Sanha, the Ma family, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The entire Ma family compound is brightly lit, and people are constantly patrolling around it, extremely vigilant, as if they are preventing something from happening. Just then, a young man slowly emerged from the darkness. This man was Mu Fei. Following Xiao Tingxuan's orders, Mu Fei took the initiative to approach the chieftain alone. In fact, following Xiao Tingxuan's orders was just an excuse. Mu Fei had long wanted to launch an attack. There was no other way. Xiao Tingxuan's development was too slow, and they still needed his help. Who? As soon as Mu Fei appeared, he was spotted by the Ma family's patrolmen, who all watched him warily because Mu Fei's appearance was too strange. It was so late, almost midnight, and at this particular time, Mu Fei appeared alone at the Ma family's house. He probably didn't have good intentions. Secondly, they couldn't tell that Mu Fei had any cultivation level. He seemed just like an ordinary person, but the more this was the case, the more they felt that Mu Fei was extremely dangerous. Using a normal person's mind, why would an ordinary person, alone, come to the Ma family's house so late at night? Moreover, they saw composure on Mu Fei's face, without the slightest fear, as if it were the confidence of someone in a superior position. Could an ordinary person achieve this level of skill? Even if someone has a mental illness, a person who is not afraid of death would not do what Mu Fei did. Mu Fei glanced at them, then lightly tapped his hand on his head. The men instantly exploded, leaving only screams of agony. Nothing else remained, not even ashes, because Mu Fei couldn't bear to see that cruel scene. He made them all vanish into thin air. Creak. Just then, the gate of the Ma family was opened, and a group of guards quickly walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man with a beard and a second-grade cultivation level. As soon as the middle-aged man came out, his gaze did not fall on Mu Fei at first, but instead looked at the surrounding situation. The next second, the middle-aged man frowned. They had just heard screams from inside the manor, but when they came out to check, they couldn't see a single person. Even if someone dies, they should at least leave behind a body, right? Why can't we see anything? Could it be that a monster is hurting people? That's not right either. The idea of monsters injuring people is just a rumor and has never been proven. How could it be a monster injuring people, especially at this particular time? Definitely not. There must be another reason. Finally, the middle-aged man turned his attention to Mu Fei. The middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Who are you, and what brings you to the Ma family so late?" Similarly, he couldn't discern Mu Fei's cultivation level, but his intuition told him that what had just happened outside was related to Mu Fei, and Mu Fei gave him the impression of being dangerous. The Zhang, Ma, and Bai families plotted to murder the prince. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Zhang, Ma, and Bai families shall be executed along with their entire clan. This time, Mu Fei gave the other party a reason. After thinking about it, Mu Fei decided that since the other party was going to die anyway, it would be better to let the other party understand how they died, otherwise it would be too inhumane. Kill them. Upon hearing Mu Fei's words, the middle-aged man knew who Mu Fei was and immediately gave the order. And now that the situation has reached this point, there is no turning back. Either Xiaotingxian dies, or they, the chieftains, perish. Since Mu Fei has come to us, there's nothing more to say, let's just do it. That's right, they underestimated Xiaotingshuan's strength. Each of the three families sent a first-rank expert, which makes a total of 3 first-rank experts. For Xiaotingxian to still be able to spare people to actively cause trouble for them with this lineup is truly an underestimation of Xiaotingshuan's strength. Could it be that the emperor really dotes on Xiaotingxian so much that he sent so many experts to protect him? But then another question arises. If the emperor truly loved Xiaotingxian so much, why would he send Xiaotingxian to this godforsaken place? If they weren't sent by the emperor, then where did Xiaotingxian and his other experts come from? Could it be that this father and son were just playing a trick on these chieftains from beginning to end? Upon receiving the middle-aged man's order, the Ma family guards, carrying knives, swarmed forward and attacked Mu Fei. To be precise, these guards of the Ma family were already the Ma family's loyal followers. They would do whatever the Ma family asked them to do, and they would not hesitate to die for them. This is what makes aristocratic families and chieftains so terrifying. They can manipulate people's hearts at will. Mu Fei showed no mercy to these assassins, for they all deserved to die. However, if they died at Mu Fei's hands, Mu Fei was afraid of getting his hands dirty, so he wanted to try a different method. Just as these assassins rushed forward, a bizarre scene unfolded. Their hands, which were holding knives, began to move uncontrollably, and then they slashed at their necks. A single stab to the throat, blood splattering on the spot, until they collapsed and breathed their last. They didn't know what had happened or how they had killed themselves. You're not human. The middle-aged man was filled with horror and panic after witnessing this scene. He didn't believe these people would kill themselves, and there was no one else around. The outcome was predictable. It must have been Mu Fei who did it. The ability to control others to commit suicide is something no human being could possess, so he concluded that Xiaotingxian was not human. There's a ghost. The middle-aged man roared again, then turned and ran back to the Ma family home. He was only at the second rank of cultivation, so he was no match for Mu Fei. But he didn't want to die, so he could only go in and find someone to help the Ma family's innate experts deal with Mu Fei. He thought that as long as the Ma family's innate master made a move, Mu Fei would surely die. Mu Fei did not stop the middle-aged man from escaping. It was better to leave one to deliver the message, rather than having to notify everyone one by one. Anyway, after tonight, not a single member of the Ma family will be left alive. It's just a matter of whether they die sooner or later. The middle-aged man ran back into the Ma family courtyard, and Mu Fei followed him at a leisurely pace. When Mu Fei entered the Ma family courtyard, he saw Ma Ziyuan and his family rushing over and stopping 3 meters away from him. Ma Ziyuan looked at Mu Fei and spoke first. "Your Excellency is far too arrogant, daring to attack my Ma family all by yourself." Ma Ziyuan had just received a report from a middle-aged man, but how could he believe such an outrageous story? He even killed himself. "If you're so capable, let Mu Fei try killing one right now." Of course, Ma Ziyuan admired Mu Fei's courage, daring to attack the Ma family all by himself. Wait a minute, he's going to make Mu Fei wish he were dead. He's going to let Mu Fei know the consequences of looking down on and provoking the Ma family. Chapter 214. A bunch of trash. Faced with Ma Ziyuan's questioning, Mu Fei ignored him and coldly said, "If they don't come out, do they just send you out to die?"
They here refers to the innate masters and grandmasters of the Ma family. Contrary to popular belief, the three chieftain families did not each have only one innate master within their clans. The fact that there is only one innate master in the family is just a facade. The reality is quite different. Just now, Mu Fei's divine sense detected that there are three innate masters and even one grandmaster in the Ma family. TSK, it's only because of him. Anyone else would have failed here. The Tusi's resources were indeed terrifying. No wonder Ma Ziyuan was so fearless. Unfortunately, they encountered Mu Fei today. No matter how many innate masters or grandmasters you have, even a great grandmaster would be of no use. Today, they will all be suppressed here by Mu Fei. Let me see your superior skills. Seeing Mu Fei's arrogance, one of the top-ranked experts beside Ma Ziyuan couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward to fight Mu Fei. He wanted to let Mu Fei know that the Ma family was not someone he could mess with. Snap! Just as the other person approached Mu Fei raised his arm and slapped him away, sending him crashing into the wall. The walls of the Ma family's house, which were so thick, developed cracks after being hit by a tremendous force, and there were signs that they might collapse. This sudden scene prompted Ma Ziyuan to shout out loud, "Tian Xiong!" Unfortunately, the other party could no longer respond to Ma Ziyuan and collapsed without any sign of pain on his face, which was good. Is anyone else going to take the initiative? Mu Fei asked indifferently. If you want to stand out, you can stand up as much as you want. When Mu Fei asked this question, no one from the Ma family dared to speak, including Ma Ziyuan. They could only stare at Mu Fei with their fierce eyes. The Ma family members never expected Mu Fei to be so strong. He defeated one of their top-tier experts with a single slap. With such strength, they must be at least at the innate realm or above. Would they really go up there to die? Let's just wait patiently for Ma Ziyuan to make his decision. After all, Ma Ziyuan is the head of the Ma family. Facing the hostile glares from the Ma family, Mu Fei merely smiled coldly and said, "Aren't you old geezers going to come out? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to wipe out the Ma family?" As soon as Mu Fei finished speaking, a figure floated down from the backyard of the Ma family and appeared in front of Ma Ziyuan and the others. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Ma Ziyuan respectfully bowed and said, "Father." That's right, this person is Ma Ziyuan's father. Ma Ning ignored Ma Ziyuan and instead addressed Mu Fei, saying, "Sir, my Ma family is willing to compensate His Highness Prince Su, and let this matter be considered closed." What do you say? Ma Ningyi chose to concede. The fact that Mu Fei could kill a first-grade expert with a single slap shows that Mu Fei's strength is definitely above the innate realm, and he is even one of the best among the innate realm experts. Even if the Ma family has a grandmaster-level expert, they are unwilling to provoke such a person. Mu Fei approached the Ma family first. Did he expect the Ma family to fight Xiao Tingxian to the death, while the Zhangyan Bai family sat back and reaped the benefits? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Ma family would never do something so stupid. If Mu Fei is willing to stop, the Ma family is willing to make compensation. What's wrong with compensating Xiao Tingxian a little? If the Ma family compensates, the Zhang family and the Bai family will have to compensate as well. Thinking about it this way made Ma Ning feel much better. That's just how people are. If you're the only one paying, you're bound to be extremely unwilling. If everyone pays, then I'll feel much better. Ma Ning wanted to reconcile and was willing to make compensation, but Mu Fei shook his head. I don't need anyone to give me what I want, I'll go get it myself. Ma Ningyi had no idea what he wanted and thought he could fool him with some compensation. It was ridiculous. Mu Fei could easily produce the Ma family's assets. Everything he did was to help Xiao Tingxian gain fortune. Xiao Tingxian wants his luck to skyrocket and to earn more luck, so these chieftains must die, and they must all die. Upon hearing Mu Fei's words, Ma Ning frowned. What did Mu Fei mean? Did he really intend to exterminate the Ma family? He wasn't saying it outright, but Mu Fei was being a bit too arrogant. Ma Ning threatened Xiao Tingxian, saying, "Your Excellency is far too arrogant. You should know that there are always people more capable than you. Once you've gained some benefits, you should stop now, lest you end up with nothing." Oh, Mu Fei smiled calmly at Ma Ning's threat and said, "You think you're worthy? Arrogant. Let me experience your superior skills." Ma Ning was furious. He had been so tolerant, but Mu Fei was showing no respect and was determined to fight the Ma family to the death. Since that's the case, then let's see how strong Mu Fei really is. Ma Ning didn't hold back, unleashing his full innate aura, because he knew that Mu Fei's strength was no weaker than his own, and he couldn't underestimate Mu Fei. I've already told you, you're not worthy. Mu Fei still raised his hand and sent Ma Ningyi flying with a single blow,
but this time he held back and did not kill Ma Ningyi outright. A first-grade cultivation level is equivalent to about the 7th level of Qi refining in immortal cultivation. The innate realm is only slightly more powerful, with the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. As for Grandmasters, they have only just entered the foundation establishment stage. Based on this calculation, a Grandmaster would be somewhere between the peak of foundation establishment and the golden core stage. Anyone who dares to say that, like Mu Fei, is a bunch of scum. What? Seeing that Ma Ning and Lian Mufei couldn't withstand a single move, the Ma family members were shocked and their faces were full of disbelief. You should know that Ma Ningyi is a master of innate skill. Whether in Sanha or in the martial arts world, he is a master among masters. However, even such a master was sent flying by Mu Fei in a single move. My god, just how strong is Mu Fei? He's terrifying. Father. Ma Ziyuan was anxious when he saw that Ma Ning was injured. If even Ma Ningyi cannot withstand Mu Fei, the Ma family may truly be doomed today. Honestly, Ma Ziyuan couldn't understand where Xiao Tingxian had recruited Mu Fei from. He didn't believe it was given to him by the emperor. If you two don't make a move, how long are you going to wait? In this simple exchange, Ma Ningyi understood Mu Fei's strength. He couldn't defeat Mu Fei alone and needed help. Therefore, Ma Ning ignored the concerns of the Ma family members and disregarded all pride, directly ordering his men to surround and kill Mu Fei. As soon as Ma Ningyi finished speaking, two people appeared behind Mu Fei, one on the left and one on the right, forming a triangle with Ma Ningyi and surrounding Mu Fei. Both of them were at the innate realm. Mu Fei had previously detected 3 innate realm experts, and now they had all come out. Chapter 215 The Demise of the Ma family within the Heavenly Origin Realm. Seeing Mu Fei's graceful movements, Yi Xingqian immediately shouted, "This time I'm not just talking nonsense, am I? He's not following the rules of the game." Zhang Fulong and the others glanced at Yi Xingqian, then looked away. Rules are only meant to restrict the weak. As long as Mu Fei is not detected by the heavenly Tao of the Qi and Dynasty world, he can do whatever he wants. Turning our attention back to the Ma family, the 3 innate masters were ineffective against Mu Fei's triangular attack and were instantly killed by him. Ancestor, save me! 3 innate masters were no match for Mu Fei alone. Ma Ningyi thought that Mu Fei must have entered the Grandmaster realm. If that's the case, then even if they send 3 more innate masters, they would still be no match for Mu Fei. They would have no choice but to call out the Ma family's trump card and have the Ma family's patriarch, that is, the Ma family's grandmaster, take action to suppress Mu Fei. Oh! What a tragedy! Not long after Ma Ning finished speaking, a sigh came from above the Ma family. Immediately afterwards, an old man appeared on the scene. He was the Grandmaster level expert from the Ma family. Ancestor! Upon seeing the old man appear, everyone in the Ma family except Mu Fei knelt down and bowed to him. At the same time, the Ma family members felt a sense of security. With their ancestor there, they were absolutely safe, and Mu Fei was doomed. If the old man knew what everyone was thinking, he would be speechless. Who gave them the confidence to say they could definitely beat Mu Fei? Judging from the methods Mu Fei just used, even he would be powerless against them. My Ma family is willing to give up all our assets. Fellow Taoist, could you spare our lives? The old man said to Mu Fei. Like Ma Henning, he had chosen to make a deal with Mu Fei. However, the old man was more shrewd than Ma Ningyi and was willing to give up all of the Ma family's assets. In his view, as long as he can preserve his strength, he will surely be able to make a comeback in the future. If you really die, then there's nothing left. Ancestor! When the Ma family heard the old man say this, they couldn't believe it. Why would he give up all his family property? Could it be that the old man couldn't beat Mu Fei and had to retreat to save himself? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ancestor is a Grandmaster level expert. No matter how powerful Mu Fei is, he can't possibly be a match for a Grandmaster level expert. The Ma family couldn't accept this fact. Their Ma family had accumulated over 1,000 years to achieve what it had today. How could they possibly hand it all over? Wouldn't that be like working for Xiao Tingxian for nothing? It can only be said that they have a narrow perspective. Shut up. Faced with the doubts from the Ma family, the old man simply snorted and told them to shut up, then turned his attention back to Mu Fei. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? When he asked this question, the old man was very confident. He didn't believe that Mu Fei would refuse his suggestion. Even if it were the emperor himself, he wouldn't refuse. Therefore, Mu Fei will definitely agree to his request. However, things don't always go as planned. Just when the old man thought Mu Fei would agree, Mu Fei spoke up.
What right do you have to call me a fellow Daoist? Mu Fei refuted the old man's words with a single sentence. The Ma family patriarch, judging from his bone age, Mu Fei believed he was no more than 200 years old. Judging from his cultivation level, he's over 100 years old and only barely reaches the foundation establishment stage. He's older than me, and his cultivation is only at the foundation establishment level. How dare he call me a fellow Daoist? He had no shame. Even Mu Fei couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing that Mu Fei didn't give him any face, the Ma family patriarch also frowned. His request was the best outcome for Xiao Tingxian, so why wouldn't Mu Fei agree? If you insist on this, I will have no choice but to fight you. The patriarch of the Ma family also lost his temper. He's already been so tolerant. What more does Mu Fei want? There's no other way but to fight Mu Fei and see who comes out on top. So noisy. Suddenly, a giant finger appeared in the sky above the Ma family and was pressing down on them. Seeing the giant finger that suddenly appeared in the sky, not only the members of the Ma family, but even the Ma family patriarch felt extremely dangerous. Everyone, follow me and smash it with all your might, roared the Ma family patriarch. He knew very well that once that giant finger fell, they would be crushed into dust. Let's attack together. Ma Ningyi, Ma Ziyuan, and others also shouted loudly, and everyone joined forces to resist the giant finger that fell from the sky. However, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't budge that giant finger an inch. Just as the giant finger was about to press down completely, the Ma family patriarch roared again, everyone evacuate. Escape as far as you can. Never come back to Sanha. He knew that the Ma family was doomed, and he only hoped that someone could escape and continue the Ma family bloodline run. With the patriarch speaking, the rest of the Ma family dared not linger and all wanted to flee this dangerous place to save their lives first, but Mu Fei would not do as they wished. Certainly. Mu Fei froze them all in place, then one of his figures vanished from the spot, allowing the giant finger to fall completely. Not long after Mu Fei left, a series of screams came from inside the Ma family mansion. It was the middle of the night, and they sounded so tragic. I regret it so much. These were Ma Ziyuan's deepest regrets before his death. He deeply regretted provoking Xiao Tingxian, and now the entire Ma family had paid a heavy price for it. 1 Grandmaster level expert, 3 and 8 level experts, several first rank experts, and so on. A chieftain who lived for 1,000 years was wiped out in just one night. No one would believe it if the news got out. Mu Fei appeared outside the Ma family mansion. At this moment, besides Mu Fei, there was another person present, Xiao Tingxian's black ice platform. You can handle the rest. I'll go to the next one now. As he spoke, Mu Fei's figure disappeared from the spot. All the experts of the Ma family were dead, leaving only some lackeys. Black ice platform's strength was all at the first rank level, which was more than enough to deal with the remaining people, so there was no need for him to take action. If they can't even handle this simple matter, it just shows that Xiao Tingxian's competence is really lacking. Yes, sir. The people at Black Ice Platform treated Mu Fei with even more respect than they treated Xiao Tingxian. Just now, they witnessed Mu Fei's power. His strength was definitely the strongest they had ever seen. He wiped out the entire Ma family all by himself. He was ruthless. Didn't you hear the screams coming from inside the Ma family mansion? That's Mu Fei's handiwork. Despite belonging to the Black Ice Guard, a group of emotionless killers, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they heard those screams. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Mu Fei a devil. Their ruthlessness is nothing compared to Mu Fei's. Chapter 216 The complete annihilation of the Sanha. To see Mu Fei's second stop, the Zhang family. Like the Ma family, the Zhang family also has 1 Grandmaster, 3 and 8 realm experts, and several first-rank experts. However, they encountered Mu Fei, and their fate was sealed. Not long after Mu Fei entered the Zhang family, the entire Zhang family became like a dead land, with no one surviving. After dealing with the Zhang family, Mu Fei set off for the Bai family. The Bai family seemed to have made preparations in advance. When Mu Fei arrived at the Bai family's residence, it was already deserted. Mu Fei climbed up to the Bai family pavilion. Looking into the distance, he could see tiny sparks of light on the river and faintly hear some noise. It's definitely someone from the Bai family. They've already boarded the ship and fled. They're incredibly fast. Xiao Tingxian, you just wait. Sooner or later, the Bai family will rise again in Sanha, and that will be your death day. On the river, the Bai family members seemed to have spotted Mu Fei and guessed that he was sent by Xiao Tingxian. So they shouted and made a threat even in their last moments of escape. Oh! Mu Fei gave a cold laugh in response. Just now, he was thinking that since the Bai family had run away, so be it,
he should just consider it an act of kindness to let them go, who knew that these creatures were truly oblivious to their own mortality, genuinely believing that they were helpless against the sea creatures that were flying around innocent. Suddenly, the river's surface began to churn, nearly capsizing the sails of the Bai family's boats. Some people were also thrown into the water due to various reasons. Help! Help me! Many people were shouting for help, struggling in the water, but now everyone is struggling to survive, so who would dare to rescue those on the ship? Just then, a dragon's roar rang out, almost shattering people's eardrums, and a colossal creature appeared before the Bai family. What kind of monster is this? The Bai family members were all terrified by this enormous creature. It looked like a dragon, but not quite. It resembled a python, but a python wasn't that big. Everyone, follow me and kill this monster, the Bai family patriarch ordered, instructing the few innate and first-rank cultivators to join him in dealing with the monster. Although he didn't know how this thing came to be, he knew that if they didn't deal with this monster now, they would all die here. Smack! However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. With just a sweep of its tail, the monster sent all of the Bai family patriarch and his men flying, without any ability to resist. Run! Seeing that there was no chance of winning, the Bai family patriarch ordered everyone to flee, and now that things have come to this, we'll try to get as many people as possible to escape. However, the Bai family patriarch also knew that this was difficult, since it was on water. If it were on land, there would be a chance of survival. At this critical juncture of life and death, it is time to test the Bai family's resilience. Seeing that the Bai family members wanted to escape, they heard the monster howl again. The monster opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to eat them all. I don't want. The Bai family members roared, but could they just give up on something like this? In just a few breaths, the monster swallowed the entire Bai family, boat and all, marking the official demise of the Bai family. As a result, the three major chieftaincies led by Sanha, the Zhang, Ma, and Bai families were all wiped out. After today, Xiaotingxian will be the only king of Sanha. After Mu Fei dealt with the three families, Li Yifan hurriedly arrived with his men, before even entering the Ma family's residence. Li Yifan could smell a strong stench of blood outside the door, and the atmosphere inside was thick with resentment. Li Yifan was shocked. How many people must have been killed for this strange phenomenon to occur? Could it be that the entire Ma family had died? Li Yifan quickly led his men inside to take a look. What they saw next was something they would never forget. The Ma family's house was littered with corpses, and the deaths were gruesome. Seeing this scene, many of the people Li Yifan brought couldn't take it anymore and vomited. Li Yifan also frowned. Dispose of all these bodies properly. Seeing these corpses is unsettling, but someone has to clean them up, otherwise, leaving them here could easily cause a plague. Furthermore, how can we confiscate their property if we don't remove these corpses? While Li Yifan was doing these things, on the other side, in Lanxi, at Xiaotingshuan's place. Congratulations, host, your luck value has skyrocketed. Congratulations, host, your luck value has skyrocketed. Congratulations, host, your luck value has skyrocketed. The system notifications kept ringing in Xiaotingshuan's ears, but Xiaotingxian didn't find them annoying. On the contrary, he hoped the system would give him more. Xiaotingxian asked, "System, how many luck points do I have now?" Reporting to the host, "You now possess 3.5 million points of luck." How much? Xiaotingxian smacked his lips, his eyes filled with disbelief. His luck points had suddenly jumped to 3.5 million. With so many points of luck, Xiaotingxian didn't know what to do with them. System, elevate me to the innate realm. Ding. Requires 100,000 points of luck. Host, do you confirm? Yes. Only 100,000 points of luck are nothing to Xiaotingxian now. Ha! Your Highness has broken through to the innate realm? On the other side, the adults also sensed Xiaotingshuan's aura and knew that he had broken through to the innate realm, which made them suspicious again. It's so strange, really so strange. It seems that as long as Xiaotingxian targets the chieftains, their strength undergoes a qualitative change, whether it's Xiaotingxian himself or his subordinates. Could it be that the chieftain is Xiaotingshuan's experience point? System, elevate Mu Fei and Li Yifan to the Grandmaster level. After his cultivation reached the innate realm, Xiaotingxian instructed the system to upgrade Mu Fei and Li Yifan. Ding! 1 million points of luck are required. Would you like to continue? Advancing from innate to Grandmaster requires 500,000 points of luck value, so too would require 1 million points of luck value. which directly consumed almost a third of Xiaotingshuan's luck value. To be honest, Xiaotingshuan felt a pang of heartache, but when he thought that he could earn more luck points and should focus on improving his strength first, he felt a little better. Yes. Xiaotingshuan chose to spend 1 million luck points, because only in this way could he earn more luck points, treating it all as an investment. Just after Xiaotingshuan confirmed it, Mu Fei also received the news that he had unlocked his strength a little bit higher and reached the Grandmaster realm in this world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yifan suddenly realized that he had broken through and leaped from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm. Li Yifan was full of doubt. His cultivation level was too easy to improve. If anyone asked him how he broke through so quickly in the future, he would answer, "Isn't it as easy as having hands?" Chapter 217. Anyone who disagrees can have someone sent by Xiaotingshuan to reason with them. System: elevate Li Nanshan and the 6 members of the Black Ice Platform to the innate realm. Ding. Requires 700,000 points of luck. Host: do you confirm to continue? Confirm consumption. After some consideration, Xiaotingshuan decided to elevate Li Nanshan and the 6 members of the Black Ice Platform to the innate realm. Only with innate cultivation can the Black Ice Platform develop more quickly. As for Li Nanshan, he was merely an accessory, considered as a return on the Li family's investment in him. After consuming these luck points, Xiaotingshuan still had about 1.7 million luck points left. System: how much luck points are needed to go from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster? Back to host: it takes 1 million points of luck to go from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. 1 million luck points. Upon hearing this, Xiaotingshuan realized that, as one progresses through higher realms, the amount of luck points consumed increases exponentially. Xiaotingshuan can afford to pay 1 million luck points now, but there's no need for it. In Sanha, a Grandmaster level is more than enough. Xiaotingshuan still needs to use the remaining 1.7 million luck points for other things. He can't just focus on improving the top combat power, the people below also need to follow suit to raise the overall level. The Great Zhou Capital, the Star Observatory. The purple star is dim. A hidden dragon is emerging in the south. Should we inform His Majesty of this? A Taoist priest observed the changes in the celestial bodies. Just as he was pondering whether to tell the emperor about it, he suddenly thought of the imperial family's situation. He told the emperor, "With that person in the royal family, all the rebellious ministers have nowhere to escape. If even that person can't handle it, then telling the emperor won't help. Just relax, have a drink, a plate of peanuts, and pretend you don't know anything about it, as if it never happened." At the same time, the heavenly Tao of this world opened its eyes and set its gaze on Xiaotingshuan. Strange, how could this be? The heavenly Tao of this world is also curious. In the original timeline, Xiaotingshuan was already dead and no longer existed in the world, but why did Xiaotingshuan not only survive but also receive a great deal of good fortune? Never mind, let him be. After a moment of contemplation, the heavenly Tao of this world finally withdrew its gaze from Xiaotingshuan. Everything in the world has a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Xiaotingshuan found a glimmer of hope and then had a serendipitous encounter. That must be the case. As long as the luck value is with Xiaotingshuan, there will be no problem. Let Xiaotingshuan do whatever he wants. At the very moment that the heavenly Tao withdrew its gaze from this world, Mu Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had the foresight to take precautions. After trading their fortune with Xiaotingshuan, they did not immediately transfer their fortune away, but left it with Xiaotingshuan, in order to prevent the heavenly Tao of this world from observing them. After the Zhang, Ma, and Bai families were destroyed, Xiaotingshuan has been busy taking stock of the assets left behind by the 3 families for the past 2 days. Faced with the assets left behind by the 3 families, Xiaotingshuan only had one thing to say: it's impossible to count them all. There's simply no way to count them all. The 3 companies possess too many resources to possibly count them all in a short period of time. Of course, Xiaotingshuan wasn't fully committed to it. On the other hand, the officials were busy helping Xiaotingshuan revise the Sanha regulations. After all, the 3 largest chieftains have been destroyed, and Xiaotingshuan is now the king of Sanha. The old rules need to be changed again. Soon after, Xiaotingshuan sent people to spread 2 big pieces of news throughout Sanha. The first piece of news is that by the end of this year, all the chieftains in Sanha will have to pay back nearly 3 years' worth of taxes, and then the records will be kept by Xiaotingshuan. If anyone disagrees with or disobeys Xiaotingshuan's orders, Xiaotingshuan will send someone to their door to reason with them. The second piece of news is that Sanha will remeasure the land, investigate household registrations, and redistribute the land, and will be exempt from taxes for 1 year next year. The two pieces of news immediately caused a huge uproar in Sanha, with two completely different reactions. The first group consists of impoverished people like those in Sanha, whose land has been largely seized by the lords, leaving them only as tenant farmers, and now Xiaotingxian is going to redistribute land to them and even exempt them from taxes for a year. No need to say anything more, Xiaotingxian is their second parent. From now on, they will fight anyone who dares to touch Xiaotingxian. As a result, Xiaotingshuan's luck is soaring again. Another group consisted of the local chieftains, who harbored extreme dissatisfaction with Xiaotingxian after hearing his decision. With both back taxes and land surveys, Xiaotingshuan's actions were not only threatening their lives but also desecrating their ancestral graves. They've handed everything over. How are they supposed to survive in Sanha now, if they don't do as Xiaotingxian says? They will follow in the footsteps of the Zhang, Ma, and Bai families. They don't think they can beat Xiaotingxian. Now I'm restricted by Xiaotingxian in every way. It's really unpleasant. Qingfeng village. Chief, something terrible has happened. A bandit rushed into Li Gui's room in a panic, shouting that something was wrong, as if someone was about to attack the mountain, which startled Li Gui, who was recuperating. Li Gui hurriedly asked, "What happened? Did the Ma family send someone to interrogate us?" "No," the bandit replied. "Then why were you shouting in such a panic?" Upon hearing that it wasn't someone from the Ma family coming to confront him, Li Gui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the chieftain, everything else was negotiable. The bandit said to Li Gui, "The Zhang, Ma, and Bai families have all been wiped out. The Ma family is a joke. They've already been wiped out. From now on, there will be no more Zhang, Ma, and Bai chieftains in Sanha." "What? The Zhang, Ma, and Bai families were actually wiped out?" Li Gui couldn't even imagine it. In Sanha, who had the power to do this? Could it be Xiaotingxian? Impossible, absolutely not Xiaotingxian. If Xiaotingxian had that kind of strength, he wouldn't have subdued him that day. Li Gui stared at the man and asked, "Don't tell me it was that brat Xiaotingxian who did it." "Oh, Chief, how did you know it was Xiaotingxian who did it?" The man asked Li Gui with a puzzled look. How Li Gui knew that it was Xiaotingxian who destroyed the three families. Holy crap! Li Gui felt like dying. It really was Xiaotingxian who did it. Did Xiaotingxian have the power to do this? Li Gui genuinely didn't believe Xiaotingxian had the strength to eliminate the three families. Could it be that Xiaotingxian had been holding back all along? At this point, this is the only explanation. Li Gui can't think of any other reason. "Go and tell everyone to pack their things. We're leaving Sanha tonight," Li Gui instructed the man. "Ah, Chief, we were doing well in Qingfeng village. Why did you leave Sanha?" Upon hearing Li Gui tell everyone to leave Sanha overnight, the man was immediately puzzled. The deaths of the Zhang, Ma, and Bai families had nothing to do with their Qingfeng village. Logically speaking, Qingfeng village should be even happier that these three families are dead, because then they won't be subject to their restrictions. What's this called? This is called a dragon emerging from the abyss. Sooner or later it will soar to the sky. Chapter 218. The system is actually quite kind. Snap. Just as the man was lost in thought, Li Gui slapped him on the head. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and get down to do it." Only Li Gui was unaware of what he was thinking at that moment. If he had known, he would have slapped him again. Xiaotingxian wiped out all three families. Do you think he will let him go? Without a doubt, it's not. Xiaotingxian made him submit and let him come back just to use him. His purpose was to get him to tell the three families that Xiaotingxian was a great threat, so that the three families would take the initiative to attack Xiaotingxian. Now that Xiaotingxian has achieved his goal, he will naturally settle accounts with him later. So, we should run away before Xiaotingxian comes knocking. Otherwise, should we stay in Qingfeng village and wait for Xiaotingxian to come and take our lives? Yes, I'll go and give the order right away. After being slapped on the head by Li Gui, the man quickly realized what was happening and was about to go and do his job. Just then, a voice rang out from behind Li Gui. "Chief Li, where are you headed?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Li Gui was immediately startled. It's here, the thing he feared most has come to pass. Li Gui turned around and saw a man in black robes behind him, whose face he couldn't see at all. Li Gui knew that this man in black robes was definitely one of Xiaotingshuan's men. The brothers are tired of living in Qingfeng village. I want to take them out for a stroll. Li Guo quickly came up with an excuse, but as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Such a lame excuse was unbelievable, not only to the other party but even to himself.
Oh, really? That's perfect. Your Highness has something to entrust to you,
the man in black robes said to Li Guo.
Ah? Is there anything your Highness needs me to do?
Li Guo was taken aback. Wasn't the other party here to kill him on Shouting Xuan's orders? Because the other party was wearing a black robe, with only his eyes showing, Li Guo couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. It's highly likely to be true, because there's no reason for the other party to joke about a dead person. So, he's dodged another bullet? This was something Li Guo never expected. Was he really that lucky, always managing to escape danger? Just as Li Guo had thought, Shouting Xian originally intended to send someone to get rid of the parasites in Qingfeng village, but then he thought that Li Guo was still worth working for, so he kept him and sent someone to give Li Guo a task. If Li Guo can accomplish what he was asked to do, Shouting Xian might as well spare his life. The man in black robes then said to Li Guo, "Come closer."
Li Guo stuck his head out with a puzzled look. A moment later, Li Guo knew what Shouting Xian wanted him to do, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, this is something a prince would do, given the order by Shouting Xian. Oh, this has nothing to do with Shouting Xian. It was Li Guo who did it. Thinking about this, Li Guo realized that Shouting Xian was using him as a scapegoat. Fine, I'll take the blame.
It's better than losing my life. Li Guo assured the man in black. I guarantee I will fulfill His Highness Prince Su's instructions. The man in black glanced at Li Guo, said nothing, and the next second, he vanished before Li Guo's eyes, disappearing without a trace. Seeing the man in black disappear and leave, Li Guo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, the henchman asked Li Guo curiously, "Boss, who is this man in black?" He sensed that Li Guo was even more afraid of the other party than he had been of the Zhang, Ma, and by families before. Li Guo then raised his hand and tapped him on the head, saying impatiently, "Is this something you should know? They have absolutely no sense of propriety. Everyone is just trying to survive, yet they keep asking all sorts of questions. Don't they know they're slapping him in the face?" The man felt wronged after being hit on the head again by Li Guo. He thought, if you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Why did you hit me? Do I have to go down and tell them to pack their things and run away tonight? The man asked another question. As soon as he finished speaking, without a doubt, he attracted another loud slap from the imposter. Then they heard Li Guo shout, "What are you collecting? What are you running for? Get down there and stay there." This person feels so wronged, they really want to cry. After giving instructions at Qingfeng village, they went to Lanchi to meet Shouting Xian. After gaining a large amount of luck once again, Shouting Xian upgraded all of his 1,000 guards to the 3rd rank and equipped them with gear. 1,000 guards of the 3rd rank or above, if such a force were deployed, even the emperor himself would be utterly astonished. After finishing this task, Shouting Xian still had over 1,000,000 luck points left. At this moment, Shouting Xian asked, "System, do you have any high-yield, easy-to-grow crop seeds? Our military strength is now sufficient. It's time to consider developing our fiefdoms. The Zhang, Ma, and by families have abundant resources, enough to support an army of 300,000 for about 3 years. It was only because he had the resources of 3 families that Shouting Xian dared to make the promise of a year-long tax exemption. Otherwise, would he use his luck points to support his army when he recruited soldiers and built up his own? Although the 3 families have a lot of resources left, they will eventually run out, especially since Shouting Xuan's plan involves a large amount of food later on. Therefore, finding higher-grade grains needs to be put on the agenda. First, we need to check with the system to see if they are available." Ding! The system has found a suitable rice variety for the host. This rice variety can be harvested 3 times a year in Sanha, with a maximum yield of 20 shur of grain per mu. What? Upon hearing the system's words, Shouting Xian was completely shocked. He was neither a tenant farmer nor a landlord, but he knew that in the Great Zhou dynasty, a yield of 5 shur of grain per mu was considered the highest, and that was only for 1 harvest per year. But here in the system, the highest yield can reach 20 shur of grain per mu, and it can even yield 3 harvests a year. What does that mean? Let's calculate it this way, not counting the highest yield of 20 shur per mu, let's just say 10 shur, then, with 3 harvests a year, 10 shur multiplied by 3 equals 30 shur. Based on a 30% tax rate, Shouting Xian doesn't need to do anything. He can harvest 9 shur of grain per mu per year. Although Sanha is poor, it has at least 1,000,000 mu of arable land. Therefore, that means, it can't be calculated at all. Shouting Xian could hardly believe his eyes. Once he secured this rice variety, who would dare say that Sanha was a poor and remote place? Xiao Tingxian quickly asked, "System, how do I exchange for these rice seeds?"
Ding!
You can exchange 1 million luck points for 10,000 caddies of rice seeds. Friendly reminder, these rice seeds can be saved for future planting, no further exchange is needed.
Would you like to use 1 million luck points to exchange them? 1 million luck points?
Xiao Tingxian muttered to himself.
System, redeem it for me.
Having already spent a lot of luck points, would Xiao Tingxian still care about this million luck points? Moreover, the system is quite nice. Once the payment is made this time, the rice seeds can be saved and planted again, and there is no need to repeatedly exchange them later. Chapter 219 The Great Changes in Kyoto. In fact, the rice seed that Xiao Tingxian exchanged is very common in the 8 regions of Tianyuan realm. Otherwise, with such a large population and low grain yield per mu in the 8 regions, how could so many people be fed? Even in the world of the Dynasty of Destiny, this rice variety exists in other places, but it is only found in a small area of the Great Zhou Dynasty, making it inaccessible to most. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian was unaware that such high-yield rice varieties existed, and neither was the emperor. Their limitations were too great. After Xiao Tingxian exchanged the rice seeds, he sent people to distribute the seeds for trial planting. Since dealing with the 3 largest chieftains in Sanha, Xiao Tingxian has become very busy measuring land, redistributing land, establishing the Sanha Tusi management system, forming an army, building roads, and so on kept Xiao Tingxian extremely busy. Of course, if Xiao Tingxian is busy, then the other officials are even busier. To this end, Xiao Tingxian consumed his luck to elevate all the officials to the first rank. In this way, the lives of these gentlemen have been extended by at least a decade, allowing them to better serve Xiao Tingxian. Despite this, the gentlemen were quite happy. Despite their advanced age, they were more energetic than young people when it came to doing things. Xiao Tingxian needs to sleep at least 4 hours a day, otherwise he will be very tired. The gentlemen, on the other hand, only need to sleep for 1 or 2 hours a day, and they are full of energy and look very energetic. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tingxian had only one thought in his mind: they couldn't compare. Everything was progressing smoothly in Sanha, except that some local chieftains were deliberately courting death, daring to defy Xiao Tingxuan's orders, thinking that Xiao Tingxian wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Since someone wanted to be the first to stick their neck out, Xiao Tingxian had no choice but to make an example of them. He simply sent someone to have a friendly exchange with them, and then the chieftain was gone. Having witnessed Xiao Tingxuan's iron-fisted methods, the chieftains who were still observing rushed to pay Xiao Tingxuan's taxes and expressed that they would definitely obey Xiao Tingxuan's orders. There's no other way. Xiao Tingxian is now the king of Sanha, and anyone who disobeys him will die. Compared to death, losing some profits is not a big deal. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tingxian had lived in Sanha for 5 years. In the past 5 years, the entire Sanha area has undergone tremendous changes. In terms of people's livelihood, Sanha is completely different from when Xiao Tingxian first arrived. The people are no longer poorly clothed, starving, with sallow complexions and dull, lifeless eyes. The people of Sanha now have bright smiles on their faces. All of this was given to them by Xiao Tingxian. 5 years ago, after Xiao Tingxian successfully planted the rice seeds he had exchanged, he distributed all the seeds to the people of Sanha for sowing the following year. The rice variety with a minimum yield of 10 shur per mu instantly boosted the morale of the people of Sanha, not to mention the fact that it could be harvested 3 times a year. Planting 3 times a year is very tiring for the people of Sanha, leaving them with almost no time to rest. However, compared to being a tenant farmer for the chieftains, this hardship was nothing. At least now they eat solid food instead of the thick, mushy porridge they used to eat. There is now surplus grain at home. It's no longer the days when there were hardly any grains of rice in the jar and we didn't know where our next meal would come from. Life is so much better than before. Therefore, the people of Sanha were extremely grateful to Xiao Tingxian. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about Xiao Tingxian will definitely incite public outrage among the people of Sanha. In fact, most families have already erected longevity tablets for Xiao Tingxian, hoping that he will live forever in Sanha, so that they will never suffer again. This shows how highly Xiao Tingxian was regarded by the people of Sanha, but for Xiao Tingxian, it was a win-win situation for him and the people of Sanha. The people of Sanha worked hard in the fields, and their harvests were plentiful. Naturally, they paid more taxes, and Xiao Tingxian received more grain. To be honest, Xiao Tingxuan's granaries were already overflowing, and he was ordering people to expand them. Thanks to the taxes collected over the past few years, Xiao Tingxian now has enough provisions to feed a 1,000,000-strong army for 10 years. To sustain a 1,000,000-strong army for 10 years, what does that mean? It means that Xiao Tingxian already possesses the strength to wage a protracted war. During these 5 years, Xiao Tingxian recruited soldiers one after another. Now, Xiao Tingxian has an army of 300,000 men, all of whom are capable of fighting. Xiao Tingxian was able to raise such a large army in Sanha, and one person deserves much of the credit. This person is Li Gui. Back then, Xiao Tingxian planned to have Li Gui engage in some human trafficking to increase the population of Sanha. Who would have thought that Li Gui would display such extraordinary talent in this area? In the beginning, the imposters were brought in by dozens or even hundreds of people. Later on, wow, they came in huge piles and piles. Moreover, once these people arrived in Sanha, none of them wanted to leave. That said, Sanha's current situation is no less than that of those wealthy cities. Even the emperor probably never imagined that the place of exile would be so completely different now. Li Gui is so capable, and Xiao Tingxian, unlike the emperor, doesn't offer any rewards. How can he expect Li Gui to be completely loyal to him? Xiao Tingxian gave Li Gui some incentives, raising his cultivation level to the innate realm. It was after this that Li Gui became absolutely loyal to Xiao Tingxian. Li Gui knew that only by following Xiao Tingxian could he rise through the ranks. Unlike before, when the three families worked themselves to the bone to get a meager share and had to be mindful of the other three families' opinions, this time it's different. Thinking of those three families, Li Gui wanted to spit on their graves and say, "Good riddance." Now, Xiao Tingxian has both manpower and money. He's just waiting for the right opportunity. Your Highness, a secret report from the capital. On this day, a black-clad officer appeared in Xiao Tingshuan's study and presented him with a sealed document. After 5 years of development, the Black Ice platform no longer consists of only those 6 people. Currently, the Black Ice Guard has several thousand members, who have been dispatched by Xiao Tingxian to various parts of the Great Zhou for reconnaissance. Among them, the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty was a key target of Xiao Tingshuan's surveillance. Upon receiving the report from someone from the Black Ice Guard, Xiao Tingxian took the secret report and tore it open to read it. Upon seeing the contents, Xiao Tingshuan's eyes sharpened, and he immediately shouted, "Yifan, summon all the officials for a meeting." Yes. A voice echoed through the air. It was undoubtedly Li Yifan now. Li Yifan has reached the Grandmaster level, as has Mu Fei. Xiao Tingxian was only slightly weaker than the two of them, possessing the cultivation level of a Grandmaster. In other words, Xiao Tingxian now has 2 Grandmasters, dozens of Grandmaster level experts, and hundreds of innate level masters. As for the first rank, needless to say, there are over 1,000 people there. Such formidable strength was enough for Xiao Tingxian to sweep across the world. Although Xiao Tingxian didn't know how many masters were hidden in the palace, he felt it was worth a try. The letter just now contained the news of the major changes in Kyoto, urging Xiao Tingxian to make plans in advance. Chapter 220. The one who ascended the throne was actually the second prince. The message from the Black Ice platform was that a great upheaval had occurred in the capital. The emperor was in trouble. The second prince, Xiao Jiyun, had ascended the throne, and the crown prince and the fifth prince, Xiao Tianyu, had fled the capital and their whereabouts were unknown. When the esteemed officials saw this news, their faces showed expressions of shock. Although they were far away in Sanha, they were well aware of the situation in the court. The emperor was displeased after the second prince's attempt to assassinate Xiao Tingxian failed. Later on, although the emperor did not punish Xiao Jiyun severely, his favor towards Xiao Jiyun gradually diminished. Compared to the crown prince and the fifth prince Xiao Tianyu, Xiao Jiyun's chances are slim. Everyone is speculating that the supreme position will ultimately go to either the crown prince or the fifth prince. Unexpectedly, they were all wrong. In the end, Xiao Jiyun actually won the supreme position, which was completely unexpected by everyone. Regarding the current situation, Xiao Tingxian asked, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Your Highness, the current situation doesn't affect us much. There are people who are more anxious than us. Right now, we need to figure out a few things. He Zhongjin stepped forward and shared their views with Xiao Tingxian, which were the conclusions he had reached after discussing with the other officials. Xiao Tingxian nodded and said, "Please speak, sir." The first problem is that we need to figure out how His Majesty passed away. This is crucial. He Zhongjin raised their first question. As far as they knew, the emperor was in good health and not very old. Logically, he should not have died so soon. He should have had at least a few more years, but why did the emperor suddenly meet with misfortune without any warning? There must be something seriously wrong. Therefore, it is essential to clarify how the emperor died and whether he was framed. Of course, it doesn't matter if we don't know the truth, but we must let the whole world know that the emperor was killed by Xiao Jiyun. In this way, Xiao Tingxian will have an excuse to launch a campaign against him. I will send someone to investigate this matter. Xiao Tingxian agreed with what He Zhongjin said. Even if He Zhongjin hadn't said anything, Xiao Tingxian would have sent someone to do it anyway. In fact, Xiao Tingxian already had the answer in his heart. The emperor's sudden death must be related to Xiao Jiyun, because Xiao Jiyun was the most suspicious, since he was the biggest beneficiary. Even if Xiao Jiyun didn't do it, everyone will still pin the blame on him. Seeing that Xiao Tingxian agreed with their first question, He Zhongjin continued, "The second question is that we need to find out where the crown prince and the fifth prince went." The crown prince is the eldest son of the legitimate wife, and the one who can become empress must have extraordinary connections behind the scenes. As it turns out, the empress's family was a powerful clan in the north of the Great Zhou dynasty, and they were the forces behind the crown prince. The powerful families in the north of the Great Zhou dynasty were no less influential than the imperial family. The reason why the emperor made the crown prince's mother empress was to appease the powerful families in the north. Now that the emperor has passed away and Xiao Jiyun has ascended to the throne, it goes without saying that the crown prince will naturally return to the north. Only by relying on the power of the northern aristocratic families can the crown prince regain the throne. Not if the crown prince is like this, then the fifth prince Xiao Tianyu is the same. Xiao Tianyu's maternal family originated from a prominent clan in Jiangnan, whose strength was no less than that of the prominent families in the north. However, Jiangnan is a wealthy place, and people who have settled there for a long time have become less spirited compared to those in the north. Xiao Tianyu fled the capital and naturally returned to Jiangnan. Presumably, the aristocratic families of Jiangnan would be willing to help Xiao Tianyu seize the throne. Of course, this is just speculation from you gentlemen. To find out whether it is true or not, we need to send someone to inquire. Xiao Tingxian nodded again, agreeing with He Zhongjin's statement. Despite its small size, the Zhou dynasty was quite complex internally. Once he ascended to that position, Xiao Tingxian vowed to eliminate these powerful families. Afterwards, He Zhongjin continued to share their third point of view with Xiao Tingxian. Xiao Tingxian only needs to reorganize his troops now. There is no need to immediately send troops to attack Xiao Jiyun. At this moment, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu should be even more anxious than Xiao Tingxian. Xiao Jiyun's ability to kill the emperor and turn the tables on the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu shows that he is quite capable and must have powerful backers. Moreover, the force that helped Xiao Jiyun was quite powerful, so it wouldn't be good for Xiao Tingxian to step forward rashly at this time. Why not let the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu rely on the power of their families to confront Xiao Jiyun and see what kind of power Xiao Jiyun has behind him? It wouldn't be too late for Xiao Tingxian to make a move then. No matter how it ends, Xiao Tingxian will not lose out unless both the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu voluntarily relinquish their positions. Xiao Tingxian will not be able to reap the benefits, but that's impossible. Even if the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu were to die, they would not give up their fight for this position, because the current situation is one of life or death. They have no choice but to fight for it. After receiving the opinions of the officials, Xiao Tingxian handed these matters over to the Black Ice Guard, instructing them to find out the information. Subsequently, Xiao Tingxian summoned 3 generals from the army. These 3 generals were promoted by Xiao Tingxian. Each of them has the cultivation of a grandmaster and commands an army of 100,000. Xiao Tingxian gave the 3 men orders to put the 300,000-strong army on high alert, ready to await his commands at any time. Anyone who dares to slack off will be executed without mercy. Upon receiving Xiao Tingxuan's order, the 3 of them went to prepare immediately without asking why. Soldiers consider obeying orders their primary duty. Besides, even if Xiao Tingxian didn't say it, wouldn't the 3 of them have guessed it? With 300,000 troops all on high alert, such a major event, coupled with Xiao Tingxuan's identity, makes it easy to guess what's going on. After giving instructions to the 3 men, Xiao Tingxian then summoned Li Nanchun. Xiao Tingxian said to Li Nanchun, "Uncle, I'm entrusting the logistics of the army to you. There's a saying, an army marches on its stomach. Supporting an army of 300,000 in combat would be an extremely difficult task. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian entrusted the logistics to Li Nanchun, trusting him as a family member. Your Highness, rest assured, I will not fail in my mission." Li Nanchun spoke loudly, making a promise to Xiao Tingxian. 5 years have passed, and the opportunity has finally arrived. How could he not be excited? It's no exaggeration to say that Li Nanchun was even more excited than Xiao Tingxian himself. Therefore, even if Xiao Tingxian didn't say anything, Li Nanchun would still do it well. "Yes, thank you for your trouble, uncle." Xiao Tingxian personally escorted Li Nanchun out. There was only one last thing left, which was also the thing Xiao Tingxian was most worried about. Xiao Tingxian personally visited Mu Fei. "I'll leave this matter to you, sir." Xiao Tingxian bowed deeply to Mu Fei. Xiao Tingxian needed Mu Fei to do one thing for him, to go to the capital and bring his mother, consort Li Jingxue back to Sanha. If possible, also rescue Xiao Tianyu's mother. Although Xiao Tianyu and he were destined to be enemies, they were once good brothers. Moreover, Xiao Tianyu's mother had once doted on him, so she would take care of him if she could, and if not, Xiao Tingxian could only say that he had done his best. Chapter 221. It's only a few dollars a month. Why work so hard? The capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the imperial palace. It was also when Xiao Jiyan seized the throne that the heavenly Dao of the Qian dynasty world opened its eyes briefly, seeing Xiao Jiyan ascend the throne. Heaven nodded in satisfaction. That's right. That's how history has always been. It seems that no matter what opportunities Xiao Tingxian obtained, things will eventually return to their original trajectory under the correction of major historical events. He had overthought things. He didn't need to consider so much at all. He then withdrew his gaze and continued to comprehend his great Tao laws, hoping to one day quickly advance to the middle thousand worlds. In the following days, Xiao Tingxian didn't even need to send anyone to investigate. 2 proclamations denouncing the traitors came from the north and the south. The 2 proclamations against the traitors were very similar in content, both targeting Xiao Jiyun, and their general content was the same. Xiao Jiyun is a traitor who murdered the emperor and usurped the throne. We call upon all the people of the world to join us in punishing this villain. The 2 proclamations against the rebels were issued by the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince. They each raised troops in the north and south of the Yangtze River respectively, preparing to march on the capital and dethrone Xiao Jiyun from the throne. Many forces joined their ranks, hoping to gain favor by supporting the emperor. What is the situation outside? Xiao Tingxian asked the man in black robes in front of him. Your Highness, the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince have each raised an army of 3 million men and are marching toward the capital. Most of the cities along the way have surrendered without a fight and joined their ranks. The man in black robes recounted the intelligence they had obtained to Xiao Tingxian. An army of 3 million. Xiao Tingxian wanted to laugh when he heard the number. For his 300,000 strong army to fight normally, he would need at least 500,000 laborers as a supply corps. Their army of 3 million men, not to mention 5 million laborers, would require at least that. Therefore, the total number would be 8 million. Putting aside other factors, let's just talk about the food, clothing, and daily necessities of these 8 million people. How will the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu solve this problem? Will they rely entirely on the support of aristocratic families? Don't be ridiculous, aristocratic families are vampires in themselves. He can help you, but don't even dream about him helping you to the best of his ability. Xiao Tingxian asked, how many people exactly? It's estimated to be around 500,000, the man in black said. This was the figure estimated by their black ice platform. Xiao Tingxian smiled again. Around 500,000 people, he believed that number and that the powerful families could mobilize so many people. As for the 3 million, just treat it as a joke. Do you really think everyone is a fool and can be fooled by them? How many of them are capable of fighting? Xiao Tingxian asked again. There's no doubt that the fact that they were able to assemble an army of 500,000 in such a short time meant that many of them were just filling in the numbers. To put it bluntly, this group is cannon fodder. The real force to rely on is the team with combat capabilities. If we only consider the number of people and not their combat strength, Xiao Tingxian could immediately raise an army of 1 million in Sanha, but that would be meaningless and would only increase the burden. There are approximately 70,000 to 80,000 people who are capable of fighting. Xiao Tingxian nodded upon hearing this. Of the 500,000 troops, 70,000 to 80,000 were combat capable. This ratio was quite respectable, indicating that the aristocratic families did have some skill. What's the reaction in Kyoto? Xiao Tingxian asked again. Kyoto has not responded yet and continues to allow the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince's army to advance. When Xiao Tingxian heard that Xiao Jiyan hadn't made a single move in the face of the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince's condemnation, he frowned, wondering what Xiao Jiyan was doing. Have they given up resisting? No, absolutely not. Despite bearing the stigma of regicide and usurpation, Xiao Jiyan was determined to seize the throne. This alone shows that Xiao Jiyan is definitely not someone who gives up easily. He must be waiting for something. Continue exploring. Yes, sir. Just as the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince's army were approaching the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, Mu Fei also arrived at the palace. Mu Fei released his divine sense to investigate, and soon he found the place where Li Shuejing was being held. Xiao Jiyan did not go too far. He did not deliberately torture or humiliate the emperor's former concubines. Instead, he locked them all up together and assigned people to guard them. The same applies to the Empress and Xiao Tianyu's birth mother. You said that the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu have both rebelled against him, but Xiao Jiyun has left their families untouched for the time being. This shows that Xiao Jiyun was a man of principle. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that someone in the palace is restricting Xiao Jiyun and temporarily preventing him from touching them. Fortunately, they were all here, which made things convenient for Mu Fei, as he didn't have to search for them one by one. Who? The moment Mu Fei appeared, the guards stationed there saw him and immediately became alert. We must be vigilant. Judging from Mu Fei's attire, he's definitely not someone from the palace. The fact that an outsider appeared in the palace like this makes it clear with a little common sense that this person must be someone of extraordinary background, at least a master. Mu Fei ignored the guards and walked straight ahead. The Imperial Palace is a restricted area, no one may trespass. Seeing that Mu Fei ignored them and walked straight towards them, the guards looked somewhat frightened, but still raised their spears and pointed them at Mu Fei, warning him not to do anything rash. Seeing the guard pointing his gun at him, Mu Fei admired his courage. Knowing they were no match for him and filled with fear, they still chose to fight him to the death. To this, Mu Fei could only say, "How much do you make in a month? You don't need to work so hard. The person you're currently serving hasn't officially ascended the throne yet, he's still a pseudo-emperor. There's no need for him to be loyal. Whether Xiao Jiyun can secure this position is another matter entirely." Fortunately, Mu Fei was in a good mood recently and didn't want to kill anyone, so he decided to let him go. Mu Fei glanced at him, then continued walking. "Your Majesty," the guard wanted to warn Mu Fei, but the next second he couldn't speak, as if something was stuck in his throat. The body is also unable to move, remaining in one position, only his eyes could still move, and he watched Mu Fei walk past him with a sidelong glance. At this moment, the guard's thoughts were, "Your Majesty, I have done my best. If anyone is to blame, it is the other side, who is too strong. I am incompetent." Mu Fei brushed past the guards, arrived at the door, and gently pushed it open. With a creak, the door opened, and at first glance, many pairs of eyes were fixed on Mu Fei. Looking at Mu Fei, the stranger, some of them had doubts in their eyes, but most of them had fear in theirs. They were mostly in groups of 2 or 3, hugging each other tightly, their eyes fixed on Mu Fei, their only hope being that Mu Fei wasn't there to take their lives. Mu Fei glanced at them as well. It has to be said that the emperor really knew how to enjoy life. Many of these women were older, but they were still incredibly charming, especially her skin. It's very well maintained, you can't see a single wrinkle even in this state. He's not inferior to cultivators. It's only because Mu Fei is such a virtuous person that anyone else would have committed a crime. Chapter 222. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks crumble on their own. May I ask who you are and what business you have here? Standing in front of the concubines was a graceful and noble woman. Judging from her demeanor and aura, one could tell that she held an extraordinary position. She was the crown prince's birth mother, the Empress He, the mother of the great Zhou dynasty. Empress He did not know who Mu Fei was, but she knew that the fact that Mu Fei, an outsider, could stand here unharmed meant that he was no ordinary person. "I just don't know what Mu Fei's purpose is in coming here." Mu Fei ignored her. She was just a minor empress, only able to exchange a few words in the confined harem. Moreover, Empress He was currently a prisoner. Mu Fei addressed the assembled concubines, asking, "Who is the 9th prince's birth mother?" When Mu Fei asked the question, everyone present immediately fell silent. A moment later, a woman stepped forward. She looked somewhat like Xiao Tingxian. She was Xiao Tingshuan's biological mother. Li Jingxue. Li Jingxue stepped forward, bowed to Mu Fei, and then said, "Your Majesty, Li Jingxue, is the birth mother of the 9th prince Xiao Tingxian." "I greet you, sir." Mu Fei nodded slightly, not paying much attention to Li Jingxue, and asked again, "Who is the birth mother of the 5th prince Xiao Tianyu?" As soon as Mu Fei finished speaking, there were whispers among the crowd. They knew that Li Jingxue and Xiao Tianyu's birth mother had an extremely good relationship in the palace. So, Mu Fei first asked about Xiao Tingshuan's birth mother, and then he asked about Xiao Tianyu's birth mother. What was Mu Fei trying to do? Empress He frowned slightly, not understanding Mu Fei's purpose. "Your Majesty, I am Chu Shiyu, the birth mother of the 5th prince Xiao Tianyu. I have just met you, sir." As soon as Mu Fei finished asking his question, another woman stepped forward from the crowd and introduced herself, just like Li Jingxue. She didn't know why Mu Fei wanted to see her in Li Jingxue. Then I thought about it and realized that whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, I couldn't avoid it anyway, so I might as well just admit it openly. With the 2 people Xiao Tingxian had entrusted to him found, Mu Fei's mission was considered complete. Originally, Mu Fei didn't want to agree to Xiao Tingshuan's request, But then he thought that if he didn't agree to help Xiao Tingxian complete this task, Xiao Tingxian would definitely be timid and hesitant when facing Xiao Jiyun. I might as well help Xiao Tingxian out. It's just picking up 2 people from the Great Zhou Palace, it's not a big deal. In other words, in this world, apart from the Heavenly Dao's lair, where is there that Mu Fei cannot go? Mu Fei said to the 2 of them, you 2 come with me. Where to? Li Jingxue was a bit bolder than Xu Shiyu. When she heard Mu Fei tell them to come with him, Li Jingxue hesitated for a moment before asking the question. It's good to ask, even if I die, I'll have peace of mind. Go to Sanha. Mu Fei didn't hide it from her, it wasn't a secret. Since Li Jingxue had asked, it would be good to talk about it and clear up the misunderstanding. Go to Sanha. Upon hearing this name, Li Jingxue instantly understood who had sent Mu Fei. Did Xianer send you to pick us up? Li Jingxue immediately thought of Xiao Tingxian. Not only Li Jingxue thought of it, but at this moment, everyone present thought of Xiao Tingxian. 5 years ago, Xiao Tingxian was granted the title of Prince Su by the Emperor, and his fief was located in Sanha. Now that the palace has undergone a major upheaval, Mu Fei has specifically asked for Li Jingxue and Xu Shiyu, wanting to take them to Sanha. All signs indicate that Mu Fei was sent by Xiao Tingxian to pick up Li Jingxue and her companion. Only, what puzzled the other concubines was that Sanha was not a place of exile, a place where ordinary people would have a hard time surviving. How come 5 years have passed and Xiao Tingxian is still alive, and can even send people to pick up Li Jingxue? Thinking this way, they felt resentful. Their sons' fiefdoms were far better than Xiao Tingshuan's, yet they hadn't seen a single person there. This means that their sons are all useless, not even as good as Xiao Tingxian, who was in theft as the 3rd prince. Yes. Mu Fei nodded again, but couldn't help thinking to himself, women are such a hassle. They know the answer but still ask, it's so boring. Then I'll trouble you, sir. Seeing Mu Fei nod, Li Jingxue's tension immediately eased. She never expected that Xiao Tingxian would send someone to pick her up at this time, and her face was immediately filled with pride. It seems that Xiao Tingxian had some extraordinary encounters during his years in the fiefdom, otherwise, how could he have had the power to send someone to rescue her? Although this group of women were imprisoned here and cut off from communication, they could still imagine what the situation was like. Outside, moreover, this is the Imperial Palace. The fact that Mu Fei was able to get here shows that he is quite powerful and has a certain degree of confidence in getting them out. Please take me out of here. My son is Prince Huai. As long as you can get me safely to my destination, I will have my son give you whatever you want. Just as Mu Fei was about to leave with Li Jingxue and Xu Shiyu, a woman ran up and knelt down in front of Mu Fei to beg. They knew very well that being locked up here meant their lives would be in danger sooner or later. Or rather, even if there is no danger to life, a group of people staying in such a place for a long time can lead to depression, and now, the most likely person to take them out is Mu Fei. So, disregarding all sense of shame, she knelt down and begged Mu Fei, saying that as long as she could leave this dilapidated palace, everything would be worth it. Please, once there's a first person like that, there will be a second. Then, one person after another came forward to beg Mu Fei to take them out, and promised Mu Fei many precious items. Empress, he originally wanted to try it too, but after seeing how they did it, she involuntarily closed her mouth, which had already been open. You might think it's okay if 1 or 2 people go to Mu Fei for help, but with such a large group, how many can Mu Fei take on by himself? Therefore, Empress, he knew that everything they had done was in vain. As expected, Mu Fei refused. He wasn't a philanthropist. What did their lives or deaths have to do with him? They'd been arrogant and domineering in the palace all their lives. It's time they learned their lesson. Let's go. Mu Fei ignored them and they continued to plead, but Mu Fei pretended not to hear them. Mu Fei turned around and left with Li Jingxue and Xu Shiyu. Seeing that Mu Fei was ignoring them and didn't want to take them out, were they just going to give up? No. The moment Mu Fei turned around, they wanted to rush forward and kneel down in front of him again, trying to forcibly drag him away to take them out. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. As they took a step forward, they felt as if there was an invisible wall blocking their way. Trying to outsmart Mu Fei is simply too naive. Faced with absolute power, all schemes and tricks crumble on their own, and so, they could only watch dumbfounded as Mu Fei led Li Jingxue and Xu Shiyu away. Chapter 223. Is someone putting on airs in front of Mu Fei? Your Excellency has trespassed into the palace without permission and even took away His Majesty's concubines. Your actions show a blatant disregard for the royal family. As soon as Mu Fei and his group stepped outside, they saw an old man blocking their way. his eyes fixed on Mu Fei. Mu Fei glanced at the other party's cultivation level and found that he possessed the strength of a grandmaster. This old man must be one of the palace's retainers. However, the other party was right about one thing. If it weren't for Mu Fei saying it, he really didn't take the Great Zhou royal family seriously. Are you sure you want to block my way? Mu Fei planned to give the other party a chance. If the other party insisted on courting death, he would not mind sending them on their way.
Arrogant. Mu Fei's answer completely enraged the old man. Mu Fei not only disregarded the royal family, but also looked down on him. Who is he?
He possesses the cultivation of a grandmaster, making him a unique figure in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Everyone who sees him must address him as a senior, given his prestigious status. How dare Mu Fei look down on him? Today, he showed Mu Fei that there are always higher levels to reach and more capable people to surpass.
Stop. Let them go. Just as the old man was about to make a move against Mu Fei, a voice suddenly entered his mind, stopping him from doing so. Upon hearing this telepathic message, the old man was slightly taken aback. What's going on? That person actually stopped him from making a move. Could it be that Mu Fei has a connection with that person? It should be. That's what the old man thought. That makes sense. The palace is so heavily guarded. If Mu Fei hadn't had that person's help, how could he have come here alone and quietly to rescue people? However, the truth is that the one in the palace was already drenched in sweat at that moment. Just now, he felt that same life or death feeling he had 5 years ago. He quickly checked the situation in the palace, his gaze finally settling on Mu Fei. The palpitation he felt came from Mu Fei. In other words, Mu Fei's cultivation level is at least at the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, Mu Fei didn't act recklessly, otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain, as he was no match for Mu Fei. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, who would have thought that an old man would try to make a move against Mu Fei? This startled him, and he quickly stopped the old man. But if you really want to lay a hand on Mu Fei, you might die, but don't drag the entire royal family down with you. Let's call it a day. You can leave now, but don't come back again. The old man stopped, perhaps to save face. He feigned arrogance and treated Mu Fei and the others with deference. It was as if they were telling Mu Fei that if it weren't for that person's sake, none of you would be able to escape today. The old man's words almost made him vomit blood. Good grief, you're really reckless, daring to act tough in front of Mu Fei. What do you mean by let's call it quits? It's obvious that I saved his life. If he hadn't stopped him, the old man would probably be a corpse by now, and so, the old man still can't see the bigger picture, thinking that Mu Fei is only getting ahead because of his connections, and he's still putting on airs in front of Mu Fei. He only had one thing to say to the old man: if you don't court death, you won't die. Let's see how long the old man's life is. Seeing the old man pouring wine in front of him, Mu Fei just sneered, said nothing, and did not make a move against the old man. He then left the palace with Li Jingxue and the other person. Mu Fei knew that the man was transmitting his voice to the old man. The reason Mu Fei didn't attack the old man was that the old man should be grateful to Yi Xingqian for saving his life. Why do I say that? The reason is simple. Yi Xingqian had been putting on airs in front of them so much that they had gotten used to it over time. Moreover, compared to Yi Xingqian, the old man's capacity for praise was less than 1/10,000th of Yi Xingqian's. That's why Mu Fei held back and didn't intend to attack the old man. Otherwise, Mu Fei would not only take his life, but would at least cripple his cultivation. Once they left the palace, Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu's tense faces gradually relaxed. Was that Elder Mo just now? Chu Shiyu looked at Li Jingxue with a puzzled expression. Seeing Chu Shiyu turn her gaze towards her, Li Jingxue nodded gently. If she remembered correctly, the old man who had stopped them earlier was Elder Mo. It really was him. How did we manage to escape from old Master Mo? After confirming with Li Jingxue, Chu Shiyu opened her mouth wide, looking completely incredulous. Master Mo, the only legend in the palace, with the cultivation of a grandmaster, is unmatched in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. They were really lucky to escape from old Master Mo's clutches. Only Mu Fei didn't know Chu Shiyu's guess. If Mu Fei knew, he would definitely give her a hee-hee laugh. The only myth in the palace, unmatched by anyone in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, who gave him this title, leaving aside the martial arts world. Just in the Imperial Palace, according to Mu Fei's investigation, there are no fewer than 3 grandmasters in the palace, not to mention the ancestor of the Shao family. Even within the palace, the old man is no match, let alone the hidden talents in the martial arts world, putting everything else aside, just comparing Li Yifan with the Mo Lao they mentioned, Mo Lao is definitely no match for Li Yifan. Yes, we're already out.
As she said this, Li Jingxue felt a great sense of relief and ease. Turning back to look at Mu Fei's back, Mu Fei became incredibly mysterious in her mind. Putting aside the fact that Mu Fei entered the palace alone to rescue the two of them, let's just talk about what happened with Elder Mo. Old Master Mo wouldn't let them leave without a reason. There must be another reason. Li Jingxue knew that this matter was definitely related to Mu Fei. It was a woman's sixth sense. This is someone who can rival Elder Mo. Li Jingxue doesn't know what kind of extraordinary encounter Xiao Tingxian has had during his years in exile to have such powerful subordinates. Previously, Li Jingxue had no hope for Xiao Tingxian and did not want him to be involved. The reason is simple: Xiao Tingshuan's background is too weak. The other princes all have powerful families supporting them. What does he have to compare with them? For this reason, Li Jingxue specifically warned her maternal family, the Li family, telling them not to bet on Xiao Tingxian, as it would harm both Xiao Tingxian and the Li family. It is unknown whether the Li family listened in the end. If the Li family heard Li Jingxue's words, they would definitely say, "I would never believe your nonsense." Given Xiao Tingshuan's current strength, it's fortunate that they placed their bet on him early on, otherwise they would be filled with regret now. Once Xiao Tingxian seizes that position, the Li family will be able to eat their fill and rise to become a new aristocratic family. It was at this moment that Mu Fei turned to Chu Shiyu and asked, "Are you going back to the Chu family in Jiangnan, or are you coming with us to Sanha?" According to Xiao Tingshuan's plan, if Chu Shiyu wanted to return to her ancestral home, Mu Fei would take her to Jiangnan to get off the train, and then Mu Fei would take Li Jingxue back to Sanha. Chapter 224. They're all wicked at heart. Chu Shiyu asked, "Where is Tianyu now?" She really wanted to figure this out, but Mu Fei didn't answer her question. Chu Shiyu had no right to ask questions. Even now, she still thought she was a concubine in the harem, and that Mu Fei wouldn't care about her. Secondly, Chu Shiyu is a smart person, otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to the cunning Xiao Tianyu. In fact, Chu Shiyu had already guessed what Xiao Tianyu was doing at this moment, but she was just not sure. She asked Mu Fei because she wanted to confirm it with him, but Mu Fei didn't seem to want to talk to her, which made her very upset. After thinking for a moment, Chu Shiyu said, "I'll go to Sanha with you." Chu Shiyu ultimately decided to go to Sanha with Li Jingxue. If Xiao Tianyu was really doing that, going to him now would only cause him trouble. Therefore, going to Sanha with Li Jingxue was the best choice. If Xiao Tianyu really succeeds, it won't be too late for her to become the Empress Dowager. If Xiao Tianyu fails, she will have a way out in Sanha as expected of a mother and son. They've got a lot on their minds. Seeing that Chu Shiyu had made up her mind, Mu Fei had them both board the carriage, and the group set off quickly for Sanha. Just as Mu Fei and his group were leaving Kyoto, Xiao Jiyun also received the news. Someone came to report to Xiao Jiyun, "Your Majesty, someone broke into the palace and took away Consort Li and Consort Chu." Although Xiao Jiyun has not yet ascended the throne, everyone knows that it is only a matter of time before he does, so what difference does it make if he does it a few days earlier? If you were to still address Xiao Jiyun as Your Highness at this point, you would be incredibly tactless. Upon hearing the report, Xiao Jiyun frowned slightly. That Consort Li, that Consort Chu. His father, the Empress, had many concubines in her palace, several of whom were surnamed Li and several of whom were surnamed Chu. He wanted to confirm who they were. To be honest, Xiao Jiyun already had the answer in his heart, but he wanted to confirm it again to make sure it wasn't wrong. "Your Majesty, she is the birth mother of the 5th prince and the 9th prince, Waste." Upon learning the answer, which turned out to be the two he had in mind, Xiao Jiyun immediately flew into a rage and overturned the table. Are the imperial guards in the palace just sitting around doing nothing? They were able to have people rescued from the palace, and even after the people had been rescued, they didn't inform me. Will you only discover this after I've been murdered and died? Xiao Jiyun was furious. If it weren't Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu who were rescued, Xiao Jiyun might not have been so angry. Xiao Jiyun had not forgotten what happened 5 years ago. If it weren't for what happened 5 years ago, he would still be the emperor's favorite son. Because of that incident, he gradually fell out of favor with the emperor and slowly lost his eligibility to vie for the throne. Otherwise, Xiao Jiyun wouldn't be in this situation, sitting in this position yet burdened with the crime of regicide and treason. Even if he defeats the rebel forces of the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu and secures his position, the crime of regicide and treason will never be erased from the historical records. And now, the very person he hates most has rescued the person right under his nose. What's this? This is a blatant slap in the face. The idea that the palace is heavily guarded is nothing but a joke. Seeing Xiao Jiyun so angry, the man was startled, his heart pounding, fearing that Xiao Jiyun's anger would fall on him. The man quickly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, Elder Mo was also present at the time." "I don't know why,
but Elder Mo didn't take any action and let them leave. Was Elder Mo present at the time? Xiao Jiyun frowned even more. He knew Elder Mo, he was a grandmaster in the palace and a top expert in the Great Zhou dynasty. Logically speaking, since Elder Mo had already appeared, he should have stopped them. So why did Elder Mo let them leave? Xiao Jiyun didn't believe that Elder Mo was no match for Mu Fei. There must be another reason. If Old Master Mo knew what Xiao Jiyun was thinking, he would definitely nod happily, thinking that this young man understood him best. It wasn't that he was no match for Mu Fei, but rather that ancestor Xiao Jiyun had instructed him to let Mu Fei and the others leave, so he couldn't be blamed for it. Otherwise, if he made a move, Mu Fei and the others would definitely be left behind. Of course, this was just what Old Mo was thinking. If that person in the palace knew, he would definitely be severely criticized. Who gave you the courage to speak like that? Are grandmasters really that powerful? Not to mention Mu Fei, even he could crush a grandmaster like an ant in his hand. And what about the Empress? Xiao Jian asked. Since Elder Mo let him go, there's no point in him dwelling on it now, and he can't possibly go and question Elder Mo. With his current status, he hasn't even ascended the throne yet, so what right does he have to question a grandmaster? Upon hearing Xiao Jiyun's question, the man quickly replied, that person only took Consort Li and Consort Chu away, he didn't take anyone else. The Empress is still imprisoned in the inner palace. Upon hearing that the Empress was still alive, Xiao Jiyun's expression finally softened, and his earlier outburst of temper subsided somewhat. Although he hated what happened back then, he wasn't too conflicted about Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu being rescued. To put it bluntly, Xiao Jiyun now looks down on Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu is backed by the powerful Jiangnan aristocratic families. Despite their great power, most of them are scholars who can only play tricks and are good at governing the country, but when it comes to a real fight, Xiao Jiyun isn't afraid of them at all. Therefore, Xiao Jiyun was only slightly angry when Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu were rescued, because he no longer considered Xiao Tianyu a worthy opponent. Xiao Jiyun's biggest worry was still the crown prince. The north is powerful and has the border behind it. People there are always people fighting and bloodshed, and they live mostly on horseback, so their fighting ability is higher than that of ordinary people. Dealing with someone like that is very difficult. Even his father, the emperor, couldn't do anything about the people in the north. In the end, he compromised and married Empress He as his empress, making her the mother of the nation. In order to appease these people, Xiao Jiyun kept Empress He alive as a precaution that if he is truly no match for the crown prince, he can use Empress He to threaten the crown prince into withdrawing his troops. If the crown prince withdraws his troops, he will have time to develop his forces. If the crown prince does not withdraw his troops, does not care about Empress He's life or death, and insists on advancing, then Xiao Jiyun will also discuss the crown prince, saying that he disregards family ties for the sake of the throne and is even willing to abandon his own mother. In this way, the crown prince's position on the throne becomes unstable, and the other princes have an excuse to rebel. Therefore, this group of people are all wolves and tigers, each with a wicked heart. You may leave now. Let General Ba come to see me. Xiao Jiyun did not make things difficult for him and told the man to leave. An emperor who cannot decide a person's life or death based on his personal whims is not a qualified emperor. A true emperor must maintain a calm and composed demeanor, so that others cannot discern his true thoughts. Furthermore, one must learn to act. Only an emperor who can act is a qualified emperor. Although Xiao Jiyun is immature, he is slowly learning to improve, just as the heavenly Tao of this world has seen. Xiao Jiyun is the future ruler of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's just a pity that he ran into Xiao Tingxian, who was a cheat code. Chapter 225 Battle of Zazwan. The General Ba mentioned by Xiao Jiyun is named Baiyong. He is now a close advisor to Xiao Jiyun and has been granted the position of Grand General by Xiao Jiyun. He currently commands all the troops of the Great Zhou dynasty. The man did as Xiao Jiyun instructed, and soon a tall and imposing middle-aged man in armor came over. It was Baiyong who possessed the cultivation level of a grandmaster. It's no wonder that Baiyong was able to rise to the position of general. It wasn't just about connections, but also his strength. Otherwise, even if Xiao Jiyun forcibly appointed him as a general, his soldiers would not obey him. Now is a critical moment, and Xiao Jiyun isn't out of his mind to do something like this, which would be digging his own grave. The man approached Xiao Jiyun, knelt on one knee, and said, "Your subject, Baiyong, pays his respects to your majesty." "General Ba, there's no need for such formalities, please rise." Xiao Jiyun called Baiyong to stand up, and Baiyong did not stand on ceremony with Xiao Jiyun, standing up straight and asking, "I wonder what your majesty has summoned me for? Where are the forces of the deposed crown prince and the fifth prince?"
Xiao Jiyan asked. Xiao Jiyun referred to the crown prince as the deposed crown prince. Although the emperor had considered deposing the crown prince before, he never took any action before his death and never told the outside world that he wanted to depose the crown prince. So what? He's sitting in this position now. If he doesn't call himself the deposed crown prince, does he have to acknowledge his status as crown prince? In that case, wouldn't his identity as a traitor and rebel be confirmed? Upon hearing Xiao Jiyun's question, Bai Yong immediately replied, Your Majesty, the forces of the deposed crown prince and the fifth prince are currently 800 li away from the capital. The enemy forces are only 800 li away from Kyoto, which is a very dangerous distance. If anything goes wrong, there will be no time to make amends. However, after hearing Bai Yong's report, Xiao Jiyun's expression remained calm, as if he didn't care much. He simply asked, How are our preparations going? Bai Yong said to Xiao Jiyun, Everything is ready, we're just waiting for the enemy to arrive in Zhaozhuang. Yes, that's why Xiao Jiyun didn't send troops to stop the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu's army, allowing them to break through the checkpoints. This phenomenon does not mean that Xiao Jiyun has given up, but rather that Xiao Jiyun is preparing to fight the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu to the death in Zhaozhuang. The final battle among the three will determine who emerges victorious. 3 days later, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu's two armies arrived at Zhaozhuang. It was here that the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu first encountered the imperial army. With the three groups gathered here, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu understood that Xiao Jiyun intended to fight them to the death here. They had figured it out, but none of them took the first step. They were all just observing. The crown prince and Xiao Tianyu, in particular, dared not make any rash moves. Whoever makes the first move will be wasting their own strength against Xiao Jiyun, ultimately benefiting the other side. Neither the crown prince nor Xiao Tianyu would do something so foolish. As a result, the three forces were locked in a standoff in Zhaozhuang for a long time. Although there were some minor frictions, they were just tests, and no one dared to actually make a move. While all three parties were wasting time in Zhaozhuang, Mu Fei and his carriage had already left Jiangnan and embarked on the Sanha road. Ugh, why is the carriage shaking so much? I'm about to throw up. Suddenly, Xu Shiyu's voice came from inside the carriage. We were moving just fine a moment ago, but suddenly the carriage started shaking and swaying, as if it was about to overturn. Xu Shiyu had lived a secluded life in her boudoir since childhood and had never experienced such a thing before, so she found it hard to bear. Please bear with us, Your Majesty. We have already embarked on the journey to Sanha. The road is a bit bumpy, but it will be fine after this part. Hearing Xu Shiyu's complaints from inside the carriage, the coachman quickly explained to her, although Xiao Tingxian has been repairing the road in recent years, he has only repaired the interior and has not completed the entire repair. For example, Xiao Tingxian deliberately left the section of road bordering Jiangnan and Sanha unrepaired. Otherwise, if outsiders find out, how can Xiao Tingxian develop peacefully in Sanha? However, this section of road will be repaired soon. The day Xiao Tingxian sends out his troops will be the day this section of the road needs repair. At that time, Xiao Tingxian will no longer need to worry about external forces. Anyone who dares to act wildly against him will have to test the sharpness of his blade first. Be patient. Upon receiving a response from the driver, Li Jingxue grasped Xu Shiyu's hands with both of her own to try and keep her steady and less uncomfortable. Actually, Li Jingxue was also feeling bad, but when she thought about how Xiao Tingxian had gone through the same thing when he was in theft, and how he had lived in Sanha for 5 whole years, she realized that their suffering was nothing compared to Xiao Tingshuan's. Compared to the suffering Xiao Tingxian endured, their suffering was nothing. Seeing Li Jingxue comfort her like this, and looking at the expression on Li Jingxue's face, Xu Shiyu already understood what Li Jingxue was thinking. It's true that Xiao Tingxian being in theft in Sanha by the emperor is quite pitiful, and Xu Shiyu can understand Li Jingxue's feelings at this moment. She had never been to Sanha before and didn't know what Sanha was like. But through this incident and the rumors circulating, Xu Shiyu had already imagined what Sanha was like. As expected of a place of exile, the environment is truly harsh. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have come to Sanha and would have gone back to Jiangnan to enjoy a life of leisure. However, there's no going back now. Since it's happened, just bear with it and hope she can stick it out. Just as Xu Shiyu was about to give up and was about to ask the coachman to stop the carriage, suddenly, the carriage stopped bumping and became as smooth as if it were traveling on a main road. Why isn't the carriage bouncing anymore? Xu Shiyu became puzzled. The nausea and vomiting she had felt earlier were gone. Li Jingxue was equally puzzled, but she didn't speak and instead lifted the carriage curtain. Looking out from the carriage, Li Jingxue saw a smooth road, a stark contrast to the narrow, bumpy, muddy road she had previously traveled. Li Jingshui asked curiously, "Where is this?" She found it hard to believe that this was Sanha, and even had a thought in her mind: could it be that the driver had taken the wrong road, or that Mu Fei was not sent by Xiao Tingxian? But then she thought about it again and realized that didn't make sense. If Mu Fei hadn't been sent by Xiao Tingxian, who would have gone to such great lengths and done so much for nothing to rescue them? "Your Majesty, this is Sanha." Just as Li Jingshui was wondering, the coachman's voice came from outside the carriage, telling her that this was Sanha. Is this really Sanha? Li Jingshui still couldn't believe it. Wasn't Sanha a poor and remote place? How could there be such a good road? It shouldn't be like this. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Seeing Li Jingshui's puzzled expression, Xu Shiyu asked, somewhat confused. If she hadn't misheard, Li Jingshui had just asked the driver if this place was Sanha. It's really strange. Why would Li Jingshui suddenly ask that question? Is there something different about this place? Driven by curiosity, Xu Shiyu stuck her head out of the window, and was stunned when she saw what was outside. Xu Shiyu finally understood what Li Jingshui meant. This road was better than most official roads, so it was no wonder she didn't feel the car was bumpy. In other places, Xu Shiyu wouldn't find such a road unusual. On the contrary, it would seem quite normal. But you should know that this is Sanha, a place of exile, a place of chaos and depravity. However, it makes no sense that such a place, with such good roads, wouldn't arouse curiosity. Chapter 226. The Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu join forces. Faced with Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu's doubts, the driver did not explain to them. The further they went, the more shocked they would be. The previous incident was just an appetizer. As expected, the further they went and the closer they got to Lanchi, the more shocked Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu became. Although Sanha is surrounded by high mountains and rivers, the road beneath their feet is smooth and flat. Rumors say that Sanha was poor, the people were not even clothed, there was not a single grain of rice in the rice jar, and even rats would starve to death. In reality, what they saw in Sanha was not what the rumors described. On the contrary, the rumors are completely inconsistent with reality. Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu saw that all the people of Sanha were wearing new clothes and their faces were glowing. See those thatched huts standing next to every house? If they're not mistaken, those are used to store grain. With living conditions like this, even Kyoto was not much better. You call this a poor place? Why are they so disbelieving? If this place is all impoverished, then there are no wealthy places in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, including even the most prosperous Jiangnan region. Is this really Sanha? Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu began to doubt themselves again. After traveling for several more days, Mu Fei led the two of them to Lanchi. Xiao Tingxian had already received the news, and while Mu Fei and the others were resisting, Xiao Tingxian was already waiting outside to greet them. After Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu got out of the car, Xiao Tingxian immediately went up to greet them. "Mother, Aunt Chu, you finally arrived." Only after seeing Li Jingshui in person did Xiao Tingshuan's worries completely disappear. Xu Shiyu, however, also came to Sanha, which surprised Xiao Tingxian. At the time, Xiao Tingxian only told Mu Fei that if he could rescue Xu Shiyu, he would ask her whether she came to Sanha with Li Jingshui or went to Xiao Tianyu's place. Xiao Tingxian thought that Xu Shiyu would most likely go to Xiao Tianyu's place. After all, it was a mother and daughter. Where else would Xiao Tianyu go if not to her? In any case, she wouldn't come to Sanha. Looking back now, it seemed Xiao Tingxian was too hasty. He could never guess what a woman was thinking. However, his arrival is no big deal and won't affect Xiao Tingxian much. If he ever sees Xiao Tianyu again, he'll make sure Xiao Tianyu thanks him properly. "Tingxian, is it really you?" When Li Jingshui saw Xiao Tingxian, she was still a little surprised. She didn't expect it to really be Xiao Tingxian. She couldn't help but wonder if the big changes in Sanha were really related to Xiao Tingxian. Hearing Li Jingshui ask this, Xiao Tingxian smiled slightly and said, "Mother, it's me. Mother and Aunt Chu must be tired from your journey. Please come inside and sit down with me first." Xiao Tingxian knew that Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu had many questions, but there was no rush. He suggested they go in, have a cup of tea, and sit down to talk things over. "All right." Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu both agreed and followed Xiao Tingxian into his palace. Xiao Tingshuan's temporary palace was completed in the second year after he arrived in Sanha, and Xiao Tingxian had already moved from his original place to live in the temporary palace. Even the esteemed officials have long since moved away from their original locations. Xiao Tingxian walked ahead to personally guide Li Jingshui and Xu Shiyu. After taking only a few steps, Xiao Tingxian suddenly stopped. "Thank you for your hard work, sir."
Xiao Tingxian turned around and bowed to Mu Fei. It's nothing serious, Your Highness. Please go ahead with your business. Mu Fei didn't say much, only that the kid was sensible and knew to remember to thank him. Then I will not disturb you any longer, sir. Xiao Tingxian bowed again before leading Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu into the palace. Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu weren't surprised to see Xiao Tingxian being so polite to Mu Fei. After all, they had witnessed Mu Fei's strength firsthand. When facing a grandmaster, Mu Fei's aura was in no way inferior to his opponents. This also shows that Mu Fei possesses the strength of a grandmaster. For someone like this, let alone Xiao Tingxian, even an emperor would have to show deference to a grandmaster. After Xiao Tingxian led Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu into the palace, the three of them chatted for a long time. When Li Jingxue and Chu Shiyu felt tired, Xiao Tingxian sent someone to invite them to rest. It was during this reunion with Xiao Tingxian that Zazhuang took place. The three forces of Xiao Jiyun, the crown prince, and Xiao Tianyu have been locked in a stalemate here for quite some time. Initially, both the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu wanted the other to make the first move so they could reap the benefits. As a result, none of the three parties made a move. No one made a move, and Xiao Jiyun wasn't in a hurry either. Things were fine as they were. However, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu were unable to hold out. Their respective armies, needless to say, numbered at least 400,000. The daily consumption of an army of 400,000 is quite staggering. Moreover, Zazhuang is close to Kyoto, and the supply line is too long, resulting in huge losses along the way. In this way, every extra day they waste, their resources will decrease by 1 point. If this continues, their resources will soon be exhausted. What will they do then? Unlike Xiao Jiyun, Zazhuang is backed by the capital and has a short supply line, so there will be a steady stream of grain and fodder. Xiao Jiyun would rather the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu continue to wear him down. Once the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu run out of food supplies, their so-called punitive army will collapse on its own without Xiao Jiyun even having to lift a finger. Of course, this outcome is just wishful thinking. The crown prince and Xiao Tianyu aren't idiots, and they certainly won't continue to waste time with Xiao Jiyun. The crown prince and Xiao Tianyu also realized that continuing like this was not a solution and they had to take action. But what if they didn't want the other side to benefit? So, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu went to the negotiating table. They agreed to temporarily unite and cooperate to wipe out Xiao Jiyun's army. Once they arrive in Kyoto, they will rely on their own abilities to see who will ultimately take that position. That's what they say. But both sides have their own ulterior motives. When fighting against Xiao Jiyun's side, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu held back, sending no strong warriors and only cannon fodder. As expected, it was no wonder that these people could not defeat the other side. They were all wiped out without exception. Bia Yong was furious about this and berated the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu for looking down on him and sending these rookies to their deaths. Faced with Bai Yong's reprimand, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu felt as if they had been slapped hard across the face. It hurt terribly. Even their own soldiers began to question them. Did the crown prince and Xiao Tingxian really send them to their deaths? Faced with these doubts, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu were well aware that if they continued to play around like this and didn't show some real skills, the soldiers below would really riot. The crown prince and Xiao Tianyu both unleashed their full power, engaging in a fierce battle with Bai Yong. It has to be said that the power of the aristocratic families is truly terrifying. When the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu truly join forces, they are practically invincible. After several battles, Bai Yong's side suffered heavy casualties and losses. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Xiao Jiyun was defeated. Chapter 227. The Madman Xiao Tianyu. The news that Bai Yong was no match for the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu also reached Xiao Jiyun's ears. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jiyun showed no reaction after hearing the battle report from Zazhuang, and did not say a word, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Did Xiao Jiyun just give up like that? On the other hand, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu saw that Bai Yong had suffered heavy losses and was retreating steadily, and that defeating the enemy was a sure thing. Therefore, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu gathered together to celebrate and discuss how to wipe out Bai Yong completely the next day. By then, Kyoto will be in their hands. All I can say is that the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu were too optimistic. It was like opening champagne halfway through the event. The following day, just as the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu were about to order an attack on Bai Yong to end the war, they saw several Grandmaster-level experts appear in Bai Yong's camp. This wasn't the end of it. Immediately afterwards, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu saw two more Grandmaster-level experts appear in the opposing camp. Upon seeing the appearance of two Grandmaster-level experts, both the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu frowned deeply, their faces dark and grim. The crown prince and Xiao Tianyu had no idea that Xiao Jiyun would go to such lengths, sending two Grandmasters. In addition, a very bad premonition arose in the hearts of the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu. There's only one possibility.
that Xiao Jiyun could send out grandmasters. The people in the palace have approved of him. Otherwise, why would these two grandmasters obey Xiao Jiyun's orders? If that's the case, it's very bad news for them. Even the crown prince doesn't know how many masters are hidden in the palace, and there are probably many more.
Sound the retreat.
Now that the enemy has deployed such a large force, relying solely on these soldiers is useless. A forced attack would only result in heavy casualties, which is not worthwhile. Therefore, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu chose to sound the retreat, and this matter still needs to be discussed. Actually, there's not much to discuss.
Xiao Jiyun has mobilized grandmasters and many other grandmaster-level experts, so they should also send out corresponding experts.
Only in this way can the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu have a chance of victory. However, how could the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu not know the true nature of the powerful families behind them? If you ask the powerful families to send grandmaster-level experts, they might discuss it and perhaps agree, but if you ask them to send out a grandmaster, that's out of the question.
The aristocratic families would absolutely not agree. It's not that there aren't any grandmasters among the aristocratic
families. There's a saying that goes, dynasties come and go, but powerful families remain. The major families have profound foundations. If you say that there are no grandmasters behind them, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu would never believe it. However, on the other hand, although powerful families do have grandmasters behind them, they are extremely rare, and each grandmaster is their lifeline. Do you think the powerful families are willing to invest their lifeblood in the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu? Impossible. For powerful families, it doesn't matter who becomes emperor. However, the reason they chose the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu now is simply because the crown prince or Xiao Tianyu's ascension to the throne would bring them more benefits. The investment risks are now enormous, and the powerful families would never bet more unless the crown prince or Xiao Tianyu could offer them a deal that would sway them. So, on the other hand, do the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu have that ability? Without a doubt. It would be absurd for them to have that ability, considering they're currently just freeloading off the powerful families. When the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu asked the aristocratic families to send grandmasters and great grandmasters, the result was obvious. The aristocratic families refused outright. That was bad enough, but the powerful families also wanted to withdraw their investment, take back all their troops, and no longer participate in the struggle for the throne. The actions of these powerful families have practically driven the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu to the brink of despair. With the aristocratic families withdrawing, the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu were truly left with nothing, lacking everything they needed. How could they possibly fight against Xiao Jiyun? Xiao Tianyu was the first to be unwilling. He had worked hard for so many years and finally managed to surpass both the crown prince and Xiao Jiyun. He was the most promising prince to ascend the throne. As a result, the emperor suddenly died, and Xiao Jiyun launched a palace coup, catching them completely off guard. The throne, which was originally closest to him, was now just out of reach. No one could accept that. Xiao Tianyu addressed the assembled noble families directly. If any of your families can send one grandmaster or 3 grandmaster level experts to assist me in ascending the throne, I will grant each of you the position of governor. As soon as Xiao Tianyu said this, the room fell into complete silence, and everyone stared at him with wide eyes. The crown prince also frowned, but he didn't speak. He could only say that Xiao Tianyu was a madman. I haven't heard of the title governor in a long time. It sounds a bit unfamiliar. However, despite being strangers, everyone present knew what the governor represented. To talk about the position of governor, we have to go back to the dynasties before that. At that time, the imperial court established the position of governor of a prefecture in order to better manage the local areas. However, the position of governor was too grand, like a local king. No different from the feudal kings of ancient times. Over time, some people began to harbor disloyal intentions, and the result was predictable. Another bloody war broke out. Later, after the establishment of a new dynasty, the position of governor was abolished to prevent such incidents from happening again. Now, Xiao Tianyu has brought this matter up again and even promised the aristocratic family this official position. Has Xiao Tianyu gone mad? That should be it. Seeing that victory was hopeless, Xiao Tianyu had nothing to worry about. In other words, nothing could be worse than this. Xiao Tianyu was betting on just how big the appetites of the powerful families were. Moreover, this is the only bargaining chip he can offer right now, and it's just an empty promise. It remains to be seen whether the powerful families dare to accept it, but judging from their reactions, it's obvious that Xiao Tianyu made the right bet. When Xiao Tianyu said this, the aristocratic families remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. This indicated that the aristocratic families had this intention in mind, but they did not dare to make a decision rashly. Your Highness, this matter is of great importance, and we need to return to our clan to discuss it. This was the response these aristocratic families gave to Xiao Tianyu. Indeed, they were tempted by Xiao Tianyu's offer, but as much as they were tempted, Xiao Tianyu's offer was just an empty promise. They dared not agree easily and still needed to return to their clan to discuss it and see what the clansman's attitude was. Xiao Tianyu did not refuse them. This matter was of great importance and indeed needed to be discussed by the family. However, until I receive a reply, all of this will remain the same. Xiao Tianyu made his request. You can go back and discuss it, but the troops cannot be withdrawn, and food and supplies must be provided, otherwise there is no room for discussion. That's natural. The powerful families agreed to Xiao Tianyu's request. Even if Xiao Tianyu didn't say anything, they would not withdraw their troops or cut off supplies until the results were in. Well then, I'll wait for your good news. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Your Highness, please rest assured that we will inform you as soon as we have the results. Chapter 228 The Emperor Cannot Live Forever, etc. Just as the noble families were about to leave, the Crown Prince suddenly called out to them. The members of the noble families all turned to look at the Crown Prince, wondering why he had called them back. As long as you help me ascend the throne, my promise will remain the same. The Crown Prince couldn't sit still any longer. If he didn't make a statement soon, Xiao Tianyu would snatch the girl away. Since Xiao Tianyu can do this, why can't he? It's just a governorship. He can give it to him and then take it back later when he actually ascends the throne. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the aristocratic families instantly understood his intentions and expressed their willingness to consider the matter. The final decision would be whether to support the Crown Prince or Xiao Tianyu. The members of the aristocratic families returned to their clans to discuss the matter, and Xiao Jiyun's side did not launch an offensive. The three parties briefly entered a state of peace again. Not long after, Xiao, who was in Sanha, learned about the situation in Zhaozhuang. How could Xiao Jiyun send so many powerful experts to help in the battle? 2 grandmasters and several other grandmaster-level experts. This lineup surprised Xiao Tingxian. Xiao Tingxian believed the palace had the power, but he didn't believe Xiao Jiyun could mobilize them. The messenger replied to Xiao Tingxian, Your Highness, the situation at the scene is indeed as described, however, but what? Xiao Tingxian knew there was a turning point. The man said, Some of them don't seem to be from our great Zhou dynasty. Upon hearing this man's words, Xiao Tingxian frowned slightly. Xiao Jiyun dares to collude with other dynasties. In Xiao Tingshuan's view, it didn't matter how much his brothers fought. In the end, it was still the Xiao family who would be in charge. However, Xiao Jiyun's collusion with foreign enemies is tantamount to treason. It is estimated that the emperor's death was inextricably linked to these foreign enemies. Continue your investigation, and inform me of any news immediately. Xiao Tingxian continued to give instructions to the Black Ice Guards, then got up and left the room, going to Li Jingshue's place. After paying his respects to Li Jingxue, Xiao Tingxian said, Mother, you have been in the deep palace all this time. Do you know how father passed away? During the time Li Jingxue and her companions were in Sanha, Xiao Tingxian never asked about this matter. After all, Li Jingxue and the emperor were husband and wife, and Xiao Tingxian did not want to hurt his mother's feelings, but now things have taken a turn, and Xiao Tingxian has to find out from Li Jingxue how the emperor died. Moreover, Xiao Tingxian did give the emperor face by calling him father in front of Li Jingxue. I don't know how His Majesty died, but I do know that His Majesty has been obsessed with immortality in recent years. If you want to find out how His Majesty died, you can start from this clue. Li Jingxue replied to Xiao Tingxian. During her time in Sanha, she witnessed Xiao Tingshuan's strength and knew what he was planning to do next. Now, she no longer tries to stop Xiao Tingxian. The child has grown up, so she'll just let him do as he pleases. Moreover, Xiao Tingxian now has the strength, so it's good for him to compete. Immortality. Upon hearing the words immortality, Xiao Tingxian frowned once again. The emperor is cursed. Once he sits on the throne, his cultivation level can no longer advance. He remains at the same level as before. This led to a problem. Emperors did not live long. Their lifespans were similar to those of ordinary people. After all, before ascending the throne, the emperor was also a prince, and he spent most of his time vying for the throne, leaving him with little time for cultivation. They can't be like Xiao Tingxian, who is a cheat code, whose cultivation level can be rapidly increased by the system as long as he has luck points. Then some people ask, if the emperor has this curse, why do the princes still fight to the death? How should we answer this question?
For example, you gentlemen are all half buried in the ground, you should be enjoying your retirement, so why are you still working so hard for Xiaotingxian? In essence, both are based on the same principle, the desire for power. Faced with the choice between longevity and power, the vast majority chose power. A small minority, however, want both, and Xiaotingxuan's father is the best example. He wanted to sit on the throne of the emperor, but he also wanted to live forever, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Xiaotingxian thanked Li Jingxue, saying, "Thank you for telling me, mother. I understand." With this clue, it became easier for him to send people to investigate. And next, let's talk about those aristocratic families. After several days of repeated discussions, these families decided to send out their trump cards, mobilizing grandmasters and grandmaster level experts to support the crown prince and Xiaotianyu. There's no way around it. The position of governor is just too tempting. Although they were local bullies, whether or not they held official positions didn't affect them. But to put it another way, having a reputation is always better than having no reputation at all. It was precisely for this title that the powerful families were willing to help the crown prince and Xiaotianyu, because they wanted to grow bigger and stronger. With the addition of powerful figures from aristocratic families, the battlefield in Zazhuang changed again, and Xiao Jiyun's side was at a disadvantage. Bang! Upon learning that the powerful families had dispatched grandmasters and grandmaster level experts to join the battle, Xiao Jiyun slammed his fist on the table in anger, his face turning extremely gloomy. "Once I've secured my seat, I will definitely eliminate all of you aristocratic families." In Xiao Jiyun's prediction, these powerful families would absolutely not use their trump cards. The actual outcome was completely unexpected by Xiao Jiyun. Were these aristocratic families crazy? They even dared to send out a grandmaster, completely disrupting Xiao Jiyun's plans. No one knows what promises the crown prince and Xiaotianyu made to the aristocratic families, that they would support them so fervently and without hesitation. Once he gets through this ordeal, Xiao Jiyun will inevitably seek revenge against these powerful families. If Xiaotingxian knew what Xiao Jiyun was thinking, he would definitely say, "Me too." Xiao Jiyun instructed the person beside him, "Go and tell them that I have agreed to their request." Now that things have come to this, Xiao Jiyun no longer cares what promises the crown prince and Xiaotianyu have made to the aristocratic families. It's just a matter of doing something, so come on, who's afraid of who? He was going all out to see who would emerge victorious in the end. Xiao Jiyun's subordinates did as he instructed. Soon after, several more grandmaster level experts arrived in Zazhuang to duel with the masters from the aristocratic families. There were about 10 grandmasters and dozens of grandmasters on both sides. Such a powerful duel shocked the people of the martial arts world. Normally, it's difficult to even meet a first-rank master. As for innate masters, they are the ultimate foundation of a family, and you can only meet them once in special times if you're lucky. But now, the crown prince, Xiao Jiyun, and Xiaotianyu have mobilized so many powerful figures to fight for the throne. As expected, the power of the royal family and aristocratic families is terrifying, far beyond what these martial arts forces can compare to. A makeshift team is always a makeshift team. It may have some ability, but it will never amount to anything. Chapter 229. This move is somewhat like killing someone by attacking their spirit. The Battle of Zazhuang was fierce and extremely brutal, with hundreds of thousands of casualties suffered by the three sides involved. Moreover, even experts at the Grandmaster and innate levels suffered a significant number of casualties. Fortunately, none of the Grandmaster level experts perished, but many were still seriously injured. It's worth noting that the vast majority of those seriously injured or killed on the battlefield were powerful figures from aristocratic families. With things having come to this point, the powerful families could no longer withstand the pressure. To avoid suffering even greater losses, they had no choice but to abandon their dreams of becoming governors, withdraw from the Zazhuang battlefield, and declare that they would no longer participate in the struggle for the throne. The reason for this was that the powerful families were surprised to find that a considerable number of the many powerful people who came to assist Xiao Jiyun were actually from the Lihua dynasty. The Lihua dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty were neighbors, and conflicts or wars frequently occurred between the two countries since ancient times. However, in recent years, the fighting between the two sides has gradually subsided over time. Although there are occasional minor skirmishes, no large-scale battles have yet broken out. The main task of the army in the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty and the powerful clans and families in the north is to defend against any possible invasion by the Lihua dynasty. The powerful families believed that the Lihua dynasty would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Great Zhou dynasty, at least not in the struggle for the throne. After all,
the fiercer the princes fought, the weaker the Great Zhou would become, and the Lihua dynasty would have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Surprisingly, the Lihua dynasty broke with convention and, instead of letting its princes fight amongst themselves and cause internal strife, unexpectedly extended a helping hand to Xiao Jiyun. What exactly happened? The powerful clans racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. They simply couldn't understand what the Lihua dynasty was up to. Since we can't figure it out, we have no choice but to retreat. After all, for them to fight against two great dynasties with their limited strength was like throwing an egg against a rock. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The war had already severely weakened the powerful clans, and if the conflict continued, even a grandmaster level figure might perish, a scenario the clans desperately wanted to avoid. It was better to stop while they were ahead and temporarily cease hostilities. As for the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu, now that things have come to this, who cares about their lives? Xiao Tingxian was also aware of the battle in Zhaozhuang. At the same time, Xiao Tingxian secretly sent someone to bring Xiao Tianyu to Sanha. Fifth brother, it's been many years since we last met. Upon seeing Xiao Tianyu, Xiao Tingxian hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him warmly. However, as he carefully examined his former sworn brother, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The once spirited and ambitious Xiao Tianyu was no more. Standing before Xiao Tingxian now was only a haggard man with a dull and lifeless expression. Seeing Xiao Tianyu's appearance, Xiao Tingxian secretly wondered if the war in Zhaozhuang had caused Xiao Tianyu's inner persistence and perseverance to completely collapse. Oh, it's ninth brother. Despite his dejected expression, Xiao Tianyu showed a slight surprise when he saw that the person in front of him was Xiao Tingxian. When he was first kidnapped, Xiao Tianyu initially thought it was all Xiao Jiyun's doing. After all, looking at the current situation, no one else could probably match Xiao Jiyun's abilities. However, to his surprise, it was Xiao Tingxian who ended up kidnapping him. To be honest, if Xiao Tianyu hadn't seen Xiao Tingxian again, he would have been almost certain that Xiao Tingxian had already died in Sanha. Do you even know what Sanha is? Is it a place for humans to live? Given Xiao Tingshuan's strength at the time, Xiao Tianyu found it hard to believe that Xiao Tingxian could survive in Sanha, and even felt that it was a problem for Xiao Tingxian to reach Sanha. Xiao Tianyu couldn't understand how Xiao Tingxian had managed to survive in Sanha all these years. Just as Xiao Tianyu was caught in a deep confusion, he heard Xiao Tingxian speak. Aunt Chu is inside. Fifth brother, would you like to go and see her? What, mother is here too? Xiao Tianyu's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with shock. According to the intelligence he possessed, all of the emperor's concubines, and even the empress, had not been spared. They had all been imprisoned in the harem by Xiao Jiyun. Their plan was to wait until he lost, then use their mothers to threaten them and force them to retreat. To be honest, when they saw a glimmer of hope for victory, both he and the crown prince were conflicted. If Xiao Jiyun uses his mother as leverage to force them to withdraw their troops, what will they do then? Will they willingly withdraw and give up, or will they fight relentlessly for that supreme throne? Of course, the issue he and the crown prince were arguing about was not whether to retreat or not. In fact, they had already made up their minds and had no intention of backing down. What truly troubled them was how to explain themselves to the world once they were in that position, and how to give everyone a convincing explanation that they had not abandoned their biological mother for the sake of imperial power. This is the key point. If they cannot provide a reasonable and convincing explanation, it will become a major stain on their imperial career and subject them to criticism. However, things took another unexpected turn for Xiao Tianyu. He never imagined that his mother was with Xiao Tingxian. What was going on? What methods did Xiao Tingxian use to rescue people from the heavily guarded palace without anyone noticing? Could it be that Xiao Tingxian has been deliberately concealing his true strength all along? At this moment, Xiao Tianyu felt utterly overwhelmed. What a cruel twist of fate! Everything that happened was completely different from what he had imagined, as if God was deliberately playing a trick on him, making everything go wrong for him. Faced with this situation, Xiao Tianyu felt a mix of emotions. He didn't answer Xiao Tingshuan's question and walked straight inside. Since his mother was here, Xiao Tianyu naturally wanted to go in and see her. Seeing that Xiao Tianyu ignored him and went inside on his own, Xiao Tingxian just smiled and did not stop him. But he chose to save Xiao Tianyu for two reasons. The first reason is that Xiao Tingxian still cherishes the bond between the two brothers, although some unpleasant things happened back then, and Xiao Tianyu disregarded brotherhood first. Xiao Tingxian eventually tricked him in return, and the matter was thus dropped. This time, Xiao Tianyu was defeated, and Xiao Tingxian saved him, which can be regarded as the last bit of brotherhood between the two. If Xiao Tianyu has any ideas in the future, don't blame Xiao Tingxian for being impolite. The second reason is that Xiao Tingxian wanted to show Xiao Tianyu his current strength firsthand.
What Xiao Tianyu and the Crown Prince couldn't accomplish, Xiao Tingxian will do thinking about it. This way, Xiao Tingshuan's actions were somewhat like killing someone by attacking their spirit. Chapter 230 Facing Reality. Sir, are you confident?
Watching Xiao Tianyu's departing figure, Xiao Tingxian asked a question, which was directed at Mu Fei. Of the powerful families spared no effort in sending out several Grandmaster-level experts, but even so, they were still unable to contend with Xiao Jiyun. On their side, however, there were only two Grandmasters, Mu Fei and Li Yifan. Although the system had mentioned that Mu Fei was a top-tier SSS-level figure with the ability to fight across different levels, and Xiao Tingxian firmly believed that Mu Fei possessed such strength, he was still filled with worry deep down. Xiao Tingxian wanted to ask Mu Fei himself and get a positive answer from him. Then Mu Fei said, "Your Highness, just follow the plan. You don't need to worry about the rest." His tone was calm and composed, as if he had a plan in mind. Fortunately, Mu Fei was not an impatient person. If it were someone else, they probably would have lost their temper and would have pointed at Xiao Tingxian and scolded him. "I'm here personally backing you up. What are you still dawdling about? Those pieces of trash, I can slap them all away. Stop playing it safe. You've been lying low for 5 whole years. Now that you're strong enough, it's time to fight back. If not now, when? Then we will do as you say, sir." Xiao Tingxian nodded. Sure enough, after hearing Mu Fei's words, Xiao Tingshuan's previously uneasy heart gradually calmed down, replaced by an unprecedented confidence and courage. Next, he will show Xiao Jiyun and the world his kingly army. He will use his actions to tell the world that he can do what the noble families cannot, and he can sit in the position that the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu cannot. In short, it's time for Xiao Tingxian to sit on this supreme position. Not long after entering, Xiao Tianyu met his birth mother, Chu Shiyu. When he finally saw Chu Shiyu in person, he felt an indescribable surge of excitement, but also a mix of doubt and disbelief. Xiao Tianyu's lips trembled slightly. "Mother, is it really you?" Xiao Tianyu hadn't believed it before, thinking Xiao Tingxian was tricking him into coming in. But now that he saw it, he was surprised to find it was true. Chu Shiyu had indeed been rescued from the palace by Xiao Tingxian. Chu Shiyu heard Xiao Tianyu's voice, and she slowly turned around. Gazing at him tenderly, she nodded slightly and said, "It's me." When she saw Xiao Tianyu again, she saw that Xiao Tingshuan's face was full of vicissitudes and he looked dejected. It's no wonder Xiao Tianyu acted this way. Before the emperor passed away, Xiao Tianyu was so full of vigor and momentum, completely overshadowing the Crown Prince and Xiao Jiyun, but who could have imagined that the emperor would suddenly die? Xiao Jiyun had predicted the timing and successfully launched a palace coup at the moment of the emperor's death, taking the throne first. This was Xiao Tianyu's first defeat. The second defeat was the Battle of Zhaozhuang, where Xiao Tianyu and the Crown Prince were utterly defeated by Xiao Jiyun, with no chance of recovery whatsoever. Although Xiao Tianyu and the Crown Prince managed to escape and were not captured by Xiao Jiyun, the outcome was already predetermined. The powerful families that had supported them had suffered heavy losses after a series of defeats and had cut off all assistance to the two. Having lost the financial and human resources support of powerful families, Xiao Tianyu and the Crown Prince, even if unwilling, could hardly challenge Xiao Jiyun, who had already consolidated his power on their own. Therefore, Chu Shiyu could understand Xiao Tianyu's current state under such a heavy blow and immense sense of loss. "Mother, was it really ninth brother who saved you?" Xiao Tianyu wanted to confirm it one more time. He wanted to hear the answer from Chu Shiyu. Chu Shiyu nodded. She knew that Xiao Tianyu couldn't accept it right away. After all, Xiao Tingshuan's actions had exceeded everyone's expectations. So Chu Shiyu then recounted how she escaped, what she saw after arriving in Sanha, and Xiao Tingshuan's current status in Sanha. Chu Shiyu told Xiao Tianyu everything she knew, including what she had seen in Sanha these past few days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianyu's expression instantly turned to extreme shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. The ninth brother, whom they once regarded as insignificant and unremarkable, actually possessed such amazing abilities and achievements. Overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, Xiao Tianyu couldn't help but sigh. "We really misjudged ninth brother." He never expected that Xiao Tingxian would not only survive countless hardships but also successfully reach Sanha. Even more astonishingly, he actually eliminated the Sanha chieftain and established his own powerful force in the area. Xiao Tingshuan's series of actions were so unexpected that Xiao Tianyu felt sincere admiration for him. Most importantly, when he and the Crown Prince were fighting against Xiao Jiyun, Xiao Tingxian specially dispatched his men into the palace to rescue Li Jingshu and Chu Shiyu from Mo Lao's hands. Looking back on all of this, Xiao Tianyu realized that if he or the Crown Prince were to do what Xiao Tingxian had done, they would definitely not be able to accomplish it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiao Tianyu's eyes, And a thought came to mind now that Xiao Tingxian is so powerful, and even has Grandmaster level subordinates following him. Could I discuss with him and ask for his support? However, before Xiao Tianyu could fully process this thought, he heard Chu Shiyu say, "Tianyu, give up. You are no match for Xiao Jiyun, and Tingxian is no longer the same Tingxian he used to be." Looking into Xiao Tianyu's eyes, Chu Shiyu immediately guessed what he was plotting. After all, Xiao Tianyu was her own son, and as his mother, she naturally understood his thoughts better than anyone else. Xiao Tianyu has already failed, so he should stop fantasizing about making a comeback. Moreover, Xiao Tingxian is no longer the same Xiao Tingxian who used to follow Xiao Tianyu. He will never obey Xiao Tianyu's orders again. With Xiao Tingshuan's current strength being so formidable, it would be truly strange if he had no desire for the supreme position. Xiao Tianyu was already lucky to have survived, so he shouldn't dwell on those things and should just live a peaceful life from now on. If Xiao Tingxian really succeeds, perhaps, out of consideration for their past relationship, he might grant Xiao Tianyu a title. Xiao Tianyu should settle down and be a prince. That's the path he should take from now on. After Chu Shiyu's words of advice, Xiao Tianyu also came to terms with reality and sighed, "Mother, I understand." Chapter 231 Slay the local tyrants and distribute the land. Just as Xiao Tianyu came to terms with reality and completely abandoned his unattainable dream of becoming emperor, Xiao Tingshuan's 300,000 strong army was already fully prepared and ready for battle. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of civilian laborers responsible for transporting military supplies have also been conscripted. In fact, there was no need for Li Nanchun to recruit them. As soon as the people of Sanha heard that Xiao Tingxian was about to go to war, they volunteered to join the logistics team and provide him with support. If necessary, they are even willing to go to the battlefield to fight bravely. The reason why the people of Sanha acted this way is actually very simple. They know that the happy and fulfilling life they enjoy today is all thanks to Xiao Tingshuan's kindness, and this kindness must never be forgotten. Moreover, deep down, they always believed that only a virtuous and talented ruler like Xiao Tingxian was worthy of sitting on the throne, and no one else was worthy. I also believe that under Xiao Tingshuan's rule, all the people under heaven will live a life of plenty, and like them, they will be able to dress warmly and eat their fill. In short, they felt very secure knowing that Xiao Tingxian was emperor. Set off! With this roar, Xiao Tingxian stood on the high platform, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his eyes as firm as a rock. After delivering his speech to the imposing and disciplined army of 300,000 men, Xiao Tingxian brandished his sword and gave orders to them. This expedition is of great significance, and Xiao Tingxian will definitely be going along this time, with the emperor personally leading the expedition. Xiao Tingxian felt no fear whatsoever. Putting aside everything else, his personal strength alone was already formidable. It should be noted that Xiao Tingxian possesses a profound cultivation level at the Grandmaster level, a level that is extremely rare even in the entire world. Generally speaking, unless a truly top-tier Grandmaster personally intervenes, ordinary people would find it extremely difficult to even budge him. Moreover, Xiao Tingxian has two powerful assistants by his side, Mu Fei and Li Yifan. Both of them were Grandmaster level experts. They stood guard beside Xiao Tingxian like his left and right protectors, so no one could touch him. By the way, Xiao Tingxian also promoted those three generals to the Grandmaster realm. In this way, Xiao Tingshuan's side had as many as 5 Grandmaster level experts, with the addition of over a dozen Grandmasters, hundreds of experts at the innate realm, and numerous first-rank experts. This incredibly luxurious lineup is truly terrifying. The question is whether Xiao Jiyun would dare to easily provoke such an invincible army. Just as the army was setting off, a proclamation against the rebels, meticulously crafted by numerous ministers, swept across the entire Great Zhou dynasty like a raging fire at an astonishing speed. This proclamation against the traitors is truly extraordinary and quite remarkable. Normally, a typical proclamation against traitors simply lists the crimes committed by the opposing side, points out their violation of natural law and human sentiment, and calls on virtuous people throughout the world to join in the effort to eliminate treacherous officials and punish bandits. However, the proclamation issued by Xiao Tingxian was unique. First of all, criticism is definitely necessary. Xiao Tingxian not only sternly condemned Xiao Jiyun for his treasonous act of murdering the emperor and seizing the throne, but also relentlessly attacked and slandered him. Firstly, it is claimed that Xiao Jiyun failed to properly arrange the late emperor's remains, causing the emperor's body to be exposed outside the Yangji Hall, which is a serious act of filial impiety. Secondly, it reveals that Xiao Jiyun imprisoned all of the late emperor's concubines in the harem for his own pleasure, an act that clearly violated human ethics and morality and was a heinous crime. It's unknown what Xiao Jiyun will think or how he will react when he sees this article. In any case, Xiao Tingxian found the article very interesting. After finishing talking about Xiao Jiyun, what
followed was a relentless attack and condemnation of the powerful and influential families. Xiao Tingxian called these powerful families parasites and leeches of the Great Zhou dynasty. He regarded them as demons who sucked the blood and sweat of the people and evil ghosts who gnawed at their bones and marrow. Not to mention, the article also listed the countless crimes of those powerful families. Finally, Xiao Tingxian clearly expressed his stance in the article. This time he not only wanted to denounce Xiao Jiyun, but also wanted to wipe out these powerful families and clans in one fell swoop, so that the common people could have a place to live and make a living. In general, it was about confiscating the wealth of the rich and distributing the land. Initially, the adults all held opposing views towards Xiao Tingxian and strongly advised against him doing so. They believed that Xiao Tingxian's actions were tantamount to declaring war on the whole world, which was not a wise move. Even if he harbors resentment towards powerful families and desires to implement reforms, there is no need to rush into it. They could have easily brought down Xiao Jiyun first, consolidated their throne, and then dealt with those powerful clans. Otherwise, having offended all the powerful clans, Xiao Tingxian would face numerous difficulties if he wanted to lead his army into the capital. Without a doubt, powerful clans would create all sorts of obstacles for Xiao Tingxian, because Xiao Tingxian's actions did not align with their interests. They would rather not have such an emperor than Xiao Jiyun. Xiao Tingxian naturally understood the good intentions of the officials. They were indeed putting themselves in his shoes and thinking of him. These adults hoped that Xiao Tingxian could proceed step by step and not rush things, otherwise he might suffer the consequences of trying to do too much at once. However, Xiao Tingxian was different from others. He did not want to act in this way. For him, if something can be handled properly in one go, why drag it out and do it again? Moreover, what are those so-called aristocratic families anyway? Can they really represent all the people in the world? Xiao Tingxian still clearly remembered what Mu Fei once said: a single spark can start a prairie fire. Even powerful families are nothing more than this. As long as his proclamation against the traitors spreads throughout the world and gains the approval of the people, his fortune will increase like a tidal wave. Once he has enough luck points, he can use them to quickly improve his strength. At that time, what will these powerful families be compared to absolute strength? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Therefore, there must be some unknown reasons and considerations behind Xiao Tingxian's confidence in doing this. Otherwise, would you really think that Xiao Tingxian is just a simple-minded, reckless brute who only knows how to charge around without any scruples? No, Xiao Tingxian had his own plans. Behind this seemingly impulsive act lies a carefully considered plan and strategy by Xiao Tingxian. He doesn't need you gentlemen to understand, you just need to do as he says. Chapter 232. The army arrived. Xiao Tingxian's proclamation against the traitors spread like a thunderclap throughout the Jiangnan region with lightning speed, quickly reaching the ears of those self-righteous and prominent aristocratic families. When these aristocratic lords saw this manifesto with their own eyes, their originally calm faces were instantly overwhelmed with anger. They were all so angry that they were puffing out their beards and glaring, constantly cursing Xiao Tingxian. You can talk about Xiao Jiyun, but why bring them into this? Aren't you afraid that these aristocratic families will make things difficult for Xiao Tingxian and prevent him from entering the capital? Honestly, these powerful families have no idea what Xiao Tingxian is thinking. He's offended everyone in the world before he's even started. Who would want to play with you if you do this? Who is Xiao Tingxian? After they finished denouncing Xiao Tingxian, the powerful families gradually calmed down and began to carefully consider the name Xiao Tingxian. They found the name utterly unfamiliar and had no idea which prince he was from the previous emperor's lineage. Just as they were racking their brains, someone stepped forward and told the patriarch of the noble family, Xiao Tingxian is the ninth son of the late emperor, the one who was in theft as the Prince of Su, whose fief is in Sanha. Oh, it was him. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that Xiao Tingxian was this person. Before this, they had always mistakenly thought that the so-called Xiao Tingxian was just a puppet supported by a powerful family. But they never expected that this person was actually Xiao Tingxian, who was not favored by the late emperor and whose territory was limited to the Sanha region. Back then, when Xiao Tingxian was in theft as the Prince of Su by the late emperor, his fiefdom in Sanha caused quite a stir. However, how could such a useless prince with no background and living in a remote place be so arrogant as to declare war on Xiao Jiyun and all the aristocratic families in the Great Zhou dynasty at the same time? Where does Xiao Tingxian's confidence and courage come from? In the eyes of these powerful families, Xiao Tingxian was simply an insignificant nobody. Let alone conquering the capital, they could easily defeat him in the Jiangnan region with just a little trickery. Not long after, in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the palace was quiet and peaceful, but Xiao Jiyun stared intently at a document in front of him with a gloomy expression. It was the proclamation against the traitor issued by Xiao Tingxian. After reading Xiao Tingxian's proclamation against the traitor,
Xiao Jiyun's anger erupted. He finally couldn't hold back and slammed his palm down on the desk in front of him. With a loud bang, the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk were all shaken and scattered. Then they heard Xiao Jiyun still shouting loudly, "That Xiao Tingxian, how dare you slander me like this?" Xiao Tingxian dared to slander him like this. If the world knew, they would think that Xiao Jiyun had some kind of special fetish. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiyun gritted his teeth and hated Xiao Tingxian even more. Having just defeated the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu and feeling somewhat better, he was now extremely agitated by this proclamation. Moreover, in his eyes, Xiao Tingxian was nothing more than a useless prince of Sanha with no ability. How dare such a person jump out and oppose him? He was simply ignorant of his own limitations, and neither those powerful families nor Xiao Jiyun took Xiao Tingxian seriously. In their eyes, Xiao Tingxuan's behavior was nothing more than a farce. Both the powerful families and Xiao Jiyun thought so, but this time they were likely to be disappointed. After a half-month trek, the 300,000-strong army finally left Sanha and arrived at Liaoqing, their first stop in Jiangnan. Within Liaoqing lived the Zheng family, a prominent clan from the Jiangnan region. At that moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate on the city wall suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble slightly. He was puzzled and looked up into the distance. He saw countless dense figures emerging not far ahead, slowly approaching Liaoqing. He estimated that the team would have no fewer than 200,000 people. Faced with such a massive army, the guards were terrified and immediately shouted, "The enemy is attacking! Close the city gates immediately and send someone to report to the commander and the prefect." His voice echoed on the city wall, alerting the other soldiers guarding the city. The other soldiers guarding the city sprang into action, preparing to deal with this sudden crisis. Prefectural governor's office. The atmosphere inside the prefectural governor's mansion was heavy at this moment, not for any other reason than the trivial matter between the aristocratic families and Xiao Jiyun. The Zheng family, the largest aristocratic clan in Liaoqing, also joined the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu's expeditionary force. As a result, these aristocratic families all lost. The defeat of the aristocratic families put local officials in a difficult position. Xiao Jiyun has not yet officially ascended the throne. If he does, and then comes to settle scores with these aristocratic families, will these local officials obey Xiao Jiyun's orders or choose to side with the aristocratic families? This is a very difficult choice. They can't afford to offend either side. Just as they were discussing how to prevent and properly handle the situation, a garrison soldier rushed over and reported in a panic, "Sir, something terrible has happened. Hundreds of thousands of troops have suddenly appeared outside Liaoqing." This news came as a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned. The commander of Liaoqing, Zheng Huajun, and the prefect, Xiao Yunzhang, paled and felt a surge of intense fear. Their eyes widened as they looked at each other in disbelief. How could there be hundreds of thousands of troops outside Liaoqing? Are you sure you're not seeing things? This happened without warning. How could such a large army appear outside Liaoqing? It was truly puzzling, and Commander Zheng Huajun and Prefect Xiao Yunzhang could hardly believe it. If faced with the questions from Commander Zheng Huajun and Prefect Xiao Yunzhang, the man replied, "I dare not lie." The visitor was so certain, it didn't seem like he was lying, so it must be true that hundreds of thousands of troops were indeed heading towards Liaoqing. Therefore, Zheng Huajun and Xiao Yunjing fell into deep thought, and various possibilities flashed through their minds. Suddenly, the two seemed to have thought of something. Not far south of Liaoqing lies Sanha, and not long before, Xiao Tingxian issued another proclamation denouncing the traitors. Could it be that this mysterious army was led by Xiao Tingxian? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This idea was quickly rejected by them. Sanha was just a poor, remote place with scarce resources and a small population. How could Xiao Tingxian have gathered such a large number of troops? But if it wasn't Xiao Tingxian, who else could it be? Well, for a time, Zheng Huajun and Xiao Yunjiang were once again plunged into confusion and bewilderment. Damn it, this is really unfortunate. We haven't even finished dealing with this one problem before another one comes along. Zheng Huajun and Xiao Yunjing shouted at the same time, "Hurry up and lead the way." Chapter 233 shows they underestimated Xiao Tingxian, standing on the city wall, looking down at the densely packed army surging towards them like a tidal wave. Even the seasoned prefect Xiao Yunjiang and Commander Zheng Huajun couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. After some identification, the identity of the leader of the opposing army was finally confirmed. It turned out to be none other than the 9th Prince Xiao Tingxian, who was not favored by the emperor and had been sent to Sanha. I never imagined that Xiao Tingxian, who lives in the remote Sanha, could actually gather such a large and extremely powerful army. What surprised them even more was that they discovered that there were many experts with a cultivation level of rank 3 or above hidden in this team. This meant that Xiao Tingxian not only had sufficient human resources, but also top-notch combat power. This is undoubtedly a powerful army, no less capable than the armies assembled by aristocratic families.
His Highness Prince Su was not in Sanha, so why has he brought troops here?
Prefect Xiao Yunjing stood atop the towering city wall, his voice booming like thunder, echoing across the entire battlefield. However, everyone could hear the obvious ulterior motive in his tone. Why did Xiao Tingxian raise an army here?
Didn't he understand?
Xiao Yunjing understood, of course. He was just stalling for time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yunjing lowered his voice urgently and instructed his trusted aide, "Go and inform the Zheng family immediately." He had just exchanged a glance with Zhang Huajun and decided to leave this thorny problem to the Zheng family to solve. As one of the gentry families in Jiangnan, the Zheng family must be more anxious than the Zheng family, now that Xiao Tingxian has come knocking on their door. Moreover, given Xiao Tingshuan's current military strength, only the Zheng family can rival him. If the Zheng family chooses to stand idly by, then the two of them will not hesitate to open the city gates and surrender to Xiao Tingxian. After all, with their current forces, they are no match for the powerful army led by Xiao Tingxian, so why send their soldiers to their deaths in vain? In any case, the late emperor has passed away and the new emperor has not yet ascended the throne. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings a new court, and it's better to die for a friend than for myself. It's better to pledge allegiance to any prince than to fight to the death here. Their only hope was that Xiao Tingxian wouldn't end up like the crown prince in Xiao Tianyu, failing at the last hurdle and achieving nothing. Beneath the city wall, Xiao Tingxian stood tall and proud, his expression serious and righteous as he looked at Xiao Yunjing on the wall, and said loudly, "Xiao Jiyun is extremely rebellious, daring to commit such an unforgivable act as regicide and usurpation. Not only that, he also imprisoned his own mother, which is truly unforgivable. I have come to the capital this time on the late emperor's dying edict to punish the treacherous officials. I urge the prefect to open the city gates immediately and not to be so stubborn as to collude with such evil people."
In Xiao Tingshuan's view, not only would you, the prefect, ask a question you already know the answer to, but I, the king, would also lie through my teeth and see who can win in the end. The mother that Xiao Tingxian mentioned did not refer to Xiao Jiyun's birth mother, consort Zhuang, but rather to the current empress, whether it was Xiao Jiyun, Xiao Tianyu, or Xiao Tingxian himself, or even the other princes. They all had to respectfully address the empress as their mother. As expected, when Xiao Yunzhan, the prefect of Liuqing, heard Xiao Tingxian say these words, he was speechless. He thought to himself, "You are nothing but a fallen prince, unfavored by the late emperor, and your fiefdom is in Sanha, a desolate place. Now you dare to spout such arrogant words, claiming to have received the late emperor's will?
Did the late emperor pass the will to you in his sleep?" Xiao Yunjing knew that Xiao Tingxian was talking nonsense, but he was too embarrassed to expose Xiao Tingshuan's lie. It was better for everyone to keep this to themselves and not bring it up in public. Completely breaking off relations would be bad for everyone. Your Highness's actions have indeed put me in a difficult position.
Such an important matter, Your Highness, could you please allow us to discuss it properly?
While outwardly being polite and agreeable, Xiao Yunjing was secretly thinking about how to stall for time with Xiao Tingxian. At this moment, he only hoped that the Zheng family would send someone over soon. If the Zheng family hadn't sent anyone, he probably would have opened the city gates and allowed Xiao Tingshuan's 300,000 strong army to enter Liuqing. Xiao Yunjing knew very well that once Xiao Tingshuan's army entered Liuqing, judging from the strongly worded proclamation against the traitors that Xiao Tingxian had previously issued, he would definitely not let these aristocratic families off easily. By then, all these aristocratic families could do was pray for their own good fortune. He had done his best, after all. I will give you this time to discuss this, but do not keep me waiting. My father has just passed away and his body has not yet been buried, while my mother has been kidnapped by thieves and is trapped in the deep palace. I bear the burden of national and personal vendettas, and I must hurry to the capital to deal with these matters. Xiao Tingxian stared intently at Xiao Yunjing, a cold smile playing on his lips. He knew perfectly well what Xiao Yunjing was up to. He simply wanted to buy time and wait for the Zheng family to arrive. No matter, Xiao Tingxian will grant your wish today. Let's see if you can seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunjing quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." A hint of relief crossed his face. He hadn't expected Xiao Tingxian to be so easily fooled. He had dismissed him with just a few words. Little did he know, this was exactly what Xiao Tingxian wanted him to say. When the Zheng family gets involved, and Xiao Yunjing can't give Xiao Tingxian a satisfactory answer, then Xiao Tingxian will have an excuse to use someone else to do his dirty work. In his proclamation against the traitors, Xiao Tingxian left out one crucial detail, that corrupt officials and parasites must also be Eliminated in one fell swoop inside the Zhang family's inner hall, Xiao Yunjing's trusted confidant was reporting the situation to the Zhang family members.
Reporting to Patriarch Zhang, the prefect has sent me to inform you that Xiao Tingshuan's army of hundreds of thousands has arrived outside Liuqing.
Please make a decision quickly. Upon hearing the news of the visitor, the Zhang family members present were all greatly shocked. They originally didn't care about Xiao Tingxian, thinking he was just a good-for-nothing who talked big given Sanha's pathetic state. How many people could Xiao Tingxian possibly recruit? Is it a few hundred, a few thousand, or tens of thousands? Who could have predicted that such a person, whom everyone looked down upon, would actually be able to gather such a large army? At first, when they saw Xiao Tingshuan's proclamation against the traitor, they were somewhat displeased, but mostly dismissive. Xiao Tingshuan's actions are just for fun, there's no need to take them seriously. Whoever takes them seriously loses. Therefore, none of these powerful families took precautions against Xiao Tingshuan's military uprising, as they did not believe Xiao Tingxian had the ability to do so. After all, even when all these powerful families united, they still lost to Xiao Jiyun. What could Xiao Tingxian possibly use to fight against Xiao Jiyun, especially since Xiao Tingxian was planning a full-scale war? But now, Xiao Tingxian has actually led his army to the outskirts of Liuqing, a move that caught the Zhang family somewhat off guard. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tingxian is quite capable. They underestimated him. Chapter 234. I don't know which one to send to fight. Xiao Tingxian led his massive army in a mighty and unstoppable advance. Faced with this situation, the Zhang family naturally wouldn't choose to stand idly by. After all, Xiao Tingshuan's mobilization of such a large force was not only aimed at Xiao Jiyun, but also at the various powerful families. Moreover, the deeper meaning behind Xiao Yunjing sending someone to inform him at this time is self-evident. As the head of the Zhang family, how could Zheng Baichuan, that old fox, not see through Xiao Yunjing's thoughts? Zheng Baichuan knew perfectly well that Xiao Yunjing was telling him, if your Zhang family doesn't take care of things, then I'm going to let people in. Anyway, the message has been delivered, so if anything goes wrong, he can't be blamed. After a moment's thought, Zheng Baichuan turned to his eldest son and said, Xinghe, take your fifth uncle and the others to meet with Xiao Tingxian. Xiao Tingshuan's army's attack was also aimed at these aristocratic families. Zheng Baichuan was well aware of the stakes involved and naturally could not stand idly by. In the previous battle of Zazhuang, all the major families suffered heavy losses and their strength was greatly weakened. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian will not send any Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster level experts to this battle. Sending only one innate master and a few first-rank masters will suffice. Their mission was not to defeat Xiao Tingshuan's army, but to use their superior combat capabilities to keep Xiao Tingxian out of Liuqing. If we can successfully delay Xiao Tingshuan's advance and prevent his army from entering the city for a long time, it won't be long before Zhao's army will give up and immediately retreat to Sanha. Zheng Baichuan thought that Xiao Tingxian was just being reckless and militaristic, and he didn't believe that Sanha, a desolate place, could provide enough supplies for hundreds of thousands of troops to survive for a long time. Zheng Baichuan's plan was excellent, and he thought it was flawless. It was just a pity that he miscalculated. Given the current state of Sanha, Xiao Tingxian has ample confidence and patience. No matter how long you try to delay, he is capable of persisting to the end and seeing who succumbs to the pressure first. Yes, father. Upon receiving Zheng Baichuan's instructions, Zhang Xinghe immediately agreed and led his fifth uncle and several top-ranking experts from his family to the city gate, following Xiao Yunjing's confidants. The city gate of Liuqing. When they saw that the Zhang family had only sent a few people, Prefect Xiao Yunjing and Commander Zhang Huijun couldn't help but frown. They were very puzzled by the Zhang family's actions. Did the Zhang family really look down on Xiao Tingxian so much? Such an attitude was truly perplexing. This is a matter of utmost importance, concerning my very life and fortune. The Zhang family is large and powerful, and even if some family members are lost, it is insignificant, but for Xiao Yunjing, it was completely different. His entire family only had one life, and once it was lost, there would be no chance to have it again, so he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Just as Xiao Yunjing was about to ask Zheng Xinghe if the Zhang family had any plans, he was suddenly interrupted. That moment, Xiao Tingshuan's voice rang out from below the city wall. Your Excellency, quite some time has passed. I wonder if you have reached a decision yet. The reason Xiao Tingxian chose to ask the question at this moment was actually quite simple. He had already noticed that the envoy sent by the Zhang family had arrived at the scene. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to drag things out any longer. It's time for Xiao Yunjing to make a decision. Should they side with the Zhang family, or open the city gates and surrender? Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's question, Xiao Yunjing initially intended to reply, asking him to wait a moment while he discussed the matter with others before giving a response.
After all, he was still unclear about the Zheng family's intentions, and a hasty response might be inappropriate. However, just as Xiao Yunzheng was about to speak, he was interrupted again. Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, landed lightly on the edge of the city wall like a bird, looking down at the crowd below with contempt and disdain in his eyes. This is just a minor role, and I'm too lazy to come up with a name. You can leave comments to help me think of the surnames and given names for the later family members. Also, please don't rush me to write faster or speed up the process. I plan to write over 1 million words, and I expect to reach 1 million words by around October this year. If the results are still reliable by then, we'll continue writing. The later world building might not be original, it will need to include some familiar worlds. Feel free to suggest any worlds that fit the main storyline then, he sarcastically remarked. Who dares to come up and challenge me? Faced with this sudden situation, Prefect Xiao Yunzheng and Commander Zheng Huajun secretly realized that things were not going well. Zhengxing, his fifth uncle's move, was tantamount to an open declaration of war against Xiao Tingxian, leaving no room for maneuver. Who exactly instructed Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, to do such a thing? After exchanging a glance, Xiao Yunzheng and Zheng Huajun simultaneously turned their gazes to Zhang Xinghe. Alright, no need to think about it anymore. Prefect Xiao Yunzheng and Commander Zheng Huajun already know that this is the Zheng family's attitude, trying to fight against Xiao Tingshuan's hundreds of thousands of troops with just a few people. I really don't know what the Zheng family was thinking. In their opinion, they wouldn't have come up with this idea without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Below the city walls, Xiao Tingxian stood with his hands behind his back, quietly gazing at the Zheng family members on the city wall. Seeing the Zheng family members taking the initiative to provoke him, Xiao Tingshuan's lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. As expected of your aristocratic family, you're used to being arrogant and domineering, and you still can't see the situation. Clearly. Very well, since that's the case, then I will grant your wish. Thinking it over, Xiao Tingxian turned to one of the generals beside him and instructed, Zhou Tai, send someone to meet him. Upon hearing the order, Zhou Tai immediately cupped his hands and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Then, his gaze quickly swept over the group of vanguard generals around him, and he secretly pondered which one he should send into battle. However, after looking around, Zhou Tai also began to have a problem. It seemed that none of his vanguard generals were suitable. It's not that his vanguard generals were incapable of defeating Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, quite the opposite, their strengths were simply not on the same level. Long before the army set off, Xiao Tingxian used his luck points to raise the three generals' cultivation from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Not only that, but Xiao Tingxian also raised the cultivation level of his vanguard troops from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm. Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, is only a master of the innate realm, while Zhou Taichi's generals are all Grandmaster level experts, using a Grandmaster to deal with a master of the innate realm? The gap is far too wide, it's simply the strong bullying the weak. This is why Zhou Tai is in a dilemma, unsure which person to send to fight. Chapter 235. Nephew, save me. Standing atop the city wall, Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, was looking down at the scene below. He noticed that Zhou Tai's eyes kept scanning back and forth, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself, could it be that Zhou Tai has no one else to send and dares not fight me? Come to think of it, he is a master of innate skill, and Sanha is a godforsaken place. At the same time, Xiao Tingxian was hardly a figure, so how could he possibly have a master of innate talent like him? He probably didn't even have a single first-rank master under his command. Thinking of this, Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, suddenly realized that he had been somewhat rash and impulsive. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have shown myself so easily. I should have sent someone else instead. However, since things have come to this point, and we have already stepped forward, we can take this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Xiao Tingxian. Then, Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, raised his voice and mocked, which of you dares to step forward and accept the challenge? If you don't dare, you might as well tuck your tails between your legs and go back to Sanha. Damn it! Zhou Tai was just thinking about who to send out, lest others say that they only knew how to bully the weak. Before he could make up his mind, Shan Wei heard the other party's provocative words. They dared not fight back, and even told them to tuck their tails between their legs and roll back to Sanha. How could Zhou Tai possibly tolerate this? I definitely can't tolerate it. I'm giving you face and you don't even appreciate it. You just keep pushing your luck. I'll kill you right now, Zhou Tai shouted in a loud and clear voice. Where is Tianfei? Before he could finish speaking, one of Zhou Tai's generals stepped forward and loudly replied, Your subordinate is here. As Tianfei stepped forward, Zhou Tai's gaze turned icy as he stared intently at Zhengxing, his fifth uncle, who was standing atop the city wall. His face was clouded with malice as he sternly said, I'm giving you a task, twist his head off for me. If you can't do it, you don't need to come back.
Tianfei is a Grandmaster-level expert, but facing the arrogant and conceited uncle Zheng Xinghe, Zhou Tai no longer cared about bullying the weak and resolutely gave Tianfei a death order, determined to wring his head off. After all, if a Grandmaster-level expert can't even handle a mere innate realm cultivator, then there's no point in Tianfei returning to his side.
Zhou Tai has no need for such a useless person.
Yes, sir. I will certainly live up to your expectations.
Tianfei agreed without hesitation. Zhou Tai didn't even need to say the rest.
If he couldn't even defeat a Xiantian cultivator, he wouldn't have the face to come back and see Zhou Tai again. He might as well just commit suicide on the spot. After speaking, Tianfei flashed and leaped onto the city wall as lightly as a bird. He stood firmly and confronted Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle.
Who goes there? State your name quickly, for I do not kill nameless nobodies.
Seeing Tianfei leap onto the city wall and stare at him, Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, still didn't realize that something was wrong.
He continued to speak arrogantly, completely disregarding Tianfei, and even demanded that Tianfei announce his name. Go down and ask the King of Hell.
Tianfei didn't want to pay any attention to the other party. To be honest, Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, was far too arrogant and domineering, even more so than his soldiers. When dealing with someone like that, there's no need for words, just take action immediately. Tianfei activated his true essence, and his aura suddenly exploded. A powerful and unparalleled Grandmaster aura spread out, overwhelming everyone on the city walls with overwhelming force.
You're actually a Grandmaster-level expert?
When Tianfei fully unleashed his master aura, Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle's expression changed drastically, his face filled with disbelief. Moreover, at this moment, everyone in the city, including Prefect Xiao Yunzhang, Commander Zheng Huajun, and other members of the Zheng family, all showed expressions of astonishment. Who could have predicted that this seemingly ordinary Tianfei would actually be a Grandmaster-level expert?
You no longer need to know. Tianfei's face turned fierce.
There was no need for Tianfei to waste his breath explaining to this kind of person. He could just immediately wait to die. Seeing that Tianfei was not going to let him off easily, Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, looked up and glanced at Zheng Xinghe. He saw that Zheng Xing, his face was full of fear and his body was slowly backing away. Without a doubt, Zheng Xinghe wanted to escape. Seeing this, Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, hurriedly shouted, "Nephew, save me." Faced with his fifth uncle's cries for help, Zheng Xinghe remained silent, his face turning extremely pale, and his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he had been frozen in place and could no longer move. "Fifth uncle, are you trying to drag me down with you?" Zheng Xinghe thought to himself. Fortunately, Tianfei didn't seem to take Zheng Xinghe seriously. He merely glanced back at him and then looked away without making any further moves. At just now, Zhou Tai only instructed that Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle's head, be twisted off. As for the others, Zhou Tai did not mention them in particular. So for now, let's deal with Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, first. As for other matters, we can discuss them later. Besides, once Xiao Tingxian enters the city, none of them will be able to escape. Either way, they're all doomed. It's just a matter of whether they die sooner or later.
Go to hell! Tianfei cursed under his breath.
The atmosphere had already reached this point, and this guy was still only thinking about how to survive. He was completely disregarding him. However, Tianfei did not immediately kill Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle. Instead, he kicked him away, sending him flying like a cannonball to Shouting Xuan's feet. Tianfei thought to himself that this person's identity was rather special, so it would be more appropriate to leave it to Xiao Tingxian to handle. Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, was kicked away by Tianfei and fell heavily to the ground from the city wall, suffering multiple fractures in his ribs. Ignoring his physical pain, he scrambled to Shouting Xuan's side, knelt down with a thud, and desperately kowtowed. Begging for mercy, "Your Highness Prince Su, please have mercy and spare my life. From now on, my Zhang family will follow your Highness's lead." At this moment, his previous arrogant and unruly demeanor had completely vanished. He had no choice but to beg for mercy, because he didn't want to die yet. You must know that he is the fifth master of the Zhang family, a man of great prestige. Not only is he a powerful cultivator, a master of the innate realm, but he also just married a beautiful bride last month. Death was too terrifying for him. He didn't want to give up his precious life like that, and he wanted to enjoy life to the fullest. However, Xiao Tingxian remained unmoved by Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle's desperate pleas, not even bothering to glance at him. In his eyes, such a person was nothing more than an insignificant clown, not worth his time and energy to pay attention to. Then Xiao Tingxian coldly said, "Take him away and behead him as a sacrifice to the flag." Chapter 236. Completely impatient after Zheng Xing, his fifth uncle, was beheaded as a sacrifice, Xiao Tingxian drew his sword, raised his arm, and gave the order, "Break the city." As soon as he finished speaking, his three generals rushed out, eager to make a name for themselves in the first battle. On the city wall, Prefect Xiao Yunzhang and Commander Zhang Huajun saw Xiao Tingxian order an attack on the city. Without even a thought of resistance, they turned around and fled. Didn't you see that all the innate masters sent by the Zhang family have been killed and used as a sacrifice for their flag? If you don't run away now, are you just going to stand here and wait to die like an idiot? As for surrendering, there is no chance left now. Before the Zhang family made their move, they chose to seek refuge with Xiao Tingxian, at which point they might still have a glimmer of hope. However, now that the Zhang family has already taken action, and Xiao Tingxian already considers them as members of the Zhang family, if they choose to surrender again, Xiao Tingxian will definitely not accept them. Honestly, Prefect Xiao Yunzhang and Commander Zhang Huajun already hated the Zhang family to the core. Sending so few men, did they really think Xiao Tingxian would let them manipulate him? Now things are really messed up. Xiaotingshuan's army is entering the city, and everyone is facing annihilation. Seeing that Prefect Xiao Yunzhang and Commander Zhang Huajun had fled, the remaining garrison troops did not put up any futile resistance and all chose to surrender. In this way, Xiao Tingxian captured Liaoqing without losing a single soldier. After capturing Liaoqing, Xiao Tingxian began issuing orders and arranging follow-up matters. He stared intently ahead and shouted, "Zhou Tai, your subordinate is here." Zhou Tai responded and stepped forward in a loud voice. Xiao Tingxian nodded slightly and instructed in a serious tone, "You will lead 20,000 troops into the city. You must keep the prefectural governor's mansion and the training ground under strict control and ensure that there are no mishaps." Your subordinate obeys. Zhou Tai clasped his hands in acceptance of the order, his eyes gleaming with confidence. This was the first time Xiao Tingxian had entrusted him with a task, and he had to complete it perfectly and not let Xiao Tingxian down. Just as Zhou Tai turned around to lead his troops to carry out the mission, Xiao Tingxian suddenly called him back, etc. Xiaotingshuan's voice carried a hint of authority, making it impossible for anyone to ignore. Zhou Tai stopped and turned around to respectfully await Xiaotingshuan's instructions. Xiaotingshuan's gaze was piercing as he solemnly warned, "Remember, once you enter the city, you must strictly discipline your subordinates. If I find out that anyone is causing trouble in the city, no matter who it is, I will not tolerate it and will execute them without mercy." Xiao Tingxian knew that after an army breached a city, some soldiers might lose discipline due to indulgence and engage in burning, killing, looting, and even more outrageous acts against the city's inhabitants. So this behavior is not only inhumane, but it also damages the image and reputation of the military. He will never allow this to happen in his army, because Xiao Tingxian wanted to build an army that was both civilized and incredibly powerful, not one that only knew how to fight but acted like thugs. If they are allowed to act recklessly and undermine public morale, how will Xiao Tingxian earn more luck points in the future? Therefore, such a thing must never happen. If anyone makes such a mistake, Xiao Tingxian will execute them without hesitation and will show no mercy. I understand. If this happens, I am willing to offer my head as an apology. Zhou Tai made a firm assurance to Xiao Tingxian, expressing his belief that his soldiers would not do such a thing. The reason is simple: Xiao Tingxian has never shortchanged them in terms of daily necessities, and their monthly salaries are always paid on time and in full. Moreover, these soldiers all came from Sanha, and they used to be poor people. It was Xiao Tingxian who led them step by step out of poverty. If they still behave this way under these circumstances, it only shows that they are not worthy of being called human beings. Su De. After giving instructions to Zhou Tai, Xiao Tingxian took a deep breath and then called out the name of another general. Upon hearing his lord's call, the general named Su De dared not delay and immediately stepped forward, loudly replying, "Your subordinate is here." At this moment, the general, like Zhou Tai, had an unusually firm look in his eyes. He knew that Xiao Tingxian must have something important to instruct him on. Seeing Su De step forward to respond, Xiao Tingxian did not hesitate at all and immediately issued the order, "Quickly draw 5,000 elite soldiers from the army and accompany me to the Zhang family." Xiao Tingxian planned to visit the Zhang family in person and meet with everyone in the family. Upon hearing this, Su De was shocked and guessed Xiaotingshuan's thoughts. Xiao Tingxian was really planning to take over the aristocratic families. Although he knew it, Su De did not show any surprise. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. What's the point of fighting these lowly city guards? If we're going to do something big, let's go straight for the powerful clans. Su De replied without hesitation. This subordinate obeys. Su De then turned and left to make the arrangements. Immediately after Su De went to make the arrangements, Xiao Tingxian called out again, "Wang Wu, your subordinate is here." Immediately afterward, another person stepped forward. This person was Wang Wu, one of the three generals under Xiao Tingxian. Xiao Tingxian ordered, "You lead the army to garrison outside the city, and then conduct a thorough investigation of the garrison troops of Liaoqing. If there are no problems, release them. Xiao Tingxian did not want to pay too much attention to these garrison troops, after all, they are just small fry. As long as there are no major problems, there is no need to bother dealing with them. Just let them go, they won't cause any big trouble. Xiao Tingshuan's current goal is very clear, his primary task is to overthrow Xiao Jiyun and remove him from the throne. This position should be occupied by a capable person. Secondly, he targets powerful and influential families, aiming to win popular support and accumulate good fortune. Finally, it's about taking some time to rectify official corruption and, incidentally, gain some luck points. That's all, simple and clear. Your subordinate obeys. To be honest, Wang Wu was a little disappointed that Xiao Tingxian had only assigned him this small task. However, military orders are hard to disobey, so Wang Wu agreed without hesitation. At this moment, at the Zhang family residence, Zhang Xinghe rushed back to the family mansion in a great hurry. His footsteps hurried and flustered. As soon as he stepped through the Zhang family's gate, Zhang Xinghe shouted impatiently, "Father! Something terrible has happened." Zhang Xinghe's scream was like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this sudden shout, the rest of the Zhang family members came out, their faces showing surprise and doubt, eager to know what had happened. Zhang Baichuan frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He stared at the flustered Zhang Xinghe and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? What kind of behavior is this?" Seeing Zhang Xinghe's flustered appearance, Zhang Baichuan was very dissatisfied. Zhang Xinghe will succeed him as the next head of the Zhang family in the future, so he should remain calm and composed no matter what he faces. However, Zhang Xinghe in front of us has clearly lost his composure. But look at it now, all I did was send Zhang Xinghe to the city gate to meet Xiao Tingshuan's army, and not long after, Zhang Xinghe rushed back. What's going on? Has Xiao Tingshuan's army breached the city? Even if Xiao Tingshuan's army breached the city, there's no need to panic like this. With the Zhang family's resources, dealing with Xiao Tingxian would be a piece of cake. Is there any need to be so flustered? They really have no composure at all? If the Zhang family is handed over to Zhang Xinghe in the future, will Zhang Xinghe lead the Zhang family down a downward spiral? Chapter 237. Today, not a single one will be left behind. Just as Zhang Baichuan was considering whether to change his successor, he heard Zhang Xinghe's voice, "Father, fifth uncle is dead, and Xiao Tingxian has led his army into the city." What? Zhang Xinghe's words immediately shocked everyone in the Zhang family. What surprised them was not that Xiao Tingxian had breached the city walls, but that Zhang Xinghe's fifth uncle had died. It should be noted that Zhang Xinghe's fifth uncle was a master of the innate realm. Unless a grandmaster level expert personally intervened, Zhang Xinghe's fifth uncle would never have perished. Could it have been Xiao Tingxian who did it? Impossible. How could that useless Prince Xiao Tingxian possibly have a grandmaster level expert under his command? Zhang Baichuan frowned again and pressed, "How exactly did fifth brother die?" He still couldn't believe that Xiao Tingxian had a master level expert under his command, and that Zhang Xinghe's fifth uncle must have met with misfortune for some other reason. Zhang Xinghe dared not conceal anything and answered honestly, reporting to father, "It was a grandmaster level expert under Xiao Tingxian who made the move." What? Zhang Xinghe's words once again astonished the Zhang family. They never expected that Xiao Tingxian actually had a grandmaster level expert in his hands. It seems that Xiao Tingxian has been hiding his true intentions well. They underestimated this useless prince. Zhang Baichuan asked, "Tell us in detail what happened." It's like this, fifth uncle. Just as Zhang Xinghe was about to speak and explain the ins and outs of the incident to Zhang Baichuan and the others, a servant rushed in and interrupted him. Reporting to the patriarch, something terrible has happened. An army has arrived and completely surrounded our Zhang family. The servant reported to Zhang Baichuan in a flustered manner. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Baichuan's expression instantly turned serious. The others present also realized that this sudden army was likely targeting the Zhang family. Humph! What an ignorant brat! He actually dares to cause trouble in our Zhang family. All of you come with me and meet this arrogant boy. Zhang Baichuan's tone was full of disdain and anger. He immediately stepped forward and called the Zhang family members to come out with him to meet Xiao Tingxian. In his eyes, Xiao Tingxian was nothing more than an arrogant young man who thought himself invincible just because he had a grandmaster backing him up, and dared to openly provoke the Zhang family. Today, he will let Xiao Tingxian know that the foundation of a 1,000-year-old family is not something that a nouveau riche like Xiao Tingxian can afford to offend. He's just a grandmaster. What does he amount to in front of the Zhang family? Outside the Zhang family gate, Zheng Baichuan had already led the Zhang family members out to meet with Xiao Tingxian. Upon seeing Xiao Tingxian, Zheng Baichuan didn't even greet him before directly questioning, "What is the purpose of your Highness Prince Su's troops surrounding my Zhang family?" Zheng Baichuan's words were utterly blunt and were practically an accusation against Xiao Tingxian. However, Xiao Tingxian found it somewhat amusing to hear Zheng Baichuan's questioning. Zheng Baichuan was simply making false accusations first. However, even if he were to sue, where could he possibly sue right now? Xiao Tingxian calmly replied, "I have come to the capital to punish the traitor on the late emperor's edict, but you have deliberately blocked my way. Clearly, you are in cahoots with that traitor and are complicit in his crimes. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. Therefore, I have led my troops to besiege the Zhang family today. I hope the head of the Zhang family will cooperate with my actions, otherwise, the entire Zhang family will be killed without exception." "How dare you!" Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's threat to exterminate his entire family, Zheng Baichuan was so enraged he could barely breathe. He thought to himself, "Who does Xiao Tingxian think he is, daring to utter such arrogant words as exterminating his entire clan? They even claim to be acting on the late emperor's edict. That's utter nonsense. Does Xiao Tingxian have no idea what position he holds in the late emperor's eyes? How dare he say such things? He is utterly shameless, and you know what?" Zheng Baichuan was right. Xiao Tingxian is indeed a shameless scoundrel, utterly shameless. However, Xiao Tingxian learned this shameless behavior from these aristocratic families. After all, in Xiao Tingshuan's view, how many shameless things have these aristocratic families done? No sooner had Zheng Baichuan finished his reprimand than Xiao Tingxian immediately questioned, "It seems that Patriarch Zheng is unwilling to cooperate with my actions. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless and unleashing a massacre." "How dare you!" Zheng Baichuan didn't believe that Xiao Tingxian would dare to make a move in front of his Zheng family's gate. "Hee, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Tingxian retorted without backing down, and then gave the order, "Su De, listen to my command, leave no one from the Zheng family alive today." His purpose in coming here was very clear, to eliminate the Zheng family, a powerful clan in Jiangnan, rather than to reason with them. Now that the reasoning has been explained and the charges have been leveled against the Zheng family, there's no need to waste any more words with Zheng Baichuan. We can just take action. Your subordinate obeys. Su De responded loudly, then turned to face his soldiers and gave orders. His Highness has ordered that not a single member of the Zhang family be spared today. Everyone, follow me and fight the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Su De swiftly drew the broadsword hanging at his waist, took a step forward, and swung the sword at one of the Zhang family members next to Zhang Baichuan. Before the Zhang family member could react, he screamed and fell to the ground dead. "They're insane. They're a bunch of lunatics. Stop them." Zhang Baichuan was quite frightened by the sudden killing before his eyes. He never expected that Xiao Tingxian would be so decisive and ruthless, attacking without saying a word and killing with a single move. Even Zhang Baichuan, who was usually very knowledgeable, couldn't help but panic at this moment, fearing that Su De's broadsword would strike his head. Zhang Baichuan hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd and shouted for the rest of the Zhang family to step forward and block Su De. However, Su De's bravery exceeded expectations. Whenever a member of the Zhang family rushed forward to try to stop him, they were instantly cut down by his wielding broadsword. No one could stand against him. Otherwise, do you really think the Grandmaster is joking with you? Seeing Su De's ferocity, Zhang Baichuan and the rest of the Zhang family turned pale with fright. They hurriedly turned around and fled back into the mansion to seek support from other powerful members of the Zhang family. Chase. Upon seeing Zhang Baichuan and other important figures of the Zhang family rush back to the mansion, after Su De and the others dealt with those blocking their way, Xiao Tingxian immediately ordered them to follow closely behind Zhang Baichuan and the others, and then follow them into the Zhang family mansion. Chapter 238. Still haven't figured out the situation. Upon entering the Zhang family mansion, Xiao Tingxian looked around and saw 3 people standing in front of Zhang Baichuan. Judging from the flow of their aura and the imposing presence they exuded, all 3 were Grandmaster level experts. In just a moment, the Zhang family was able to produce 3 Grandmaster level experts, demonstrating that the foundation of a powerful family was indeed not to be underestimated, far surpassing that of the chieftains of Sanha. Seeing that he had the advantage, Zhang Baichuan spoke up at this moment. Xiao Tingxian, you brat, today I'll show you the true strength of the Zhang family, so you can die knowing the truth. In your next life, remember to be more restrained and not so arrogant. It's unclear where Zhang Baichuan got such confidence from. Could it be based solely on the few Grandmaster level experts in front of him? To be honest, those few are far from qualified. A mere few Grandmasters, yet Zhang Baichuan has the audacity to treat them as his reliance and flaunt them. Xiao Tingxian turned to Su De beside him and whispered, Su De, I'm leaving you here.
Upon hearing Xiao Tingxuan's order, Su De didn't hesitate.
He slammed his broadsword into the ground, pointed at the three Grandmasters opposite him, and said in a contemptuous and provocative tone, You three, come at me all at once.
Su De's actions were blatant contempt for the three of them. Extremely arrogant. Seeing Su De's provocation, the three Grandmasters of the Zhang family could no longer contain their anger.
Without bothering to find out what kind of strength Su De possessed, they launched a joint attack on him. However, Su De was not in a hurry and let them do as they pleased. As the three masters approached, Su De swiftly pulled the knife he had just stuck into the ground and immediately slashed horizontally. In an instant, the three masters flew backward like kites with broken strings, each with a deep wound on their neck, blood gushing out, their life signs gone. With a single move, Su De easily killed three Grandmaster level experts. Apart from a deathly silence, there was no other sound in the entire scene. The Zhang family members were all stunned and speechless. After a long pause, Zhang Baichuan pointed at Su De with a look of horror and said, You are a Grandmaster?
Zhang Baichuan never imagined that Xiao Tingxian had a Grandmaster level expert among his subordinates.
No wonder Xiao Tingxian dared to launch a military campaign against Xiao Jiyun and even dared to confront all the aristocratic families. It turned out he had something to rely on and wasn't acting rashly. Ironically, these aristocratic families foolishly believed that Xiao Tingxian was nothing more than an insignificant young man, not worth paying much attention to. But what about now? Now, the Zhang family is the first to taste this bitter fruit. However, Su De did not respond to Zhang Baichuan's question. Su De didn't tell him, but Zhang Baichuan already knew the answer in his heart. Su De was a Grandmaster level expert. Otherwise, how could Su De have so easily killed three Grandmaster level experts with just one move? And now, the situation has reached a critical juncture, a matter of life and death for the Zhang family. Zhang Baichuan has no other choice but to shout, Zhang Baichuan, the current head of the Zhang family, begs the ancestor to save our Zhang clan. Otherwise, our Zhang clan may be wiped out here. Zhang Baichuan had no choice but to summon his Zhang family's ancestor. Zhang Baichuan was forced into this situation, because in such a desperate situation, only the family patriarch, who was also a Grandmaster, could possibly contend with him. Well, as Zhang Baichuan finished speaking, a long sigh immediately echoed above the Zhang family's residence. Then, an elderly man appeared abruptly before everyone's eyes like a ghost. This old man was the ancestor of the Zhang family, and like Su De, he was also a Grandmaster. Your Highness, this matter is the fault of my Zhang family. My Zhang family is willing to compensate Your Highness for all losses. We hope Your Highness will be lenient and spare my Zhang family members. The old man appeared before everyone. Instead of directly attacking Su De, he sought peace with Xiao Tingxian. There's nothing we can do. The aristocratic families have just had really bad luck lately. In their quest for the position of governor, they spared no effort in assisting the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu. However, in the end, they gained nothing. Not only did they fail to obtain anything, but even these grandmasters and great grandmasters were left covered in wounds, which have not yet healed. Now that he has offended Xiao Tingxian, he has no chance of winning against a powerful enemy of the same level as Su De. He can only settle for second best and try to gain Xiao Tingxuan's forgiveness. Upon hearing the old man's request for reconciliation, Xiao Tingxian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You people really know how to read the situation. I never saw you so eloquent before you started fighting. Now that you realize you can't win, you come out and beg for mercy. Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Furthermore, is this how you ask for help? You should know that back then, the Ma family of Sanha were willing to give up all their wealth just to beg Xiao Tingxian to spare their lives. But even so, Xiao Tingxian still did not show any mercy and wiped them out. Now you're saying your Zhang family is only willing to offer some compensation? Are you trying to fight him off like a beggar, or is it that your Zhang family still hasn't grasped the current situation? As far as Xiao Tingxian is concerned, he doesn't need the Zhang family's charity at all. He can simply take it by force. Why waste his breath haggling with you here? Your idea is really not good. What I want, I will get by my own ability. Xiao Tingxian retorted directly. To be honest, although the Zhang family had a lot of assets, Xiao Tingxian didn't even care about them. However, Xiao Tingxian firmly believed in one thing: as long as he could successfully destroy the Zhang family, he would definitely win over a large number of people, and his luck value would surge again. Upon hearing Xiao Tingxuan's words, the Zhang family patriarch frowned deeply. It seems that His Highness Prince Su is determined to destroy my Zhang family.
If that's what you think, then you're right.
Today, I'm going to destroy your Zheng family. But don't worry, other aristocratic families will come to join you soon, so you won't be alone on your journey to the Yellow Springs.
Xiao Tingxian admitted it calmly.
His tone was composed, but the determination and killing intent it contained sent chills down one's spine upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words. The Zhang family patriarch knew perfectly well that there was no room for negotiation now. Fine, he decided to go all out, because only by defeating Su De could his Zheng family have a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they failed, their Zhang family would become a stepping stone on Xiao Tingshuan's road to success.
Chapter 239. You are too weak. Come on, let this old man see what Prince Su is capable of. A resolute glint flashed in the eyes of the Zheng family patriarch.
He straightened his body, ready to face this life-or-death battle.
Come on, let me see what you're capable of.
Facing a life-or-death confrontation with a grandmaster for the first time, Su De felt an indescribable surge of excitement.
If he could personally behead the Zheng family patriarch, his excitement would be even greater. Let me.
Just as Su De was sharpening his sword, preparing for a decisive battle with the Zhang family patriarch, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who came was Li Yifan. Indeed, Li Yifan also became interested in the Zhang family patriarch and longed to compete with him. Actually, Li Yifan didn't have any particular ideas, he just wanted to test his own strength. When he advanced to the first rank, he once sought out Mu Fei for a sparring match, but was defeated by Mu Fei in one move. After he advanced to the innate realm, he challenged Mu Fei again, but the outcome remained the same. He was still defeated by Mu Fei in one move. When he was promoted to Grandmaster, he challenged Mu Fei to another fight, but the result was the same. He was easily defeated by Mu Fei in one move. Later, he finally advanced to the Grandmaster realm and went to challenge Mu Fei to a duel. As expected, just like every time before, he was still instantly killed by Mu Fei in one move. Mu Fei's assessment of him remained consistent, consisting of only 3 words: he needs more practice. At that time, Li Yifan was extremely frustrated and couldn't help but wonder if he was really too bad at the game now that he has finally encountered a Grandmaster-level opponent. How could Li Yifan easily miss this opportunity? When Su De saw Li Yifan come out to snatch the person, his face turned very ugly. He had finally encountered such a Grandmaster-level expert, so why was Li Yifan coming out to snatch him? So he quickly said, "Sir, this is a trivial matter and you don't need to handle it personally. You can leave it to me." Su De was trying to curry favor with Li Yifan. Despite his current status as a general commanding 100,000 soldiers and possessing the cultivation level of a grandmaster, Su De dared not be presumptuous in front of Li Yifan, because he knew that Li Yifan not only had Xiao Tingshuan's deep trust and was Xiao Tingshuan's confidant, having accompanied him since childhood, but also escorted Xiao Tingxian all the way from the capital to Sanha to take up his fiefdom. Furthermore, he was related to Xiao Tingshuan's mother by the same clan. Through these layers of connections, her status far surpasses that of a mere brute like myself. However, Li Yifan did not respond to Su De's flattering words and stood straight in place without moving, which put Su De in a dilemma. Should he back down, or stand firm? If he backed down, he would inevitably feel resentful. But if he didn't give in, wouldn't that be disrespecting Li Yifan? Su De, come back. Let Yifan handle this matter. Just as Su De was hesitating, Xiao Tingxian spoke up, signaling him to step back and hand over the Zhang family patriarch to Li Yifan for disposal. Xiao Tingxian made this decision because he was worried and concerned about Li Yifan. Xiao Tingxian was fully aware of the sparring between Li Yifan and Mu Fei, and each time Li Yifan lost. If this continues, Li Yifan's Dao heart may crumble. Fortunately, we can use the Zhang family patriarch's help to stabilize Li Yifan's Dao heart. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Seeing that Xiao Tingxian had given the order personally, Su De had no choice but to obey, even though he was extremely reluctant. To put it bluntly, he could disobey Li Yifan's orders. At most he would be made difficult by Li Yifan afterward and given a hard time, but he absolutely could not go against Xiao Tingshuan's wishes. They knew very well that their current level of cultivation was all thanks to Xiao Tingxian. Therefore, they treated Xiao Tingxian with utmost respect. Furthermore, there is a hidden killing god beside Xiao Tingxian, and that person is the one they fear the most. Although this killing god usually keeps a low profile, he will immediately save Xiao Tingxian if he is endangered. It can be said that they held Xiao Tingxian in the highest esteem. As for this god of death, they felt a deep, primal fear in him. After exchanging glances with the Zhang family patriarch, Li Yifan's lips curled into a slight, contemptuous smile. He then said, "Does your Zhang family have any other Grandmaster-level experts? If so, feel free to call them out.
I'll defeat them all at once. Li Yifan's tone was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't take the Zheng family seriously at all. Before the battle had even officially begun, Li Yifan had already displayed such an arrogant attitude, wanting to fight against many opponents, seemingly without any concern that he would be in trouble. In fact, the reason why Li Yifan was so confident was because he had a solid foundation, because he had Mu Fei as his backer. If he were to encounter real danger, Mu Fei would never stand idly by or do nothing. Upon seeing this, the Zheng family patriarch couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. The Zheng family patriarch never expected that Li Yifan was also a grandmaster, and that he looked so young yet his strength was on par with his own. He wondered to himself, where exactly did Xiao Tingxian find so many top experts? It seemed that the Zheng family was unlikely to escape this calamity today. However, despite facing such a difficult situation, the patriarch of the Zheng family did not back down. This concerns the life and death of his Zheng family. No matter how many grandmaster level experts Xiao Tingshuan's side has, he will go even if it means gritting his teeth. Boy, if you want to destroy my Zheng family, you'll have to get past me first. With a furious shout, the Zheng family patriarch flashed forward and pounced on Li Yifan. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and palms clashing, and their energy surging everywhere. However, after several rounds of battle, the Zheng family patriarch gradually lost the battle and was eventually defeated. You're too weak. Li Yifan shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt and disappointment. He felt that the Zheng family patriarch in front of him was utterly incomparable to him, and could even be said to be easily controlled by him. Li Yifan frowned slightly, pondering to himself, is this really the level of a grandmaster? Or am I just imagining things? Su De, it's up to you now. Li Yifan had lost interest in continuing to fight the Zheng family patriarch. He said something indifferently and then handed the battlefield back to Su De. Seeing this, Xiao Tingxian understood that Li Yifan had regained some of his fighting spirit. Indeed, having been constantly tormented by Mu Fei, he finally has the opportunity to torment and kill others, so he must have found some confidence in his heart. Following Li Yifan's words, Xiao Tingxian immediately gave Su De the order, Su De, finish this quickly. I will be waiting for your news outside the door. After saying this, Xiao Tingxian didn't linger any longer, turned around and left, handing over the ownership of this place to Su De. He believed that with Su De's strength, it was only a matter of time before he could take down the Zheng family patriarch. Chapter 240 Golden Body Realm. Not long after Xiao Tingxian stepped outside the Zheng family's gate, he heard screams coming from inside the Zheng family mansion. These sounds reached his ears, but Xiao Tingshuan's face remained completely unmoved. A moment later, Su De emerged, his battle robes already stained crimson with blood. He approached Xiao Tingxian and reported, Your Highness, the entire Zheng family has been wiped out. Do you have any further instructions? Xiao Tingxian nodded slightly, then ordered Su De to confiscate the Zheng family's property and carefully tally up the assets. Now, Liaoqing is completely in Xiao Tingshuan's hands. Next, he plans to have Liaoqing follow the example of Sanha and carry out comprehensive reforms. Subsequently, Xiao Tingxian dispatched men to Sanha to bring all the officials over. After all, you gentlemen are very familiar with these tasks, so it's easier to leave them to handle them. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tingxian issued a notice to the people of Liaoqing, announcing that the Zheng family had been destroyed. Furthermore, Xiao Tingxian promised that Liaoqing would soon redistribute land. To ensure that every household would receive its own land, once this news spread, the people of Liaoqing were all moved to tears, and they were filled with respect and gratitude for Xiao Tingxian. The Zheng family has been bullying and oppressing the people in Liaoqing for many years, and now someone has finally stood up to punish them. What's even more surprising is that Xiao Tingxian not only eradicated the Zheng family, this major cancer, but also generously allocated land to them, which is undoubtedly a great joy. Having won the love and respect of the people of Liaoqing, Xiao Tingxian quickly gained 3 million luck points in a short period of time because of his good deeds. With so many luck points, he could create 3 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. After this battle, news of the Zheng family's massacre soon spread to every corner of the Great Zhou dynasty. Whether they were high-ranking officials or ordinary people, almost everyone knew about this. It was from this moment on that those aristocratic families who had once looked down on Xiao Tingxian began to feel fear. Who could have imagined that this seemingly useless prince, whom they had always disregarded, would actually possess such great power, managing to wipe out the entire Zheng family without uttering a sound, inside the inner palace of the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty? Bang! With a loud bang, Xiao Jiyun slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his face full of anger. Just now, Xiao Jiyun learned that Xiao Tingxian had wiped out the Zheng family of Liaoqing. It should be noted that the Zheng family was one of the most prestigious and powerful families in the Great Zhou dynasty. Judging from the last battle of Zazhuang,
Each of the major families has at least one grandmaster and several grandmaster-level experts. Even with such a lineup, they were easily wiped out by Xiao Tingxian, which greatly shocked Xiao Jiyun, who had always looked down on his ninth brother. Xiao Jiyun never expected that Xiao Tingxian, who was usually inconspicuous and unappreciated, was actually so powerful. Even after being demoted to the harsh and cold place of Sanha, he was still able to accumulate such great strength and had now successfully destroyed the Zheng family. In comparison, Xiao Tingxian is far superior to those two good-for-nothings, the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu. After calming down a bit, Xiao Jiyan asked the attendant beside him, "What are those people from the Lihua dynasty doing now?" Upon hearing Xiao Jiyan's question, the attendant hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, the people of the Lihua dynasty are quite well behaved, staying at the Dali temple without venturing out. However, they keep urging Your Majesty to fulfill your promise as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiyun couldn't help but snort coldly, "Humph. I know what I'm doing and I don't need them to teach me how to do it." After speaking, Xiao Jiyun fell into deep thought and remained silent. The Jiangnan aristocratic families. Since hearing the devastating news of the Zheng family's annihilation, the remaining powerful families in the Jiangnan region have been gripped by fear. After all, their strength was comparable to that of the Zheng family, and if they were to confront Xiao Tingxian one by one, they would surely end in defeat. Therefore, before Xiao Tingxian arrived, these aristocratic families quickly made two preparations. Their first step was to unite and fight against Xiao Tingxian, which would increase their chances of success. The second plan was to disperse a portion of the clansmen to preserve the family bloodline should they be unable to withstand Xiao Tingxian. Even if they were ultimately defeated, Xiao Tingxian would have difficulty finding and eliminating these clansmen. Just as the Jiangnan aristocratic families were discussing how to counter Xiao Tingxian in Liaoqing, after the officials of Sanha were brought over, Xiao Tingxian left a portion of his troops to assist them in carrying out reforms. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tingxian did not linger in Liaoqing, and once again led his army southward in a grand procession. Within a month, Xiao Tingxuan's army, with unstoppable momentum, successively recaptured 3 cities. The generals responsible for guarding these 3 cities had long heard of Xiao Tingxuan's reputation and were well aware of his prowess. After weighing the pros and cons, they wisely chose not to engage Xiao Tingxuan's army in a direct confrontation, but instead decided to lay down their weapons and surrender. Under these circumstances, Xiao Tingxian successfully accumulated 5 million luck points. However, Xiao Tingxian did not intend to use these 5 million points of luck to create more grandmasters. This was because he already had enough grandmasters on his side. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 8. Under these circumstances, creating a grandmaster would not be of much practical significance. After careful consideration, Xiao Tingxian decided that it would be more appropriate to concentrate his luck points to enhance a top-tier combatant. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian resolutely decided to raise Mu Fei's cultivation to the Golden Body realm. Prior to this, Xiao Tingxian had already asked the system and learned that to advance a grandmaster to the next level, it would require consuming 5 million points of luck. The Golden Body realm is a realm above the grandmaster level, which is to some extent equivalent to the Golden Core stage in the world of cultivation. However, there are still some differences between the two Dai and the world of cultivation. Those who reach the Golden Core stage need to undergo the baptism of tribulation, and there are also distinctions in the quality of the resulting core. However, in this world, the Golden Body realm does not require tribulation, nor does it have the concept of elixir quality. One only needs to let nature take its course and let things unfold naturally. Therefore, in a contest of equal strength, the Golden Body is far inferior to the Golden Core. Xiao Tingxuan's army continued its southward advance, and several days later, it arrived in Dengzhou. Dengzhou is no ordinary city, it is a truly large city with a very long history. It should be noted that Xiao Tianyu's mother's family home is located here. Xiao Tingxian naturally wanted to take extra care of his good brother's family. Chapter 241. One more. When Xiao Tingxuan's army arrived at the gates of Dengzhou, the Chu family had already received the news and had sent men to prepare for battle. Xiao Tingxian, without hesitation, sent men to issue a warning. The gist of his message was this: he and Xiao Tianyu were the closest of brothers, and Chu Shiyu had treated him well in the past. He really did not want to antagonize the Chu family. As long as the Chu family was willing to surrender obediently, he, Xiao Tingxian, could be lenient with the Chu family and show them mercy. Of course, this is conditional. As long as the Chu family has not done anything heinous, Xiao Tingxian can forgive them. However, if anyone commits a crime, Xiao Tingxian will certainly not let them off easily. At first, when they heard the first half of Xiao Tingxuan's sentence, the Chu family members couldn't help but waver a little. They thought that surrendering to Xiao Tingxian might not be a bad idea, as long as the Chu family could be preserved safely. However, upon hearing the second half of Xiao Tingxuan's sentence, the thought of surrender that had just arisen was instantly dispelled by Xiao Tingxian. What Xiao Tingxian said was simply a lie, among those from prominent families, whose hands are completely clean. Furthermore, if Xiao Tingxian were so determined, he could certainly find a pretext to frame them. Even if there was nothing to it, therefore, Xiao Tingxian never truly intended to let them go. As for the claims that Xiao Tianyu was his best brother, that Chu Shiyu treated him very well when they were young, and that he didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Chu family, those are just empty words and excuses. And no matter how eloquently you, Xiao Tingxian, speak, they won't be foolish enough to believe your nonsense. If they were to surrender to Xiao Tingxian, what difference would there be between them and lambs to the slaughter? Therefore, the Chu family rejected Xiao Tingxian without hesitation, telling him to stop arguing and go straight to a real battle. Despite the Chu family's harsh words, Xiao Tingxian remained calm and composed. He then sent someone to inform the Chu family that he genuinely did not want to completely break ties with them and also did not want his good brother Xiao Tianyu to be heartbroken. He asked them to reconsider their decision. However, seeing Xiao Tingxuan's shameless behavior, the Chu family was furious and sent a message to Xiao Tingxian, telling him to stop pretending and to step over their dead bodies if he had the guts. Seeing that the Chu family completely ignored his advice, Xiao Tingxian showed a helpless expression, indicating that he really had no other choice, and that the Chu family had forced him to do this. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian resolutely ordered an attack on the city. Clearly, the Chu family had taken precautions beforehand, or rather, they had received assistance from other powerful families. This time, Xiao Tingxuan's order to attack the city was not as simple as attacking Liaoqing, where it could be taken easily. In this battle of Dengzhou, the Chu family actually dispatched 6 grandmasters and more than a dozen other grandmaster-level experts. Xiao Tingxian certainly wouldn't believe that the Chu family could mobilize so many powerful individuals at once without the help of other powerful families, but this is fine too. The powerful families of Jiangnan have all sent their experts here, so Xiao Tingxian can take them all out in one fell swoop. Don't move, let me try first. After the Chu family sent out 6 grandmaster-level experts, several grandmasters under Xiao Tingxuan's command were also eager to fight. At this moment, Li Yifan suddenly jumped out again, shouting loudly that they should not move and that he should test their strength first. Li Yifan felt unsatisfied and completely uninteresting when he fought against the Zheng family patriarch last time. Coincidentally, the Chu family has sent 6 grandmasters, which is a good opportunity to test his true level and see if he can fight several opponents at the same level. Arrogant. When they saw that Li Yifan actually dared to take on all of them by himself, the 6 grandmasters on the Chu family's side cursed Li Yifan for being extremely arrogant. They naturally wouldn't go along with Li Yifan's wishes and attack together. After all, they also had their pride. If it's 6 against 1, even if you win, you won't feel proud. And if you lose, you'll be even more ashamed to show your face. Let me have a go at you first. The Chu family first sent out a grandmaster to fight Li Yifan. After several rounds of fighting, the grandmaster sent by the Chu family quickly found himself at a disadvantage, constantly suppressed by Li Yifan. One more person, please. Li Yifan shouted that one-on-one was too boring, and his opponent was no match for him at all. Don't be so arrogant, you ignorant brat. Let this old man teach you a lesson. Upon hearing Li Yifan's provocation, another grandmaster from the Chu family joined the battle, making it 1 against 2. Although it was now 1 against 2, Li Yifan still had the upper hand, but it wasn't as easy as the one-on-one fight before. After another fierce battle, Li Yifan still felt unsatisfied, because this was not his limit, so Li Yifan shouted again, one more time. You child, prepare to die. At Li Yifan's request, the Chu family also sent another grandmaster-level expert to the battlefield, making it a 1 against 3 situation. Facing 3 opponents alone, Li Yifan clearly felt the strain this time. It was precisely because of this that Li Yifan gained a certain understanding of his own abilities. Li Yifan couldn't help but sigh, realizing how powerful he was, capable of taking on 3 opponents of the same level. It seemed that his previous belief that he was weak was just an illusion. At the same time, Li Yifan also realized a fact: it wasn't that he was weak, but that Mu Fei was too powerful. Let's send 2 more people up. We're determined to take care of this kid today. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, where it took 3 against 1 to barely suppress Li Yifan, the Chu family began to frown. If Xiao Tingxian were to acquire 2 more such formidable subordinates, they wouldn't even need to fight, they could simply wait to die. So they decided to be shameless one last time and send in 2 more grandmasters to quickly kill Li Yifan and eliminate any future trouble. Seeing that the Chu family had silently dispatched 2 more Grandmaster-level experts to deal
with Li Yifan attempting to kill him, Shouting Xuan's face immediately darkened. These powerful families are utterly shameless.
They even resort to sneak attacks when outnumbered 3-1.
If you keep playing like this, I'm going to flip the table. All of you, come at me together and leave these old geezers here for me. Besides Li Yifan, Xiao Tingxian also has 6 other grandmasters under his command. You want to see who has more people, right? Then let's try it and see who has more people. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon receiving Xiao Tingxuan's order, all 6 of Xiao Tingxuan's grandmasters were dispatched to assist Li Yifan. 7 grandmasters? Where did Xiao Tingxian get so many grandmaster experts?
Seeing that Xiao Tingxuan's side had directly dispatched 6 grandmasters, plus Li Yifan who was already engaged in battle. In other words, Xiao Tingxian has 7 grandmaster-level experts under his command. 7 grandmaster-level experts, more than all the aristocratic families combined, are no less powerful than the royal family. They simply couldn't understand how Xiao Tingxian could have such capable subordinates. Xiao Tingxuan's powerful subordinates were all unknown in the martial arts world. As if they had been created out of thin air. Is there really such an incredible method in the world that can mass-produce powerful individuals? Chapter 242 Xiao Jiyun's panic. The current situation is 7 against 6, and the opposing team consists of 6 old men who are no match for Xiao Tingxuan's side in terms of stamina or vitality. Moreover, Xiao Tingxuan's side has more people, and they can fight against several opponents at once. This makes the balance of power between the two sides very clear, with Xiao Tingxuan's side obviously holding an absolute advantage. As expected, after a fierce battle, Xiao Tingxuan's men successfully killed all of the enemy's strongmen, leaving them no way to escape. At this point, Dengzhou fell under Xiao Tingxuan's control. With Dengzhou falling into Xiao Tingxuan's hands, the fate of the Chu family became clear. They would face the same end as the Zhang family, and from then on, the Chu family would completely disappear from the Great Zhou dynasty. After successfully capturing Dengzhou, Xiao Tingxuan's army did not stop, but continued to march south, since the top experts of the Jiangnan families had all perished in the Battle of Dengzhou. The subsequent attacks posed almost no pressure for Xiao Tingxian. Upon reaching each city, the defending generals surrendered one after another. The once arrogant noble families fled in terror, fearing annihilation by Xiao Tingxuan's army. In just a few months, Xiao Tingxian quickly brought the entire Jiangnan region under his control, and his luck value was greatly improved as a result. The capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. How could this happen? Why? Xiao Jiyan angrily threw the battle report on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had originally hoped that Xiao Tingxian could fight the Jiangnan aristocratic families to a standstill, so that he could reap the benefits, but the reality was completely different from his expectations. In just a few months, Xiao Tingxian had wiped out all the powerful families in Jiangnan and unified the entire Jiangnan region. Now, he was only a little over 1,000 miles away from the capital. Given Xiao Tingxuan's marching speed, if there are no obstacles along the way, his army will surely arrive at the capital city within a month. At this moment, Xiao Jiyan finally realized the seriousness of the problem and was filled with panic. Xiao Tingxuan's strength exceeded his expectations. He had originally been hoping for the best, thinking that Xiao Tingxian was nothing special. However, judging from the strength presented in this battle report, he was no match for Xiao Tingxian. To contend with him, he would likely have to resort to all of the royal family's trump cards. However, Xiao Jiyun is currently only acting emperor and has not yet officially ascended the throne, so he does not have enough power to mobilize these forces. After taking this position, Xiao Jiyun gradually learned about the many secrets hidden within the Great Zhou royal family. It turns out that, in the Great Zhou royal family, besides that one supreme being, there were actually 12 grandmaster level experts and dozens of other grandmaster level experts. Upon learning of the profound heritage of the Great Zhou royal family, even Xiao Jiyun, who always prided himself on his composure and calmness, was deeply shocked. He finally understood why his Xiao family had been able to sit firmly on the emperor's throne without fear of those powerful clans joining forces to rebel. So that's the reason. After all, with such powerful strength as a backing, who could easily shake them? However, despite the immense power of the royal family, Xiao Jiyun had not yet officially ascended the throne, so the one in the inner palace only granted him a small portion of the power. Currently, Xiao Jiyun can only mobilize 4 grandmasters and 10 grandmaster level experts. As for other forces, Xiao Jiyun has no right to use them at all. Even a mysterious and powerful organization like the Shadow Guards was beyond Xiao Jiyun's knowledge at this moment. If these 4 grandmasters and 10 grandmaster level experts were used to quell a rebellion, this configuration would likely be sufficient. However, if they wanted to contend with Xiao Tingxian, these forces were clearly far from sufficient.
Therefore, Xiao Jiyun must rely on external assistance to enhance his own strength. Guards, prepare carriages and horses immediately, and escort the imperial carriage to the Dali Temple. I wish to see the people of the Lihua dynasty. Xiao Jiyun wanted to personally meet the people of the Lihua dynasty. He knew that only by relying on the power of the Lihua dynasty could he, Xiao Jiyun, have a chance to defeat Xiao Tingxian. Not long after, Xiao Jiyun appeared at the Dali Temple. 3 people from the Lihua dynasty came to meet Xiao Jiyun. One of them was a man and a woman who were about the same age as Xiao Jiyun, while the other was an elderly man. Upon closer inspection, the old man turned out to be a grandmaster-level expert. Clearly, the old man's duty was to protect the safety of the man and woman. The fact that these two individuals have a grandmaster protecting them is enough to show that they are of extraordinary status. Indeed, the man and woman are of high status. They are the prince and princess of the Lihua dynasty. The man's name was Li Xiao, the third prince of the Lihua dynasty. The woman's name was Li Luo, the ninth princess of the Lihua dynasty. Upon seeing Xiao Jiyun arrive in person, Li Xiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked with a half-smile, "Has your majesty come here now? Have you come to a realization and are you ready to begin fulfilling our agreement?" Actually, he was deliberately asking Xiao Jiyun if Xiao Jiyun's visit was definitely not to fulfill their agreement. Although he was not a member of the Great Zhou dynasty, he was well aware of the major events happening in the Great Zhou dynasty, especially the fact that Xiao Tingxian led a large army to wipe out all the powerful families in Jiangnan, and then advanced triumphantly, soon approaching the capital of Great Zhou. Seeing Li Xiao's ambiguous smile and his clearly sarcastic words, Xiao Jiyun couldn't help but frown, but remembering that he had come here to ask the Lihua dynasty for a favor, Xiao Jiyun quickly felt relieved and said in a deep voice, "I have come here to ask for the help of your Lihua dynasty. As long as you are willing to help me get rid of Xiao Tingxian, this big trouble, I will immediately fulfill the agreement between us." Upon hearing Xiao Jiyun's request, Li Xiao showed a troubled expression that he remained silent for a long time, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, before slowly replying to Xiao Jiyun, "Your Majesty, could you give us some time to consider this?" Xiao Jiyun pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I can give you time to consider it, but you must be quick." Xiao Jiyun knew very well that Li Xiao was deliberately stalling him, and he didn't know what the other party was up to, but he had no other choice at the moment. Without the aid of the Lihua dynasty, he would definitely have lost to Xiao Tingxian. He was unwilling to lose to Xiao Tingxian like this. After all, he had gone through many hardships to get this position, and he hadn't even settled into it yet. How could he give it to Xiao Tingxian so easily? Once Xiao Tingxian takes this position, not only will his life be in danger, but he will also be falsely accused of being a traitor by Xiao Tingxian. After his death, he will not even be allowed to enter the ancestral temple, and his life will be despised by future generations. This is definitely not the ending that Xiao Jiyun wants to see. Li Xiao cupped his hands to Xiao Jiyun and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we will inform you as soon as we have the results. I am waiting for you, and I hope you will not disappoint me." Seeing that Li Xiao's attitude was sincere, Xiao Jiyun stopped caring whether the other party was just being perfunctory and turned to leave. Chapter 243. The Lihua dynasty changed its strategic deployment after Xiao Jiyun left. Only the 3 members of the Lihua dynasty remained in the room. Li Luo asked Li Xiao with a hint of confusion in her voice. "Third brother, why don't you agree to Xiao Jiyun's request? This matter is of utmost importance to our Lihua royal family. The sooner the better, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." In her opinion, since they had already started cooperating with Xiao Jiyun, and now that the other party had taken the initiative to make a request for an agreement, her brother should have agreed immediately. Why was he still hesitating? Shouldn't it be the sooner the better? Hearing Li Luo's question, Li Xiao shook his head helplessly and explained, "Ninth sister, you're oversimplifying the issue. Xiao Jiyun kept us in the dark for so long without any news, but now he's suddenly come to us personally to propose an agreement. Don't you find that strange? Think about it carefully. What is his purpose in doing this? For what purpose?" When Li Xiao asked her this question, Li Luo looked blank. She hadn't thought about the question in depth at all, and had just said it casually. You can't expect her to think deeply about the issues. Seeing Li Luo's naive and carefree attitude, and her lack of thought in solving problems, Li Xiao was speechless. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, well, she's my sister after all. It's alright if she's a little silly. After all, she's the emperor's most beloved girl.
Anyway, I didn't expect Li Luo to be of any help this time. I just brought her out to have some fun. The main reason for bringing Li Luo along was that this little girl was deeply favored by the emperor. When Li Luo learned that Li Xiao was going to the Great Zhou dynasty, she acted spoiled and insisted on coming along with the emperor. Unable to dissuade Li Luo, the emperor finally had to nod in agreement and allow Li Xiao to bring her along. Li Xiao explained to Li Luo simply, "The reason is simple, Xiao Jiyun can't beat Xiao Tingxian. Even adding the experts from our Li Hua dynasty won't work?" However, Li Luo still didn't understand the reason. In her mind, her Li Hua dynasty was incredibly powerful, an extremely strong force even on the entire continent, and even the Great Zhou dynasty was no match for it. Therefore, in her opinion, dealing with a mere prince like Xiao Tingxian would be a piece of cake. Li Xiao was unaware of Li Luo's thoughts at that moment. If he had known, he would probably have sighed helplessly, thinking that she was truly a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. In fact, the Great Zhou dynasty is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Otherwise, the Li Hua dynasty would have already conquered it. Li Xiao shook his head again and replied to Li Luo, "No." Analyzing the incident of Xiao Tingshuan's annihilation of the Jiangnan aristocratic families, considering the number of powerful individuals he brought, plus the number of powerful individuals that Xiao Jiyun could mobilize, even if the two sides combined, they would probably find it difficult to contend with Xiao Tingxian, unless the Li Hua dynasty is willing to send more powerful experts. But the risk of doing so is too high. I'm sure my father would never agree. If that's the case, then what are you still hesitating about, third brother? Why not just reject Xiao Jiyun outright? Li Luo was once again confused. She was as naive as a sweet and innocent girl and couldn't understand why she would agree to consider it with Xiao Jiyun if she knew she was not strong enough. Why? Li Xiao couldn't help but sigh, feeling a splitting headache. He had never been so speechless before. Ever since he took Li Luo in, Li Xiao felt like he was about to become withdrawn. She knows nothing but keeps asking questions. Even after I explain, she's still confused and doesn't understand. Plus, she talks too much. It's infuriating. I really want to give Li Luo a good whack. However, this idea could only remain in his mind. Li Xiao dared not actually do it. If he dares to strike Li Luo with a hammer now, his father will strike him at least 10 times when they return to the Li Hua dynasty. This deal is so unfair. Oh well, I'll just have to put up with it for now. After all, she's his own sister. As her older brother, he should be magnanimous. Old Wu, I have a favor to ask of you. Li Xiao stopped wasting his breath trying to explain to Li Luo. After all, given Li Luo's intelligence and comprehension, even if he did explain, it would be futile, like casting pearls before swine. The elder Wu that Li Xiao mentioned was the Grandmaster standing next to him. Without hesitation, Old Wu replied, "I will obey your highness's orders." He followed Li Xiao here not only to protect Li Xiao and the others, but also to obey Li Xiao's instructions when necessary. As long as Li Xiao's requests are reasonable and legal, he will do his best to carry them out. No sooner had Elder Wu finished speaking than Li Xiao continued, "Elder Wu, I urge you to travel south and ask Xiao Tingxian on behalf of my Li Hua dynasty whether he is willing to cooperate with us. If Xiao Tingxian agrees to cooperate with us, our Li Hua dynasty is willing to help him ascend to the throne." Indeed, Li Xiao has changed his strategic plan and intends to seek cooperation with Xiao Tingxian. The reason is simple. Given the strength that Xiao Tingxian has demonstrated so far, cooperating with Xiao Jiyun is undoubtedly too risky and not worthwhile. If that's the case, why not try a different approach? In any case, as long as the surname of the Great Zhou dynasty is Xiao, and as long as it can be determined which person's descendant it is, it doesn't really matter whether it is Xiao Jiyun or Xiao Tingxian. I obey. Old Wu went down as Li Xiao instructed, returning to Xiao Tingshuan's story. After clearing out the entire Jiangnan region, Xiao Tingxian did not head straight to the capital, but instead took a detour to a place called Yicheng. There was a family living in Yicheng, the Li family, which was also the maternal home of Xiao Tingshuan's mother. When the Li family learned that Xiao Tingxian was coming soon, everyone in the Li family was extremely excited. Fortunately, the Li family did not abandon Xiao Tingxian back then, but instead chose to continue supporting him steadfastly. And now that Xiao Tingxian has fully grown in power, the supreme position is surely his. In this way, as Xiao Tingshuan's meritorious officials, the Li family not only have a prominent status but are also relatives of the emperor. They are bound to rise to prominence in the future, and their family status will also rise accordingly, gradually transforming into a powerful and influential family. Before Xiao Tingshuan's troops even arrived in Yicheng, Li Xiao, the head of the Li family, eagerly led his family members to wait for them on the outskirts of Yicheng. Upon seeing the billowing dust rising in the distance, Li Xiao knew that Xiao Tingshuan's army was approaching. He straightened his clothes and then led the Li family members to stand respectfully by the roadside to wait. Finally, Xiao Tingxian led his army into view. He rode a tall and mighty steed, his posture upright as a pine tree, his face handsome and resolute. Behind him stood a disciplined and imposing army, Xiao Tingshuan's invincible force. Chapter 244. A warning to the Li family. Upon seeing Xiao Tingshuan's army arrive, Li Xiu quickly led his men forward a few steps, then knelt down with a thud, kowtowed to Xiao Tingxian, and loudly proclaimed, "This humble subject, Li Xiu, along with the entire Li family, respectfully welcomes your highness's arrival in Yicheng." Upon seeing this, Xiao Tingxian hurriedly dismounted, walked quickly to Li Xiu, helped him up, and said with a smile, "Grandfather and uncles, there's no need for such a grand gesture. Please rise."
"Thank you, Your Highness. This is not the place to talk.
If Your Highness does not mind, I hope you can come to the city and accompany me to your residence for a rest." Li Xiu stood up with Xiao Tingshuan's help and looked directly at Xiao Tingxian with a smile. Li Xiu was delighted by Xiao Tingshuan's address of grandpa. He knew that Xiao Tingshuan's respectful attitude towards him meant that Xiao Tingxian valued the Li family highly, which showed the Li family's importance in Xiao Tingshuan's heart. Afterwards, Li Xiu invited Xiao Tingxian to the Li family for a chat, since the outskirts of the city were not a suitable place for reminiscing and talking, nor did it conform to the Li family's way of treating guests. "Very well, grandfather, please wait here for me for a moment." Xiao Tingxian readily accepted Li Xiu's invitation, then turned to his generals behind him and ordered, "You will lead the army to set up camp outside the city and await further instructions. After all, this is an army of hundreds of thousands. If they all rashly enter the city, it will not only cause panic among the people, but also make it impossible for such a small city like Yicheng to accommodate so many people all at once." After arranging everything, Xiao Tingxian felt relieved and, along with Li Yifan and other trusted followers, went to the Li family with Li Xiu. Upon arriving at the Li family's residence, the guests and hosts exchanged pleasantries and inquired about each other's well-being, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, at this moment, Li Xiu suddenly changed the subject and said to Xiao Tingxian, "Your Highness is not yet married, but there happens to be a beautiful woman in a collateral branch of my Li family. This woman is well educated, gentle, and virtuous. She is now 16 years old, which is the perfect age for marriage. If she could marry Your Highness, it would truly be a match made in heaven. I wonder what Your Highness thinks." Upon hearing Li Xiu's words, Xiao Tingxian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How could he not understand Li Xiu's wishful thinking? If he marries this woman from the Li family, then when he ascends the throne in the future, this woman will either become the empress, the mother of the nation, or a noble concubine of high status. In this way, the Li family's status and power are self-evident. Faced with such an obvious political marriage, Xiao Tingxian found it difficult to feel any goodwill, but he did not show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. "Thank you for your kindness, grandfather. However, I have previously sworn that I will not consider matters of personal feelings before my great cause is accomplished. I hope you will not take offense." Xiao Tingxian found a suitable reason to refuse Li Xiu, saying that he would not consider matters of personal feelings before his great cause was completed. Xiao Tingxian knew that if he became even closer to the Li family through marriage, the Li family's status would inevitably rise even higher, and he really didn't want to see such a powerful Li family. Of course, Xiao Tingshuan's words were only half true. To date, Xiao Tingxian remained single, having never married or even taken a concubine. In fact, the officials of Sanha were far more anxious than Li Xiu. They had long ago suggested to Xiao Tingxian that he marry a woman into the family, even if she was not given the title of principal wife, but she must give birth to a son. In this way, even if Xiao Tingxian suffers misfortune, someone will inherit his family business, and his subordinates will still be able to serve the Prince Su's lineage loyally. Later, after Li Jingxue was taken to Sanha, she saw that Xiao Tingxian was already in his mid-20s but still had not settled down, started a family, or had children, and she was really worried about him. Li Jingxue also personally approached Xiao Tingxian, urging him to find someone quickly so that he could focus on his own life after having a child. She assured him that she would take good care of the child. As a result, despite Li Jingxue's persuasion, Xiao Tingxian refused her without hesitation and firmly stated that he would never consider such important matters in life before completing his ambitions. Therefore, Xiao Tingshuan's reply to Li Xiu cannot be considered a lie. Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words, Li Xiu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he praised Xiao Tingxian for not being swayed by romantic feelings, saying that it was very good. A man should be like this, with ambition and great perseverance. After Li Shou finished speaking, it was Shouting Xuan's turn to speak. Then Xiao Tingxian solemnly warned Li Shou, "We are at a critical moment in my reform efforts. Please, my grandfather and uncles, keep the Li family in check and do not do anything that would put me in a difficult position." Shouting Xuan's words clearly carried a warning meaning. His implication was very clear: the Li family had helped him in the past and were also his mother's family, so Xiao Tingxian could be lenient with them, but now is a crucial moment for his reforms, and he hopes that the Li family will not rely on his power to act recklessly, otherwise it would be tantamount to slapping him in the face in public. Let me make this clear from the start. If the Li family causes any scandal that affects Shouting Xuan's reform plans, then don't blame Xiao Tingxian for. Disregarding family ties, Shouting Xuan's tone was very serious and earnest, leaving no room for any negligence. Upon hearing this, Li Shou panicked and hurriedly assured Xiao Tingxian, "Your Highness, please rest assured, my Li family will absolutely not cause you any trouble." After saying those words, Li Shou's heart was filled with fear and unease. Before this, he had always thought Xiao Tingxian was an easy person to talk to. After all, Shouting Xuan's mother was his own daughter, and since Xiao Tingxian came to Yicheng, he had always called him grandpa affectionately. Therefore, Li Shou mistakenly believed that Xiao Tingxian had deep feelings for the Li family. It was precisely because of this misunderstanding that Li Shou dared to boldly propose a marriage alliance to Xiao Tingxian, but now it seems that he completely misjudged Shouting Xuan's thoughts. Xiao Tingxian was far from what he imagined. The reason why Xiao Tingxian did not touch the Li family was not because he had any goodwill towards them, but simply because of their favor. This so-called favor was nothing more than a superficial gesture. If the Li family does anything to harm Xiao Tingxian will kill them without hesitation. This is the nature of emperors. For an emperor, emotional factors such as kinship and friendship are often not the key factors in their decision-making. In the eyes of those in power, there is no such thing as family affection. Power and interests are the most important things. If anyone dares to infringe upon their authority or pose a threat to their status, even family members may be ruthlessly eliminated. To be honest, Li Shou should have realized this a long time ago. Chapter 245, Remnants of a Master remain in the Western Burial Grounds. The reason Xiao Tingxian made a detour to Yicheng was to personally inform the Li family that he, Xiao Tingxian, would remember their past kindness to him and would reward them when he ascended the throne. However, he also hoped that the Li family would not abuse his current power. While giving the Li family a taste of success, Xiao Tingxian also gave them a warning, telling them to relax and not cause him any trouble. Faced with Shouting Xuan's earnest admonition, Li Shou nodded repeatedly in agreement, indicating that he had kept it in mind. After that, Xiao Tingxian stayed at the Li family's residence for 2 days before leading his army to the capital once again. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared in front of Shouting Xuan's military camp, claiming that he wanted to meet Xiao Tingxian and had important matters to discuss with him, while also revealing his true identity. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the Grandmaster Wu, whom Li Shou referred to as Elder Wu, from the Li Hua dynasty. He had come to discuss important matters with Xiao Tingxian. As instructed by Li Shou, the fact that someone from the Li Hua dynasty had suddenly approached him, and that the other party was a Grandmaster-level expert, made Xiao Tingxian extremely curious. He really couldn't figure out the true intentions behind the Li Hua dynasty's actions. However, despite his doubts, Xiao Tingxian decided to meet this Grandmaster-level expert from the Li Hua dynasty. "What brings you people from the Li Hua dynasty to see me?" Xiao Tingxian stared coldly at the person before him, his tone filled with undisguised hostility and accusation. His gaze was piercing, seemingly able to penetrate the other person's heart, inspiring fear in them. Seeing Xiao Tingxian like this, old Wu muttered to himself, "This Xiao Tingxian is too arrogant. He doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality." However, he knew the purpose of his visit and understood that his side needed Shouting Xuan's help, putting them at a disadvantage and making them a vulnerable group. So he suppressed his dissatisfaction and tried his best to remain polite and calm. Old Wu took a deep breath and then slowly said, "I represent the Li Hua dynasty and have come to discuss cooperation with His Highness Prince Su." "Cooperate with me?" Xiao Tingxian was clearly surprised, an expression of disbelief on his face. He frowned, repeating the other person's words, seemingly wondering if he had misheard. Why would people from the Li Hua dynasty suddenly come to him seeking cooperation? A series of questions flashed through Xiao Tingxuan's mind. After all, the Li Hua dynasty had always cooperated closely with Xiao Jiyun, and their relationship was extraordinary. Now, however, they were turning to cooperate with him, which must be hiding some conspiracy or ulterior motive. "Weren't you people from the Li Hua dynasty cooperating well with Xiao Jiyun? Why have you suddenly come to see me? What is your intention?" Xiao Tingxian stared intently at Old Wu, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Faced with Xiao Tingshuan's questioning, Old Wu smiled slightly, trying to ease the tension. He said softly, "Times have changed. Shouldn't we all look to the future, Your Highness Prince Su?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingxian understood the deeper meaning behind it. Although Old Wu's words were veiled, his intentions were very clear. Xiao Jiyun had lost his usefulness, and now they hoped to cooperate with him. Seeing that Elder Wu was so frank, Xiao Tingxian decided not to make things difficult for him any further, so he asked, "Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want with me?" When Xiao Tingxian asked this question, Elder Wu answered without any pretense, "Our Lihua dynasty is willing to help His Highness Prince Su ascend the throne. After His Highness ascends the throne, he only needs to send a group of experts to accompany us to the western burial ground to explore the relics left by the masters." Old Wu did not deliberately hide anything from Xiao Tingxian, but directly stated the purpose of the cooperation. In his view, there was no point in hiding this matter. Once Xiao Tingxian ascended the throne, he would find out about it sooner or later. The remains of a master have been found in the burial grounds of the West. Prior to this, Xiao Tingxian had never heard of such a thing. You can also tell from the tone of the other party's voice that they are not lying. In other words, this is true. Xiao Tingxian couldn't help but ask curiously, what secrets are hidden in the relics left behind by the master? Previously, the Lihua dynasty spared no effort in assisting Xiao Jiyun in his fight against the crown prince in Xiao Tianyu, helping Xiao Jiyun ascend the throne. At that time, everyone was puzzled by the actions of the Lihua dynasty. Had they lost their minds? How could they do something so stupid? Now, hearing what the other party said, and realizing that there were traces left by a master in the western burial ground, Xiao Tingxian suddenly understood that the Lihua dynasty was planning this. Now that they know the plans of the Lihua dynasty, things are much easier, and Xiao Tingxian can control them much better. He had already told Xiao Tingxian so many things, but Xiao Tingxian showed no intention of agreeing. Not only that, Xiao Tingxian kept asking what exactly was in the ruins. This is really a difficult situation. Should we tell Xiao Tingxian or not? Xiao Tingxian naturally noticed the troubled look on the other party's face, but he didn't take it to heart. He still said, "If you don't tell me, how will I know what's hidden inside, or whether it's worth sending someone with you to explore it?" Xiao Tingshuan's meaning was very clear. If the other party was unwilling to speak, it meant that there was a lack of honesty between them, which meant they might as well give up on cooperating altogether. Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words, Old Wu's expression became even more conflicted. However, after careful consideration, he finally decided to tell Xiao Tingxian the truth. Then Wu Lao spoke to Xiao Tingxian, saying, "According to rumors, there are secret methods for breaking through to the nascent soul stage in the secret realm, and there may even be clues leading to other realms." After listening to Old Wu's account, Xiao Tingxian fell into deep thought. Xiao Tingxian had some understanding of the primordial spirit realm, which he learned from the system. The so-called primordial spirit realm is a realm above the golden body. It is said that even if the physical body is damaged, the primordial spirit remains and can be reborn, making its power terrifying. The nascent soul realm is incredibly powerful, but to be honest, Xiao Tingxian wasn't particularly interested in pursuing that realm. After all, he possesses an incredibly powerful system. With enough luck points, why would he need to risk his life to painstakingly improve his cultivation level? There's absolutely no need for that. Xiao Tingxian also learned from the system that he only needed to consume 20 million points of luck to advance from the golden body realm to the primordial spirit realm. Since unifying the entire Jiangnan region, Xiao Tingxian has accumulated a total of 30 million points of luck. This means that, with his current strength, Xiao Tingxian is fully capable of elevating anyone to the nascent soul realm at any time. Mysterious. The Sixth Brother Organization, take its leader New Peace tuned on 7 strings 9 heavens spring colors intoxicating immortal peach. The cave entrance is deeply locked by 5 colored clouds. 7 years of mistakenly demanding rice from Chang'an scattered as if let to drift with the evening rain. The cave entrance is deeply locked by 5 colored clouds. One day a guest wanted to interrupt the journey. People from all directions share the same sorrow. Chapter 246. Is the cultivation level of a grandmaster really that powerful? The primordial spirit realm held no appeal for Xiao Tingxian. What truly interested him was the clue leading to the outside world. After all, as long as one has the system in hand, ascending to the throne of the Great Zhou and conquering the Lihua dynasty are only a matter of time. Once these two things are done, what should be done next? To be honest, Xiao Tingxian had no idea. However, the situation is different now. The people of the Lihua dynasty have given Xiao Tingxian a new goal. Xiao Tingxian is determined to visit the western burial grounds. But he will absolutely not go with the people of the Lihua dynasty. Wouldn't it be better for him to enjoy it all by himself?
What has His Highness Prince Su's decision been?
Seeing that Xiao Tingxian had been thinking for a long time without responding, old Wu couldn't help but ask him for some reason. An ominous premonition welled up in old Wu's heart, having already revealed so much information to Xiao Tingxian. Surely he wouldn't go back on his word, that's impossible. He couldn't believe that Xiao Tingxian had no idea about the secret method for breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Just then, Xiao Tingxian asked out of the blue, "Is my father's death related to your Lihua dynasty?" Faced with Xiao Tingshuan's sudden questioning, old Wu couldn't help but frown. He originally only wanted to ask Xiao Tingxian if he was willing to cooperate, but he didn't expect Xiao Tingxian to ask such a question. Old Wu pondered to himself, feeling that Xiao Tingxian shouldn't have brought up this matter. If the old emperor of Great Zhou hadn't died, what would Xiao Tingxian have to do with this now? In some ways, Xiao Tingxian should be grateful to them, that makes sense. But Mr. Wu knew that these words should never be said directly to someone's face. This is something everyone should know in their hearts. It should never be brought up in public. Seeing that Elder Wu remained silent, Xiao Tingxian already knew the answer in his heart.
The emperor's death was indeed inextricably linked to the Li
Hua dynasty. This made things much easier. Giving Xiao Tingxian an excuse to refuse, Xiao Tingxian said, "The hatred for killing one's father is irreconcilable.
You may leave.
This time, I will pretend you were never here.
If we meet again, don't blame me for being impolite."
Upon hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words, Elder Wu knew that Xiao Tingxian was refusing to cooperate with their Lihua dynasty. This ignited a nameless anger within old Wu, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Is His Highness Prince Su making fun of me?" By now, old Wu understood that Xiao Tingxian had never intended to cooperate with their Lihua dynasty from the beginning. Everything he had said before was just a pretense. That he never imagined that he, a grandmaster, would be fooled and manipulated by this young upstart, Xiao Tingxian. How could he not be furious? Faced with Elder Wu's questioning, Xiao Tingxian feigned innocence and replied, "What do you mean by that?"
His tone was calm and composed, showing no concern whatsoever for the other party's threat, even if he did it on purpose. So what?
Did Xiao Tingxian ever force the other party to talk from beginning to end? Absolutely not. All of this was said voluntarily by the other party. I am merely reminding Your Highness Prince Su that without the support of the Lihua dynasty, it may be difficult for Your Highness to ascend to the supreme throne. Old Wu's voice was strong and powerful. As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, which was the aura of his Grandmaster level cultivation. Clearly, old Wu wanted to use this to warn Xiao Tingxian. However, facing Elder Wu's fierce aura, Xiao Tingxian merely smiled slightly, completely unconcerned. Immediately afterwards, he also released his own cultivation aura, countering Elder Wu's imposing presence. So what if he's a Grandmaster?
Does that make him so powerful?
It makes no difference to anyone. As for the supreme position, Xiao Tingxian can seize it without the help of your Lihua dynasty. Even if the Lihua dynasty intervenes to stop Xiao Tingxian, it's fine.
With Xiao Tingshuan's own strength, he can easily defeat two dynasties. You're actually a Grandmaster too?
Upon sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Tingxian, old Wu's face turned pale with shock. He pondered to himself, what kind of monster was Xiao Tingxian? If he remembered correctly, Xiao Tingxian was only in his early 20s, yet he had already reached the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Had all his hard work and cultivation over the years been for nothing? However, seeing Elder Wu's shock, Xiao Tingshuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Is there anything else, sir?
No. It's nothing, I'll take my leave now.
Wu Lao was shocked and quickly suppressed his Grandmaster aura. He felt like a clown who had lost face in front of Xiao Tingxian. He also knew that this place was like a den of dragons and tigers for him, and he didn't want to stay a moment longer. He quickly said goodbye and left in a hurry, afraid that Xiao Tingxian would regret keeping him. Watching the other party flee in disarray, Xiao Tingxian did not intervene. He always adhered to his principles. As the saying goes, in war between two countries, one should not harm the envoy. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian led his army to continue advancing towards the capital. Meanwhile, Wu Lao rushed back to Kyoto without a moment's delay to report to Li Xiao about his conversation with Xiao Tingxian.
What? Xiao Tingxian is also a Grandmaster? Li Xiao was also astonished after hearing Elder Wu's report.
He was already surprised when he learned that Xiao Tingxian had many Grandmaster-level experts under his command, but now that Xiao Tingxian himself was a Grandmaster, it was hard to believe. To make matters worse, Xiao Tingxian actually refused to cooperate with their Lihua dynasty, which made things very difficult. Li Xiao frowned, lost in thought. After a long while, Li Xiao instructed Elder Wu again. Elder Wu, quickly take this message back to father and see what instructions he has.
The current situation has exceeded their expectations. This matter is no longer something that Li Shao can decide on his own. It needs to be reported to the Emperor of the Li Hua dynasty so that the Emperor can make a decision and assess whether to continue sending powerful figures to assist Xiao Jiyun. Yes, sir. I will do it immediately. Upon receiving Li Shao's order, Old Wu immediately agreed and set to work. 5 days later, Xiao Tingxian led his army to Zazhuang, the place where the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu were heartbroken when Xiao Tingshuan's army arrived in Zazhuang. Xiao Jiyun also sent his own troops to intercept them, seemingly intending to repeat the scene of Xiao Tingshuan's defeat in Zazhuang. Little did they know, Xiao Jiyun was in a state of panic at that moment. Now Xiao Tingxian has already attacked Zazhuang. If Zazhuang falls, then within half a month, Xiao Tingshuan's army will surely arrive at the capital. However, with such a formidable enemy at hand, no news came back from the Li Hua dynasty. How could Xiao Jiyun not be extremely anxious? Chapter 247. The army approaches the capital without the help of the Li Hua dynasty. Xiao Jiyun was no match for Xiao Tingxian. Xiao Jiyun frowned and said anxiously to the eunuch beside him, "Go to the Dali temple again and ask the Li Hua dynasty what their attitude is." In fact, in the past 2 days, Xiao Jiyun had already sent several groups of people to Dali Temple to inquire about the situation, but each time it was to no avail and the message disappeared without a trace. It seems unlikely that there will be any gains this time. It's just a psychological comfort for Xiao Jiyun. At the same time, he hopes that Zazhuang can hold out for a while longer. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The troops in Zazhuang hadn't recovered from their last battle with the powerful families, and now they had to face Xiao Tingshuan's elite troops. In addition, they had lost the support of the Li Hua dynasty. How could they possibly be a match for Xiao Tingxian? As expected, in just 2 days, Xiao Jiyun's army stationed in Zazhuang was routed by Xiao Tingxian and fled in disarray. Xiao Tingxian then pursued the fleeing enemy, leading his army straight into the capital. 10 days later, Xiao Tingshuan's army was only 50 miles away from the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. In another day, the army would be at the gates of the capital, with hundreds of thousands of troops pressing in, and the capital about to fall. The Great Zhou Imperial Palace was in complete chaos. Even Xiao Jiyun, a core member of the team, was in the same boat. At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan, shouting helplessly, "Useless trash, a bunch of useless trash." He knew Xiao Tingxian was strong, but the army he sent out was no weakling either. He had expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, his troops were so easily defeated by Xiao Tingxian in less than 2 days. What angered him even more was that the generals guarding the cities along the way were simply a bunch of spineless, cowardly bastards. As if they had planned it beforehand, they impatiently opened the city gates before Xiao Tingshuan's army even arrived, allowing the enemy to advance unimpeded. Has the Li Hua dynasty not replied yet? Xiao Jiyun asked again. Nearly a month has passed, and according to common sense, the Li Hua dynasty should have given a reply long ago. However, he has not received any news so far. Has the Li Hua dynasty decided to abandon him? As it turned out, Xiao Jiyun's guess was correct. The Li Hua dynasty did indeed intend to abandon its cooperation with him and instead ally with Xiao Tingxian. Unfortunately, Xiao Tingxian didn't give the Li Hua dynasty any face at all, which put the Li Hua dynasty in a difficult position. Not as so much time has passed, and the Li Hua dynasty still hasn't given Xiao Jiyun an answer. They're probably still struggling with the decision, just as Xiao Jiyun was. Asking the question, a eunuch hurriedly entered the main hall and reported to Xiao Jiyun, "Your Majesty, news has come from the Li Hua dynasty that if your Majesty obtains the support of that person in the palace, the Li Hua dynasty is willing to send people to assist your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiyun frowned deeply, his expression becoming extremely serious. He understood what the Li Hua dynasty meant. The Li Hua dynasty's implication was that Xiao Jiyun currently had too few powerful individuals to mobilize, and relying on their assistance would put them at a great disadvantage unless he can gain the support of that person in the palace and mobilize more powerful warriors to fight. Otherwise, he should just wait to die. The Li Hua dynasty won't help him anyway. Should I go find that person for help? To be honest, Xiao Jiyun had never dared to think about this issue before. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. However, if he does not follow the wishes of the Li Hua dynasty, he will certainly not be a match for Xiao Tingxian, and in that case, he will only face death. After a long period of struggle and agonizing, Xiao Jiyun finally made up his mind to fight to the death. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take a gamble. So, after dismissing everyone around him, Xiao Jiyun went alone to the depths of the palace. Upon arriving at the destination, Xiao Jiyun knelt down and shouted, "I beg the ancestor to help me."
After shouting those words, Xiao Jiyun fell silent and simply knelt there quietly, waiting. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, a long sigh finally came from deep within the palace.
Fine, go ahead. Upon hearing these words from his ancestor, Xiao Jiyun felt a surge of joy.
His ancestor had agreed to help him and was on his side. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiyun hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed again.
Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor.
Xiao Jiyun kowtowed several times before slowly getting up. At this moment, his face regained its confidence and radiance. Now that the entire wealth and resources of the great Zhou royal family have fallen into his hands, and with the support of the powerful ally, the Lihua dynasty, what do we have to fear from Xiao Tingxian? When tomorrow's battle comes, he will surely make Xiao Tingxian bleed under the walls of the capital, so that the world will know who the wise ruler of the great Zhou is. This will also let the whole world know that Xiao Tingxian is just a treacherous minister who wants to seize the throne. The next day at noon, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the earth. Xiao Tingxian led his army in a grand procession to the gates of the capital. On the city wall, Xiao Jiyun had been waiting for a long time. As Xiao Tingxian approached, Xiao Jiyun looked down at him and said, "Ninth brother, it's been a long time.
I didn't expect you to be so well hidden, deceiving all of us.
Even after being demoted to Sanha, you were still able to gather a powerful army and attempt a rebellion.
We really underestimated you."
Xiao Jiyun was implying that Xiao Tingxian was a traitor. Xiao Tingxian was not angry about this. Instead, he smiled and retorted, "Third brother, you are mistaken.
My title of Prince Su was conferred by the emperor and was issued with a legitimate and just decree. How can it be called a demotion?
Third brother, you are truly capable, daring to collude with the people of the Lihua dynasty to murder father and seize the throne. That would have been bad enough, but now they've gone so far as to collude with the Lihua dynasty, endangering our great Zhou dynasty. How is such behavior any different from that of a traitor? Today, I have led a large army here, in accordance with my father's dying edict, to purge the court of corrupt officials. Third brother, I advise you to open the gates and surrender immediately. For the sake of our brotherhood, I may be lenient with you. It's just empty talk, acting like everyone can do it. You." Xiao Jiyun was rendered speechless by Xiao Tingxian's words. It's not that Xiao Jiyun was rendered speechless by Xiao Tingxian's 2 or 3 sentences. If he were, it would mean he was utterly useless. He's even more useless than the crown prince and Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Jiyun remained silent because he felt guilty. Although he did not murder the emperor, he was one of the accomplices. Moreover, he knew in his heart that Xiao Tingxian dared to say this, which meant that Xiao Tingxian already had some evidence in his hands.
Enough talk, let's see what we can do. Xiao Jiyun didn't want to engage in any more verbal sparring with Xiao Tingxian.
After all, one of them was going to die after today, so what was the point of saying all this? Regardless of who is right or wrong, the right to speak ultimately lies in the hands of the victor. Chapter 248. Taking the capital in one go. As Xiao Jiyun finished speaking, more than a dozen powerful figures suddenly appeared behind him. Each of these people possessed unique skills and exuded an imposing aura, clearly indicating that they were all Grandmaster-level experts. Xiao Tingxian narrowed his eyes, examined it carefully, and then a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had just been wondering where Xiao Jiyun got the audacity to climb the city wall and confront him. Seeing the many powerful figures standing behind him, the answer is self-evident. At the same time, Xiao Tingxian could also realize that Xiao Jiyun's ability to summon so many Grandmaster-level experts at once meant that the Imperial Palace was completely under his control. It must be said that Xiao Jiyun does have some skills, and his strength is indeed superior to that of the two good-for-nothings, the Crown Prince and Xiao Tianyu. However, Xiao Tingxian did not take the opponent's formations seriously at all. Do you think that having more Grandmasters gives you the confidence to win? Xiao Tingxian sneered and shouted, "Where is Li Yifan?" His voice was thunderous, echoing in everyone's ears. The moment Xiao Tingxian finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. The newcomer was none other than Li Yifan. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow and replied, "Your subordinate is here." A stern look flashed in Xiao Tingxian's eyes as he instructed Li Yifan, "Let them see your true strength."
"Yes, sir." Upon receiving Xiao Tingxian's order, Li Yifan unhesitatingly unleashed the full power and pressure of his golden body cultivation, the golden body realm. This is an aura comparable to the golden core realm. After Li Yifan unleashed his full cultivation without reservation, this pressure was absolutely terrifying, like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, rendering Xiao Jiyun's group completely immobile. This shows that the gap between a Grandmaster and a golden body is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. This pressure surpasses even that of a Grandmaster.
Overwhelmed by Li Yifan's imposing aura, the powerful figures surrounding Xiao Jiyun all showed expressions of shock. They never dreamed that Li Yifan's strength had reached such a terrifying level, surpassing even the Grandmaster realm. What's the point of fighting? They're just going to get slaughtered. If they'd known it would end like this, they shouldn't have come. At this moment, Xiao Jiyun was completely stunned. He knew nothing about the realms above Grandmaster. He only knew that his side was full of experts, so how could they be so easily suppressed and unable to move by this young upstart? Li Yifan, you'd better get up and fight back. Xiao Jiyun was extremely anxious. He had originally thought that with the help of his ancestor, eliminating Xiao Tingxian would be a sure thing. Moreover, just now, he confidently boasted that he would fight Xiao Tingxian to the death. However, before the battle even began, all the strong fighters on his side had already fallen silent. This day, Xiao Jiyun still doesn't know where he went wrong. He lost everything so inexplicably, without even the slightest warning. Open the city gates and enter the city. Seeing that Xiao Jiyun's side was completely suppressed by Li Yifan's aura and had no power to resist, Xiao Tingxian did not waste any more time and directly ordered people to enter the city to open the city gates so that the army could enter the capital smoothly. Having a top-tier expert is such a wonderful feeling. One person's strength alone is equivalent to that of millions of soldiers. The army successfully entered the capital, and Xiao Tingxuan's first stop was naturally the Imperial City, and that's when something interesting happened. When Xiao Tingxian arrived at the capital, he was surprised to find that civil and military officials were already lined up neatly in front of the city gates, waiting for him. Upon seeing Xiao Tingxian leading his army, the officials immediately knelt down before him, shouting in unison, "Your Majesty, we respectfully welcome you." Upon seeing this scene, a series of question marks instantly appeared in Xiao Tingxuan's mind. Wow, you guys really know how to read the situation. I just defeated Xiao Jiyun and haven't even had a chance to deal with him yet, and you've already started to enthrone me as the new monarch. Seeing their behavior, Xiao Tingxian finally understood why Xiao Jiyun was able to manipulate the entire court once the old man passed away. It turned out that these officials were all opportunists who changed sides with the wind, taking the idea of a new emperor, a new court to the extreme. My lords, please rise. Seeing that civil and military officials were taking the initiative to surrender, Xiao Tingxian chose to accept it gladly. Although he was not satisfied with these officials, it was unrealistic to replace them all in a short period of time, otherwise the country's operation would be paralyzed. As things stand, the country still needs to rely on them to function properly. Once Xiao Tingxian has trained his men properly, he will replace them one by one, and finally allow them to retire and return to their hometowns. If bandits commit murder and robbery on the road, Xiao Tingxian cannot be blamed. Your Majesty, we thank you. When the civil and military officials saw that Xiao Tingxian had accepted them, the weight that had been hanging over their hearts finally lifted. Now that all the civil and military officials have voluntarily surrendered, the imperial city has naturally fallen into Xiao Tingxuan's hands. This means that all obstacles on Xiao Tingxuan's path to the throne have been cleared. He only needs to complete a few more tasks before he can announce to the world that he will hold his coronation ceremony on a chosen date. The first thing to do is to clean up the palace. Xiao Tingxian didn't want to fall asleep only to have a palace maid put her neck in his hand, or for his words to be heard outside the palace the next second. Xiao Tingxian chose to keep the palace maids and eunuchs who were clean-cut and had not made any mistakes. The rest of the people were dealt with according to their specific circumstances, with only two possible outcomes: either they were executed or they were expelled from the palace and left to fend for themselves. The second thing to do is to relocate the late emperor's concubines according to the rites and regulations of the Great Zhou dynasty. Most of the concubines were supposed to be buried alive with the emperor. However, Xiao Tingxian believed that the practice of burying people with the dead was cruel and inhumane, and that it would need to be changed in the subsequent legal code after he ascended the throne. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian decided to release them all, including the empress, within the Great Zhou territory. Today, no one can pose a threat to Xiao Tingxian. He has wiped out all the powerful families in Jiangnan, leaving only those in the north. Xiao Tingxian hoped they could behave themselves and not cause him any trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to send people north to wipe them off the face of the earth. Therefore, whether or not the empress is released has little impact on Xiao Tingxian. On the contrary, releasing the empress would actually enhance Xiao Tingxuan's reputation. Chapter 249. Meeting the ancestor. Aside from the first two things, the third thing to do is to bury the emperor. Since the start of the struggle for the throne, the emperor's remains have not yet been laid to rest. Although there had been many conflicts between father and son in the past, they were still father and son, and Xiao Tingxian still wanted to send him off on his final journey in a grand manner. Of course, Xiao Tingxian had his own calculations and plans for doing this. First, by personally burying the emperor, he could demonstrate to the world that he, Xiao Tingxian, was the true and legitimate heir to the throne, while Xiao Jiyun was merely a treacherous usurper who had murdered the emperor. In this way, the world can see the truth and accept him as the new emperor. Secondly, Xiao Tingxian planned to use this as an excuse to spread the word that the emperor's death was related to the Lihua dynasty, and that he, Xiao Tingxian, was irreconcilably at odds with the Lihua dynasty for the murder of his father. In this way, Xiao Tingxian could legitimately launch a war against the Lihua dynasty. Originally, after successfully defeating Xiao Jiyun, Xiao Tingxian immediately dispatched his men to Dali Temple to arrest relevant personnel of the Lihua dynasty. However, to everyone's surprise, the people from the Lihua dynasty acted with incredible speed. By the time Xiao Tingshuan's men arrived at the Dali Temple, they had already vanished without a trace. The fourth and final matter, which was undoubtedly of paramount importance, was to order the ministers to select an auspicious day for the coronation ceremony. Of course, Xiao Tingxian didn't need to do these trivial matters personally, he only needed to issue an imperial decree. However, there is one thing that Xiao Tingxian needs to do personally right now. After the palace was completely cleaned up, Xiao Tingxian, along with Mu Fei and Li Yifan, headed straight for the depths of the palace. Xiao Tingxian went there to visit that person and have a chat with them. The person Xiao Tingxian mentioned was the patriarch of the Xiao family, and also Xiao Fang, the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Unlike previous emperors, Xiao Fang never showed himself when they went to pay their respects, he only sent messages from afar. However, when Xiao Tingxian arrived in person, Xiao Fang took the initiative to reveal himself. Actually, Xiao Fang didn't want to come out either, but faced with Xiao Tingshuan's lineup, do you think he dared not show up? If Xiao Fang doesn't show up, Xiao Tingxian will drag him out no matter what. When Xiao Fang saw Xiao Tingxian and the other two, he was utterly shocked. It's one thing for Xiao Tingxian to have reached the Grandmaster level, but even Li Yifan is at the same golden body level as him. As for Mu Fei, Xiao Fang couldn't understand him at all. Could it be that he had surpassed the golden body and reached the nascent soul realm? At this moment, Xiao Fang finally understood why Xiao Jiyun had lost. With Xiao Tingshuan's lineup, even if he personally took the field, the outcome would be the same. Xiao Tingxian, a descendant of a younger generation, greets the ancestor. Xiao Tingxian bowed respectfully to Xiao Fang, showing his deep respect for his elder. Xiao Fang stared at Xiao Tingxian, a deep meaning flashing in his eyes, and slowly said, "I never expected that you would be the one to seize the throne in the end." Xiao Tingxian simply smiled and humbly replied, "It's just good luck." Xiao Tingxian spoke very sincerely. He was indeed lucky to obtain this system. Without this fortunate opportunity, he would probably have died long ago and wouldn't be able to be jumping around here. Of course, these words are irrelevant now. The most important thing is that Xiao Tingxian is now the ultimate victor in this power struggle. I have always had a question in my mind: since you, ancestor, are in charge of the palace, why did you have to watch my father be murdered by the people of the Lihua dynasty? Even at the last moment, you still had to help Xiao Jiyun. Please enlighten me, ancestor. Xiao Tingxian asked the question directly, which was also the main purpose of his visit today. He wanted to get the answer from Xiao Fang to resolve the long-standing confusion in his heart. With Xiao Fang, a powerful expert with a golden body, in charge of the palace, it should have been impossible for the emperor to be murdered. So why didn't Xiao Fang take action to stop it? Secondly, why did Xiao Fang value Xiao Jiyun so much, even entrusting the entire royal family's resources to him in the end? This truly puzzled Xiao Tingxian. Upon hearing that Xiao Tingxian had inquired about these two matters, Xiao Fang sighed and said, "It's a long story." Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fang did not hide anything from Xiao Tingxian and explained the whole incident to him. It turns out that Xiao Tingshuan's father was obsessed with pursuing immortality. Xiao Fang was well aware of this and had warned Xiao Tingshuan's father many times, but the father never listened. Therefore, Xiao Fang understood that Xiao Tingshuan's father was destined to suffer this calamity, which was the law of the cycle of heaven, so he decided not to interfere anymore. As for Xiao Jiyun, it was because he saw the destiny in Xiao Jiyun. According to the celestial secrets, Xiao Jiyun will be the next heir to the throne of the Great Zhou dynasty. That's why he resolutely chose to stand by Xiao Jiyun's side and give him all his help. But who would have thought that Xiao Jiyun would ultimately lose to Xiao Tingxian? This was simply unbelievable and completely defied the natural order. Besides, if Xiao Fang had any other thoughts, it would be that he also harbored selfish motives. In truth, Xiao Fang also longed to cooperate with the Lihua dynasty to explore the relics left by the masters in the western burial grounds, and hoped that he could break through to the nascent soul realm. The primordial spirit realm held endless allure for him. After listening to Xiao Fang's explanation, Xiao Tingxian had already figured out the whole story. Then Xiao Tingxian looked at Xiao Fang and said calmly, "Ancestor, you have lived here for many years and must be used to it. You may stay here in peace from now on." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang was taken aback, not quite understanding what Xiao Tingshuan's words meant. Could it be that Xiao Tingxian intends to imprison him here forever? Absolutely impossible. It should be noted that he had cultivated for many years and his strength had already reached the peak of the Golden Body realm, only one step away from breaking through to the Primordial Spirit realm. With just the right opportunity or a stroke of luck, he can easily cross this threshold with his current strength. Even if he were to face a nascent soul realm expert, it would be absolutely impossible to trap him. Therefore, Xiao Fang simply did not believe that Xiao Tingxian had such abilities. Xiao Fang didn't believe Xiao Tingxian had the ability, and Xiao Tingxian was too lazy to explain to him. Xiao Tingxian turned his head, his gaze falling on Mu Fei, and then said calmly, "Sir, please begin." Even before arriving, Xiao Tingxian had already decided how to deal with Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang was his ancestor and the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Xiao Tingxian knew he could never commit such an act of betraying his master and ancestors. Therefore, the only feasible method was to restrict Xiao Fang's freedom and imprison him forever in this deep palace. Chapter 250, Selecting the Empress and Establishing the Cabinet, Bonus Chapter. Imprisoning Xiao Fang in the palace for life would be no easy task. After all, Xiao Fang must have some skill to have survived the passage of time. The difficulty of trapping such a person forever is self-evident. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian went to Mu Fei for advice, asking if Mu Fei had the ability, and Mu Fei replied that there was no problem. In Mu Fei's eyes, Xiao Fang was just a minor golden core cultivator. Even if he were facing a tribulation-transcending expert, Mu Fei would still suppress him so that he would never be able to move again. After hearing Xiao Tingshuan's words, Mu Fei nodded slightly. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hands and unleashed a mysterious spell, and beams of light shot out from his hands, quickly intertwining to form a powerful barrier. This barrier may seem flimsy, but it actually contains boundless power, making it difficult for anyone below the Mahayana stage to break through. If a master at the Mahayana stage or above is willing to help Xiao Fang, then Mu Fei will have nothing to say. As soon as Mu Fei finished setting up the barrier, Xiao Fang immediately sensed its powerful defensive capabilities. Even if a powerful expert at the nascent soul stage were to come, it would probably be difficult to break through this barrier. Faced with this result, Xiao Fang immediately became dejected, his heart filled with regret and frustration. He never expected that Xiao Tingxian would actually have such means to imprison him here forever. I was careless. Xiao Fang then realized that he had made a serious mistake. If we had noticed the danger earlier and escaped the scene, we might not be in this desperate situation now. However, it was too late for regrets now, and he could only silently swallow the bitter pill. Seeing that Xiao Fang had been successfully trapped, Xiao Tingxian decided not to waste any more time there, because something that would give Xiao Tingxian a headache had come up, and he hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet. However, it was precisely because of Xiao Tingshuan's actions that he got himself into trouble. Since Li Jingxue returned to the capital, she has been urging Xiao Tingxian to get married and have children. Previously, when Xiao Tingxian was in the stage of building his career, he was unwilling to get married and have children, and Li Jingxue turned a blind eye to this. Now that Xiao Tingxian is about to ascend the throne, it is truly improper that he has not even a woman by his side. If Xiao Tingxian continues to refuse to marry or take concubines, people outside the palace might think that there is something wrong with him. Therefore, whether for the sake of the royal family's reputation or for the sake of the Xiao family's descendants, Li Jingshue's first action after entering the palace was to force Xiao Tingxian to marry her. She issued an ultimatum to Xiao Tingxian, demanding that he take at least 3 concubines within a month, and that after he ascends the throne, he will have at least 10 or 8 more. And not only that, Li Jingxue even recommended candidates to Xiao Tingxian, saying that the girls in their Li family were very good, and even showed Xiao Tingxian a portrait of the little girl. As long as Xiao Tingxian nodded in agreement, she immediately sent a message to the Li family to send the person into the palace. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tingxian understood that the Li family must be behind Li Jingxue. It seems that the Li family had just been warned by him a few days ago, but they did not stop there. They still wanted to play the emotional card with Li Jingxue and get Xiao Tingxian to marry a woman from the Li family. It seems we need to keep a close eye on the Li family in the future, lest they forget who they are. On the other hand, seeing that he was about to ascend the throne as emperor, he was still being urged to get married, which filled Xiao Tingxian with helplessness. Li Jingxue will soon become the Empress Dowager. Since that's the case, let's follow her arrangements this time. Xiao Tingxian did not resist as much as before, probably because he felt that at this age, it was indeed time for him to get married and have children. After all, when other princes were shouting Xuan's age, they had already married several wives and concubines, and their children were already old enough to run errands. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian no longer hesitated and decided to entrust his marriage to Li Jingxue. However, Xiao Tingxian made a condition to Li Jingxue: his other half, the future empress, must be chosen through a popular selection process, and daughters of powerful and aristocratic families are not allowed to participate. Upon hearing Shouting Xuan's request, Li Jingxue knew in her heart that the Li family had no chance. Despite her thoughts, Li Jingxue still chose to respect Shouting Xuan's decision. Xiao Tingxian actually wants to select an empress from among the common people. This news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire civil society and causing a huge uproar. Upon hearing this news, many families with daughters were eager to try their luck. What's most frustrating is that the families of those who were already engaged or preparing to get married postponed their plans, saying they would wait until their daughter's selection process was over. This approach is truly unacceptable. They were probably still dreaming that if their daughter could be chosen by Xiao Tingxian, she would instantly become a member of the royal family, second only to the emperor. In this way, their family's status will surely rise, and wealth and honor will follow. All I can say is that the dream is wonderful, but I don't know if it will ever come true. After dismissing Li Jingxue, Xiao Tingxian immediately launched reforms to the court. Xiao Tingxian established a cabinet system, and the first batch of cabinet members were the officials of Sanha who took on important responsibilities. Cabinet members held no real power. Their main purpose was to alleviate the emperor's heavy workload and assist him in handling state affairs. Simply put, cabinet members are the emperor's secretaries. In the past, if the 6 ministries needed to make any requests or if their subordinates needed to report any news, they only needed to submit a memorial to the emperor. Whether the emperor agrees or not depends entirely on his personal will. The situation is slightly different now. The 6 ministries must first submit the regulations to the cabinet. After the cabinet discusses them, if the cabinet deems them feasible, they can then report the matter to the emperor. Only with the emperor's approval can the regulations officially take effect. If the cabinet does not approve it, the regulations will be returned to the 6 ministries, which will be ordered to draft them again. In this way, the cabinet may seem to have no real power, but its authority surpasses that of the 6 ministries, which is quite intriguing. Shouting Xuan's actions were clearly intended to weaken the power of the 6 ministries. The civil officials initially opposed the establishment of a cabinet. However, Shouting Xuan's knife was too sharp, so he persuaded them with virtue, and they all agreed in the end. After calming down, the civil officials also understood the reasoning behind it. Why should they oppose it? When a vacancy arises in the cabinet, won't they have the opportunity to fill it? In that case, wouldn't they also become grand secretaries? Thinking of this, the civil officials felt much better. This chapter is an extra chapter because the rating increased by 0.1 points. Now it's 8.6. The author mentioned in the group that before the rating reaches 9 points, for every 0.1 point increase, the author will add 1 extra chapter. After 9 points, for every 0.1 point increase, the author will add 5 extra chapters. So, friends who haven't rated it yet, please give the author a 5-star review. For those who don't know about the mysterious organization, please read on after chapter 245. We look forward to your arrival. Chapter 251 Ascension to the Throne. After settling matters with the cabinet, Xiao Tingxian then dealt with Xiao Jiyun's affairs. After properly burying the emperor, on an auspicious day, Xiao Tingxian received the enthronement ceremony held by civil and military officials in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Xiao Tingxian chose a reign title for himself, Hongwu. Starting next year, a new era will begin. Known as the first year of Hongwu, it was also when Xiao Tingxian became emperor and the mandate of heaven for the great Zhou dynasty fell upon him that Xiao Tingxian instantly felt a heavy pressure descend upon him, as if an invisible shackle was tightly binding him. From that moment on, Xiao Tingxian realized that he could no longer cultivate. He couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard that emperors could not live forever. He had been skeptical about this before, but now that he has experienced it firsthand, he truly believes it. Come to think of it, if one cannot cultivate oneself, how can one possibly achieve immortality? Unless one, like Xiao Feng, voluntarily relinquishes the throne, this shackle will not automatically dissipate. However, throughout history, which emperor has ever willingly abdicated? Most people are unable to extricate themselves from the allure of power. However, for Xiao Tingxian, the fact that emperors cannot cultivate does not have much impact on him, because Xiao Tingxian has never improved his cultivation level on his own. System, can I still rely on luck points to improve my cultivation level? Just in case, Xiao still sought answers from the system. Luck is crucial to his cultivation path. Losing this support would have unimaginable consequences. Just as Xiao asked this question, he in the Tianyuan realm had already clearly seen what was wrapped around Xiao body. What appeared on Xiao body was the heavenly Dao shackles, which were specifically designed to restrict Xiao cultivation. If it were simply a matter of breaking this shackle of the heavenly Dao, it would be an easy task for him to accomplish. However, the problem lies in the fact that this shackle of the heavenly Dao is closely connected to the heavenly Dao of the Qi dynasty world. Once the shackle of the heavenly Dao is broken, the heavenly Dao of the Qi dynasty world will immediately respond. Therefore, this method is clearly not feasible. Therefore, the only way to enhance Xiao strength without deceiving the heavenly Dao of the Qi dynasty is to deplete his own heavenly Dao essence. So be it. As long as we can take over this world, losing this bit of the heavenly Dao's essence is nothing. After receiving the instructions from him, the system immediately replied to Xiao "Host, you now have two methods to choose from." Upon hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh? What method is it?" The system replied, "The first method is that the system can help you break free from the shackles you are wearing." Is it really possible? Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao felt an indescribable joy welling up inside him. He knew that the system was omnipotent. However, the system's next words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing his joy. The system said to Xiao, "Okay, but it will require 1 trillion points of luck." What? Say that again? Xiao eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The joy from just now vanished in an instant, replaced by endless astonishment. Xiao began to doubt whether he had misheard. 1 trillion points of luck value. How many zeros is that? 1 trillion, or as they put it, 10 million times. Such a massive amount is daunting. Xiao couldn't help but start to wonder if he could earn so many luck points in his lifetime. Yes, host, you heard me right. It is indeed necessary to obtain 1 trillion points of luck value. The system once again gave Xiao an affirmative answer. 1 trillion points of luck value, that was the instruction he gave to the system. If he cannot break the shackles left by the heavenly Dao of this world, wouldn't he lose face? Therefore, it must be possible. Of course, he was not deceiving Xiao. If Xiao could really offer 1 trillion points of luck, he would immediately help Xiao break the shackles of the heavenly Dao of this world. The reason is actually easy to understand. If he controls so much of the fortune value of the Fortune Dynasty world, it means that a large part of the heavenly Dao's authority in the Fortune Dynasty has fallen into his hands. In that case, they wouldn't need to be sneaky anymore. They could directly confront the heavenly Dao of the Qi Dynasty world. Just tell me the second method. Xiao was quite self-aware and did not hesitate to give up the first option. After all, even if you drained him dry, he still couldn't scrape together 1 trillion points of luck. The second method is that whenever the host advances to a higher realm, the required luck value will be 10 times that of others. In addition, the host must spend 100 million points of luck to exchange for a secret technique to conceal one's true cultivation level and avoid being detected by the heavens. That was his decision. If you want to use his heavenly Dao origin to enhance your strength, no problem at all. I'll sell it to you for 10 times the price. The main selling point is that I won't lose out, and you won't be fooled. After hearing the system's words, Xiao was speechless. 10 times that of others? What kind of concept is that? To give an example, he is currently at the Grandmaster level. If he wants to advance to the Golden Body level, a normal person would need 5 million points, but he would need to consume a full 50 million points of luck. Next, if one wants to advance from the Golden Body to the Primordial Spirit realm, the required luck value will be as high as 200 million. This is just the beginning. As the subsequent realms continue to rise, the required luck value will inevitably increase exponentially. By then, Xiao would be even less able to afford it. Thinking of this, Xiao was now truly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should have raised his cultivation to the nascent soul realm earlier. Now, by making such a fuss, he had needlessly wasted 100 million points of luck. Whether the system felt heartbroken or not, Xiao certainly did. Xiao asked, "System, how much luck value do I have left?" During this period, Xiao rarely paid attention to the growth of his own luck value. There should be quite a few, since he has now ascended the throne as emperor and the mandate of heaven of the Great Zhou has been bestowed upon him. His luck value will definitely rise rapidly like a rocket, but Xiao is somewhat expectant and curious about how much it will increase. Returning to host, your current luck value is 12E plus. What? 1.2 billion? Holy crap!
Upon hearing this number, Shouting Xuan's expression turned extremely shocked, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His heart was filled with turmoil, as he was startled by the system's words, "The luck value has suddenly increased so much. What's the difference between this and becoming rich overnight?" But upon closer reflection, it makes sense. Now that he has become the emperor, it is reasonable for his luck value to suddenly increase so much. It can only be said that it is within the rules. Chapter 252 Declaring war on the Lihua dynasty. At this moment, holding a huge amount of luck points, Xiaoting Xian was pondering whether he should take this opportunity to improve his own strength. However, he abruptly suppressed the thought in an instant. Is 1.2 billion really a lot? On the surface, it certainly seems so, but in reality, it's simply not enough. In reality, these luck points can only cultivate a maximum of 50 nascent soul realm experts or a few hundred golden body realm experts, compared to the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Such a number of powerful individuals is negligible and far from meeting Shouting Xuan's needs. It's somewhat similar to how a great nation of 1.3 billion people like ours only has a few aircraft carriers and a few hundred destroyers, which, on average, is not enough. Not at all. Since that's the case, then for now, don't waste your luck points on yourself anyway. Xiaoting Xian didn't choose to improve himself before the price increase, so why rush it now? Furthermore, Xiaoting Xian is currently in a good situation and is not facing any crisis or challenge. Therefore, it's best to postpone improving your own strength until you've accumulated a large amount of luck points. After the coronation ceremony was completed, the heavenly Tao of this world seemed to sense some change, and then slowly opened its mysterious and profound eyes, casting its gaze upon Xiaoting Xian. That if the heavenly Tao were to take human form, one would surely see the look of shock on his face. If he remembers correctly, the chosen one should be Xiao Jiyan, so why did Xiao Jiyan die inexplicably? Moreover, how did the mandate of heaven of the Great Zhou dynasty shift to Xiaoting Xian? It's really strange. The historical trend was clearly reversed some time ago, so how did Xiaoting Xian manage to turn the tables? Could it be that Xiaoting Xian is hiding some unknown secret? To avoid any possible unforeseen circumstances, the heavenly Tao of this world decided to conduct a comprehensive scan of Xiaoting Xian to examine his appearance and see if there was anything unusual about him. However, after careful scanning and observation, he finally concluded that there was nothing unusual about Xiaoting Xian. The luck was naturally attached to Xiaoting Xian, and there was no sign of him being possessed by someone else. Everything seemed perfectly normal, and there was nothing unusual about it. Never mind, let's see how it goes in a while. Tian Dao silently shifted his gaze away from Xiaoting Xian. Ultimately, he didn't care much about this small variable. After all, Xiaoting Xian was merely the emperor of a small Great Zhou dynasty. Compared to the entire Qi Yin dynasty world, Xiaoting Xian was far too insignificant. We can observe it every now and then. If nothing unusual happens, it's fine for Xiaoting Xian to take the throne of the Great Zhou, from beginning to end. Xiaoting Xian was completely unaware that he had already been thoroughly observed by the heavenly Tao. After the successful completion of the coronation ceremony, Xiaoting Xian immediately wrote a document to confer titles upon the meritorious officials, those who were the first to follow him to Sanha, as well as the generals and soldiers who fought alongside him this time, would naturally receive the most generous treatment. After bestowing rewards upon his officials, Xiaoting Xian would then select an empress. It must be said that the entire process of selecting an empress was extremely complicated and took 3 whole months to finally determine the empress. She was the daughter of a landlord in the Jianghuai region, named Dong Yunyun, and was in the prime of her youth, only 16 years old. Initially, Xiaoting Xian had stated that daughters of powerful and aristocratic families were not allowed to participate, and the empress must be selected from among the common people. However, it turned out that this condition was simply impossible to achieve. As the mother of the nation, the empress represents the face and dignity of the country, so the selection criteria for her are naturally extremely high and rigorous. For example, if we use a maximum score of 10 to measure, then the appearance of the selected candidates must be at least 9 points to be considered qualified. There are also strict regulations regarding body shape. One cannot be too tall or too short, nor can one be obese or too thin. In short, under such harsh conditions, almost no woman from an ordinary family could meet the requirements. Left with no other choice, Xiaoting Xian later had to lower the standards slightly and expand the selection scope to include families of the petty capitalist class. After rounds of rigorous selection, only 8 women made it to the final round. This final hurdle will require Xiaoting Xian himself to make the decision. Whichever girl he takes a fancy to will become the future empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. Of the 8 women, Xiaoting Xian ultimately chose Dong Yunyun. It should be noted that although the other 7 were not chosen by Xiaoting Xian, it does not mean that they were sent home. These 7 women were the best of the best, selected from among millions of people.
They were all outstanding in both appearance and temperament, so they could not be lost. They were all brought into Shouting Xuan's harem and given high titles, the lowest being the rank of ninth concubine. After the queen was chosen, the next step was to hold the grand wedding. After indulging in a period of blissful indulgence, Xiao Tingxian rallied and began his grand national plans. Women should be pampered occasionally. Indulging in romantic relationships too much is not a long-term solution. A real man should prioritize his career. In the coming days, Xiao Tingxian will be doing two big things. His first task was to send a group of elites to the western burial grounds to explore the relics left by the wise men and find clues or ways to reach the outside world. The second thing Xiao Tingxian decided was to declare war on the Lihua dynasty and bring it into the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. Xiao Tingxian wanted to do these two things simultaneously, for no other reason than that. He had many top experts under his command. Mu Fei and Li Yifan have been elevated to the Void Realm, which is above the primordial spirit realm and is equivalent to the transformation spirit realm in cultivation. Each person needs 100 million points of luck to reach the Void Realm. To advance further, that is, to the next realm beyond the Void Realm, one would need to consume 500 million points of luck. Such a high level of luck is still beyond Shouting Xuan's current means. Currently, it is sufficient to raise Mu Fei and Li Yifan, these two top combatants, to the Void Realm. That would be enough, and on this continent, no one could rival them. Subsequently, Xiao Tingxian used the remaining luck points to select a group of people, raising their strength to the golden body and primordial spirit realms. With the preliminary arrangements complete, Xiao Tingxian began assigning tasks to Mu Fei and Li Yifan. The first mission is for Mu Fei to lead a group of powerful individuals to the western burial grounds to search for the remains of a master. The second task was to appoint Li Yifan as marshal and lead 1,000,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty to conquer the Lihua dynasty. Faced with Shouting Xuan's instructions, Mu Fei readily agreed without any hesitation. Why do I say that? In fact, when the people of the Lihua dynasty revealed the news about the western burial site to Xiao Tingxian, Mu Fei had already secretly gone to explore it and knew the exact location of the site. Chapter 253 Meteorite falls from the sky. Just as the people of the Lihua dynasty said, this ruin was indeed created by a master. It not only contains several precious martial arts manuals, but also the important guide to the outside world that Xiao Tingxian had been longing for. However, Mu Fei was not interested in any of these things. What kind of expert is he? He's just a relic left behind by a cultivator in the Void Realm. To Mu Fei, he's nothing but a pile of trash. Even if the two main spirits of the secret realms of Tianyuan realm came in person, they might not even be interested in them. Mu Fei had already made up his mind. He planned to lead his team to explore the area at their own pace first, and then, after Li Yifan successfully conquered the Lihua dynasty, he would lead his men to the ruins of that master, giving Xiao Tingxian a double celebration. When Xiao Tingxian ascended the throne last time, he was once again spied on by the Heavenly Tao, a fact that Mu Fei was well aware of. Mu Fei had a premonition that the Heavenly Tao of this world was about to cause trouble after Li Yifan attacked the Lihua dynasty. With this in mind, Mu Fei decided to proceed cautiously, since there was still plenty of time and no need to rush. Therefore, it is not too late to open the ruins after Xiao Tingxian has successfully unified the Lihua dynasty. After receiving the order, Mu Fei went to carry it out. Li Yifan did the same, accepting Shouting Xuan's instructions and leading a large number of powerful soldiers and 1,000,000-strong army to conquer the Lihua dynasty. Seeing that Xiao Tingxian was really going to start a war between the two countries, the Lihua dynasty also reacted quickly, dispatching many powerful people and 1,000,000-strong army to the border to prepare for a decisive battle with Li Yifan. However, compared to the powerful lineup sent by Xiao Tingxian, the Lihua dynasty was clearly at a disadvantage. Unsurprisingly, just 2 days later, the Lihua dynasty suffered a crushing defeat in the war and had to hastily withdraw from the border. In the following 3 months, Li Yifan led the army of the Great Zhou dynasty with unstoppable momentum, conquering 1/3 of the territory of the Lihua dynasty. The Lihua dynasty's 1,000,000-strong army suffered heavy losses, leaving only a few 100,000 soldiers. Due to the Lihua dynasty's continuous defeats, its morale is extremely low. If they were to engage in battle again, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to pick up a sword. Faced with the fierce offensive of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Lihua dynasty understood that if the fighting continued, they would surely be defeated. The royal family of the Lihua dynasty began to panic and started sending delegations to the Great Zhou dynasty in an attempt to negotiate with Xiao Tingxian. Initially, the Lihua dynasty proposed a compensation plan, but it was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Tingxian. Then, they came up with the idea of a marriage alliance, telling Xiao Tingxian that their 9th princess, Li Luo, of the Lihua dynasty was exceptionally talented and beautiful, and could marry Xiao Tingxian as a concubine, wishing for the two countries to be forever friendly. Xiao Tingxian also rejected the Lihua dynasty's act of selling their daughter without any hesitation. He recently married the empress, and his harem is filled with beauties. How could he possibly lack a princess? It was utterly absurd that the Lihua dynasty dared to try to test him and probe his bottom line in such a way, seeing that neither reparations nor marriage alliances could sway Xiao Tingxian. The Lihua dynasty had no other choice but to offer up 3 prefectures in exchange for Xiao Tingxian ceasing the war. Surprisingly, even faced with such tempting conditions, Xiao Tingxian remained unmoved and decisively rejected the Lihua dynasty's offer. Who cares about your 3 states? Under the sun and moon, and within sight, all is my territory. No matter what conditions the Lihua dynasty offers, Xiao Tingxian will never change his mind. The Lihua dynasty was destined to be destroyed by Xiao Tingxian, and even divine intervention could not shake his resolve. Just as Li Yifan was leading his army to launch another fierce attack on the Lihua dynasty, the heavenly Tao of the Qi Yin dynasty world suddenly opened its eyes. How did it turn out like this? The heavenly Tao appeared somewhat astonished, seemingly finding everything happening before its eyes unbelievable. Die in the blink of an eye. How did the great Zhou dynasty go to war with the Lihua dynasty? What surprised him even more was where Xiao Tingxian got so many powerful figures under his command. This power far exceeded the upper limit of the continent's strength. If the two sides continue fighting like this, the Lihua dynasty will probably not be able to hold out for long and will inevitably be swallowed up by the Great Zhou dynasty. Incorporating the Lihua dynasty into the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty was not what he desired. In his original calculations, the unification of the Lihua dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty would not occur for at least 1,000 years. And now, Xiao Tingxian is forcibly reversing the course of history. He absolutely could not let Xiao Tingxian continue his reckless behavior. He had to take action to stop him. Run! Seeing the Great Zhou dynasty army surging towards them like a tidal wave, the Lihua dynasty's side had long lost their fighting spirit, and they turned around and ran forward one by one. Just as the Lihua dynasty's army was collapsing, an astonishing and strange sight suddenly appeared in the sky. Huge rocks, like meteorites from outer space, rained down on the Great Zhou dynasty's army. Faced with this sudden meteorite falling from the sky, and with a very clear target to indiscriminately bombard their Great Zhou dynasty's army, they were met with dismay. Li Yifan frowned, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Everyone, listen up. Spread out immediately. Li Yifan gave commands to the army. The most important thing right now is to ensure the safe evacuation of the army from the impact zone. As for where these meteorites came from, there's no time to worry about that now. Li Yifan carefully examined the power of these falling meteorites, and even as a Void Realm expert, he dared not withstand them head-on. On the Lihua dynasty's side, when they saw the Great Zhou army being hit by a meteorite falling from the sky, their expressions were completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? Why would so many meteorites fall out of nowhere? What's even stranger is that none of these meteorites hit them. They all headed towards the Great Zhou army. Is it really the heavens helping the Lihua dynasty? That's what the people from the Lihua dynasty were thinking. Meanwhile, Mu Fei, who was fishing in the western burial grounds, also noticed the strange phenomenon that had appeared there. Mu Fei frowned slightly. Just as he had expected, the heavenly Tao of this world could no longer hold back and began to interfere in human affairs. 2 days later, Li Yifan regrouped the scattered army. After carefully counting the number of troops, Li Yifan was shocked to discover that the Great Zhou army had suffered a staggering 300,000 casualties in this meteorite disaster. Not only that, but even several powerful experts with golden bodies perished. This natural disaster was the most severe loss and casualty event they had suffered since they began their campaigns. Faced with such heavy casualties and such bizarre events, Li Yifan dared not attack the Lihua dynasty rashly again. He ordered the entire army to rest and conveyed the detailed situation to Xiao Tingxian. Whether to continue attacking the Lihua dynasty is a crucial decision that Xiao Tingxian must make. Chapter 254's only advantage is that it has many strong individuals and is very powerful. When Xiao Tingxian received the urgent military report from Li Yifan, a dark line appeared on his forehead. A meteorite fell from the sky and killed 300,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou army. In addition, several powerful experts at the Golden Body realm also perished in this incident. This is utterly absurd. No one would believe it if I told them. Could it be that heaven is intentionally preventing him from conquering the Lihua dynasty? Should we withdraw our troops? Xiao Tingxian pondered this repeatedly in his heart, unable to eat or sleep, and was unable to fall asleep for several days in a row. After several days of careful consideration, Xiao Tingxian finally made up his mind to continue the conquest of the Lihua dynasty. It is absolutely impossible for him to give up his ambitions just because of a natural disaster. Xiao Tingxian sent a message to Li Yifan, instructing him to continue leading the army to attack the Lihua dynasty. However, in this letter, Tingxian specifically instructed him not to act rashly or recklessly, but to be extra careful to prevent repeating the same mistakes and to minimize casualties as much as possible. Tingxian wanted to fight, but he didn't want to see his soldiers die innocently, not even knowing who killed them. It was simply not worth it. After receiving Tingxian's orders, Li Yifan regrouped and prepared to advance again. Seeing that the Great Zhou was about to launch a new round of attacks, the Lihua dynasty was terrified and immediately retreated. Clearly, they were afraid of the Zhou dynasty's army and dared not resist it easily. The army of the Great Zhou dynasty pressed forward, and the troops of the Lihua dynasty suffered repeated defeats. Half a year later, Li Yifan led his army to Wujiang. Once you cross the Wujiang River, the capital of the Lihua dynasty is not far ahead. Once the enemy reaches the capital of the Lihua dynasty, it means that the Lihua dynasty is not far from its demise. Prepare to cross the river. With the destruction of the Lihua dynasty imminent, Li Yifan ordered his army to cross the river. Report. Just then, a scout rushed to Li Yifan to report. Li Yifan asked, "What is it?" The scout reported to Li Yifan, reporting to the marshal, "The Wujiang River has frozen over, and the army may not be able to cross it." After hearing the scout's report, Li Yifan frowned. For the past 6 months, he has been taking precautions to prevent accidents from happening. Otherwise, Li Yifan wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. He probably would have reached Wujiang in 4 months. Upon arriving at Wujiang, not far from the capital of the Lihua dynasty, Li Yifan felt reassured. Believing that the meteorite that fell from the sky last time was purely accidental. It's unlikely that heaven is deliberately targeting their Great Zhou dynasty. After all, Tingxian is destined by heaven unexpectedly. As soon as Li Yifan relaxed a little, something outrageous happened, completely beyond their comprehension. Although it's early winter now, the weather is indeed a bit cold, but Li Yifan had never heard of the Wujiang River freezing over. Even the locals of the Lihua dynasty were well aware that the Wujiang River had never frozen over since ancient times. The Wujiang River flows so swiftly, how could it possibly freeze? And now, someone is telling Li Yifan that the Wujiang River has frozen over, a bizarre occurrence no less strange than the last meteorite fall from the sky. The army should not cross the river yet, rest and reorganize where it is. For the safety of the army, Li Yifan abandoned the idea of sending the army across the river and personally went to the shore to survey the area. Sure enough, just as the scouts had said, the Wujiang River had frozen over, but it was covered with a thick layer of ice. What is a thick layer of thin ice? The so-called thick layer of thin ice means that boats cannot pass through it, and people cannot walk on it. This is quite interesting. It's clear that it was done on purpose to prevent their large army from passing through. So who could it be? Li Yifan couldn't think of anyone with such great abilities. Last time it was a meteorite falling from the sky, and this time it was the river freezing over. They couldn't possibly be from the Lihua dynasty. If the Lihua dynasty had such a powerful figure, they wouldn't have suffered repeated defeats and been afraid to go to war with the Great Zhou army. However, did you think that the army wouldn't be able to cross the river just because it was frozen? Naivete. Everything depends on human effort. Since they couldn't cross it by swimming, they decided to step across it. Li Yifan ordered experts at the golden body level and above to cross the Wujiang River and build several chain bridges on both banks. This method is very inefficient, but it is the only option available. After the chain bridge was erected, Li Yifan personally went up to verify it. Once he confirmed that there were no problems, Li Yifan began to order the army to cross the river one by one. Not just then, something strange happened. All the chain bridges inexplicably broke apart. Upon seeing this, Li Yifan frowned even more. What kind of mess is this? It's also strange. Faced with this strange situation, Li Yifan abandoned the plan to cross the river and ordered the army to continue resting. He then wrote a letter to Tingxian, informing him of the situation. Even Mu Fei, who was buried far away in the west, noticed the situation at Wujiang. He also knew that the freezing of the Wujiang River and the collapse of the chain bridge were both the work of the natural order of this world. One more time, there's still one more chance. Mu Fei silently recited it in his heart. As the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. Heaven has already intervened in the human world twice, and in the short term, he only has one more chance left. If he were to force him to use the next opportunity after he has used it all, he would likely suffer a backlash from the power of the human world. To be honest, Mu Fei really hoped that he would use up this last chance as soon as possible. At that time, Mu Fei will no longer need to be as timid as he is now, and can act boldly. The capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Shortly afterward, Tingxian received the battle report sent back by Li Yifan. When Tingxian learned that strange things had happened at the Wujiang River and that the army was unable to cross it, his face immediately darkened. How could such a strange thing happen? who was opposing him and preventing him from unifying this continent. At this moment, Xiao Tingxian really wanted to ask Mu Fei a question. He then realized that Mu Fei had already been sent to the western burial grounds to search for relics left behind by a master.
System, can we use our luck points to break the ice on the Wujiang River?
Xiao Tingxian inquired about the system, saying that he was willing to pay the price if he could break the deadlock by consuming his luck points. Xiao Tingshuan's current thought is to destroy the Lihua dynasty as soon as possible. He is afraid that if it continues to drag on, more and more strange things will happen, and it will be difficult to handle the situation later. The last time a meteorite fell from the sky, it killed 300,000 of Xiao Tingshuan's soldiers. Soon after, some people started making trouble behind his back, saying that Xiao Tingxian was unworthy of his position and that he had seized the throne by killing his brother and plotting rebellion. Now they are attempting to invade the Lihua dynasty again. This meteorite is divine punishment for them. Xiao Tingxian is not worthy to sit on the throne. Everyone can unite to rebel against him. Sure enough, this call to action in the local area actually rallied quite a few groups to resist Xiao Tingxian. That if Xiao Jiyun were still in that position, he would probably have a headache dealing with these people plotting a rebellion. It's a pity that Xiao Tingxian was sitting on the throne. Xiao Tingxian has no other advantages, his only advantage is that he has many strong people around him and his strength is formidable. If faced with these rebel groups, Xiao Tingxian simply sent a few teams to wipe them all out, and the rumors were thus extinguished. However, now that this strange thing has happened in Wujiang, if it is not dealt with as soon as possible, it may be used against us by those with ulterior motives. Chapter 255. The 3-year period has come to an end. Let's cross the river. The system responded to Xiao Tingxian, saying, the luck value cannot solve this problem for the host at the moment.
Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Tingxian frowned even more.
If even the system couldn't solve the problem, it meant that this matter was extremely troublesome. Just as Xiao Tingxian was at a loss, the system spoke again.
This is a secret of heaven.
The host can consume 100 million points of luck value to let the system answer it for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingxian was filled with question marks and speechless. What kind of question was so expensive that it required 100 million points of luck, enough for him to create several golden body experts? After thinking it over, Xiao Tingxian decided to spend 100 million points of luck to have the system answer his question. 100 million points of luck is a lot, but it's still acceptable for Xiao Tingxian at this point. Having conquered most of the territory of the Lihua dynasty, Xiao Tingxian had accumulated several hundred million luck points. Although he felt a little heartache at the thought of spending 100 million luck points, he knew that there was no gain without pain.
Ding!
100 million luck points successfully deducted. Host, the freezing of the Wujiang River and the breaking of the chain bridge are all the work of the heavenly Tao of this world.
It does not want the host to destroy the Lihua dynasty.
The system explained the reason to Xiao Tingxian. Upon hearing that it was heaven's intervention, Xiao Tingxian frowned deeply, several black lines appearing on his forehead. Even heaven was going to side with the Lihua dynasty. It seems that the meteorite that fell from the sky last time was also the work of heaven. Come to think of it, who else besides heaven has such great power? Well, thinking of this, Xiao Tingxian couldn't help but sigh. If heaven truly didn't want him to destroy the Lihua dynasty, there was nothing he could do, since heaven's will cannot be reversed. The emperor, also known as the son of heaven, is another name for the emperor. What is an emperor? Simply put, he is the son of heaven, and you must listen to what Lao Tzu says. Xiao Tingxian began to consider withdrawing his troops. Just then, the system voice sounded again.
Ding!
Host, please note that each time the heavenly Tao intervenes, it can only last for a maximum of 3 years. Finally, I'll tell you one more piece of information for free. The heavenly Tao can only intervene a maximum of 3 times in a short period. It has already intervened twice, and only one more opportunity remains. Seeing that Xiao Tingxian was considering retreating, this was unacceptable. They certainly couldn't let Xiao Tingxian do that. Therefore, the system told Xiao Tingxian all these secrets. Since we've already gotten 100 million luck points from Xiao Tingxian, this is a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. Oh?
Sure enough, after hearing the system's detailed explanation, Xiao Tingshuan's eyes immediately lit up.
It turned out that even the most wicked god had a weak side that makes things easier. We'll just drag it out for 3 years, and the Lihua dynasty will surely perish after that. If, 3 years later, heaven decides not to use it even for the last time, that's fine too. Xiao Tingxian can wait another 3 years. At most 6 years, Xiao Tingxian can afford to wait. 6 years later, Xiao Tingxian was only 30 years old, and he still had plenty of time. After figuring all this out, Xiao Tingxian issued an imperial decree to Li Yifan, ordering him to be stationed at Wujiang too. trained troops for 3 years, during which time he was not allowed to make any unauthorized moves. Upon receiving Xiao Tingshuan's order, Li Yifan was taken aback, not understanding Xiao Tingshuan's intentions. Simply having him station a 1,000,000-strong army at the Wujiang River for training, doing nothing, would incur enormous daily expenses. Fortunately, after Xiao Tingshuan ascended the throne, he distributed the rice seeds that Sanha had previously planted to the entire Great Zhou dynasty, ensuring that every household had surplus grain. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to sustain the army's consumption for such a long time. It was hard to understand what Xiao Tingshuan was thinking, but Li Yifan still did as Xiao Tingshuan said. Anyway, he wasn't very bright to begin with, all he knew was how to fight. He would do whatever Xiao Tingshuan told him to do. The Lihua dynasty. At first, when they saw that the Great Zhou army had arrived at Wujiang, they were already in a state of panic. Once they crossed the Wujiang River, the capital of the Lihua dynasty is just a short distance ahead. Do you think they wouldn't be anxious? However, not long after, the Lihua dynasty suddenly discovered that the Great Zhou army stopped moving when it reached the Wujiang River and did not come any further. What was going on? Therefore, the Lihua dynasty sent people to Wujiang to investigate and see what tricks the Great Zhou was playing. When the people of the Lihua dynasty came to investigate, they were surprised to find that the Wujiang River had frozen over, and the Great Zhou army could not get across. This made the people of the Lihua dynasty extremely happy. It was truly a blessing upon their dynasty. Seeing that the Great Zhou army could not come over, the Lihua dynasty became arrogant and continued to provoke across the Wujiang River, and also spread rumors everywhere. Xiao Tingshuan's actions have aroused the wrath of the heavens. If Xiao Tingshuan has any self-awareness, he should withdraw his troops as soon as possible and return the territory of their Lihua dynasty. The Lihua dynasty is magnanimous and doesn't need Xiao Tingshuan to compensate them. They hope that Xiao Tingshuan will behave himself in the future and not provoke a war between the two countries again. Honestly, I don't know where the Lihua dynasty got the audacity to say such things to Xiao Tingshuan. Xiao Tingshuan was not angry in the face of such provocation from the Lihua dynasty. They're just a bunch of clowns. Let them be arrogant for another 2 years. When the time comes, Xiao Tingshuan will show them just how sharp his knife is. Ignoring the people of the Lihua dynasty, Xiao Tingshuan began to improve people's livelihoods throughout the country, ultimately in order to earn luck points. In order to better take over the conquered territory, Xiao Tingshuan temporarily added an imperial examination, which can be regarded as a favor to the students. 3 years passed quickly. During this time, Xiao Tingshuan had several children, and the Great Zhou dynasty finally had a successor. On that same day, a subordinate suddenly came to report to Li Yifan. Reporting to the marshal, the ice on the river has melted. Upon hearing this, Li Yifan was taken aback. Had this day finally come? Li Yifan quickly said, I'll go and see for myself. To see for himself, Li Yifan went to the riverbank to check. Sure enough, the ice on the river had completely melted. Therefore, Li Yifan hurriedly ordered his generals, assemble the entire army and prepare to cross the river. Your subordinate obeys. The generals rushed to the assembly point. After waiting for 3 years, their opportunity had finally arrived. Before long, the army was fully assembled. However, to prevent any further accidents that could lead to the annihilation of the entire army, Li Yifan ordered the army to cross the river in batches. It was also as the Great Zhou army crossed the Wujiang River that the heavenly Tao of this world opened its eyes once more in the sky. When he saw the Great Zhou army preparing to cross the Wujiang River and head straight for the Lihua dynasty's stronghold, he really wanted to take action and annihilate this army. But when he glanced inside the Lihua dynasty, he immediately gave up. These useless people were no longer worth his attention. Look at what these people from the Lihua dynasty are doing. They've already stationed troops at your doorstep, and you're still in the mood for eating, drinking, and having fun. You've completely fallen into decadence and have lost all fighting spirit. What's the use of helping such a dynasty? It will be destroyed by Xiao Tingshuan sooner or later. Chapter 256. The Lihua dynasty officially destroyed. The reason why the heavenly Tao of this world dares not take action again is only partly due to the self-degradation of the Lihua dynasty. The real reason is that he has already taken action twice before, and he dares not waste this last opportunity in a short period of time. Just in case, he feared that using it would cause changes in this world. Compared to Xiao Tingshuan unifying this continent, the safety of the entire world is more important. In fact, Mu Fei was hoping that the heavenly Tao of this world would intervene, so that no one could restrain him and he could do whatever he wanted. But this is something to think about. Heaven wouldn't be so foolish as to leave itself no way out. It won't use this last chance to make a move unless absolutely necessary. Without the intervention of the heavenly Tao, the Great Zhou army quickly and smoothly crossed the Wu River and headed towards the capital of the Lihua dynasty. There were no people from the Lihua dynasty blocking their way, And the journey was completely smooth. It wasn't until Li Yifan led his army to the capital of the Lihua dynasty that the people of the Lihua dynasty realized that the Wujiang River could no longer stop the Great Zhou army. At this moment, inside the palace of the Lihua dynasty, the emperor was enjoying wine and conversation with his ministers. They just know how to enjoy life, even in this situation. They're still so optimistic. In fact, this isn't just happening today, it's been happening almost every day for the past 3 years. Previously, the emperors of the Lihua dynasty were not like this. They were very diligent and, like Xian, had great ambitions. However, all his ambition was shattered by Xian. The Great Zhou army was too strong. In less than a year, the Great Zhou army had reached Wujiang. If it weren't for the help of heaven, the Lihua dynasty would have perished long ago. How could it have survived until now? It was at this time that the emperor of the Lihua dynasty understood a principle: since he could not resist, he should learn to enjoy life. The emperor of the Lihua dynasty knew very well that the Wujiang River could not hold back the Great Zhou army for long. Fortunately, we can enjoy every day as long as we can. So he invited his ministers to dance together, with the main theme being optimism. The ministers of the Lihua dynasty, like the emperor, knew that the dynasty wouldn't last much longer. Since the emperor wanted to have fun, they would just have fun with him. They may lack the courage to go to the battlefield, but surely they can drink and chat with others. That's incredibly skillful. Report. Just as the emperor and his ministers were enjoying themselves, a member of the imperial guards, instead of having a eunuch announce their arrival as usual, barged in directly, his face showing obvious panic, as if something major had happened. Seeing his interest shattered, the emperor looked displeased and slightly angry, asking, "What is it?" He had already given orders that as long as the Great Zhou army didn't attack, no one should bother him with anything else, so why wouldn't he listen? Then the imperial guard anxiously reported, "Your Majesty, the Great Zhou army has reached the gates of the capital." Clang! It was the sound of the emperor's wine cup falling to the ground. At that moment, he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. His face was expressionless, and he stood there blankly without uttering a word. What? The Great Zhou army has attacked? The courtiers were all shocked, and some were even so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Wasn't the Wujiang River supposed to block the Great Zhou army? How could the Great Zhou army still get through? You said you came, fine, but why did you only find out when the Great Zhou army arrived at the capital? If you had known the news when the Great Zhou army crossed the Wujiang River, they could have made plans to leave earlier, and now that things have come to this, running away is probably difficult. Your Majesty, I have some matters to attend to at home today, so I will take my leave now. Some ministers began to request the emperor to step down. Even if it's difficult to run, we have to run. Are we just going to wait here for the Great Zhou army to arrive and die with the emperor? Your Majesty, I have some matters to attend to at home today, so I will take my leave now. Once one person resigned, more ministers followed suit, and no minister was willing to die with the emperor. Seeing the officials taking their leave, the emperor remained silent, neither speaking nor issuing orders to stop them, and simply stood there quietly. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. The emperor of the Lihua dynasty had long since seen through the true colors of these ministers. Then he thought about it and realized that fear of death was only human nature, so the emperor didn't argue with his ministers and let them go as they pleased. Just as the courtiers were about to leave, another imperial guard rushed in to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, the Great Zhou army has already reached the capital. What did you say? The ministers, who were just about to go home and pack their things to flee, were all shocked to hear that the Great Zhou army had already reached the capital. The fact that the Great Zhou dynasty's army had reached the imperial city meant that the roads out of the palace were blocked, and they could no longer leave or escape. Isn't Kyoto supposed to be defended by 200,000 soldiers? How come the Great Zhou army has breached the city and reached the outskirts of the capital in such a short time? Are you all useless? A group of ministers pointed at the guard and berated him, calling them all useless. If they remember correctly, there are still 200,000 troops in Kyoto. 200,000, not 20, not 200. Even if you release 200,000 pigs, it would take half a day to catch them all. But now, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 200,000 soldiers have been defeated? Are the walls of the capital of the Lihua dynasty made of paper? It breaks easily with a single poke. Now that things have come to this, no matter how much the ministers of the Lihua dynasty complain, they are all doomed. Soon, Li Yifan led his army into the palace of the Lihua dynasty. The emperor and his ministers offered no resistance and were all captured by Li Yifan. With this, the Lihua dynasty was officially destroyed, and its entire territory was incorporated into the Great Zhou.
Dynasty. The unification of this continent was achieved, and at this moment, Shouting Xuan's luck value skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in the west, burial grounds were established. Seeing that Li Yifan had taken over the capital of the Lihua dynasty, Mu Fei thought about how he had been slacking off for years and it was time for him to make a name for himself. And not long after, Mu Fei and his men found the ruins left behind by a master, several martial arts manuals, and the method Xiao Tingxian had been longing for to reach the outside world. When Li Yifan conquered the capital of the Lihua dynasty and captured the emperor, he and Mu Fei led their men to find the relics left behind by a master, and at the same time obtained the method to access the outside world. When these two pieces of news reached Shouting Xuan's ears at the same time, he was overjoyed. That is to say, his path to becoming the supreme emperor has only just begun. According to the guidance left by the wise man, the road to the outside world is in the 100,000 mountains. Of course, it's not like you can just go there and leave, because there's a formation there that only opens once every 10,000 years. The opening time is very short, and there are many restrictions. This expert was the one who accidentally wandered into this continent when the formation was activated last time. Chapter 257. The Great Zhou Empire. The formation will only be activated once every 10,000 years. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Tingxian frowned. If he had to wait for the formation to activate automatically, how long would that take? This was not the outcome Xiao Tingxian wanted. Xiao Tingxian then continued reading, hoping to find other solutions. Sure enough, this expert left behind the only possible solution to break the formation and solve the problem at its root. However, breaking this formation would require the power of an immortal. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tingxian was taken aback. Are there really immortals in the world? It would take the strength of an immortal to break the formation. It's truly difficult, and probably no one in the world could do it. System, can we use our luck points to break this formation? Xiao Tingxian inquired about the system. No one in this world could do it, but the system might be able to. Given the system's mysterious nature, it might be able to break the formation. A suitable host. The system replied to Xiao Tingxian. Of course you can, it's no big deal. There's a sage right beside you, you just don't know it. Seeing that the system could indeed break the formation, Xiao Tingxian asked happily, System, how many points of luck are needed to break this formation? Returning to the host requires 1 billion points of luck. What? 1 billion points of luck. Upon hearing this number, Xiao Tingxian immediately lost his joy. A billion points of luck. Even if he unified this continent, it would take him a very long time to earn that many points of luck. After much deliberation, Xiao Tingxian finally decided to spend 1 billion luck points. After years of accumulation, Xiao Tingxian now possesses nearly 4 billion luck points, and consuming a quarter of them is still acceptable. As the saying goes, you have to give up something to gain something. After deducting the billion points of luck, Xiao Tingxian did not waste the remaining luck points, but used them all to improve his top-tier combat power. After all, no one has ever been in contact with them before, and no one knows how strong the powerful figures outside are. Xiao Tingxian then spent a year deploying his troops. A year later, the 300,000-strong army of the Great Zhou, led by Mu Fei and Li Yifan, marched towards the 100,000 mountains. This 300,000-strong army is the vanguard that Xiao Tingxian has temporarily dispatched. More troops will be sent as needed. What? Sensing the will of heaven, he opened his eyes again and looked down upon the world below. Soon, he saw the Great Zhou army marching towards the 10,000 mountains. This really startled him. What did Xiao Tingxian want to do? Was he not satisfied with unifying this continent and wanted to start wars elsewhere? Shouting Xuan's ambition is far too great. However, will the Great Zhou army be able to get out? He quickly felt relieved, knowing that no one with the strength of a celestial immortal could break the formation he had personally set up. In other words, Shouting Xuan's mobilization of troops to the 10,000 mountains was in vain. Bang! Just as the heavenly Tao was lost in thought, it discovered the formation it had previously set up had been destroyed. He never expected to be proven wrong so quickly, and he was quite curious about what methods Xiao Tingxian had used to break the formation he had set up. Fine, let Xiao Tingxian go his way. In fact, the reason he set up this formation was to protect this continent. Compared to the outside world, this continent is somewhat backward and lacks cultivation resources. He set up this formation to prevent external forces from invading this continent. Now look what's happened. Xiao Tingxian himself has broken through this protective barrier. He acknowledged that the strength Xiao Tingxian displayed was indeed the most formidable in the history of this continent, but that only applies to this continent. Once outside,
Shouting Xuan's strength is nothing compared to the major powers. Shouting Xuan's actions were entirely self-destructive. He then withdrew his gaze and no longer cared what would happen to this continent, just as the heavenly Tao of this world had foreseen. The Great Zhou army did indeed encounter considerable setbacks in the early stages after venturing to other continents, as those people were far stronger than them. Fortunately, with strong individuals like Mu Fei and Li Yifan present, they were able to maintain the situation. It may seem like a good start, but that's not actually the case. Whenever the Great Zhou army conquers a place, Shouting Xuan's luck value will skyrocket. In this way, Xiaotingxian would create a batch of experts every now and then to go to the front line to provide support. In other words, the Great Zhou's model is similar to using war to sustain war, becoming stronger with each battle. The number of experts in the Great Zhou dynasty is increasing, and the top experts are constantly rising in rank. In just 30 years, the Great Zhou army conquered half of the Qian dynasty world, and its territory was terrifyingly vast. It can no longer be called the Great Zhou dynasty, but the Great Zhou Empire. Nevertheless, Xiaotingxian was still not satisfied. He wanted to conquer any place he knew of and make it part of the Great Zhou Empire. Shouting Xuan's goal is to unify the entire Qian dynasty world. Of course, he wasn't being arrogant when he said that, because Xiaotingxian now has the full capability to do so. He now has countless experts at the tribulation transcending stage under his command, and even one immortal, Mu Fei. Yes, Xiaotingxian consumed a large amount of luck points to elevate Mu Fei to the human immortal realm. At this point, Mu Fei no longer needed to pretend and could unleash his full power. The only pity is that he wasn't a character drawn by the system, so he can only be upgraded to the tribulation transcending stage at most, and cannot step into the realm of immortals. This restriction left Xiaotingxian somewhat disappointed. Otherwise, he could have created a few more immortals. As for why the system has this limitation, it's because the process of advancing from the tribulation transcending stage to the human immortal realm cannot be achieved solely by pouring in resources. It also requires consuming the essence of the heavenly Tao. This deal wasn't worthwhile, so he refused it, which is why the system imposed this restriction. Even with this restriction, it won't have a significant impact on Xiaotingxian. With the current strength of the Great Zhou Emperor, it's only a matter of time before he sweeps across the entire world. The Great Zhou Emperor continued his conquests, and at this time, the heavenly Tao, which had been dormant for decades, opened its eyes once more. Holy crap! Seeing the situation in the world, the heavenly Tao of this world was immediately frightened and resorted to its most exquisite national treasures. During the time he slept, what changes occurred in the world of the Dynasty of Destiny, and how did half of the world's rule fall into the hands of the Great Zhou dynasty? Looking at Xiaotingxian now, the fortune he possessed had condensed into a golden dragon of fortune. Why would a mere mortal gather so much fortune? Does Xiaotingxian intend to reverse yin and yang and usurp the host's position? No, we absolutely cannot let Xiaotingxian continue collecting luck. Not only could he not, he also wanted to disperse the fortune gathered on Shouting Xuan's body. The fact that so much luck was concentrated on one person made him very uneasy. Just as he was about to dismantle the Great Zhou Empire and shatter the golden dragon of fortune surrounding Xiaotingxian, suddenly, he felt a powerful aura approaching. Are they his kind? Chapter 258 Special Offer Package. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Lin Chen, the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm. Everyone says the main character has too little presence, so from now on I'll just write about Lin Chen directly. Fellow Daoist, why be angry? Lin Chen manifested and stood opposite the heavenly Tao of the Qi Destiny Dynasty world, speaking with utmost sincerity, as if advising an old friend. He was filled with horror when he saw Lin Chen suddenly appear in his world. Although Lin Chen was at the same lesser thousand world level as him, Lin Chen's Tao essence was far stronger than him. In other words, Lin Chen not only possesses more types of Tao than him, but also has a higher level of comprehension. In a normal battle, he would definitely be no match for Lin Chen. The good thing is that this is his territory, and he is in charge of his territory. Although he cannot defeat Lin Chen, he can drive Lin Chen out. Fellow Daoist, please step back, or don't blame me for being impolite. The heavenly Tao of the Qian dynasty world is threatening Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly at this and said, I don't know how you are being so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden dragon of fortune appeared and circled around Lin Chen. How could you? Upon seeing the golden dragon of fortune suddenly appear on Lin Chen's body, the heavenly Tao of the Fortune Dynasty world was once again taken aback. He couldn't understand why a golden dragon of fortune would appear on Lin Chen's body. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly felt that the golden dragon of fortune on Lin Chen's body was very familiar. Isn't that the golden dragon of fortune that Xiaotingxian possessed? How did it end up on Lin Chen? Could the golden dragon of fortune on Lin Chen be fake? his gaze turned downwards to the mortal realm, and when he saw Xiao Tingxian, his heart skipped a beat. Xiao Tingxian still has a lot of luck left, but the golden dragon of luck has disappeared. It is now confirmed that the golden dragon of fortune on Xiao Tingxian has been transferred to Lin Chen. This makes things difficult. Lin Chen possesses the golden dragon of fortune, making it impossible for it to drive him out of the Fortune Dynasty world. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen dared to appear in the world of Qi Yin Dynasty and confront the heavenly Tao of this world. What exactly does fellow Taoist intend to do? Asked the heavenly Tao of the Qiluk Dynasty world. He asked this question intentionally, as he already knew what Lin Chen wanted to do. The reason he spoke up was to negotiate with Lin Chen, since Lin Chen held the advantage. Even as the embodiment of heaven's will, one must know when to yield. Seeing that he was asking a question he already knew the answer to, Lin Chen did not expose his words, but simply replied, "I wish to integrate this world into my world." Impossible. When Lin Chen made this request, the heavenly Tao of the Qi Yin Dynasty world refused without a second's hesitation. Once the world of Qi Yin Dynasty merges into the other world, it is destined to become Lin Chen's puppet. How could he, a heavenly Tao, possibly become Lin Chen's puppet? Without even thinking about it, he would never agree to such a thing. Furthermore, Lin Chen only possesses a golden dragon of fortune. Without being in his own world, he cannot defeat him with just a golden dragon of fortune. He is not so easily defeated by Lin Chen. Fellow Taoist, have you thought this through? Seeing that the heavenly Tao of the Qi Yin Dynasty world refused, Lin Chen was not in a hurry and confirmed with the other party again. There's no need to consider this. If you have the ability to take me down, then please feel free to do so. The heavenly Tao of the Qi Yin Dynasty world once again rejected Lin Chen, its attitude extremely firm. There was no way he could surrender to Lin Chen. Fellow Taoist, come with me and watch a good show. Lin Chen did not act immediately, but let the heavenly Tao of the Qi Yin Dynasty world look down at the lower realm with him. In the lower realm, in the Great Zhou Empire, at Xiaotingshuan's location. Ding! In recognition of the host's outstanding performance in recent years, the host is hereby rewarded with a special offer package. The package, originally valued at 1 trillion, is now available at a 0.1 discount. Would the host like to spend 10 billion luck points to redeem and activate it? Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Xiaotingshuan's mind. A gift package originally valued at 1 trillion. The system's words startled Xiao Tingxian. What kind of gift pack could be so expensive? Xiao Tingxian asked, "System, what's in this special offer package?" At a 0.1% discount, it would only cost 10 billion luck points, an amount Xiao Tingxian could afford. However, he needed to clarify things beforehand to avoid being offered anything useless to him, since 10 billion luck points was not a small sum. Reporting to the host, the special offer package contains 4 SSS level characters, all of whom are at the human immortal realm. Holy crap! Exchange, system, exchange now. Upon hearing that the special offer package included 4 characters similar to Mu Fei, Xiao Tingxian immediately knew what to do. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the system. Exchanging 10 billion luck points for 4 SSS level characters like Mu Fei, all of whom are at the human immortal realm, is an incredible deal. With their help, Xiaotingshuan's unification of the entire Qi Yin Dynasty world is just around the corner. Ding! 10 billion luck points successfully deducted. A special offered gift pack has been successfully redeemed for the host. Would you like to open it? Open. Without a second's hesitation, Xiao Tingxian immediately chose to open it. Ding! Character being summoned. As soon as the system finished speaking, a person appeared in front of Xiao Tingxian. The first person to appear was Lin Tian. Following them, Zhang Fulong and Han Li also appeared. All 3 of them made an ordinary appearance and their performances were nothing special, but when Yixingchen appeared, this guy relapsed into his old habits. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and plucking stars from the sky, there is no one like me in this world. Yixingchen's entrance was accompanied by special effects, as if the air of an immortal was not enough to reflect his nobility. I don't know how others feel, but Xiao Tingxian was completely impressed by Yixingchen's pretentious attitude. Xiao Tingxian quickly bowed to the 4 people and said, "Xiao Tingxian, Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, greets the 4 immortals." "Your Majesty, there's no need for such formalities." These words were spoken by Lin Tian.
At this moment, their arrival here signifies that the Qi dynasty world will soon be incorporated into the Tianyuan realm. Meanwhile, high above the heavens, the heavenly Tao of the Qi dynasty world, when he saw the aura on Xiao Tingxian disappear, he finally understood why the golden dragon of aura on Xiao Tingxian had appeared on Lin Chen. It turns out that the biggest mole was Xiao Tingxian, who was the one colluding with the enemy, upon seeing 4 more immortal realm experts appear. Besides Xiao Tingxian, he knew that the Qi Destiny Dynasty world was doomed. With the appearance of 4 immortal beings, plus Mu Fei, no one in the Qi Dynasty world could stop Xiao Tingshuan's progress. After that, without even a second thought, no matter how much luck Xiao Tingxian had, he would eventually be tricked by Lin Chen. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of the Qi Dynasty world deeply regretted his actions. Had he known this would happen, he would have destroyed Xiao Tingxian even at the cost of being devoured by the power of the mortal realm. That's it, we're all doomed. It really proves the saying true. Hesitation leads to defeat. Chapter 259 Enlightenment Tea Tree. With Lin Tian and his group joining the fray, the Great Zhou Empire launched a multi-pronged attack, conquering the entire Qi Dynasty world with unstoppable momentum. In just 10 years, Xiao Tingxian went from being an emperor to becoming the captain of the ball. As a result, all of his luck points were tricked away by the system. Well, it wasn't really a scam, it was a legitimate transaction. The system clearly listed the prices, and Xiao Tingxian was happy to pay. In other words, without the system, Xiao Tingxian would not have reached his current status and would probably have died on his way to his fiefdom long ago. Therefore, the fortune of the Qiluk dynasty world has all come to Lin Chen. At this moment, he is the true controller of the Qiluk dynasty world. As for the heavenly Tao of this world, it is now just a mascot. You are despicable. When it lost control of the world, the heavenly Tao of this world knew that it was now food on Lin Chen's chopping board. Although he lost, he was not convinced, believing that the other party was using tricks and schemes to bully him. The honest God. Lin Chen wanted to laugh. As a heavenly Tao, you only ever scheme against others, but you never get schemed against? I have a question. Fellow Taoists noticed that Xiao Tingxian was acting strangely a long time ago, so why do you still seem indifferent and continue to let him continue like this? Lin Chen asked. This was his biggest question. The heavenly Tao of this world has noticed Xiao Tingxian several times, but although it has not found anything unusual, can it just let it go? As a world-sharing celestial being, Lin Chen thought the other party shouldn't be so foolish. There must be something else that distracted the other party, causing their focus to shift away from Xiao Tingxian. Not if the other party had paid even a little attention to Xiao Tingxian, Lin Chen wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Therefore, Lin Chen wanted to ask the other party to see if they would tell him. However, judging from the other party's appearance, it seems unlikely. Snort. As Lin Chen expected, the other party simply snorted coldly at his question, making it clear that they did not want to tell him the reason. Since the other party was unwilling to talk, Lin Chen did not continue to ask. In any case, this world had already fallen into his hands, and he would find out the reason sooner or later. Subsequently, Lin Chen took control of the heavenly Tao of this world and moved the Qi dynasty world towards the Tianyuan realm. Meanwhile, at Xiao Tingshuan's place. Ding! The system has determined that the host has unified the entire world and achieved the status of the Supreme Emperor. The system is now unbinding. Ding! System unbinding complete. Wishing you a pleasant life, host. We've already acquired the world of the Dynasty of Destiny, and Xiao Tingxian, this puppet, is no longer of any use. We can now remove the system. When Xiao Tingxian heard that the system wanted to unbind itself from him and leave, he was immediately startled. System! System! Xiao Tingxian was anxiously calling out to the system, but no matter how he called, the system remained silent. The system really left him thinking of this. Xiao Tingxian felt extremely distressed. Xiao Tingxian was well aware that everything he had now was given to him by the system, and if the system left him, he would lose a major guarantee. However, the matter was not over yet. Just as Xiao Tingxian was about to leave after the system was unbound, Mu Fei, Lin Tian, Zheng Fulong, Han Li, and Yi Xingchen also came over to say goodbye to Xiao Tingxian, saying that they should leave. Originally, the 5 of them intended not to leave without informing Xiao Tingxian. After thinking about it, she decided to inform Xiao Tingxian, since he was a good tool and they would meet again in the future. Gentlemen, are you also leaving me? When he learned that Mu Fei and the others were saying goodbye to him, Xiao Tingshuan's face was full of doubt. What day is it today? The system just left him, and now Mu Fei and the others are saying goodbye to him. Why? Your Majesty, please take care. Mu Fei and the others still gave Xiao Tingxian the final respect. Where are you gentlemen headed? Xiao Tingxian asked.
He knew he couldn't stop Mu Fei and the others from leaving, so he might as well ask where they were going and see if there would be a chance to find them in the future. As soon as Xiao Tingxian finished asking the question, Mu Fei replied, "Your Majesty will know in the future. We will meet again. Until we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Fei vanished from the spot. Next came Lin Tian, Zheng Fulon, and Han Li, who all disappeared one after another with Mu Fei. Yixingchen, on the other hand, gave Xiao Tingxian a deep look, then shook his head and said, "Boring, not fun." After saying that, Yixingchen disappeared. Xiao Tingxian was puzzled when he heard Yixingchen's words. What does it mean to be boring or not fun? What was Yixingchen trying to say? Was he saying he was boring, or that the world wasn't fun? Xiao Tingxian found it hard to understand what Yixingchen was saying. In reality, Xiao Tingxian was mistaken. Yixingchen's so-called boredom and lack of fun were simply because he had no opportunity to show off. If it can't hold a cup, what's the point? That's why Yixingchen said those words to Xiao Tingxian, completely unexpectedly. It was precisely because of his unintentional remark that Xiao Tingxian couldn't help but wonder if he had done something wrong that caused everyone to leave him. After several years, Lin Chen finally managed to bring the Qian dynasty world to the vicinity of the Tianyuan realm. Next, Lin Chen began to refine the Qiluk dynasty world. Lin Chen refined it so that it would become a part of the Tianyuan realm, instead of being merely an appendage of the Tianyuan realm like the world below. It took Lin Chen 100 years to complete the refinement of the Qiluk dynasty world. Next, Lin Chen was about to do something big. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to do something big, two secret realm spirits suddenly approached him. The sudden arrival of the two main spirits of the secret realm puzzled Lin Chen. Normally, the two main spirits of the secret realm were terrified of him and wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. How could they have come to him on their own initiative today? Could it be that they've come to complain to him? Lin Chen guessed that this was the only possibility. It's possible that Xiao Tingxian has promoted too many powerful individuals, causing the two main spirits of the secret realms to suffer significant losses. They are now unable to recoup their losses from the Qian dynasty world, which is why the two main spirits of the secret realms have come knocking on their door. Those two stingy fellows would only dare to approach him if they were about to suffer a loss. What are you two doing here? Lin Chen wasn't sure if his guess was correct, so he decided it was best to ask the two main spirits of the secret realm. When he asked, the two spirit masters of the secret realms looked at each other and remained silent for a while. This made Lin Chen even more certain that the two spirit masters of the secret realms had come to complain to him, but they were afraid of his punishment, so they did not dare to speak. However, Lin Chen was wrong this time. The two spirits of the secret realm did not come here to complain to him, but for another reason. After hesitating for a moment, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm took out an item and showed it to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen saw this thing, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is the Enlightenment Tea Tree." Chapter 260, Creating the Heavenly Realm and Establishing the Heavenly Court. The Enlightenment Tea Tree, with its innate top-grade spiritual root, appears to be somewhat weaker than the World Tree. In fact, the value of the Enlightenment Tea Tree far exceeds that of a top-grade innate spiritual root. Standing under the Enlightenment Tea Tree can accelerate one's understanding of the Tao. The tea leaves produced by the Wudao Tea Tree also have the same effects. It is of great use to Lin Chen now, as it can accelerate his comprehension of the Great Tao. Seeing the two spirit masters of the secret realm take out the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Lin Chen asked in surprise, "Where did you two get these?" When Lin Chen asked, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm replied, "It was found in the Qian dynasty world." That's right, the Enlightenment Tea Tree was obtained by the two main spirits of the secret realm when they were plundering the world of the Luck dynasty. Originally, when they found the Enlightenment Tea Tree, the two main spirits of the secret realm wanted to keep it for themselves, but they thought that if Lin Chen found out later, he would definitely not let them off the hook. In addition, they also considered that Lin Chen needed the Enlightenment Tea Tree the most right now, so they gave it to Lin Chen. It has to be said that the two of them were quite magnanimous. Found in the world of the Dynasty of Destiny, when Lin Chen heard the two main spirits of the secret realm say these words, he was slightly taken aback. The Qiluk Dynasty world still had such a good thing. It truly lives up to its name as the world of fortune. Its fortune is absolutely heaven-defying, even allowing it to obtain rare innate spiritual roots like the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Thinking about this, Lin Chen finally understood why there were no immortals in the Qi Destiny Dynasty world, and why the heavenly Tao of the Qi Destiny Dynasty world did not care about or pay attention to Xiao Tingxian. If Lin Chen understands correctly, the heavenly Tao of the Qian Dynasty world is also a newly born heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he was incredibly lucky.
By chance, he obtained the Enlightenment Tea Tree, and with its blessing, he quickly comprehended the Great Tao and advanced to the Lesser Thousand Worlds level. This is why the Heavenly Tao of the Qi and Dynasty world only focuses on its own understanding of the Tao, thus neglecting the improvement of the realm of all living beings in the world, resulting in the absence of any human immortals in the Qi and Dynasty world. It was because he was immersed in the enlightenment of the Tao that he let Xiaotingxian go unchecked. They thought everything was under control, but unexpectedly, their home was stolen, and all their previous efforts were in vain. You two did a great job. I will remember your contribution. If you need anything in the future, you can tell me. Lin Chen accepted the Enlightenment Tea Tree and also credited the two secret realm masters with a merit. They did a good job this time, and did not lose sight of the big picture because of their own selfishness. Putting everything else aside, for this alone, the two secret realm masters deserve a reward. The two spirit masters of the secret realm were overjoyed to hear Lin Chen say this. Knowing that Lin Chen was busy, the two of them didn't linger any longer, thanked him, and left. After the two main spirits of the secret realms retreated, Lin Chen did not immediately use the Enlightenment Tea Tree to cultivate enlightenment. Strengthening the power of the Tianyuan realm was the priority, with the Heavenly Tao of the Qi and Dynasty world serving as a cautionary tale. We should never emulate it. Having completed the refinement of the Qi and Dynasty world, Lin Chen will now continue refining the Heavenly Tao of the Qi and Dynasty world. It took him over 100 years to refine the Heavenly Tao of the Qi and Dynasty world. After refining the Heavenly Tao of the Qi and Dynasty world, Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. Lin Chen has now mastered 15 Great Taos, but his understanding of them is not deep. He has only grasped 5% of the highest Great Tao law. Nevertheless, the Tianyuan realm has also broken through its limit. Breaking through the upper limit here does not mean that the Tianyuan realm has advanced to the level of the middle thousand worlds. It's impossible to do that so quickly. Rather, it refers to the fact that the upper limit of the realm in the Tianyuan realm has been raised by one level, from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm. As his understanding of the Great Tao deepened, the upper limit of the world's realm increased, and correspondingly, it became easier for beings within the world to break through. As of now, there are 5 people in the Earth Immortal Realm and the Tianyuan Realm: Lin Tian, Zhang Fulong, Han Li, Yixingchen, and Mu Fei. The number of immortals in the human immortal realm has increased from a mere 100 to tens of thousands, and the overall strength of the Tianyuan Realm has been significantly improved. As for Shen Zi, hundreds of years have passed, and he still hasn't transcended the tribulation and ascended to immortality. He remains at the peak of the returning to emptiness and merging with the Tao. Many cultivators who knew Shen Zi asked him why he hadn't ascended yet. Shen Zi's answer was that the time wasn't right. The time is not right. Does one need to choose an auspicious day to transcend tribulation and become an immortal? Many people couldn't understand Shen Zi's answer, but only he knew that Shen Zi's opportunity to attain enlightenment was coming soon. Previously, in the world of gods and demons, Lin Chen comprehended the rules of incense offerings, and now he has comprehended the rules of destiny in the world of the Dynasty of Destiny. By combining the two, he comprehended a completely new divine law of incense offerings. Using the fortune of incense offerings to forge the divine body, therefore, he will create another realm, which will be called the Heavenly Realm. In the Celestial Realm, one can establish a power called the Heavenly Court, which serves as a divine office. The Heavenly Court can hunt on behalf of heaven, monitor the 8 regions of the lower realm, and regulate the innate spiritual energy of the world, contributing to the development of the Tianyuan Realm. In short, he will do anything that benefits the Tianyuan Realm. Thus, several hundred years passed quickly in the Tianyuan Realm. One day, a loud bang was heard in the sky above the 8 regions. This loud noise shocked all living beings in the entire Tianyuan Realm. They couldn't understand why such a phenomenon would occur in the Tianyuan Realm. If I remember correctly, the last major upheaval in the Tianyuan Realm was 10,000 years ago, not long before Lin Tian was born. At that time, Tianyuan Realm was still a low-level martial arts world with no cultivators. It was during that anomaly that the Tianyuan Realm was upgraded, and 100 years later, cultivators were born in the Tianyuan Realm. With this in mind, some people are wondering if a new upheaval has occurred in the Tianyuan Realm, which may lead to a new cultivation system. After a moment's thought, this conjecture seemed impossible. The cultivation system was only recently replaced, and the new Qi refining system is already the most suitable cultivation system for living beings. It is impossible for a new cultivation system to emerge. If not, how should this phenomenon be explained? No one could figure out what was going on. Only a handful of people knew the reason. The reason is simple. He created the celestial realm above the 8 domains. However, simply creating the heavenly realm is not enough. Another item is needed to separate the heavenly realm from the earthly immortal realm.
This item is the True Spirit platform, which was refined by the Heavenly Tao of the Qi. Yin Dynasty world. When he was refining the Heavenly Tao of the Qi Dynasty world, he did not eliminate the other party, but instead refined it into a True Spirit platform. So what is the purpose of this True Spirit platform? Its actual use is very simple. The true spirit of a living being can attach itself to the True Spirit platform and achieve the effect of immortality. Even if you die, it's okay. The True Spirit platform can use the true spirit that you are attached to revive you. At first glance, this behavior seems quite good. In reality, there are many restrictions on the True Spirit residing within the True Spirit altar. The pros and cons are entirely up to the individual to decide. Whether you want to take up a divine position in heaven is not something anyone forces you to do, it's all voluntary. Chapter 261 The Return of the Purple Star Emperor. When the heavenly realm was established and the True Spirit platform returned to its place, Shenzi, who was traveling in the 8 domains, suddenly sensed that his opportunity to ascend had arrived. Heaven above, I am Shenzi. I see that there is a vacancy in the divine position of the Tianyuan realm. I am willing to enter the True Spirit platform to hunt on behalf of heaven. I hope that heaven will be the judge. Shenzi's oath to the Heavenly Tao spread throughout the entire 8 domains of the lower realm. When people heard Shenzi's declaration, they were puzzled and did not know what Shenzi meant by this action. Most people know Shenzi. He is a veteran cultivator who studied under Zhang Fulong of Fulong Temple. He was also the first Qi refiner in the Tianyuan realm, which can be described as exceptionally fortunate. In everyone's opinion, Shenzi should be among the first group of people to transcend tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm. However, thousands of years have passed, and countless people from the 8 regions have ascended to the immortal realm through tribulations, but Shenzi is the only one who has not. Therefore, people are very curious, and some are even speculating that Shenzi may have done something that angers both heaven and man, which is why he has been unable to transcend tribulation and ascend to immortality. Now it seems that this is not the case. The only questions are why Shenzi made a vow to the Heavenly Tao, what this divine position is, what the True Spirit platform is, and so on. Shenzi's actions were completely beyond their comprehension. Now they could only wait and see what would happen next, such as whether the Heavenly Tao would respond to Shenzi. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on Shenzi. After Shenzi made his vow to the Heavenly Tao responded, and a surge of golden energy flowed into Shenzi. This immense golden energy is not a merit of the Heavenly Tao, but rather the fortune value of the entire heavenly realm. With the blessing of the entire heavenly realm's fortune, Shenzi's personal cultivation level began to climb rapidly, from the peak of returning to emptiness and harmonizing with the Tao to the early stage of human immortal, then to the middle stage of human immortal, the late stage of human immortal, and finally the peak of human immortal. Even after reaching the peak of the human immortal realm, the advancement of his cultivation showed no signs of stopping. He continued to climb higher: Earth Immortal, early stage, Earth Immortal, middle stage, Earth Immortal, late stage, Earth Immortal, peak stage. The cultivation of Earth Immortals only stopped at the upper limit of the heavenly origin realm. This phenomenon indicates that heaven has recognized Shenzi's VOW. At the same time, a portion of Shenzi's true spirit separated and entered the True Spirit platform. The matter wasn't over yet. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly gate opened wide, awaiting Shenzi's entry. The heavenly gate opened wide, and Shenzi didn't delay, flying directly onto the heavenly gate. However, after flying to the heavenly gate, Shenzi did not hide inside the heavenly gate to enter the heavenly realm. Instead, he faced the beings of the 8 realms below, and the golden dragon of fortune manifested on his body. Then Shenzi said, "From this day forward, I shall be the heavenly emperor and establish a heavenly court in the heavenly realm. 3 years later, I will issue divine grace decrees throughout the 8 regions. Those who are blessed may enter my heavenly court and be granted divine titles." After speaking, Shenzi disappeared into the heavenly gate of the heavenly realm, leaving the beings of the 8 regions to discuss and debate what the heavenly realm was, what the heavenly court was, and what the divine positions were. Not long after, a decree descended from the heavens, perfectly answering the questions of all living beings. After understanding what the celestial realm, the heavenly court, and divine office are, the vast majority of beings have already made their choice. Those Qi refining geniuses wouldn't consider a position in the heavenly court. Becoming an immortal is much more appealing, as it doesn't require any restrictions and offers a higher potential for personal strength. Most of those who aspire to enter the heavenly court and become gods are still ordinary people. As for the ordinary cultivators, they are still observing. They did not want to become gods because the many restrictions were too great. They wanted to become immortals, but they were afraid they didn't have the ability. Therefore, They were very conflicted and didn't know what to choose. At this moment, at Shouting Xuan's place, once the world of Qi Yin dynasty was incorporated into the Tianyuan realm, Xiao Tingxian realized that the so-called system was actually a conspiracy to plunder the world, and he was the accomplice. Because the cultivation system of the Qi Yin dynasty world is different from that of the Tianyuan realm, they were unable to adapt to the cultivation methods here when they were incorporated into the Tianyuan realm, so their cultivation progress was very slow. Now, several hundred years have passed, and Xiao Tingxian is very old. He can clearly feel that his lifespan is about to end. Thinking back on my life of military service, I've only ended up as a handful of dust. At the very last moment of his life, you asked Xiao Tingxian if he regretted it? Did he regret helping the Tianyuan realm plunder the Qi Yin dynasty world? Shouting Xuan's answer was that he had no regrets. To reiterate, without the system, Xiao Tingxian would have died on his way to his fiefdom long ago. Therefore, Xiao Tingxian has never regretted it. However, Xiao Tingxian still had regrets in his heart. Mu Fei and the others told him that they would meet again someday. But now that he's about to die, where are Mu Fei and the others? Did Mu Fei and the others lie to him? Probably not. Mu Fei and the others are probably too busy and forgot. Once they remember, they will definitely come to his grave to visit their old friend. Xiao Tingxian comforted himself in this way. With this mindset in mind, Xiao Tingxian died peacefully. Then, something strange happened. After Xiao Tingxian died, his soul did not descend to the underworld, but was drawn by a force and flew towards the heavens. His true spirit eventually attached itself to the true spirit platform. What's going on? Seeing such a strange scene, Xiao Tingxian was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How did his soul end up on the true spirit platform? Could it be that he had been granted a divine position? Before Xiao Tingxian could think further, an energy surged from the true spirit platform and entered his soul, rebuilding his body. At the same time, Shouting Xuan's strength is also constantly improving. When Shouting Xuan's strength reached the peak of the earth immortal realm, his body was also completely reforged by the true spirit platform. At that moment, a talisman was branded onto Shouting Xuan's forehead. Soon, a string of information popped into Shouting Xuan's mind: his new identity, the Great Emperor of the North Pole of the Central Heaven Ziwei, or simply the Ziwei Emperor. Congratulations on the Emperor's return to the throne. Just as Xiao Tingxian was accepting his new identity, a figure appeared in front of him. Without even thinking, Xiao Tingxian knew who the person was. Currently, there is only one person remaining in the heavenly realm, and that is Shenzi. Xiao Tingxian quickly bowed to Shenzi and said, "Greetings, Jade Emperor Haotian." Despite being the supreme emperor of the Central Heaven Purple Star in the North Pole, he is still slightly inferior to Shenzi. From the True Spirit platform, Xiao Tingxian learned about the structure of the Heavenly Court. The highest-ranking officials in the Heavenly Court were the four emperors: the Jade Emperor of the Golden Palace of the Vast Heaven, the Great Emperor of the North Pole of the Purple Star of the Central Heaven, the Great Emperor of the South Pole of the Gaochen Upper Palace, and the Great Emperor of the True Martial Subduing Demon of the Northern Wudong. Although the four emperors hold the same rank, to some extent, the Jade Emperor has the greatest power. All decision-making power rests with the Jade Emperor, while the other three emperors merely assist him in managing the Heavenly Court. Chapter 262 Devouring World of Warcraft. The reason for creating the four emperors was that he wanted to complete the great array of the celestial stars. Once all the righteous gods of heaven have returned to their positions, the previously constructed Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array can be dismantled. After all, the previously constructed Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array were all pseudo-versions. Although their efficiency was increased countless times, they still could not compare with the real Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array. Once the Heavenly Court's Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array is operational, its efficiency will be several times higher than it is now. Secondly, when refining the Heavenly Dao of the Qi Yin Dynasty world into a true spirit platform, he promised that the position of the Heavenly Emperor should be held by a member of the Qi Yin Dynasty world. Finally, he chose Xiao Tingxian. There's no other reason than that Xiao Tingxian had helped him conquer the Qi Yin Dynasty world, making him a great contributor. So why not reserve the position of Heavenly Emperor for Xiao Tingxian? After meeting, Shenzi and Xiao Tingxian joined together in building the Heavenly Court. When he created the Heavenly Realm, he only outlined the basic structure of the Heavenly Court. The rest of the buildings and such had to be built by them themselves. Shenzi said that the Divine Grace Decree would be issued again in 3 years, and the time reserved in between would be used to repair the Heavenly Court. Of course, 3 years is far from enough for such a vast Heavenly Court. 3 years is only enough time to create a prototype, but at least it will have a basic shape. Otherwise, if people came up and saw the bare Heavenly Court, wouldn't they make a fool of themselves? As for the materials used to build the Heavenly Court, they were borrowed from the two main spirits of the secret realm initially. The two spirit masters of the secret realm refused to lend the money, but Shenzi later said there would be interest, and only then did the two spirit masters agree. Just in case, the two main spirits of the secret realm also made Shenzi write an IOU. Therefore, after the heavenly court was established, Shenzi would have to lead his heavenly court group to work and pay off debts for a long time afterward. While Shenzi and Xiao Tingxian were busy building the heavenly court, Lin Tian and Zhang Fulong were also busy searching for other worlds and creating system intrusions. It has to be said that after experiencing the world of the Dynasty of Destiny, they found the system to be really useful. All they had to do was find the right people. Therefore, during the hundreds of years that he refined the Qi Dynasty world and created the heavenly realm, Lin Tian, Zhang Fulong, and the other four gained 2 lesser thousand worlds and several worlds below lesser thousand worlds, which can be described as a great harvest. This caused him some hardship, having just finished all that, and now this. Again, is he not allowed to rest? Of course, this is just talk. He would be willing to come to as many worlds as he wants. His current situation can be described in one sentence: painful yet joyful. He had roughly calculated that once he finished refining these 2 minor worlds, he would have mastered 20 great Daos. At that time, the Tianyuan realm would be able to break through the minor world level and reach the middle world level. All 3 parties were busy with their own things. 3 years later, the heavenly court took basic shape, and Shenzi began to distribute 100,000 divine grace tokens to the 8 regions of the lower realm. Beings who receive the divine grace may voluntarily enter the illusionary realm for testing. Once they pass the test, they can ascend to godhood. Then this phenomenon arose: in the 8 lower realms, people would occasionally ascend to heaven in broad daylight, which was the envy of onlookers. Thus, 1,000 years passed in the Tianyuan realm, and he finally completed the refinement of those heavenly Daos just as he had predicted. After refining these worlds, he successfully mastered 20 great Daos, and the Tianyuan realm had advanced to the middle 1,000 worlds, with the upper limit of the realm of living beings reaching the celestial immortal realm. If this trend continues, it won't be long before Tianyuan realm reaches a higher level. Having finished his business, he wanted to go to the enlightenment tea tree to meditate, and it was at this moment that Lin Tian and the others suddenly came to his door. He asked, "What is it?" Lin Tian replied, "Reporting to your excellency, we have discovered a middle 1,000 world." He was somewhat puzzled. What puzzled them wasn't that Lin Tian and his group had discovered the middle 1,000 world, but rather why they had specifically told him this news. It's just a middle 1,000 world, and the Tianyuan realm is now one too. Lin Tian and the others can just go ahead and do their thing without worry. They can use the system to find an agent and conquer it fiercely. Why do they need to report to him? Could there be some hidden story behind this that they can't handle? That seems to be the case. If they can handle it, they won't bother him. Then he asked again, "What difficulties are you facing?" "Your Excellency, this world is different." "It is." Lin Tian began to give him a detailed introduction. This middle 1,000 world was similar to the strange beast world they had encountered before, Chapter 99, which I didn't finish writing back then due to personal issues, and I'm rewriting it now. Besides humans, it had all kinds of mythical beasts. Moreover, these mythical beasts have a unique growth pattern. They do not need to cultivate on their own. They can continuously improve themselves and complete their evolution simply by devouring other mythical beasts. After listening to Lin Tian and the others' story, he also became curious. This world seemed quite interesting. Afterwards, he asked Lin Tian for the coordinates of this world and began to use the Great Destiny technique to explore it. After some investigation, he figured out the patterns of this world just as Lin Tian and the others said. The way for creatures in this world to advance is through devouring to grow and evolve. But there's one thing they didn't realize: why can the mythical beasts in this world grow and evolve by devouring others? The reason is simple: the heavenly Tao of this world possesses the power of devouring, which is the great Tao of devouring. Of course, simply mastering the great Tao of devouring is not enough to achieve this, because everything must abide by the law of conservation of energy. It is impossible to say that devouring the other party will improve oneself. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The reason why the mythical beasts can devour each other to evolve is that each mythical beast has some heavenly Tao origin in its body. Therefore, by devouring the other, they also plunder the other's heavenly Tao origin. With enough heavenly Tao origin, one can naturally improve oneself under its blessing. It was because of this characteristic that he gave this world a name: World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. This name is very fitting and close to the current state of this world. So why would the natural order of this world do this? It can only be said that the heavenly Tao of this world is nurturing a treacherous beast, and he wants to rely on these mythical beasts to enhance his understanding of the power of devouring. In any case, some of the heavenly Tao's essence has little impact on him, because after the phantom beasts die, the heavenly Dao's essence that they plundered will return to him. It must be said that the laws of this world are quite ingenious. If there is no external interference, he will eventually achieve his power of devouring by doing this. Unfortunately, he has now encountered this group of old men. From the Tianyuan realm, faced with a group of mythical beasts, the system was naturally unusable, so we had to try another method. He turned his gaze to the two enormous dragon eggs that were still hatching, which were the brothers Boboban and Benboba. Chapter 263 New Identity. The two dragon eggs have been gestating for thousands of years and have yet to hatch. Perfect timing. It'll be another trip for the two brothers to World of Warcraft. He didn't ask the two brothers to conquer World of Warcraft, but only that they absorb as much of the heavenly Dao essence of World of Warcraft as possible, so that the two brothers could completely transform into true dragons. Currently, the two brothers' true dragon bloodline purity is only 10%, and they are still a long way from transforming into true dragons, unless he is willing to offer his own heavenly Dao essence for the two brothers to use for transformation, but this would be too much of a loss for him, as it would be a waste of so much of the heavenly Dao's essence to create a true dragon. Now things are much better. Someone's brought me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Then I'm sorry, but you'll have to make the effort to raise a real dragon for him. Without hesitation, he began to use the great cause and effect technique to interfere with the secrets of the Warcraft world. Under the cover of the secrets, he silently sent two dragon eggs into the Warcraft world. In the World of Warcraft world, in a swamp known as the Thunderous Continent, two giant eggs have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The appearance of the two giant eggs immediately attracted a large number of monsters, who stared intently at them. They didn't know what the two giant eggs were, but they knew that they contained a large amount of energy points, and that eating them would greatly enhance their abilities. They are called energy points because they do not know that it is the origin of the Dao, and can only represent it as energy points. They desperately wanted to divide up the two giant eggs, but the majesty emanating from them made them hesitant to move, as if the majesty of a king had an innate bloodline suppression point. One of the monsters asked, "Does anyone know what kind of egg this is? Could it be an ostrich egg?" Another monster wondered, but its guess was quickly refuted. "Are your ostrich eggs really that big?" Although ostrich eggs are large, they are significantly smaller than these two giant eggs, which suggests that these two giant eggs are not ostrich eggs. Could it be a pterosaur egg? Another monster offered a hypothesis. This time, no monster refuted it. Instead, it agreed with its words. Both its enormous size and the imposing aura it exudes are similar to those of a pterosaur. However, what puzzled them was how a monster of the level of a pterosaur could be born on this Thunder Continent. They definitely can't eat them. They can only wait quietly for the two giant eggs to hatch. If they really are pterosaurs, the position of Overlord of the Thunder Continent may change hands. Just as the monsters were speculating about what the two giant eggs were, the heavenly Dao of the Warcraft world opened its eyes and set its gaze on the two giant eggs. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly Dao of World of Warcraft also let out a gasp of surprise. How could a true dragon bloodline be born in this world? Unlike the monsters who are ignorant, he knows what kind of creature is inside the giant egg. His exclamation stemmed from the egg's rarity. He never expected that these two giant eggs were actually of true dragon blood. Of course, he could also sense that the true dragon bloodline was very rare, probably only 10% pure. Nevertheless, that is enough. It's important to know that in World of Warcraft, the two species most closely related to true dragons are pterosaurs and Jiaos. They were incredibly close to true dragons, but in the end, they were still just pseudo-dragons, their bloodlines impure, and they were worlds apart from these two giant eggs. So, where did these two giant eggs come from? Could they be the product of a genetic mutation in a giant dragon? With that in mind, he began scanning the two giant eggs to see if there were any abnormalities. If not, then his guess was correct. After scanning the two giant eggs, he found nothing unusual about them. So he was relieved. "My two little ones, I hope you won't disappoint me." After saying this, he parted some of the heavenly Dao's essence and gave it to the two giant eggs, hoping that they could take a step closer and transform into true dragons as soon as possible. In addition, in order for the two giant eggs to be born smoothly, he also placed a restriction around the two giant eggs. He didn't want the two giant eggs to be harmed before they hatched. After all, they were a rare species, and they needed to be carefully protected in the early stages. Lin Chen was the only one unaware of this move by the heavenly Dao in World of Warcraft. If Lin Chen knew, he would definitely thank him profusely. "You, Heaven, are truly amazing. You even took the initiative to help me cultivate my bloodline. Thank you so much." The two brothers received nourishment from the heavenly Dao source of World of Warcraft, which greatly accelerated their incubation process. 20 years later, one day, a loud bang was heard in the sky, and cracks appeared on the surface of the two giant eggs. One of the monsters that had been watching the two giant eggs shouted, "They're coming out!" Upon hearing this sound, the other monsters in the vicinity were instantly drawn over. When they saw the cracks appearing on the surface of the giant egg, they knew that what was inside was about to come out. It's about time they came out. Counting the time, it's been 20 years. They've never seen any species that needs to incubate for so long. It can only be said that they have a narrow vision. 20 years is nothing. You have to know that the two brothers have been nurtured in the Tianyuan realm for thousands of years. As the demons waited anxiously, the giant egg finally cracked open completely, and two azure dragons soared into the sky, wagging their tails and roaming freely. At the same time, the roars of the dragons echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Just hearing that voice was enough to terrify the demons below, who all prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. Elder brother, younger brother. After sleeping for thousands of years, the two brothers met again and naturally had a long chat. "Brother, this doesn't seem to be the Tianyuan realm anymore?" After they finished catching up, Babwa Ben suddenly asked, "I can clearly sense that this is no longer the Tianyuan realm." When Babwa Ben asked this question, Ben Boba nodded, confirming that this was indeed no longer the Tianyuan realm, but he wondered if he had perhaps thrown the two brothers into another world again. Just as the two brothers were wondering, suddenly, a consciousness was activated in their minds, which was the information that Lin Chen had left in their sea of consciousness beforehand. After reading the message he left behind, the two brothers finally understood why they had come to this place. Very good. It's been a long time since the two brothers have stretched their muscles. It's time to make a name for themselves. And hopefully, the laws of this world won't shed tears in the end. However, before that, the two brothers decided to give themselves a powerful name. Ben Boba and Babwa Ben were the names the two brothers used when they were small fry. They weren't good enough for high-class people, so they had to give themselves more imposing and sophisticated names. "From now on, I will be called Ao Guang, and you will be called Ao Lai, how about that?" "I think it's a good idea, little brother." And so, the two brothers got new names. The elder brother was named Ao Guang, and the younger brother was named Ao Lai. Whether they could become true dragons depended entirely on their abilities. Chapter 264 Heavenly Glory Wolf King. As mentioned earlier, in World of Warcraft, evolution is primarily achieved by consuming other creatures. This is true, but it's a very general statement. To assess the strength of a phantom beast, we need to analyze it from two perspectives. The first is the monster level, which is easy to understand, it's simply one's own realm and strength. The second is the monster star rating, which is not hard to understand. It is the purity of one's bloodline. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the higher the star rating, and they are directly proportional. For example, the two brothers' current panel data is at level 1, 5 stars. The monsters surrounding the two brothers were mostly around level 10, and their star rating was around 1 star, with some even less than 1 star. The reason why the two brothers were able to crush them from birth was not only due to racial superiority, but also due to the superiority of their star level. Of course, this doesn't mean that level isn't important. Level is important, but when the levels are similar, especially when the initial levels aren't that important, star rating takes precedence. With the two brothers level 1 5-star strength, they should have no problem dealing with monsters below level 21 star. The brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai floated in midair, looking down at the numerous demons below, and said, "I'll give you a chance to submit to me." The two brothers originally planned to devour them all to enhance themselves. However, upon closer inspection, they were all small karami, containing very little heavenly Tao essence. Even if they were to devour them all, it wouldn't significantly improve the two brothers' abilities. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the two brothers decided to subdue them. After all, this is the place they know best, so they can act as guides for the two brothers, telling them about the high-level magical beasts that exist there. This is the territory of the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. Who do you two think you are to expect us to submit to you? No sooner had the two brothers finished speaking than a magical beast jumped out to fight back. No one knew where it got its confidence. Didn't the brothers' earlier intimidation frighten them, or perhaps the Heavenly Glory Wolf King it spoke of was even more powerful than the two brothers? The name sounds impressive, but I wonder how good they really are. Are you sure? Ao Guang stared intently at the demonic beast, as if giving it a chance to change its mind. The beast visibly trembled when stared at by Ao Guang, but then it remembered that Ao Guang was only a newborn and could not possibly be as powerful as the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. Besides, it's a level 8, 1-star creature. No matter how powerful Ao Guang is, he couldn't possibly defeat it right from birth. Thinking of this, its confidence increased, and it resolutely replied to Ao Guang, "That's for sure, the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King is the true ruler here." "Then you should go ahead and join your Heavenly Glory Wolf King." Ao Guang, driven by murderous intent, unleashed a powerful dragon tail sweep, sending the creature flying. Before it could land, Ao Guang opened his maw and sped over, swallowing it whole. The creature didn't even realize what was happening until it died. "The opportunity has been given to you, but since you didn't cherish it, then go die. Consider it a warning to others." It was after swallowing this magical beast that Ao Guang's level increased by 1 level, reaching level 2, 5 stars. Then, Ao Guang looked at the group of magical beasts again and said calmly, "Who else?" No magical beast dared to speak, because their strength was similar to that of the previous magical beast. Ao Guang could kill it in one move, so he could easily deal with them as well, not to mention that there was still Ao Lai who hadn't made a move yet. After a long while, no one uttered a sound, and Ao Guang seemed to have lost his patience. "If you don't speak, I will assume you are rejecting me. In that case, you can all die. Ao Guang is about to unleash a massacre. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, spare us. We are willing to submit. We are willing to submit." Upon seeing that Ao Guang was about to make a move, the demonic beasts were immediately startled and quickly expressed their willingness to submit. They thought that silence would save them from disaster. After all, they didn't know who was stronger between Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. Once they agree, Ao Guang and Ao Lai will be unable to defeat the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, and they will inevitably be pursued by the Heavenly Glory Wolf King and ultimately die. Therefore, they chose to remain silent, thinking that Ao Guang would tacitly accept their submission, and that they would have an excuse if the Heavenly Glory Wolf King investigated later. But who knew that Ao Guang would not play by the rules and would insist on their submission, leaving them no chance to survive. Very good. Seeing that they had all agreed, Ao Guang nodded slightly. These magical beasts were just like people, they would never readily agree unless they were forced to. The next second, Ao Guang asked again, "Who among you can tell me what the strength of this Heavenly Radiance Wolf King is?" "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Glory Wolf King possesses the strength of a level 15, 3-star warrior." Some of the magical beasts stood up and answered Ao Guang's question. They were now on the same side as Ao Guang, and it would not benefit them to not speak or to deceive Ao Guang. Level 15, 3 stars. After learning about the strength of the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, the two brothers instantly felt more confident, realizing that the problem wasn't too serious. "You may all disperse now. If the Heavenly Glory Wolf King makes any moves, then come and inform me." Ao Guang first dismissed them. The two brothers were confident they could defeat the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, but they weren't in a hurry. To play it safe, they decided to level up first. Unless the Heavenly Glory Wolf King comes knocking on their door, the two brothers cannot avoid the battle. The two brothers did not want to upgrade their level by devouring others. After devouring the magical beast and leveling up to level 2, Ao Guang discovered a problem. The improvement was weak and had a limitation. Just like you need to consume energy after eating and can only eat again when you are hungry, you can't keep eating to improve. So, for the two brothers, this was no different from being a useless thing. Therefore, the two brothers decided that from now on they would only devour the Heavenly Tao origin from each other to increase their star level. As for the level, you can cultivate it yourself. After all, the level you cultivate yourself without relying on external forces is the strongest. While the two brothers were in seclusion cultivating and leveling up, in another part of the swamp, at the residence of the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, upon learning that the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai were going to oppose it, the Heavenly Glory Wolf King slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Who gave them the audacity to try and take my territory?" Tianyao Wolf King knew about the two brothers. After all, this swamp area is its territory, and the two brothers have been hatching here for 20 years. Basically, all the magical beasts in the swamp know this. If it doesn't even know this, then it, the Wolf King, is too useless. What infuriated Tianyao Wolf King so much was that the two brothers had been fighting it for territory since they were born, clearly showing that they didn't take it seriously and were blatantly slapping it in the face. "Send In Shao to capture them for me." Chapter 265. Shock from Silver. Haolin Shao is the top general under Tianyao Wolf King, second only to Tianyao Wolf King in strength, and has the strength of a level 12 2-star. The Heavenly Glory Wolf King thought to himself, "They're just two newly born demon beasts. How powerful can they be? At most, they're just slightly higher star level. They might be able to bully weaker demons, but if they encounter a truly powerful enemy, those two will definitely be unable to withstand it. Therefore, sending Silver Howl is sufficient. It trusts Silver Howl's strength and is confident that it can bring the two of them to it. Tianya Wolf Demon had complete confidence and trust in Yin Shao. Of course, it also has absolute confidence in its own arrangements. Yin Shao, following the orders of the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, arrived at the place where Ao Guang and Ao Lai were staying, intending to capture the two brothers and take them back to report. Report! A little demon rushed to the place where the two brothers were in seclusion. Before it even arrived, its voice could be heard, conveying a sense of urgency, as if something big was about to happen. Ao Guang and Ao Lai also snapped out of their cultivation. Upon seeing the little demon, Ao Guang asked, "What's the matter that you're in such a hurry?" "Your Majesty, Lord Yin Shao has arrived," the little demon said, panting as he followed the two brothers. He was clearly still a bit out of breath from running so fast. "Who is Lord Silver Howl?" The two brothers were a little confused. Wasn't the overlord of this area the Heavenly Glory Wolf King? How come there is now another Lord Silver Howl? And what is the identity of this Lord Silver Howl? When the two brothers asked, the little demon explained, "Your Majesty, Lord Silver Howl is the #1 fierce general under the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King." "Oh? How powerful is it?" Upon hearing this, the two brothers immediately understood why the other had come. Without a second thought, they knew the other had come to interrogate them. At the same time, the two brothers also became interested in Yin Shao, wanting to see just how fierce the #1 warrior under the Heavenly Glory Wolf King really was. The little demon replied, "Lord Silver Howl possesses the strength of a level 12, 2-star expert." That's it. Upon hearing that this so-called Lord Yin Shao only possessed the strength of a level 12, 2-star cultivator, the two brothers, who had just been interested in Yin Shao, immediately lost all interest. With such meager strength, who could possibly be of any interest? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Even the Heavenly Glory Wolf King is only at level 15 with 3 stars. How much stronger could Silver Howl be as the Heavenly Glory Wolf King's subordinate? If Yin Shao were stronger than Tianya Wolf King, he probably would have usurped the throne long ago. They're just a bunch of ferocious beasts, they have no concept of honor. In their eyes, there's only who's strong, not right or wrong. Ao Guang said to Ao Lai, "Go and take care of it." To deal with Silver Howl, there's no need for both brothers to act at the same time. Taking down one of them would be enough. It has to be said that the earlier levels were really easy to improve. The two brothers reached level 10 in just one night of cultivation, which is much faster than devouring. At level 10, 5-star, facing a level 12, 2-star opponent, the two brothers felt they would be doing a disservice to their strength if they didn't utterly crush their opponent. "Yes, brother." Ao Lai immediately agreed and got up to meet Yin Shao. "I'm giving you one last chance. Call those two out now, or don't blame me for going on a killing spree." As soon as Ao Lai stepped out, he heard arrogant words coming from outside. Without even thinking about who was speaking, it was undoubtedly Yin Shao. Judging from his tone, anyone who didn't know better would think he was a powerful demon of level several dozen. Ao Lai strode forward and stopped a short distance in front of Yin Shao, saying in a contemptuous tone, "You are Yin Shao? Who are you?" Upon seeing Ao Lai suddenly appear, Yin Shao looked puzzled, wondering who Ao Lai was. At the same time, its face also showed dissatisfaction. It could detect disdain in Ao Lai's words, the kind that showed utter contempt and complete disregard for him. This was a bit hard for Yin Shao to accept. So far, apart from the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King, no other little demon had ever dared to speak to it like that. "I am the one you are looking for." Ao Lai immediately revealed his identity. "So it was you." Upon hearing Ao Lai's words, Yin Shao immediately understood and realized who Ao Lai was. Then, Yin Shao continued, "There's one more. Call him out too." It admired Ao Lai's courage. Not only did he dare to come out and meet it alone, but he also dared to call himself this king in front of it. He was really bold. "Fine, it'll give Ao Lai face for now. It'll capture the two brothers and hand them over to the Heavenly Glory Wolf King later, then the two brothers will know to beg for mercy. You? To be honest, you're not even worthy of seeing my brother." Ao Lai showed Yin Shao absolutely no respect. "What are you thinking? With your pathetic skills, you expect the two brothers to come out and meet you? What are you really thinking? If it weren't for the fact that none of his lesser demons were particularly strong, Ao Lai wouldn't have wanted to come out in person. You're asking for it." The beast was already bad-tempered, and Aolai's words were too hurtful. The phrase "you are not worthy" completely ignited Yin Zhao's anger, and it swung its sharp claws to attack Aolai, wanting to tear him to shreds. Those ignorant fools! Seeing Yin Zhao take the initiative to attack him, Aolai snorted coldly, and one of his hands manifested its true form to meet Yin Zhao's sharp claws. Clang! When Yin Zhao touched Aolai's true dragon claw, he felt as if his claws were slicing against an impenetrable wall, and his fingertips were tingling with a numbing sensation. That wasn't the end of it. The next second, Aolai's true dragon claw landed on its body. The force was so great that it sent it flying, being thrown more than 10 meters away. Wow! Your Majesty is so powerful. The little demons around him were horrified to see Aolai send Yin Zhao flying with a single move. It should be noted that Silver Howl's strength is second only to the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. Even if the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King came, he couldn't possibly defeat Silver Howl so easily. Could it be that Aogwang and Aolai truly possessed the power to rule this region? Thinking of this, the little demons suddenly relaxed. They were afraid of following the wrong person and ending up being buried with him. Now it seems their lives are basically safe. You actually have the strength of a level 10, 5-star expert? How is that possible? It was after their fight that Yin Zhao learned of Aolai's true strength, and his face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? Aolai has been born for less than 2 days. How could he have the strength of a level 10 5-star? Even if he started cultivating from the womb, he could not possibly be that high. What on earth is going on? Yin Zhao couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. However, now is not the time for it to think about this. It needs to escape from here and bring the message to the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. Aolai is a level 10 5-star, and even the Tianya Wolf King, a level 15 3-star, is no match for him. But if all else fails, we should escape first and leave this area to the brothers Aogwang and Aolai. There's a saying that goes, where there's life, there's hope. Only by staying alive can one have a chance to make a comeback. Chapter 266. You dare yell at my brother. Seeing that Yin Zhao was trying to escape, Aolai was not about to let it go. Showing off would come at a price. Moreover, as a 2-star demon beast, Yin Zhao contains far more heavenly Dao essence than other lesser demons. From this point of view alone, Aolai would never let it leave. He would eat it first. Aolai transformed into his original true dragon form, then opened his huge mouth and swallowed Yin Zhao whole, who cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer." After devouring Yin Zhao and obtaining the heavenly Dao origin from him, Aolai clearly felt that his true dragon bloodline had improved slightly. The data panel looks roughly like this: name, Aolai race, dragon level, 10-star rating, 5.5 stars, true dragon bloodline purity, 11%. Unexpectedly, a 2-star demon beast could increase his bloodline purity by 1%. According to this calculation, he only needs to devour 89 more demon beasts like Silver Howl to transform into a true dragon. It can only be said that Aolai was thinking too simply. If it were really that easy to improve, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to send the two brothers here. Whether it's star rating or level, it's easy to improve at the beginning, but it becomes increasingly difficult as you go higher. In the later stages, let alone 2-star monsters, even 10-star monsters might not provide much improvement. After dealing with Yin Zhao, Aolai went back and talked to Aogwang. The two brothers discussed whether they should take advantage of the time to eat the Tianya Wolf King. To prevent the Heavenly Glory Wolf King from getting wind of their plans and escaping, the two brothers decided to go and eat the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. The Heavenly Glory Wolf King is a level 15 3-star creature. It should taste even better than the Silver Howl. On the other side of the swamp, where the Heavenly Glory Wolf King is, half a day has passed since Yin Zhao set off, and he has not yet returned. Tianya Wolf King felt a sense of unease. It wondered, Silver Howl has been gone for so long and hasn't come back yet. Could something have happened to him? Impossible. The next second, the Heavenly Wolf King abandoned his conjecture. It knew Yin Zhao's strength. Even if those two guys were powerful, they were still newborn calves. They could scare the little demons, but they had absolutely no power to resist in front of Yin Zhao. Therefore, the reason why Yin Zhao hasn't returned after so long must be because something happened on the way. The Heavenly Glory Wolf King was thinking this, but before the thought could dissipate from his mind, a little demon ran up to report to him. Your Majesty, have those two arrived? The little demon spoke somewhat hastily, her words tinged with surprise. Which two are here? Tianya Wolf King didn't quite understand who the two people the little demon was referring to were. He wondered if some extraordinary figure had appeared in this area, that the little demon would refer to them as those two. Seeing that the Heavenly Wolf King didn't react, the little demon who reported became a bit anxious and quickly explained, they are the two that were born a couple of days ago and were fighting with your majesty for territory.
Oh, it's those two.
Upon hearing that it was the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai, Tianyao Wolf King appeared nonchalant, unaware that something was amiss.
Did Silver Howl bring them here? Tianyao Wolf King asked casually. It must be. If Yin Xiao hadn't brought them here, the two brothers wouldn't have come here.
They would have been hiding in their den long ago, too afraid to come out.
Ah.
I don't see Lord Yin Xiao.
The little demon replied to the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King in surprise. What Lord Silver Howl? We didn't see him outside. We only saw the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai coming to our door.
Didn't you see Silver Howl? After hearing what Xiaoyao said, Tianyao Wolf King finally realized that something was wrong, and a bold conjecture appeared in his mind. Could Silver Howl really be gone? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Those two are so young, how could they possibly be a match for Yin Xiao?
Take me to see this quickly.
It didn't want to admit it, but it still had to go out and see what was going on.
No need to go out, we're here.
Just as Tianyao Wolf King was about to go out and find out what was going on, he saw two figures appear in front of him. They were Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the two brothers. Upon seeing the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the Heavenly Glory Wolf King frowned slightly, finding it hard to believe that the two brothers before him were the giant eggs that had just hatched a couple of days ago. That's outrageous. What kind of newborn child would be almost as big as an adult monster? However, the facts are undeniable, and even if Tianyao Wolf King doesn't believe it, there's nothing he can do. Whereas Silver Howl, Tianyao Wolf King stared at the two brothers and asked. For some reason, the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Could Yin Xiao really have died at the hands of those two brothers? When Tianyao Wolf King asked about Yin Xiao, Ao Lai looked at Tianyao Wolf King with a smile and said,
"Are you asking about that level 12, 2-star silver wolf demon?"
Upon hearing Ao Lai's words, the Heavenly Wolf King understood that Yin Xiao and Ao Lai had met. Otherwise, how could Ao Lai be so familiar with Yin Xiao? With a stern face and furrowed brows, Tianyao Wolf King asked Ao Lai, "Where is Yin Xiao?"
I ate it.
Seriously, the taste of a 2-star demon beast is something else. Burp. As he spoke, Ao Lai burped and patted his belly. Whether he was full or not was unknown, but in Tianyao Wolf King's eyes it was a blatant provocation. Tianyao Wolf King pointed at Ao Lai and said fiercely, "You're courting death." Of course, the Heavenly Wolf King only dared to point at Ao Lai and make threats, but he didn't dare to take action easily. Based on Ao Lai's words, Tianyao Wolf King can be basically certain that Yin Xiao is dead, and that he was killed by Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The fact that Ao Guang and Ao Lai were able to kill Yin Xiao shows that the two brothers are exceptionally strong, possibly no weaker than him.
With both sides being roughly equal in strength, do you think it will make a move easily? Absolutely not.
Once you make a move, there's no going back. The Heavenly Wolf King dared not act rashly, but the two brothers were different. Then Ao Guang said, "You dare to yell at my brother?
You've already committed suicide."
After saying that, Ao Guang transformed into his true dragon form. His immense size caused the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King's lair to be destroyed immediately afterwards. Ao Guang unleashed a dragon tail swing attack towards the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King. Not good. The Heavenly Glory Wolf King was, after all, a level 15 3-star demon beast, and it had some eyesight.
It naturally saw that Ao Guang's move, Divine Dragon Tail Swing, was extraordinary.
It dared not underestimate its opponent and quickly revealed its true form to defend itself. Smack. Unsurprisingly, no matter how the Heavenly Glory Wolf King resisted, it was still swept away by Ao Guang's Divine Dragon Tail sweep and slammed into a large tree. It's only because this tree is old and large that it was knocked down. This shows just how powerful Ao Guang must have been.
How could you possibly have the strength of a level 10, 5-star expert?
The expression on Tianyao Wolf King's face was exactly the same as Yin Xiao's back then. He couldn't believe that Ao Guang had such high strength. It reached level 10 and 5 stars just 2 days after its birth.
Has it been wasting all these years? Or is it because it hasn't devoured enough monsters?
Chapter 267 The Howling Ruins. The brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai naturally wouldn't tell Tianyao Wolf King the reason. Tianyao Wolf King, filled with resentment and confusion, was swallowed whole by Ao Guang. After devouring the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King, Ao Guang's star rating also increased by half a star, just like Ao Lai's. This shows that there is not much difference between devouring a 2-star and a 3-star wolf. After defeating the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, Ao Guang turned to his former loyal followers and said, "From now on, this area will be ruled by my brother and me."
Whoever agrees, whoever disagrees. We swear to serve the king to the death. None of the monsters dared to refuse the two brothers, and they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to their new masters. In fact, Aogwang didn't even need to say anything. In their eyes, whoever is strong is king, and that has always been the case. After subduing these demonic beasts, Aogwang and Ao Lai learned from them that there were 5 forces on the Thunder Continent. Besides the Heavenly Glory Wolf King, which the two brothers had destroyed, there were 4 other forces. They are King Deer Antlers, Giant Warrior, Mantis Hunter, and a special type of goblin monster. Among the 5 forces on Thunder Continent, the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King is the weakest, with only a level 15 3-star general and only 1 general under his command, Silver Howl. The other 4 forces become stronger as time goes on. For example, the Deer Antler King possesses the strength of an 18th level, 3-star general, and also has 2 15th level, 2-star generals under his command. As for the Giant Warrior, it has the strength of a level 24-star warrior, and has 3 generals under its command, all of whom are around level 15 3-star warriors hunting the mantis. It has no subordinates, relying solely on its own formidable strength, possessing a level 22, 5-star power. As for the goblin monsters, they are solitary monsters, few in number, but quite powerful. Each one is around level 20, 3 to 5 stars. On the Thunder Continent, almost no monsters dare to provoke them or easily enter their territory. After learning about the strength of the other 4 forces, the two brothers secretly made a plan. Indeed, the other 4 forces are much stronger than the Heavenly Glory Wolf King. Even when facing the weakest of them all, the Deer Horn King, the two brothers still find it a bit tricky because they cannot defeat him easily. If they fight to the death, the two brothers can definitely take them down. However, this style doesn't suit the two brothers. They are conservative players and would never do anything that involves taking risks. Besides, the two brothers aren't in a hurry right now. They can eat them one by one after they've leveled up their cultivation. After considering the follow-up plans, Aogwang asked, "I have a question. With such powerful forces behind us, haven't they ever thought about unifying the Thunder Continent?" This is precisely where the two brothers' questions lie. Logically, unification would yield more abundant resources, so why didn't they consider unification? What happened to the law of the jungle? The little demons didn't know how to explain Aogwang's question to the two brothers, so they just said, since ancient times, there have been 5 forces on the Thunder Continent. Generally speaking, they don't invade each other. Even if this force is eliminated, a new king will be born in this place soon. At this point, the little demon secretly glanced at Aogwang, then mustered up her courage and said, "Just like your majesty, oh?" After hearing the little demon's explanation, Aogwang found it very interesting. A smile appeared on his face, and his gaze fell on the little demon. When Aogwang stared at it like that, the little demon immediately shivered. Would Aogwang kill it for saying that? If it had known this would happen, it wouldn't have said that last sentence. It can only be said that the little demon's perspective was too narrow. Aogwang did not intend to make things difficult for it. On the contrary, Aogwang should thank it. If it hadn't been for its last words that enlightened him, Aogwang really wouldn't have been able to figure out the reason. If a force is destroyed, a new king will soon emerge in that place. Clearly, this is very likely the work of the Heavenly Tao of this world. Thinking of this, Aogwang wondered if the two brothers could exploit a bug in the Heavenly Tao and go kill the Deer Antler King right now. After some time, when a new Deer King appeared, the two brothers went to destroy it. Through repeated cycles of this process, the two brothers accumulated a greater amount of the Heavenly Tao's essence. The natural order of this world is nurturing venomous insects. How about the two brothers also nurture venomous insects? Just as Aogwang was thinking this, the little demon spoke again. Secondly, destroying the opponent doesn't improve their own strength much, as their main focus is still on the Howling Ruins. The Wailing Ruins? The two brothers had never heard of this before, nor did they know what it was used for or why the major leaders were focusing their attention on it. Seeing the brothers' confusion, the little demon knew they didn't understand, so she immediately explained, "The Howling Ruins is a secret realm located at the central altar of the Thunder Continent. It opens once a year, and there is a certain chance of finding the Snow Demon Beast if you enter it." Aogwang then asked, "What is a Snow Demon Beast?" When Aogwang asked this question, he saw Xiao shake his head again. "We don't know exactly what kind of creature the Snow Demon Beast is, we only know that it has the shape of a rabbit and the tail of a fox. Each snow monster has a level of 20. As for its star rating, it depends on the number of its tails, from 1 to 9. The number of tails determines the number of stars. If one could obtain a Snow Demon Beast in the secret realm,
devouring it would greatly increase one's strength.
Wow! There are still such ruins.
Hearing Xiaoyao's explanation, the two brothers were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected that such ruins would still exist in the Thunder Continent.
Could it be that the heavenly Tao of this world was up to something again? With the snow demon beast being so powerful, wouldn't no other demon beast be able to obtain it?
Suddenly, Ao Guang asked another question. Snow monsters are at least level 20 and 1 star strong. Apart from the leaders of major forces, other monsters can only wait to die when they encounter them. Given its immense difficulty, why are the major powers still fixated on the Wailing Ruins? No, the snow monster is not aggressive.
If you encounter it, you can basically catch it up.
The two brothers were stunned when they heard this.
How could such a powerful snow monster be so non-aggressive?
Who would believe that? Of course, despite their doubts, the two brothers still believed what the little demon said, because the little demon had no reason or need to lie to them. Thinking about this, the two brothers became even more certain that it was undoubtedly the heavenly Tao of this world that was behind this, and they had no idea what it was planning, but the two brothers already knew about it, and they had to go and see the so-called Wailing Ruins. Ao Guang asked, when will the Wailing
Ruins open again? Your Majesty, there are still 3 months until the next opening of the Wailing Ruins. 3 months?
The two brothers silently recited it to themselves. That works too.
3 months is just right. Let's not go on the conquest for now. Let's use these 3 months to cultivate and level up. When the Wailing Ruins open, we'll go inside and see what's going on.
After we come out, we'll deal with these forces on the Thunder Continent. Chapter 268. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Time flies, and 3 months will soon be over. During this time, no other demonic beasts disturbed the two brothers' cultivation, allowing them to cultivate in peace for a while. That is, after level 10, cultivation progress is not as fast as before level 10, like drinking water, reaching level 10 in less than 2 days. After reaching level 10, their cultivation progress began to slow down. To date, the two brothers have only reached level 16, making further advancement quite difficult. That's why the two brothers finally understood why it was so difficult for the leaders of these forces in Thunder Continent to surpass level 20. There was a reason for it. Now, 3 months are almost up, and the day when the Wailing Ruins will open is fast approaching. The two brothers are preparing to set off for the central altar of the Thunder Continent. However, before setting off, the two brothers decided to contact him and, if possible, have the two spirit masters of the secret realm come over. The two brothers had a feeling that the Wailing Ruins were anything but simple, and that something was likely hidden inside. I just don't know if, with their current strength, the two brothers can get in touch with him. Fortunately, things went smoothly. The two brothers successfully contacted him, and after explaining their purpose, he used his methods to successfully deliver the two secret realm spirits to the two brothers. The two brothers regretted it as soon as the two spirit masters of the secret realm arrived, because these two guys are not only annoying to talk to, but they're also chatterboxes. Upon first meeting, the two spirit masters of the secret realm said to the two brothers, "Eek, after incubating for thousands of years, you two have finally hatched." Upon hearing these words from the two main spirits of the secret realm, the two brothers nearly dropped their shoes. Ao Lai said irritably, "What do you mean by incubation?"
That's gestation. Do you even know what gestation is?
The idea of hatching was too disheartening for the two brothers, as the two main spirits of the secret realm regarded them as creatures born from wet eggs. No, it's even worse than being born from wet eggs. Although the two brothers were like that before, things are different now. They have changed their identities, so they can no longer bring up the old stories. Furthermore, those creatures that hatch from wet eggs can incubate for thousands of years. Therefore, what the two brothers did was called gestation, not incubation. If a certain celestial venerable knew of these words, he would definitely give a thumbs up to the two secret realm masters. Yes, gestation. It is the spirit of the Lord who is wrong. Seeing that the two brothers were too proud to admit their mistakes, the two main spirits of the secret realm were easy to talk to and took the initiative to admit their errors. But what the two spirit masters of the secret realm said next left the two brothers speechless. The two spirit masters of the secret realm asked the two brothers, "If I remember correctly, one of you brothers is named Ben Boba and the other is named Babwa Ben." Upon hearing these words from the two main spirits of the secret realm, the two brothers were speechless. Ao Guang said righteously, "Let me correct you. My brother and I have changed our names. We are now called Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Understand?"
"Oh, I see, Ben Boba."
The two main spirits of the secret realm nodded solemnly. The two brothers were speechless. They had known that the two main spirits of the secret realm were difficult to get along with and stingy. The two brothers hadn't believed it before, but after seeing it today, they realized it truly stank horribly. If they had known this would happen, the two brothers would have preferred to let the Wailing Ruins rot in this world rather than let the two dungeon spirits come here. You two shut up. If you dare to say another word, my brother and I will report you to him. From now on, you two will be stuck in the Tianyuan realm forever and won't be able to go anywhere else. Having no other choice, the two brothers, unwilling to listen to the two spirits' sorrowful words any longer, immediately unleashed their trump card. Sure enough, when the two brothers said those words, the two incessantly chattering spirits of the secret realm finally became obedient, keeping their mouths tightly shut and not uttering another word. It's not that the two main spirits of the secret realm were afraid of the two brothers, it's just that the two main spirits of the secret realm were magnanimous and didn't want to hold a grudge against the two brothers. With fewer whispers from the two main spirits of the secret realm along the way, the two brothers quickened their pace considerably and soon arrived at the central altar of the Thunder Continent. Upon arriving at their destination, the two brothers were a bit late, as the monsters from the other four factions of the Thunder Continent were already waiting there. Upon seeing the two brothers arrive, their eyes revealed disdain. One of the demon beasts even taunted them in a sarcastic tone, as expected of the expert who killed the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King. You have quite the airs, making all of us demons wait. The two brothers had known for some time that the Heavenly Glory Wolf King had been killed and replaced, but none of them cared. After all, the Heavenly Glory Wolf King was the weakest among the five forces and was not worthy of their attention. It can only be said that Tianya Wolf King was too useless, unable to even defeat the two newborn brothers, and deserved to die. Furthermore, it's not their business. So why bother with so much? Originally, they didn't care about the two brothers. The problem was that, in such a setting, the two brothers were the last to arrive. What? You arrived last, making them all wait for you too? Is it to show off how awesome you are? Because of this, the other four factions all started to dislike the two brothers, secretly criticizing them for not knowing how to cause trouble and for not understanding human relationships at all. Because in the past, whenever the Wailing Ruins opened, the Heavenly Radiance Wolf King was always the first to arrive, and now that the two brothers have taken over, they've already rebelled against the Heavenly Gang. What will they do in the future? We must teach them a lesson and make them understand the proper etiquette and respect for hierarchy. Hearing someone speak to them sarcastically, the two brothers didn't hold back at all and retorted directly, pointing their fingers at the monster's nose and cursing. Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours when I arrive? What, want to exchange a few blows? While pointing and cursing at each other, the two brothers had already guessed who the other person was. Its body is somewhat slender, its head is triangular in shape, with two large compound eyes on its head, and its arms are shaped like daggers. Just by looking at its shape, you can tell it's a mantis. Combined with its level 22, 5-star strength, you can immediately guess it's a hunting mantis. Don't think you're so great just because you're a level 22 5-star. We're not afraid of anything. We'll fight it out. Nobody will be able to get into this secret realm today. Seeing the two brothers so audacious, daring to point their fingers at the mantis hunter and curse him, horrified the other monsters. Who is the mantis hunter? It is the most powerful monster on the Thunder Continent. Anyone who sees it must give it a wide berth. Now look what's happened. The two brothers are pointing their fingers at the mantis hunter and cursing him. They're like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. It's outrageous, given the mantis hunter's nature. He certainly wouldn't let the two brothers off the hook for showing such disrespect. Some of the demons immediately felt a desire to watch the show, wishing the two sides would fight right now. Just when they all thought that hunting the mantis was going to teach the two brothers a lesson, the way they hunted the mantis next completely stunned the demons. Humph. Today is the important day for the opening of the Wailing Ruins. I will let you two go for now. But if you dare to be so arrogant again, I will never forgive you. Hunting the mantis was just a warning to the two brothers. No real action was taken. The fact that the mantis hunter didn't actually attack, but only warned the two brothers, shocked the other monsters, who were filled with disbelief. When did hunting mantises become so easy? These two brothers are practically riding on your head and defecating on you, and all you've done is issue a warning. Who's the coward here? Chapter 269. A bone of unknown origin. The mantis hunter didn't bother with the two brothers for a reason. It wanted to conserve its energy so it could hunt a few snow monsters in the Howling Ruins. You should know that it is currently at level 22, 5 stars, making it the strongest on the Thunder Continent. Nevertheless, the mantis hunter was still not satisfied. It didn't want to stay on Thunder Continent forever, it wanted to leave Thunder Continent and go see the Gobi Continent. If it wants to make a name for itself in the Gobi Desert, its current strength is clearly insufficient, it needs to improve. Therefore, the Wailing Ruins were its last choice. If it can obtain 3 snow beasts in the Howling Ruins this time, it will have a chance to advance to 6 stars. Once it reaches 6 stars, it will sweep across the Thunder Continent, turning all the leaders into its nourishment. At that time, it can be promoted to 7 stars or even 8 stars, with a level 20-something, 8-star strength. One could easily find a place in the Gobi Desert. So that's why the Mantis Hunter doesn't want to fight the 2 brothers, it's about prioritizing the bigger picture. Otherwise, given its usual habits, it would have killed the 2 brothers on the spot long ago. The reason it mocked the 2 brothers was because it was used to being high and mighty, and it blurted out something in a moment of anger. Normally, once it speaks, regardless of who is right or wrong, the monsters of Thunder Continent will give it face, but who knew that these 2 brothers would be so brave, always wanting to fight? Who could withstand that? Anyway, hunting mantises is a bit too much for them. The fact that the 2 brothers were able to kill the Heavenly Glory Wolf King and seize the dominant position shows that the 2 brothers still have some strength. It's not worth fighting the 2 brothers so early. If I had known, I shouldn't have made those sarcastic remarks earlier. Now it doesn't dare to make a move, which is a huge loss of its dignity. The other monsters, seeing that the Mantis Hunter had backed down, knew they wouldn't be able to watch the show, and felt a little disappointed. If there's no show to watch, then there's no show to watch. Right now, the priority is to get into the Wailing Ruins. Soon after, the altar was successfully opened, and all the monsters poured into the secret realm. However, most of the monsters enter the secret realm just to observe and see if they can pick up any leftovers. There's no other reason than that there are level 10, 1-star monsters guarding the outer perimeter of the Howling Ruins. The difficulty of this level alone is enough to deter more than 99% of the monsters from even attempting it. Furthermore, the difficulty increases as you progress, and even the leaders of these factions face considerable pressure. No wonder the Howling Ruins have been open for so many years, yet we haven't seen many monsters bring out even a few snow monsters. There's a reason for that. However, the Wailing Ruins are very difficult, so what does that have to do with the 2 brothers? With 2 main spirits of the secret realm present, entering this place is like entering one's own home, perfectly avoiding all monsters. From this, it seems that the 2 main spirits of the secret realm are quite something. As they ventured deeper into the area, the 2 brothers encountered the snow monsters the little demon had described. There were quite a few of them, 4 or 5 in total, and all of them were around 3 stars in rank. Upon seeing these snow monsters, the 2 brothers wanted to chase after them and capture them. They believed that as long as they devoured these snow monsters, they would surely be able to level up to 6 stars. Just as the 2 brothers were about to make their move, they were stopped by the 2 main spirits of the secret realm. Don't chase. Why? The 2 brothers stopped and paused, somewhat confused about what the 2 secret realm spirits meant. Although these snow monsters aren't very high star, they're perfect for the 2 brothers right now. Even a half-star boost is good. After all, every little bit helps, and it's better than nothing. But why are the 2 main spirits of the secret realm preventing them from capturing it? Seeing the brothers' confusion, the 2 main spirits of the secret realm pointed to the depths of the Wailing Ruins and said, "There are good things inside. Just follow me, and you won't be disappointed." The 2 main spirits of the secret realm have discovered that something is hidden deep within the Wailing Ruins, but they cannot determine exactly what it is. But if you think about it for a moment, you'll realize that any item that can evade their detection must be something good, and there's a high probability that it's something left behind by the laws of this world. So, if there are good things for them to obtain, why waste time on a few snow monsters? After hearing what the 2 spirit masters of the secret realm said, the 2 brothers temporarily chose the 2 spirit masters and gave up trying to capture the snow monsters. They then followed the 2 spirit masters into the depths of the Howling Ruins. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and having avoided all dangers, they arrived at a stone chamber deep within the Howling Ruins. Apart from a small pool, there was nothing else in the stone chamber, but this small pond shocked the 2 brothers. So much of the origin of the Heavenly Tao. That's right, this small pool is the origin of the Heavenly Tao. I wonder what the Heavenly Tao of this world is doing leaving so much of its origin here. If the 2 brothers could swallow and refine all the Heavenly Tao essence in this small pool, it should be enough to support them in advancing to the 20th star level. At that moment, the 2 main spirits of the secret realm suddenly said, "I think the snow monsters that appeared in the ruins must have originated from here." The 2 secret realm masters sensed that the snow monsters outside had a close relationship with the Heavenly Tao origin of this small pool, as if the snow monsters were conceived within it. The 2 brothers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the words of the two secret realm spirits.
Should we take all these origins of the heavenly Tao now? The two brothers asked. To be honest, the two of them couldn't wait any longer. Seeing these heavenly Tao origins was like seeing a delicious meal. They wished they could take out several large buckets and fill them all up right then and there.
No, there's something at the bottom.
There's something at the bottom? What is it?
The two brothers were a little confused as to why they hadn't noticed. The two main spirits of the secret realm shook their heads. We don't know. Let's wait until we block out the secrets of heaven, and then take away these origins of the heavenly Tao little by little to see. What's inside is unknown to the two main spirits of the secret realm. The reason I stopped them from exploring earlier was precisely because of this thing. Now, we can only wait for the two main spirits of the secret realm to conceal the secrets of heaven, and then slowly drain the source of the heavenly Tao inside to see what is underneath. Without further ado, the two main spirits of the secret realm began casting spells to shield the heavenly secrets of this place, preventing the heavenly Tao from discovering their little scheme. Soon after, they drained the entire source of the heavenly Tao from the small pool. It was at this moment that the thing at the bottom of the pool revealed its true form, a foot bone. Don't underestimate this piece of bone. The power it exudes is terrifying, even making the two main spirits of the secret realm feel uneasy. The two brothers felt the same way. When faced with this bone, they felt utterly powerless to resist, and a devouring force filled them.
What exactly is this thing?
The two brothers were also extremely shocked. You must know that at their peak, they had the cultivation level of the tribulation transcending perfection. Although they have been reborn, their consciousness is still there. Unless they are above the human immortal realm, it is difficult for them to feel threatened, but now, just a single bone, and judging from its appearance, only a part of it, is enough to make them feel oppressed, which shows that this bone is of unusual origin. The two spirit masters of the secret realm shook their heads again and said, "We don't know either. We can only take it back and let him see what this bone is all about." Unable to verify the origin of the bone, they could only take it back to him to see if he knew its origin and source. Chapter 270. Devouring the demon goddess. They prepared to remove the bone. The two main spirits of the secret realm said to the two brothers, "In order to prevent the heavenly Tao of this world from discovering this, you two need to return half of the heavenly Tao's origin before we take this bone away. If the origin of the heavenly Tao and this bone were both removed, the heavenly Tao would definitely detect the anomaly immediately after the shielded heavenly secrets were removed. To avoid being detected by the heavenly Tao, the two brothers need to return half of the heavenly Tao's origin to mislead the heavenly Tao and prevent it from noticing the problem." After hearing what the two secret realm spirits said, the two brothers were very reluctant, but for the sake of the overall situation, they still put half of the heavenly Tao origin back. The two brothers knew that the bone was placed here because of its extraordinary value, and they thought it best to take it back to him to see. Perhaps they would find something unexpected. The fact that we were able to obtain so much heavenly Tao origin from the Howling Ruins is an incredible windfall. It'll be enough for the two of us to refine for a long time. 3 days later, the Wailing Ruins closed, and all the surviving monsters in the ruins were teleported outside the altar. As soon as the two brothers came out, they saw that the expressions of the monsters were different. Some were happy, and some were sad. They could tell from their expressions how much they had gained inside. At the same time, the two brothers sensed a murderous aura emanating from the mantis hunter. The two brothers glanced over and saw the mantis hunter grinning wickedly. Therefore, judging from the expression on its face as it hunted the mantis, it had reaped a considerable harvest from the Howling Ruins. This puzzled the two brothers. They had made a considerable haul hunting mantises in the Howling Ruins, so why was the mantis still showing murderous intent towards them? Could it be because the two brothers had angered it earlier? The two brothers shook their heads at this conjecture, saying it couldn't be that simple. There must be some deeper meaning behind hunting mantises, but they didn't know the specifics yet. The two main spirits of the secret realm also sensed the killing intent of the mantis hunter towards the two brothers, so they asked, "Do you want us to help you get rid of this guy?" "Don't worry, with our abilities, we will definitely not let the heavenly Tao find out. Because the two of them are level 22, 5-star level hunters, it would be difficult for the two brothers to deal with the hunters with their current strength. However, if the brothers need help, the two of them can step in to help them get rid of the hunters." "No need, my brother and I can handle it." The two brothers refused without hesitation. One was a mantis hunter, and the other was a useless level 22 5-star cultivator. If it took two secret realm spirits to help, it would mean that the two brothers were too useless. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the mantis hunter has gained a lot in the Howling Ruins, so it certainly won't attack the two brothers immediately. It also needs time to refine the snow demon beast. This also gives the two brothers some time. By then, it's uncertain who will be stronger. After all, the two brothers obtained the origin of the heavenly Tao, while these demonic beasts only obtained the products of the origin of the heavenly Tao. They were not even in the same league. Even so, these monsters were secretly pleased with themselves, thinking they had made a huge profit, especially from hunting the mantises. Little did they know, their small gain was insignificant compared to the two brothers. Seeing that the two brothers refused, the two spirit masters of the secret realm said nothing more. After the monsters dispersed and left, the two spirit masters of the secret realm also took the opportunity to leave the monster world and return to the Tianyuan realm. Upon arriving at the Tianyuan realm, the two main spirits of the secret realm handed over that piece of bone to him. Upon seeing this bone, he fell into deep thought. The reason was simple: this bone contained a terrifying power of devouring. A single bone possessed such terrifying devouring power that he thought of someone, the devouring demon god. He speculated that when Panga created the world, he almost wiped out all 3,000 demon gods, and their corpses drifted in the depths of chaos. Then, it is very likely that the corpse of the devouring demon god was found by the heavenly Tao of the world of Warcraft, and then the heavenly Tao of the world of Warcraft used the devouring power contained in the corpse of the devouring demon god to comprehend the Tao of devouring. This seems to be the only possibility, and it's the most likely one. You two did a good job. If you encounter similar bones again, bring them to me, and I will reward you both. He praised the two spirit masters of the secret realm. Recently, the two main spirits of the secret realms have become increasingly sophisticated and are well liked by him. Your Excellency, what is the origin of this bone? Seeing that he praised them and told them to bring them to him if they encountered them again, it shows that he recognized this item. Driven by curiosity, the two spirits of the secret realm mustered their courage and asked him a question. Upon hearing the two spirit masters of the secret realm ask this question, he pondered for a moment and then said, "Go, and call them here, and I will tell you what's going on." They refer to Lin Tian, Zhang Fulong, Han Li, Yixingchen, and Mu Fei. Since the two secret realm spirits have asked, why not call all five of them together and discuss it? From now on, the focus will not be on searching for or invading other worlds, but on finding the corpses of the 3,000 demon gods in the chaos. Each demon god possesses a great law. Comprehending it through their corpses will provide a tremendous boost, far more effective than plundering any world. Of course, before letting them do it, they need to know and understand what it is. Otherwise, if they rush into it, it will be difficult to get any results. Soon, the two main spirits of the secret realm summoned all five of Lin Tian's companions. At first, Lin Tian and his group of five were puzzled, wondering why the two secret realm spirits had summoned them. It wasn't until they met him that the five realized that he had instructed the two spirits of the secret realm to summon them. Could it be that he had given them some other instructions? Amid the five people's doubts, he revealed to them the bone that the two secret realm spirits had brought from the world of Warcraft. What is this? Upon seeing the bone, all five were simultaneously puzzled, wondering what he meant by it. One thing is that the five of them also felt a devouring power from this bone, which was very similar to that in the world of Warcraft. Seeing the five people's confusion, he explained, if my prediction is correct, this bone should have come from the devouring demon god. Devouring demon god. Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian, Zhang Fulong, Han Li, and Mu Fei were all puzzled. It was the first time they had heard the name, and what on earth was this devouring demon god? On the contrary, Yixingchen's usual playful smile vanished upon hearing the name devouring demon god, replaced by a serious expression. Seeing Yixingchen's expression, he knew that Yixingchen already knew what the devouring demon god was. He understood, since Yixingchen and he were both born from Blue Star, but he became the heavenly Tao of this world, while Yixingchen became the chosen one of destiny in this world. Chapter 271. It's still uncertain who was whose prey. He and Yixingchen both came from Blue Star, so Yixingchen should have heard about things he knew or heard in his previous life. Therefore, he spoke to Yixingchen and said, "Xingchen, come and tell everyone what you have to say." As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the room turned to Yixingchen. They wondered if Yixingchen knew something about the devouring demon god. After careful consideration, they suddenly remembered Yixingchen's identity. If they remembered correctly, Yixingchen seemed to be a transmigrator. Perhaps Yixingchen really knew what the devouring demon god was. Seeing everyone's gazes directed at him, Yixingchen did not rush to explain, but instead asked him, "Your Excellency, does that myth really exist?" In response to Yixingchen's question, he simply said, "We are here right now, nothing is impossible." His meaning was clear. He was telling Yi Xingqian that they had both transmigrated and were still in chaos, so nothing was impossible, and the mythological story Yi Xingqian had just asked about did indeed exist. The others were getting impatient with Yi Xingqian's dawdling. What mythological story? Just tell us already. You're really keeping us in suspense. Seeing that he said this, and looking at Lin Tian and the other three, their faces were full of curiosity. So, Yi Xingqian didn't beat around the bush and told them the ancient myths he knew well, from Panga creating the world all the way to the journey to the west before stopping. After hearing Yi Xingqian's story, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Was Pangu really that powerful? One man single-handedly created the world and fought against 3,000 demons, ultimately sacrificing himself to become the primordial chaos. Even the monkey who was manipulated by all the gods and Buddhas had at least the cultivation level of a golden immortal. What is a golden immortal? The golden immortal has attained immortality, existing alongside heaven and earth, and shining as brightly as the sun and moon, what people commonly refer to as longevity. Despite being so powerful, even in the ancient primordial era, a golden immortal would still be nothing more than an ant. There is a saying that circulated in the ancient primordial era: golden immortals are no better than dogs. Great Luo immortals are everywhere, and only quasi-saints dare to come out and shake things up in the primordial world. It was truly terrifying. So, does that mean we're doomed if we encounter the prehistoric world? Hanli asked first after listening to Yi Xingqian's story about the prehistoric world. They originally thought that they were now at the celestial immortal realm, and were among the strongest in billions, but who knew that even celestial beings were so insignificant? If, as Hanli put it, means if. If the Tianyuan realm were to encounter the primordial world, wouldn't it be utterly powerless to resist? Regarding the question raised by Hanli, he could only say that Hanli was worrying unnecessarily. The primordial world is at a whole different level. It would be strange if it even looked down on a small place like the Tianyuan realm. Furthermore, that cunning old fox Honjun had long since hidden the primordial world away. Apart from those above the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal level, no one could discover its existence. Therefore, Hanli's concerns were not really concerns. What they should be worried about now is whether they would encounter the vast world, and now that everyone has some understanding of the primordial world, he can entrust the task to them. He instructed the people to keep an eye out for the corpses of the 3,000 demon gods as they walk through the chaos, and to bring them back immediately once they found them, with the corpses of 3,000 gods and demons as references to comprehend the great Tao. And with the blessing of the Enlightenment tea tree, he believed that the Tianyuan realm could quickly achieve advancement. The crowd did as he instructed. With Yi Xingqian's encouragement, they began to yearn for a higher realm. They set a small goal first: to attain immortality, which is the golden immortal realm. To attain immortality in the Tianyuan realm is no easy task. One must at least elevate the Tianyuan realm to the level of a great thousand world. Ascending to the vast world is quite a challenge. But that's good, challenges make things fun. What's the point if there's no challenge at all? The matter in Tianyuan realm was thus settled. Meanwhile, in World of Warcraft, the two brothers were, after half a year, the two brothers refined 1/3 of the heavenly Tao origin they had obtained, and as a result, they reached the level 18, 10-star strength. With their strength, it's no exaggeration to say that they would be unmatched on the Thunder Continent. However, some people just couldn't stand living, so they decided to court death and came looking for trouble for the two brothers. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Mantis King has come to our door. Suddenly, a series of panicked shouts shattered the silence. A little demon came rushing over, panting, to the two brothers' secluded cultivation spot, urgently and anxiously reporting the shocking news. Hearing the little demon's cry, the two brothers opened their eyes from their seclusion, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. The Mantis King that the little demon spoke of was the one that hunted mantises. After 6 months of silence, the hunting mantis finally couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to come knocking. Ao Lai stood up without hesitation and said to Ao Guine beside him, "Brother, you continue refining it. I'll go out and meet it. To deal with the mantis hunters, it's not necessary for all of them to go, just one of them is enough to handle the current situation." Ao Guang nodded slightly. Alright. The two brothers are now at level 18 with 10 stars, so they have nothing to fear even if the mantis hunter is at a higher level, unless the mantis hunter is also at 10 stars like the two brothers. However, that's impossible. Even with the best luck in hunting mantises, you can only find a few snow monsters at most, and improving your star rating by 1 or 2 is the limit. Therefore, how can the mantis hunter compare to the two brothers? It's simply not comparable. Aoli had only taken 2 steps out of his house when he saw the mantis hunter already at his doorstep. Aoli saw the mantis hunter, and naturally, the mantis hunter saw Aoli as well. The moment it saw Aoli, a sinister smile appeared on the mantis hunter's face. Its prey has finally appeared. But what puzzles the mantis hunter is why only Aoli is there. Where is Ao Guang? Why didn't he show up? With these questions in mind, the mantis hunter asked, "Why are you the only one? Where's the other one?" Upon hearing the mantis hunter inquire about Ao Guang's whereabouts, Aoli immediately understood the other party's intention. The mantis hunter wanted to capture both brothers in one fell swoop, but his hunting mantis is worthy of such treatment. Aoli had already discerned the strength of the mantis hunter, a level 23, 7-star strength, slightly stronger than before. The mantis has gained 2 stars in half a year, which shows that hunting mantises in the Howling Ruins has been very rewarding. However, it's only slightly better. 6 months ago, the mantis hunter was far stronger than the 2 brothers. Back then, if the mantis hunter had attacked the 2 brothers, they might have been a little more hesitant. It's too late now. It's still uncertain who will be whose prey. Chapter 272 Hunting the Mantis. Abandoning dignity, Aoli looked at the mantis hunter with disdain and said contemptuously, "Who gave you the nerve? You think you're worthy of seeing my brother? You arrogant brat." The praying mantis was furious, but the 2 brothers remained as arrogant as ever. Last time, there was a reason for it, so it tolerated it. This time, it had come to attack, and one of them was bound to die, otherwise, this matter would not end well. "I'll deal with you first before I go find your brother." No sooner had he finished speaking than the mantis hunter launched an attack, swinging its sharp blades at Aoli. Faced with the attack of the hunting mantis, Aoli remained calm and retaliated with a swift strike, determined to see whether his dragon claws or the mantis's sharp blades were more powerful. Clang! The two collided, and the mantis hunter's blade struck a solid steel wall with a clang. The next second, the mantis hunter was sent flying. It's obvious that hunting mantises is far inferior to hunting Aoli. The two are simply not in the same league. Seeing itself easily knocked away by Aoli, the mantis hunter's face showed surprise. It looked at Aoli in horror and asked in disbelief, "How did you suddenly become so strong?" If it remembers correctly, 6 months ago, the 2 brothers were only level 16, 5 stars. At that time, it was able to suppress the 2 brothers with one hand, but how long has it been? Aoli's strength is already above its level? Could it be that the 2 brothers obtained many snow monsters in the Howling Ruins? That shouldn't be the case. Refining a snow monster takes time, and Aoli couldn't have refined it that quickly because it had just finished refining and its strength had increased by 2 stars. It came to seek revenge, or rather, to carry out its plan. Therefore, it really couldn't understand why Aoli's strength had improved so quickly. It was completely illogical. If Aoli knew what the mantis hunter was thinking, he would definitely say, "You're really shameless. You even suppressed the 2 brothers with one hand. Where did you get the courage to say such a thing? If you're so capable, why didn't you back down and fight the 2 brothers back then?" Faced with the question about hunting mantises, Aoli still looked disdainful and said, "I've always been strong." To be honest, Aoli was very unhappy with what the mantis hunter said. What did he mean by suddenly being so strong? He had always been strong, okay? Back in the illusionary realm, the 2 brothers already possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Upon arriving in the Tianyuan realm, the 2 brothers not only raised their cultivation to the peak of the tribulation transcending stage, but also successfully transformed into dragons. With such a rich and varied history, any one of these experiences would be enough to easily defeat a mantis hunter, and now, the mantis hunter has actually come to provoke us. If it doesn't die, who will? The mantis hunter realized that Aoli was powerful and knew that it was no match for him. If the fight continued, it would probably die here. "I came here with no ill intentions, just to take a look. Now that I have seen it, I will leave." He gave himself a lame excuse to hunt the mantis and then tried to leave. In response, Aoli could only say that the mantis hunters were treating him like a fool and trying to fool him. Running away when you can't win? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Since you're here, don't leave. Stay here permanently. Aoli had examined the place and found that the feng shui was good, making it a suitable burial site. Stay. Aoli transformed into a dragon, flicked his tail, and blocked the mantis's retreat, stopping it with a powerful blow. Seeing that Aoli had stopped it, the mantis hunter frowned and said to Aoli, "Do you really want to fight me to the death? A fight to the death?
You think you're worthy? Aoli snorted coldly. He didn't know where the mantis hunter got the courage to say that. Didn't the mantis hunter see the current situation clearly? Since that's the case, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. The mantis bared its fangs. Now, it had no choice but to fight to the death. After saying this, the mantis hunter's entire body flashed with green light, and its pair of wings flapped incessantly. It was undergoing a forced evolution. It is said that after reaching level 20, monsters have one more chance to evolve. Once the evolution is successful, one's strength will increase relatively significantly. That's what they say, but basically no monster would do that, because there are two kinds of evolution: active evolution and passive evolution. Active evolution is when a monster forcibly evolves. The success rate is very low. If it fails, it will lose a star level or even die on the spot. Passive evolution is the autonomous evolution of a monster, and this has a 100% success rate. The two comparisons boil down to a matter of inherent strength and foundation. With sufficient foundation, evolution will naturally be completed, and there will be no question of failure. If you lack the foundation, forcing yourself to evolve will inevitably lead to failure. The act of hunting mantises is a form of proactive evolution, however. The act of hunting mantises is understandable. Without evolution, it is 100% no match for Aoli, and its ultimate fate is death. Therefore, it's better to fight to the death. Once it successfully evolves, it can transform and become even stronger. Perhaps it can even defeat Aoli. Seeing the hunter mantis evolving on its own, Aoli didn't stop it. To be honest, Aoli also wanted to see what the hunter mantis would look like after evolving. If the hunter mantis could successfully evolve, the two brothers could also take a look. At this moment, Aoli, as the enemy, hoped even more that the mantis he was hunting would successfully evolve. If other monsters knew about this, they would definitely say how magical this was. Aoli was waiting for the mantis to successfully evolve, but unfortunately, he still failed to hunt the mantis. Fortunately, the mantis hunter did not suffer serious injuries or die on the spot. It only lost a star rating. It dropped 2 stars, returning to the level it was 6 months ago. Could it be said that the mantis hunter ultimately gained nothing from the Howling Ruins, seeing that the mantis hunter had failed to evolve? Aoli instantly lost his patience. I've been waiting for you for so long. I thought you were going to succeed, but you're still such a failure. What a waste of his feelings. Of course, Aoli wasn't saying he gained nothing. The example of hunting the mantis showed that it's best not to actively evolve, as the success rate is just 2 LOW. Thank the mantis hunter for teaching him such a lesson. Aoli decided to give the mantis hunter a quick death. Aoli said to the hunter mantis, whose evolution had failed, "Now you can set off in peace." When the mantis saw that Aoli was about to kill it, it immediately begged for mercy. "Don't kill me, please give me a chance. From now on, I will respect you as my master." Before it evolved, it was no match for Aoli. Now that it has failed to evolve and lost a star level, it is even less of a match for Aoli. In order to survive, the mantis begged Aoli for mercy. Since it had already suffered a humiliation before, it wouldn't hurt to set aside its dignity again this time. As long as Aoli would spare its life, it would all be worth it. Chapter 273. Heading to the Gobi Desert. After successfully refining the snow demon beast, the mantis hunter immediately turned its attention to the two brothers without hesitation. This was not because it had any deep-seated hatred for the two brothers, but simply because it believed that the two brothers were relatively easy to bully, at least compared to the other powerful forces. Unexpectedly, the two brothers' strength was so monstrous. They didn't even need to act together. Aoli, the younger brother, could easily subdue them on his own. How can we fight this situation? There's absolutely no chance of winning. We might as well beg for mercy, perhaps then we'll have a sliver of hope. However, would Aoli easily let the mantis go after it begged for mercy? That's overthinking it. Aoli is no philanthropist. The mantis willingly came to its death, so Aoli naturally had to grant it its wish without the slightest hesitation. There are no excuses or reasons to speak of. Aoli transformed into his true dragon form, opened his bottomless abyss maw, and with overwhelming force, swallowed the hunting mantis whole in one gulp. Pah! But after swallowing the mantis, Aoli was filled with regret. Why did it taste so extremely bitter? If I had known it would be so hard to swallow, I should have deep-fried it carefully in hot oil and then sprinkled it evenly with chili powder. That way, it would have tasted incredibly delicious. Soon after, the astonishing news that Aoli had swiftly and decisively dealt with the mantis hunter spread throughout the entire Thunder continent. This event immediately stirred up deep horror in the hearts of the demons. Like a boulder thrown into a calm lake,
creating ripples. All the demon beasts secretly wondered what level of strength these two brothers had reached, that they could so easily defeat the ferocious hunting mantis. It was during this battle that Aoli's reputation grew even more renowned and awe-inspiring across the Thunder Continent. Some forces that had previously looked down on the two brothers or harbored ill intentions towards them have now begun to restrain their thoughts and dare not make any rash moves. They knew all too well that if they provoked these two, their fate would likely be even more miserable than that of the mantis hunter. After the shocking event of hunting the mantis, no demon dared to disturb the two brothers again. Although they didn't witness firsthand how the hunting mantis was killed by Aoli, they could imagine from the rumors that the scene must have been incredibly brutal. Thus, the tragic scene was deeply etched in the hearts of every monster, becoming a warning line they dared not cross. With no one to disturb the two brothers, they were undoubtedly very relieved and were finally able to continue refining the origin of the heavenly Tao without any worries. That's why the two brothers decided to find a more comfortable and pleasant place to live, since at least they wanted to be able to live there comfortably and happily. In other words, the two brothers are now the strongest demon beasts on the Thunder Continent. Can't they just enjoy themselves? After searching for a while, the two brothers finally found a perfect spot. The new residence is surrounded by green mountains, with undulating peaks, like a magnificent painting meticulously drawn by nature's skillful hand. The lush trees and intertwined branches form a green ocean. A clear stream flows gently by, its water so clear you can see the bottom. Fish swim happily in the water, as if creating a secluded sanctuary for them to cultivate themselves. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a touch of coolness, like a tender hand caressing the cheek, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. Immersed in the tranquil atmosphere, the two brothers abandoned all distractions and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to refining the origin of the heavenly Tao. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. This year was a period of selfless dedication for the two brothers, immersed in a long and arduous cultivation journey. They forgot the noise and disturbances of the outside world, focusing solely on refining the essence of the heavenly Tao. After a full year of unremitting efforts, the two brothers finally succeeded in refining all the essence of the heavenly Tao. As a result, the two brothers experienced an unprecedented leap in strength, reaching level 23 and 15 stars. A level 23, 15-star rating is roughly equivalent to possessing 18% of the true dragon bloodline, which is incredibly powerful and rare. With their extraordinary strength, it's impossible for any demonic beast on the Thunder Continent to stand against them. Even if there are hidden, mysterious demons on the Thunder Continent, it won't work, the two brothers said. Just then, the Wailing Ruins reopened, and countless monsters filled with dreams and desires poured in, trying to find that rare opportunity. However, this no longer aroused the slightest interest in the two brothers. It's worth noting that when the Wailing Ruins opened last time, they practically emptied the entire ruins of its precious resources. Therefore, even if those monsters went in full of expectations, they basically returned empty-handed. Even with the best of luck, if they find one or two snow monsters, their star rating will be quite low, far from comparable to what the two brothers had previously obtained. Therefore, after some discussion, the two brothers finally decided to leave Thunder Continent and go to the unknown Gobi Continent. The monsters on Thunder Continent, especially the leaders of the other forces, were overjoyed when they heard the news that the two brothers were about to leave Thunder Continent. For a long time, the two brothers were like two towering mountains, weighing on their hearts and making them feel heavy and oppressed at all times. At this moment, they were whispering excitedly to each other in their respective nests. Are these two overlords really leaving now? One of the gang leaders stared wide-eyed, his face a mixture of disbelief and ecstasy. Come to think of it, compared to the brothers' current strength, the overall strength of the Thunder Continent is too weak, and it can no longer support the brothers' ambitions. It is no longer suitable for them, and they need a wider world to roam. The teleportation array to the Gobi Continent was set up at the southernmost part of the Thunder Continent. After a long journey, the two brothers finally arrived here. It was only after arriving here that the two brothers suddenly realized why almost no monsters from the Thunder Continent had ever been to the Gobi Continent. They also understood why the mantis hunter had taken such a risk, attempting to devour all forces and accumulate enough power before leaving Thunder Continent for the Gobi Continent. The reason is simple: to use the teleportation array of Thunder Continent to go to Gobi Continent, there are extremely strict minimum requirements, namely, the strength of the demon beast itself must reach level 20 and 10 stars. If this strength standard is not met, the teleportation array will not work and will not be able to teleport them to the Gobi Desert. Chapter 274 Shufeng City. The Gobi Desert is a desolate and boundless land. Gale-force winds howl and rage across the endless wilderness, whipping up clouds of sand and forming sandstorms that blot out the sun. The scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth, causing the parched land to crack open with huge fissures, as if the earth was groaning in pain. Looking around, only sparse drought-resistant plants are growing tenaciously. They are short and twisted, their branches covered with the marks of time. Occasionally, one can see a few abrupt stone mountains, with jagged rocks and no vegetation, gleaming with an eerie light under the scorching sun. As night fell, the cold quickly enveloped the land, and the starry sky, though dazzling, exuded an endless loneliness to eye. In the vast Gobi Desert, the silence is so profound that one can hear the faint sound of shifting sands, as if it were the murmurs of this continent in its slumber. Before arriving in the Gobi Desert, the two brothers thought it was a vast expanse of blue sky, comparable to an oasis. When they arrived at their destination, the reality they saw greatly disappointed the two brothers. It was then that the two brothers realized just how harsh the environment of the Gobi Desert was. A fierce wind howled, and the flying sand and stones blurred our vision. Compared to the Thunder Continent, this is simply a barren wasteland, completely unsuitable for habitation. However, as the saying goes, adversity breeds strength, and it is precisely in such harsh places that strong individuals emerge. In other words, the strong never complain about their living environment, while the weak only blame fate and others. When the two brothers first arrived in the Gobi Desert, they had no clue about anything. They simply chose a direction at random and walked forward without hesitation. Their steps were firm and resolute, completely disregarding what lay ahead or whether unknown dangers lurked within. No one knows how far the two brothers went. It was as if time had lost its meaning in this desolate place. Finally, at the edge of their vision, the two brothers saw a small earthen city faintly emerging in the distance. The fact that such a city existed in the vast Gobi Desert was quite unexpected for the two brothers. It is not difficult to deduce from this that the monsters of the Gobi continent are not mostly solitary individuals like those of the Thunder Continent, but rather have chosen a communal lifestyle. Furthermore, the existence of this earthen city shows that the monsters here are significantly more intelligent than those on the Thunder Continent. They know how to build cities to seek survival and development. Soon after, the two brothers arrived at the city gate of the earthen city. Looking up, you can see several eye-catching characters carved on the city wall. Chieftain City, this must be the name of this earthen city. The name is quite elegant, which makes people more curious about this city. Just as the two brothers were about to enter the city to find out what was going on, two imposing demon soldiers instantly stopped them. One spirit crystal is required to enter the city. After hearing what the other party said, both brothers looked puzzled. Spirit crystal, what are these things? The two brothers had never heard of them before on the Thunder Continent. Upon closer inspection, they realized that both of these demon soldiers were at the level of level 10, 3 stars. Good heavens, this is truly the Gobi Continent. Even the lowly city guards are almost as strong as the leaders of the Thunder Continent. May I ask you, brother, what exactly is a spirit crystal? Ao Guang asked with humility and utmost sincerity. After all, the two brothers were new to this unfamiliar place and knew no one, so it was best to maintain a friendly attitude in everything they did. The two brothers certainly demonstrated a friendly and cordial attitude, but the other party didn't seem to care at all. Instead of being relieved, they gave the two brothers a look of utter contempt. Get out of here! You country bumpkin who doesn't even know what spirit crystals are, yet you dare to dream of entering the city. Go back to where you came from. Seeing that they could not get anything out of the two brothers, the two arrogant and domineering demon soldiers began to rudely drive them away, fiercely telling them to get lost. The two demon soldiers' rude attitude made the two brothers very embarrassed. The two brothers had been talking to them politely and sincerely, but the other side not only didn't appreciate it at all, but even tried to drive them away rudely, determined not to let them into the city. How can we tolerate this? We absolutely cannot tolerate this. The two brothers originally did not want to deliberately show off their strength, but only wanted to live peacefully with them as ordinary monsters. And what was the result? This heartless neglect and contempt. Okay, you two will stop pretending. Ao Lai stopped hiding and revealed his strength without reservation. In an instant, a powerful dragon's might surged out, directly suppressing the two arrogant demon soldiers. Immediately afterward, Ao Lai's gaze turned icy as he coldly stared at the two trembling demon soldiers, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you have the guts, say it to me again." Seeing this, Ao Guang did not stop them, but stood quietly to the side and watched coldly. He had already said all the nice things, but these two demon soldiers didn't give him any face at all. Since that was the case, then let Ao Guang use his absolute strength to have a proper talk with them. How is this possible? You actually have the strength of a level 23, 15-star expert? After clearly seeing the immense strength that Aoli had revealed, the two demon soldiers were instantly filled with horror. Who would have thought that these two seemingly insignificant brothers would possess such terrifying strength as level 23 and 15 stars? It should be noted that a level 23, 15 star rating, apart from being slightly lower in level, is already on par with the City Lord in terms of star rating. In other words, the two of them had just recklessly offended a super strong person whose strength was almost equal to that of their City Lord. Thinking of this, the two demon soldiers felt utterly hopeless and even contemplated suicide. The two demon soldiers, their faces filled with terror, knelt on the ground, trembling all over, kowtowing repeatedly and pleading with Aoli with tears streaming down their faces, "My lord, spare our lives. We were blind and ignorant, and offended you too. Please, my lord, have mercy on us and forgive us this time. We will never dare to do it again." Having witnessed Aoli's astonishing strength and fully realized the dire situation they were in, the two demon soldiers, like stray dogs, began to beg Aoli for mercy, constantly pleading for him to show them leniency and forgive them. Aoli snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain and contempt, thinking to himself, "Humph, now you know fear? Where did that arrogant spirit go? And you said you'd never dare to do it again." Let's not even talk about Aogwang and Aoli. I doubt even the two little demons would believe this, judging from their attitude just now. They are clearly repeat offenders who can't change at all. They will still do the same thing to people weaker than them in the future. Just as Aoli was about to say something, he saw a demon beast coming towards the two brothers. Judging from its appearance, it was the guard of these two demon soldiers. Chapter 275. Becoming a bandit. As they drew closer, Aogwang and Aoli finally saw clearly that the approaching creatures were a bear and a tiger. Both demons were clad in heavy, sturdy armor, each gripping a weapon of a different design. Their menacing appearance suggested they intended to crush everything in their path. "What are you doing here? You were ordered to guard the city gate, why are you kneeling here?" A burly grizzly bear, wielding a gleaming iron sword, immediately roared angrily at the two demon soldiers. The sound was like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. The two demon soldiers knelt on the ground trembling, their faces filled with fear and helplessness. She couldn't stand up, nor could she speak. She looked extremely aggrieved, as if she had suffered a great injustice but had nowhere to turn for help. "What do you two do?" At this moment, the tiger glared fiercely at Aogwang and Aoli with its wild, beastly eyes, its voice carrying a questioning tone. "Do you know where this is?" "This is the famous Shufeng city. To enter the city, everyone must pay a spirit crystal." The tiger demon held its head high and said arrogantly to the two of them, "Without a spirit crystal, don't even think about stepping into this city. You are not qualified to enter the city at all." Upon hearing this, Aoli simply smiled slightly, a smile that carried a hint of disdain and composure. "May I ask, sir, what level of strength is required to enter Shufeng city, or is it that everyone must pay spirit crystals?" Aoli's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable air of authority. "That's for sure," the tiger demon said coldly without even thinking. "Even a level 30 demon would have to obediently pay spirit crystals." That attitude was extremely arrogant, as if it were an unchangeable iron law. "All right." Aoli shook his head slightly, seemingly feeling somewhat helpless about such a rule. "What's wrong with you two? You don't have any spirit crystals, are you trying to get away with this?" The tiger demon raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the two demons like a sharp blade. "Let me guess, you two are thinking of using your own strength to force your way into Shufeng city." Upon hearing this, the bear demon's armor clanged as it moved. It suddenly turned its head, gripping an iron knife, its eyes filled with undisguised killing intent, as if it would kill the person in front of it at any moment. "How dare I!" The words, spoken by Aogwang and Aoli, carried an indescribable air of authority. Aogwang and Aoli looked calmly at the two demons, instantly discerning each other's cultivation levels. Level 15, 8 stars. Such strength is considered considerable in this demon realm, and it's quite impressive, but they've messed with the wrong target today. "Let's do it." Aogwang's voice rang out slowly, calm yet seemingly containing boundless power. Aoli, who was standing to the side, could no longer contain his anger. He instantly unleashed a powerful aura and attacked. The terrifying dragon's might, like a surging tide, carried an awe-inspiring power and instantly pressed down on the tiger demon and the bear demon. The tiger and bear demons, who had been arrogant and full of hostility, changed their expressions drastically under this powerful pressure. The arrogant expression vanished without a trace, replaced by deep fear and shock. What? They cried out in terror. The feeling Aoli gave to the two of them was extremely terrifying. He was like a demon god from the abyss, making people shudder. The difference between them was like that between one being high in the heavens and the other being deep in the dark earth. This is a suppression stemming from bloodline. Aeoli's bloodline is that of a noble true dragon. Although his bloodline is not yet pure, his star rating has already reached an astonishing 15 stars. The two demonic creatures before it, whose quality was only 8 stars, were far inferior in strength and quality. How could he possibly be a match for Aeoli? Without hesitation, Aeoli unleashed a palm strike, the overwhelming power instantly sending chills down the spines of the two demons, filling them with an unprecedented fear. The monster before them now felt as if the high and mighty City Lord of Shufeng City was attacking them, exuding an irresistible majesty and power. What? Someone on the same level as the City Lord? The two demons were instantly stunned. They never expected that these two seemingly ordinary demons would possess such terrifying strength. Aeoli's attacks came like a storm, crashing down on them. A loud bang was heard, boom. The two demons were sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily into the distance and raising a cloud of dust. They lay on the ground, their fate unknown, completely incapacitated. The two gatekeeper demons were terrified at the sight. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Ao Guang glanced indifferently at the two fallen demons, then turned to the two lesser demons and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is a spirit crystal?" "My lord, spirit crystals are items that we can use for cultivation, and they also serve as currency." The two little demons dared not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly answered, trembling. "Across the entire continent, almost everything is traded using spirit crystals." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded slightly and stopped wasting time on the two little demons. "I'm asking you, do you have any spirit crystals on you?" At this moment, Aeoli cast a sharp gaze at the two little demons. "Yes." The little demon nodded, trembling, her voice filled with fear. "Then hurry up and take it out," Aeoli said loudly, his voice full of authority. The two little demons dared not be negligent in the slightest. They hurriedly took out the spirit crystals from their bodies and respectfully handed them to Aeoli. Spirit crystals are rhomboid stones, crystal clear, like a beautiful jade, emitting a faint and mysterious light. Ao Guang and Aeoli looked at the spirit crystal in their hands and felt the mysterious power contained within it, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. "It really is something that can be used by demons to cultivate," Ao Guang said softly. Without the slightest hesitation, Ao Guang and Aeoli immediately took the spirit crystals from the two demons. Roll. Aeoli flicked his tail, and a powerful force surged out, directly blasting the two lesser demons away. Then, the two brothers, Ao Guang and Aeoli, walked into Shufeng City with firm steps. Of course, the two brothers didn't let the leader of the two demon soldiers off easily either. After a thorough search, they found more than a dozen spirit crystals on the two demon soldier leaders. "Looks like we're really out of touch with the world. We don't even know anything about spirit crystals," Ao Guang said with a self-deprecating laugh, rubbing his nose. "Ha, it's normal that we don't know these things since we're new here." Aeoli laughed and carefully put the spirit crystal away. Chapter 276. Visiting the City Lord's mansion. Upon entering Shufeng City, they discovered that the city was quite large, not at all as rustic as it appeared from the outside. Various kinds of demonic beasts gathered in the city, creating a lively and bustling scene, resembling the prosperous scene of a human city in the Tianyuan realm. The streets were lined with all sorts of stalls, and the shouts of vendors rose and fell. Fresh, crispy baked apples, so delicious. Bananas that grow on fig trees can boost your physical strength. If it weren't for the fact that everyone coming and going here was a demon, the two brothers would have really thought they had entered a human city. "Are you two also here to attend the wedding of City Lord Shufeng?" Just then, a snake with a bluish-white body slowly approached the two brothers, wriggling its supple body. "Wedding?" Ao Guang and Aeoli exchanged a glance, both seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes. "You two may not know this, but the son of the City Lord of Shufeng City is deeply in love with the daughter of the City Lord of Sucheng City, Qinghu. The two are mutually in love and have finally developed genuine feelings for each other, and have decided to get married." Seeing that the two were unaware, the green snake patiently explained, "Now, prominent figures from other cities have also been invited to attend this grand wedding." After saying that, the green snake's narrow eyes held a hint of contempt that was barely perceptible, and then it turned to leave the eye in its view. Since neither of the two demons knew about the wedding, they were clearly not invited guests. As for Green Snake herself, although she wasn't exactly a big shot, she was still qualified to attend this wedding. The reason it inquired everywhere was to find a big shot, get to know them, and gain more benefits for itself, but clearly, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were
not the people it was looking for. TSK, as expected, a snake looks down on a dragon.
Ao Guang clicked his tongue, a hint of displeasure on his face. He naturally and clearly caught the trace of contempt in the other's eyes, since neither of the brothers knew anything about the wedding. In the eyes of the green snake, they must be people of little origin and shallow knowledge. Associating with such a monster would lower its status, but how could it know that the two demons, Ao Guang and Ao Lai, possess strength comparable to that of the city lord of Shufeng City?
Brother, shall we go?
Ao Lai asked excitedly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Go, why not? Ao Guang nodded without hesitation, his eyes revealing determination.
These guards from Shufeng City are so rude.
Let's go and tell the city lord of Shufeng City to discipline his demons properly.
Otherwise, you might not even realize when you've offended a powerful being. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded vigorously and said, okay.
So, the two demons took firm steps and walked together into the depths of Shufeng City. As they entered the depths of Shufeng City, they found that everywhere was enthusiastically announcing the details of the grand wedding. Amidst the commotion, Ao Guang and Ao Lai naturally learned the location of the residence of the city lord of Shufeng City.
Let's go, bro, let's give the city lord of Shufeng City a little shock, Ao Lai said eagerly, his face full of anticipation.
What are you talking about?
We're just going there to freeload, Ao Guang joked with a laugh. Afterwards, the two brothers inquired about the direction of the city lord's mansion from the other demon beasts and headed towards the city lord's residence, the residence of the city lord of Shufeng City. This is a cluster of houses carefully built of stone, arranged in a pleasing and orderly manner, and there are quite a few of them. It's hard to imagine how much effort and energy the monsters put into creating such a building. Those stones of various shapes were stacked and pieced together by the skillful monster, eventually forming this seemingly simple house, which in fact embodies countless hours of sweat and wisdom. Ao Guang and Ao Lai continued on their way and finally arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. This place is bustling with activity, with all sorts of strange and wonderful monsters filling every corner. There are burly bear demons, majestic tiger demons, disgusting cockroach demons, loyal and honest dog demons, and so on. It's practically a hodgepodge of monsters. This scene is enough to demonstrate the illustrious reputation and immense influence of the Lord of Shufeng City. Ao Guang and Ao Lai keenly sensed that the monsters here were generally much stronger than the monsters in their original location. However, even so, it's nothing special.
We didn't just leave the beginner village, did we?
Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with a puzzled expression and muttered to himself, we're invincible in the beginner village, and we can be invincible here too. Ao Guang said calmly, his expression as still as water.
We both have the blood of true dragons, what do you have to fear?
I'm not scared. Ao Lai blinked his bright dragon eyes, his tone firm.
Then, the two demons stepped into the city lord's mansion without hesitation.
Gentlemen, may I ask if you have invitations? However, before the two demons could go any further, they were stopped by the guards standing at the entrance.
Isn't this a place anyone can come to? Why do they need an invitation?
Ao Lai frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and looked at the guard, asking.
Of course not.
The city lord is a renowned and highly respected demon in this area. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry or any minor demon is qualified to attend this grand banquet. The guard nodded solemnly, his expression serious. This is a small rabbit demon with purple fur that shimmers with a unique luster in the sunlight. It held a long spear, carefully crafted from stone, tightly in its hand, standing there upright, steadfast in its duty.
How can I obtain the invitation? Ao Lai then asked.
Invitations are only for demons of noble status and high position. The rabbit demon's expression remained indifferent.
You two little demons are not qualified to receive one at all.
Oh?
Why?
Ao Lai narrowed his dragon eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at the other party. Ao Guang, who was standing to the side, knew that Ao Lai was on the verge of going berserk.
Why? Do I need to tell you in detail myself?
The rabbit demon looked at Ao Lai with disdain. The moment it finished speaking, an immense pressure, as powerful as Mount Tai pressing down, surged forth from Ao Lai's body. Boom! Without hesitation, Ao Lai decisively took action. With a sudden sweep of its powerful tail, an extremely powerful force crashed down on the rabbit demon like a tidal wave. The rabbit demon before me is a level 15, 5-star creature. On the Thunder Continent, it could be the leader of a powerful force, but in the eyes of the two brothers, it meant nothing. Chapter 277 Disrupting the City Lord's Mansion, Bonus Chapter. Faced with Aoli's attack, the rabbit demon had no time to react and was instantly blasted away like a cannonball, then crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Such a huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of many demonic beasts inside the City Lord's mansion, and all eyes turned towards the City Lord's mansion gate. What's going on? What on earth is happening outside? It seems some ignorant fools have come to cause trouble, Lord City Lord. Leave this matter to me. Amidst a cacophony of shouts, a massive, majestic lion strode out of the City Lord's mansion. It gripped a sharp long knife tightly in its hand. Its face was ferocious and menacing, and its lion eyes flashed with a chilling sharpness. The powerful aura it exuded far surpassed that of the rabbit demon from before. It raised its proud head, looked at Guang and Aoli, bared its teeth, and spewed out two thick white mists from its nostrils, displaying utter arrogance and domineering behavior. Do you even know where this place is? Where did this wild monster come from, daring to cause trouble in front of the City Lord's mansion? It was the Genya Lion who made the move. Genya Lion, could he be the second commander of Shufeng City? That's it. Hiss, I heard that the Genya Lion is a powerful level 27 star. With such a being making a move, these two guys are probably doomed. Sigh, causing trouble at the City Lord's banquet, isn't that just courting death? They both deserve it. Many of the monsters, who were just enjoying the spectacle, began to discuss it amongst themselves. Aoli took a firm step forward, his dragon eyes looking fearlessly at the Genya Lion before him. Level 20, 7 stars? Aoli licked his lips, a slight upturn of his mouth revealing a disdainful smile. Humph, now you know how powerful this commander is. The Genya Lion listened to the praise from the surrounding demon beasts, its face full of smugness. With its level 20 and 7-star rating, it can indeed be considered a powerful expert in Shufeng City. These two guys in front of me don't seem to have reached level 20 at all. Today, you two will leave your lives here. You'll understand when you die that you shouldn't have offended me so easily. Genya Lion gripped the iron sword tightly with both hands and charged fiercely towards Aoli. Aoli didn't even linger on the other side for long. With a casual flick of his tail, the powerful force that erupted instantly sent the 2-meter-tall Genya Lion flying like a falling leaf. Bang! The massive body of the Genya Lion slammed into the wall not far away with tremendous speed, the huge impact shattering the solid wall and sending debris flying everywhere. The enormous sound once again startled the demonic beasts inside the City Lord's mansion. Can we no longer hear the Lion Commander's voice outside? It seems so. Could it be that even Commander Lion was easily dealt with? Hiss, how is this possible? At the center of the densely packed demons, a werewolf with deep black fur slowly raised its head. The surrounding monsters seemed to sense something and quickly made way for them. It seems the guy outside does have some real skills. The werewolf walked out slowly from among the demons with steady steps. Upon seeing this demon, the other demon beasts hurriedly bowed respectfully and greeted it. Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord. Although the werewolf was old, the aura emanating from it was so powerful that it was suffocating. Every move it made brought an indescribable and irresistible pressure. Outside the City Lord's mansion, the demons who were watching were all stunned by the scene before them. This seemingly unremarkable monster actually managed to inflict such a terrible wound on the powerful Genya Lion commander with just its tail. Aoli stood firmly in place, his gaze coldly fixed on the ruins ravaged by the Genya Lion. Useless trash. Even your city lord wouldn't dare speak to me like that. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The lion with the fangs was in so much pain that it could not speak. Its heart was filled with utter horror and fear. The monster before us was able to defeat it so easily in an instant. It must be at least as powerful as the city lord. My esteemed guests, I am truly sorry for not greeting you sooner. It is so impolite of me. Just then, a gentle voice came from inside the door. Guang and Aoli looked up and saw a werewolf slowly walking out of the City Lord's mansion, surrounded by a large number of demonic beasts. Just by looking at the large group of demons tightly surrounding this demon, the brothers Guang and Aoli knew perfectly well that it was the City Lord of Shufeng City. We just came here for a decent meal. Who would have thought we'd run into such an annoying thing? Aoli said with a disgruntled expression. Please come in quickly, esteemed guest. We are so sorry for not welcoming you properly. The werewolf wore a warm smile on its wolf-like face and gestured an invitation. Aoi glanced at it, then returned to his elder brother Ao Guang's side. In that case, we brothers will respectfully comply. Ao Guang strode into the mansion first, and Aoi quickly followed behind. The demons were all speechless with astonishment as they watched the two demons strut into the city lord's mansion with such arrogance and swagger. These two guys, without any invitations, forced their way into the city lord's mansion by sheer force of their strength, especially Aoi, who was ferocious beyond imagination and terrifying. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, the two demons showed no courtesy whatsoever and began to eat and drink ravenously, oblivious to everyone else. The werewolf city lord stood aside, looking slightly embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say. After all, the visitors were guests, and the fact that they were able to defeat their leader so easily was enough to show that the two demons were incredibly powerful. Daring to cause such a ruckus in the city lord's mansion, these two demons have really brought their lives to the end. Yes, the city lord can greet them with a smile now, but that may not be the case tomorrow. The Lord of Shufeng City is an incredibly powerful being. He is a super high-level demon with a level 28 and 10 stars. Their strength is extremely formidable. Even if the three commanders of Shufeng City join forces, they would not be a match for the city lord. The two brothers treated the place like their own home, showing no politeness whatsoever and disregarding the city lord. They ate and drank whatever they wanted, all with a carefree and jovial attitude. When the lord of the other city arrives tomorrow, they'll be in for a rough time. Chapter 278 Despicable Methods. Aoi and Ao Guang ate and drank at the city lord's mansion without any restraint for a whole day. As soon as night fell, the city lord made arrangements to provide temporary accommodation for the two uninvited guests. Brother, could this city lord have ulterior motives? In that temporary residence, Aoi looked solemn and stared straight at his elder brother Ao Guang, asking with a puzzled expression, "Of course there is." Ao Guang nodded solemnly. "We've been causing such a ruckus in his city lord's mansion, he certainly won't let us off so easily." Even the two brothers knew this perfectly well. Within their own territory, if other demonic beasts dare to invade, they will inevitably be extremely angry. Moreover, this was Wolf City Lord who governs such a vast and expansive city. How could he possibly let those two arrogant brothers off so easily? It now appears that the city lord was merely secretly plotting a strategy, racking his brains to figure out how to deal with them. After all, the strength displayed by the two demons was truly astonishing, and it would be difficult for the city lord to deal with them easily on his own. We're just waiting for this city lord to make a move, and then we'll take the opportunity to sweep all the spirit crystals out of his city lord's mansion. Aoi snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with greed. These spirit crystals possess the magical ability to enhance their own cultivation level. Although the enhancement process is relatively slow, no one knows exactly how many precious spirit crystals are stored in this vast city lord's mansion. Moreover, as the two demons' strength continues to grow, their ability to devour origins will also be significantly enhanced. None of us should sleep tonight. We must keep a close watch on the city lord and prevent him from launching a nighttime attack. After a moment of deep thought, Ao Guang spoke with a firm tone. Okay. Aoi nodded without hesitation, obediently following his elder brother's opinion. The two demons waited quietly all night, but the city lord showed no sign of making a move. At this moment, inside the city lord's lavishly decorated room, the remaining two commanders were all gathered here. The werewolf sat regally in the head seat, his expression majestic. The two leaders were, on the other hand, a fearsome lion and a jet-black snake. The black snake kept flicking its long, thin tongue, and its eyes revealed an extremely cunning and treacherous light. He is one of the three commanders of the city lord's mansion, and also an important strategist of the city lord's mansion. Lord City Lord, the origins of those two demons are mysterious and unpredictable, yet they possess a terrifyingly powerful strength. Now, they are acting recklessly and wantonly in our city lord's mansion. In my opinion, the purpose of these two demons coming here is definitely not simple. The black snake spoke respectfully and cautiously. That's right, Lord City Lord. Those two bastards, when they came to Shufeng City today, they didn't even spare the little demons guarding the gate, and they also ruthlessly plundered the spirit crystals from their bodies. The lion couldn't wait to speak. It was the younger brother of the Genya lion. As soon as Aoi and Ao Guang were mentioned, its lion eyes instantly filled with a strong killing intent that was almost bursting out. In my opinion, we should take decisive action tonight and kill them completely. Genya lion, you must not be so hasty and impulsive. Those two guys are not to be underestimated. Even if you and I join forces,
we may not be able to defeat them.
Emoshi hurriedly spoke up, her expression anxious. In my opinion, it would be better to wait patiently until the White Fox clan demons arrive in our city tomorrow, and then join forces with them to eliminate them in one fell swoop. This is the safest and most secure method at present. Upon hearing this, Genya Lion immediately retorted, do we really need to rely on the demons of the outer city to kill two outsiders? Are we, the city lord's mansion, afraid of them? Shut up. At this moment, the werewolf, who had been sitting there silently, suddenly spoke in a loud voice, which was full of majesty and irresistible power. The lion of the town was immediately frightened and obediently shut its mouth, not daring to say another word. The werewolf slowly opened his sharp eyes and looked intently at the ink serpent.
Commander Ink Serpent's suggestion is excellent and well considered.
Given the current complex situation, patiently waiting for the arrival of the White Fox clan before cooperating with them is indeed the safest and most reliable plan. What of those two demons was able to defeat your brother so easily, so he must have strength that is no less than mine.
Therefore, tomorrow we will do everything we can to kill them. Upon hearing this, Genya Lion, despite his deep dissatisfaction, dared not refute it further.
Lord of the city, as for how to get the White Fox clan to willingly lend a helping hand, I have already come up with a comprehensive plan for you. The black snake slowly lowered its head and spoke humbly.
What method? Tell me quickly, the werewolf asked eagerly.
Naturally, the fact that these two demons possess a large number of spirit crystals is used as bait to entice the White Fox clan to take action, the ink serpent replied unhurriedly. The cultivation levels of these two demons are in no way lower than yours, Lord City Lord, and they must be hiding a large number of spirit crystals on their bodies. Therefore, we used this clever method to lure the demons of the White Fox clan to help us.
All right, we'll do as you say. The werewolf nodded in satisfaction.
These two demons are of unknown origin and are not only powerful, but they are also so arrogant and domineering in my city lord's mansion. They really do not take me, the city lord of Shufeng City, seriously at all. A chilling killing intent flashed in the werewolf's eyes. His outwardly courteous and courteous treatment of the two demons was merely a stopgap measure, a delaying tactic. He was the dignified city lord of Shufeng City. How could he allow these two arrogant demons to provoke him so wantonly, thus undermining his dignity and authority? If these two demons are not killed, his authority in Shufeng City will be greatly weakened in the future, and his position will become precarious. If all the demons from outside dare to offend Shufeng City so recklessly, then his title as City Lord will not only be difficult to convince within Shufeng City, but even the great demons from other outer cities will no longer look up to him. Therefore, these two demons must die no matter what. The werewolf carried no weapons, but his long fingernails were extremely long and sharp, like swords that could cut through iron like mud. First thing tomorrow morning, we need to figure out how to poison those two demons.
The werewolf said calmly, aren't they confident in their strength? This is the city lord's mansion, and its authority cannot be challenged by other demons.
Upon hearing this, the younger brother of the ink serpent and the town fawn lion quickly nodded respectfully and said in unison, yes, Lord City Lord.
Chapter 279 Joining Forces Ink Serpent, tomorrow you should go to their room yourself.
After all, you are eloquent and persuasive, so try your best to trick them into eating the poisoned food. The werewolf solemnly entrusted this important task to the ink serpent. All right, Lord City Lord, rest assured, leave this matter to Emoshi, and I will certainly live up to your expectations. The black snake nodded confidently in response. Then, the two demons respectfully withdrew. The werewolf sat alone at the head of the table, his mind already filled with images of Ao Guang and Ao Lai's deaths, as if he could already foresee their impending demise. Ao Guang and Ao Lai waited all night, but the demons from the city lord's mansion did not come to take revenge.
It seems they won't make their move until tomorrow.
Ao Guang's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly.
Brother, do you think they might poison tomorrow's food?
Ao Lai suddenly said, as if something had occurred to him, very likely. Ao Guang's gaze shifted, deep and sharp. This city lord knows our strength well and will definitely try every means to weaken us, but, before he could finish speaking, Ao Guang suddenly gave a cold laugh. How could they know that you and I are true dragons?
Although our bloodlines are not yet complete, not every poison can affect us. So, brother, shall we play along with this plan tomorrow?
Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with a firm gaze. That's right.
Ao Guang nodded without hesitation.
Since he dares to make a move, let's play this game of conspiracy with him. But whether he can bear the final price is another matter. Guang was no longer satisfied with simply clearing out the city lord's mansion. He secretly vowed to kill all the demons here, leaving none alive. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the Black Snake then ordered its demon subordinates to bring over a carefully prepared meal. The meal consisted of fresh fruit and some delicious meats. The fruit came from dangerous places and was extremely sweet, juicy, and delicious. The meat is taken from the bodies of some robust demon pigs, and it is all top quality meat. Distinguished guests, today is the auspicious day of my young master's wedding. Please enjoy yourselves. Emoshi entered the room with a beaming smile, immediately adopting an obsequious and fawning demeanor. Looking at the lavish and abundant food before them, Ao Guang and Ao Lai couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Okay. Ao Guang remained expressionless and calmly ate the food on the table in large bites. Ao Lai, standing to the side, did the same without hesitation, and also started eating heartily. The Black Snake watched as the two demons readily agreed and devoured the food with astonishing speed. A surge of uncontrollable smugness welling up inside it. It had been secretly calculating that it would take considerable effort and a lot of clever words to coax the two demons into eating. However, it now seemed that all its worries were unnecessary. Without it even needing to say a word, the two seemingly dull-witted demons swallowed the food whole without hesitation. Eat it. This is the green bamboo poison. Once you eat it, it won't be long before you feel weak and powerless all over, unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength. As the Black Snake flicked its long, thin tongue, it secretly gloated, its eyes unconsciously revealing a hint of mockery and sarcasm. This is a 50% dose. Even someone as powerful as the city lord wouldn't be able to completely eliminate the toxin in a short time. These words, of course, could only be whispered in its own heart. It would never dare to say them openly in front of these two demons. Have you two honored guests finished eating? If not, I can go and get some more. The Black Snake quickly concealed the barely perceptible mockery in its eyes, replacing it with a respectful expression as it cautiously inquired. No need, this is enough. Your lordship is very generous. Please thank him on behalf of my brother and me. Guang shook his head slightly and said calmly, of course. She nodded repeatedly. Distinguished guests, the wedding is about to begin. Would you two be willing to come and watch? Okay. Guang nodded without hesitation, then left the room with Ao Lai. The Black Snake hurried ahead, diligently leading the way for the two demons. The wedding took place as scheduled, and the whole process was quite simple. Just as dawn was breaking, the demon horses of the White Fox clan arrived in Shufeng City at breakneck speed. The White Fox clan is known for its exceptionally handsome and beautiful creatures, with snow-white fur and alluring faces that are captivating to the extreme. They truly live up to their name as foxes. However, this is only one branch of the White Fox clan. The White Fox clan was led by a fully grown white fox in front of the city lord's mansion. The patriarch of a branch of the White Fox clan strode forward and came straight to the werewolf, lord of Shufeng City. From now on, I entrust my precious daughter to your son. The werewolf nodded slightly and replied in a cold tone, Beside him, a werewolf with jet black fur and a slightly young appearance stood quietly from among the White Fox clan. A young and beautiful white fox gracefully emerged. Brother Fox, would you like to come in and have a chat? The werewolf turned his gaze to the other person and said solemnly. Okay. The white fox nodded gently in agreement. He then followed the werewolf into the mansion. The two demons entered the mansion, while the Black Snake slowly strolled out from the side and respectfully said, Lord City Lord. Brother Wolf, what is the purpose of summoning me here alone? The white fox quickly glanced at the werewolf, his tone tinged with doubt, and asked, Last night, two monsters of unknown origin came to my city. As soon as they stepped into my city lord's mansion, they started fighting without restraint. The werewolf calmly recounted the whole story in detail. I also heard that these two demons are carrying a considerable amount of spirit crystals. I wonder if Brother Fox has any thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, the white fox instantly understood the werewolf's true intentions. What, Brother Wolf, are you planning to join forces with me to take down those two guys? The white fox's mind immediately started working. Not bad. The werewolf nodded without hesitation. Those two guys are quite powerful. Since they dared to cause trouble here, you were the first person I thought of. Alright, let's join forces and take them down today. The white fox nodded in agreement without hesitation. Faced with such a huge temptation of resources, it is naturally unwilling to give it up easily. Besides, they were just two foreign monsters that appeared out of nowhere by who didn't take Ao Guang and Ao Lai seriously at all. Chapter 280 The Brothers' Strength, Bonus Chapter. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were completely focused on the wedding, unaware that these two treacherous demons had secretly conspired and reached an unspeakable agreement, but these two demons had already made plans to deal with the situation. As the wedding proceeded smoothly, the numerous demons present withdrew in an orderly fashion. The werewolf and the white fox slowly walked out of the hall, while the black snake and the younger brother of the fanged lion followed respectfully behind them. The moment Ao Guang and Ao Lai saw the two demons, they immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. "Gentlemen, how dare you act so recklessly and wantonly in my city lord's mansion? Do you really think you can leave unscathed?" The werewolf approached slowly with steady steps, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at the two demons, and said with a cold laugh, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Ao Guang looked at it with unwavering eyes and asked in a calm tone, "Of course, I will take your lives." The werewolf's expression was extremely cold, and his wolf eyes undisguisedly radiated a chilling killing intent. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai sneered, his tone full of disdain. "You? Or this white fox, or any of the other demonic beasts in your city lord's mansion? Naturally, it's thanks to the power of all our demon beasts." The white fox said indifferently, "What an ignorant and arrogant creature, spouting such nonsense. Gentlemen, you should stop struggling in vain. The toxins in your bodies must have already started to take effect." The black snake spoke slowly and deliberately, its snake eyes filled with undisguised mockery and contempt. In its view, it didn't need to take Ao Guang and Ao Lai seriously at all. "Humph, you've eaten poisoned food. I'd like to see how you two can deal with me now," the werewolf said in an icy tone. Its claws instantly grew longer, becoming as sharp as an incomparably razor-sharp sword. This is the weapon it relies on to fight. When Ao Guang and Ao Lai saw this, they pretended to be in great pain, as if they had been poisoned, and shouted angrily, "You actually poisoned us! What a despicable, shameless, treacherous, and cunning scoundrel! Ha ha ha!" The younger brother of Genya Lion laughed loudly without restraint, and then charged towards Ao Guang and Ao Lai without hesitation, carrying a long sword. Die! Seemingly because the poisoning plan had succeeded, Genya Lion's younger brother showed no fear of Ao Guang and Ao Lai whatsoever. They charged forward without any hesitation. Seeing this, the werewolf did not intervene. It wanted to send the younger brother of the Genya Lion to test how much strength these two guys still had after being poisoned. Anyway, the poison has been successfully administered, and those two reckless bastards must have been infected. From the werewolf's perspective, the outcome is now decided. Seeing the younger brother of the Genya Lion charging so aggressively, a subtle cunning glint flashed in Ao Lai's dragon eyes. "You've come at the perfect time." The next second, Ao Lai's tail swept out with the force of thunder, its astonishing speed and unparalleled power striking the younger brother of the Genya Lion heavily in an instant. Bang! With a loud bang, the opponent's body slammed into a distant building like a cannonball, instantly becoming a bloody mess. Under this earth-shattering blow, the younger brother of the Genya Lion, whose strength was far inferior to his older brother, almost died on the spot. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, the werewolf and the white fox's expressions instantly turned extremely ugly, and they could no longer maintain their composure. "What?" Especially the black snake, which witnessed the two brothers eating the poison food completely. Given the speed at which the poison took effect, the two brothers had absolutely no chance of resisting. "Impossible. I used a full 50% dose of that poison. You two demons simply cannot withstand such potent toxicity." The black snake's eyes widened in disbelief, and it hurriedly spoke up. The werewolf also looked at the ink serpent with suspicion, but it was convinced that the ink serpent must have poisoned the creature as instructed. After all, the black snake has always been loyal and would never betray it. The only reasonable explanation is that these two monsters are immune to this deadly toxin. How is that possible? The werewolf was filled with disbelief. It couldn't understand how a demon could resist the green bamboo poison, which was venom extracted from the mouth of an extremely poisonous snake. Even it dares not easily touch this venom, for fear of being poisoned. Nothing is impossible. Ao Lai shook his head slightly, his dragon eyes burning with fierce killing intent. "To tell you the truth, this mere poison cannot have even the slightest effect on us two brothers. The power and mystery surrounding my brother and me are something that you ignorant people can never understand or imagine. No sooner had he finished speaking than Aeoli launched another fierce attack instantly. A layer of dazzling golden light enveloped its body, followed by a suffocating and terrifying dragon's might, which crashed down on the bodies of the werewolf, the white fox, and the black snake like a tidal wave. Even with just this slight display, Aeoli's astonishing strength was clearly evident. It actually reached an astonishing level 23, 15 stars. Such a high rank and star rating caused the werewolf, the white fox, and the black snake to change their expressions drastically once again. Level 23 isn't really that high. Both the werewolf and the white fox are level 28 with 11 stars. However, their own rank and star rating are far inferior to Aeoli's. That is why Aeoli's strength is so astonishing. The suppression of bloodlines is an extremely terrifying thing, although they are only 4 stars apart. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. Aeoli made a sudden move, unleashing a terrifying and chilling aura as he charged menacingly towards the werewolf. It was not suppressed by the toxins at all, and its strength was so terrifying. It possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, and its tail sweeps out with the force of thunder, a dazzling golden light shooting through the sky. The werewolf was no ordinary creature either. With a swift swipe of its claw, it easily tore apart the golden light. Then, it took a large step forward, its strong wolf legs propelling it fiercely towards Aeoli. On the other side, the white fox also made its move without hesitation. It is essentially the same as a werewolf, using extremely sharp claws as its weapon of attack. With a fierce claw strike, a dazzling silver light exploded instantly, and Aeogwang also attacked without hesitation. An incredibly powerful energy erupted from its body like a volcanic eruption, indicating that it was also at the level of 23, 15 stars. White Fox's expression changed drastically in an instant. He never expected that these two guys would be so incredibly powerful. Even though it and the werewolf were both rulers of the same city, it was powerless against the other. Chapter 281 Suppression from Bloodline. Your bloodline is far inferior to that of us two brothers, so it is only natural and beyond doubt that you are suppressed. Aeogwang spoke slowly, his dragon eyes radiating an unprecedentedly terrifying light, as if a true dragon from ancient times was about to awaken from its slumber. This seemed to be an attack of the mind, causing the white fox's body to tremble involuntarily and freeze in place for a while. The next second, Aeogwang's tail swept across with overwhelming force, and the incomparably powerful dragon might instantly and heavily landed on the white fox. Bang! The white fox's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the hall without hesitation. Aeogwang took a step forward, propelling his dragon body to the main hall at lightning speed. The white fox suddenly struggled to its feet and charged forward again, disregarding everything. Despite the suppression of her bloodline, the white fox's cultivation level had reached level 28. If it weren't for Aeogwang's sudden mental attack, it would never have suffered such a huge loss. White Fox Silver Light. The white fox growled in a low, hoarse voice, its claws suddenly lashing out with tremendous force. A crescent-shaped silver light suddenly erupted, and the powerful force forced Aeogwang to retreat. Aeogwang was well aware that, despite having the advantage of bloodline, the two were still 5 levels apart. However, Aeogwang was quite confident that he could defeat his opponent. On the other side, the werewolf relentlessly attacked Aeoli, its claws lashing out like a storm, sharp as swords, making Aeoli hesitant to confront it head-on. Aeoli, however, was not simply someone who could passively take a beating. It focused intently on finding the right moment, and its tail swept out with overwhelming force. The magnificent golden light seemed to transform into a lifelike phantom of a dragon, which crashed down on its opponent with overwhelming momentum. What? Upon seeing the illusory dragon's shadow, the werewolf was instantly filled with extreme horror. What kind of mysterious and unpredictable monster was this, possessing such awe-inspiring and terrifying power? The werewolf quickly raised its hands to block in front of it, and layers of mysterious demonic light spread out like ripples on water, doing its best to withstand this powerful attack. At this moment, Aeoli attacked again like lightning, his dragon claws reaching out with the force of splitting the heavens and earth, his killing aura running rampant and filling the world. The werewolf panicked and hurriedly dodged, the ground in which it stood instantly shattered, turning into a mess. This shows just how terrifying and shocking Aeoli's earth-shattering claw strike was. Meanwhile, the ink serpent watched the fierce battle between the demons with trepidation, not daring to rashly join in. The strength displayed by Aeoli and Aeogwang is unbelievably powerful. If it is not careful, it will die instantly. Just what kind of mysterious level of demons are these two? Their bloodline is so terrifying and unbelievable. The black snake was utterly shocked, as if a storm was brewing in its heart. Just then, Aeogwang, who was fiercely fighting with the white fox, suddenly and astutely seized upon the opponent's fatal flaw. Its dragon claws shot out with earth-shattering force, its dragon might overwhelming, transforming into a mysterious purple phantom that crashed down on its opponent with an overwhelming momentum. The white fox's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and in a moment of carelessness, it was struck heavily by this incredibly powerful blow. Sizzle, its body was mercilessly torn apart by the dragon's claws, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar. The white fox suddenly became ferocious, growling in a hoarse, low voice, and incredibly, 5 tails grew out of its back. 5 tails, this white fox is getting serious. Seeing this shocking scene, Aoguang naturally knew that his opponent intended to kill him and was about to reveal his true strength. Aoguang, however, felt no fear whatsoever and charged forward once again without flinching. The purple and silver light clashed and intertwined fiercely, neither side willing to give in or yield. On the other side, Aolai relentlessly attacked the werewolf, pressing him step by step and forcing the werewolf to use all his strength. The werewolf was also forced into a desperate situation, and he knew very well that he could not defeat his opponent without using his full strength. Ugh! The werewolf let out a long and mournful howl towards the vast sky, the wolf's howl reverberating across the fields, like a majestic wolf king urgently calling to his wolf cubs. Just then, around Aolai, one after another, black wolf phantoms, like ghosts, pounced on him recklessly. This is the werewolf's deadly move, summon the wolves, although these black wolves are not large. Each of them possesses the formidable strength of a level 20, 8-star warrior. For a moment, Aolai was temporarily held back by them. Get the hell out of my way, you low-blooded dogs! Aolai roared furiously, and the sound of his dragon's roar was like rolling thunder. Instantly, the bodies of these black wolf phantoms trembled involuntarily, and they dared not approach rashly. Without hesitation, Aolai took a step forward, and his dragon claw swung forward with earth-shattering power. The golden light transformed into a giant dragon claw that reached out and crushed the black wolf phantoms with overwhelming force. Seeing this breathtaking scene, the werewolf's eyes were filled with undisguised horror. On the other side, even though the white fox had tried its best, it was still being suppressed by Aoguang. Aoguang's claws fell mercilessly, and his powerful dragon might press down on the white fox, rendering it completely immobile. The next second, streams of blood splattered from the white fox's body. It turned out that Aoguang had mercilessly ripped off its tail. Ugh! The white fox let out a heart-wrenching, chilling howl, its breath extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. For fox-like demon beasts, the tail is the most crucial and important part. At this moment, its tail was cruelly torn off by Aoguang, and its breath was greatly weakened. It was about to die. The werewolf, witnessing this horrific scene, was filled with extreme resentment and anger. However, Aolai had already easily neutralized its killing move, leaving it powerless and unable to reverse the situation. Don't worry, I'll leave you with a whole corpse, Aolai said coldly, licking his lips. Then, it attacked again without any mercy. The werewolf desperately tried to defend itself against Aolai's attacks, but Aolai's strength grew stronger and stronger, and his fighting style became more and more terrifying and ruthless, making it almost impossible for the werewolf to resist. Before it could react, Aolai's claws mercilessly tore its shoulder apart. The werewolf's gaze went blank for a moment, and then an unprecedented pain swept over its entire body like a tidal wave, causing it to involuntarily retreat. Seeing this, Aolai attacked again without mercy, pressing his advantage and giving his opponent no chance to breathe. Bang! The werewolf couldn't dodge in time and was mercilessly torn apart in the chest by Aolai's claws, leaving it a bloody mess, with black blood flowing like a torrent all over the ground. Bang! The werewolf fell heavily to the ground, his consciousness becoming blurred, as if he had fallen into endless darkness. Chapter 282 Greatly increased strength. The moment the city lord of Shufeng City fell, 2 figures rushed over from afar like lightning. Father! Seeing the werewolf and the white fox lying on the ground, their fates unknown, the eyes of the 2 new demons were filled with unprecedented sorrow and despair. Let's go, let's go! With his last ounce of strength, the werewolf screamed at his son to leave the place immediately, but the next second, Aolai's foot crashed down with the force of Mount Tai, mercilessly crushing its head. Leave? If your entire city lord's mansion isn't wiped out today, I'm not Aolai. Aolai roared angrily, his voice like thunder, and a surging dragon's might surged forth, shaking heaven and earth, his awe-inspiring power making people tremble with fear. The werewolf beneath his feet was instantly crushed to death with a thunderous stomp, its life completely extinguished, leaving it with no chance of survival. Immediately afterwards, Aolai's agile figure swayed lightly like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the other party's son, the white fox. Witnessed this scene firsthand, its pupils contracting sharply in an instant, almost bursting out, its eyes filled with terror and despair. Without hesitation, Aolai suddenly stretched out a large hand, and the incomparably sharp dragon claw crushed the opponent's chest with overwhelming force. The werewolf's son was weak, only level 15 and 8 stars. In the eyes of the two demons, Ao Lai and Ao Guang, he was extremely weak, as vulnerable as an ant. Ugh! With a piercing scream, the werewolf's son died on the spot, his soul returning to the netherworld. Then, Ao Lai turned his attention to the white fox's daughter. No! As the white fox watched Ao Lai about to kill her daughter, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from its throat, filled with endless grief and pain. Standing before it, Ao Guang expressionlessly ripped off its last fox tail and said in an icy voice, "When you harbored ill intentions and plotted to harm us, did you ever imagine that this tragic scene would unfold?" Faced with this sharp question, the white fox was stunned for a moment, her lips trembling, unsure how to answer. "All that has happened today is the result of your own actions, and you are reaping what you sowed." Ao Lai's expression was indifferent, and there was no pity in his eyes. He said coldly, "Don't worry, my brother and I are not as ruthless and heartless as you. It's nothing more than exterminating all the demons from both of your races, leaving no one alive." These heartless words, uttered by Ao Lai, were like a thunderclap, causing the white fox to faint on the spot, losing consciousness. Ao Lai, however, showed no mercy and grabbed the other's fragile neck. With a slight exertion, he crushed the other into dust with a crisp crack. It wasn't that the two brothers were inherently cruel or bloodthirsty, it just depended on who they were facing. If the two brothers were weak and unable to contend with him, they would surely have perished here today, their souls scattered. Furthermore, the two demons had initially tried to persuade and treat each other with courtesy, but the demon from the city lord's mansion was always unreasonable, aggressive, and ungrateful. Ao Lai, go all out, there's no need to hold back anymore. With Ao Guang's authoritative command, the two brothers instantly launched a brutal and bloody massacre within the city lord's mansion. Amidst the flashing swords and the bloodshed, the fighting continued until rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the ground, before the two brothers finally stopped. "Let's start looting." Ao Lai and Ao Guang exchanged a glance, then without hesitation began to ransack the city lord's mansion. Before long, the two brothers had acquired countless priceless treasures. The accumulated spirit crystals amounted to an astonishing number, numbering in the thousands. These thousands of spirit crystals, piled together, resembled a small mountain towering into the clouds, standing quietly on the open ground of the city lord's mansion, shimmering with a dim and mysterious light. The spiritual energy contained within the spirit crystals was extremely rich and pure. Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked at the mountain of spirit crystals and couldn't help but lick their lips, their eyes filled with greed and desire, because they knew that consuming this substance would greatly enhance their cultivation level. Eat. Without the slightest hesitation, as Ao Guang's firm words fell, the two brothers instantly pounced on the pile of spirit crystals like hungry tigers. The two brothers wolfed down the spirit crystals, one after another. As soon as the spirit crystals entered their bodies, they were instantly digested and absorbed, transforming into pure and abundant spiritual energy that nourished the two demons' bodies, continuously strengthening and enhancing them. Although consuming such a large amount of spirit crystals cannot improve their bloodline level, their level continues to rise at an astonishing rate. There were thousands of spirit crystals here. After the two brothers divided them up, their cultivation levels improved dramatically compared to the past. Originally at level 23, they had now successfully broken through to level 30, greatly increasing their strength. As their cultivation levels increased dramatically, the brothers' physiques also underwent tremendous changes. Their bodies were gradually covered with a layer of dazzling, radiant dragon scales, which exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. Their dragon claws became harder and sharper, as if they could tear apart any obstacle in their path. Even their bodies had increased in size by a full circle, radiating a chilling aura. Only now do the two brothers truly resemble a dragon in some way. Ao Guang's scales were a mysterious and noble purple, while Ao Lai's scales shone with a dazzling golden light. "That feels so good, bro." Ao Lai let out a satisfied burp, his eyes filled with surprise and excitement. He never imagined that such a large number of spirit crystals could bring such a huge and significant improvement to the two brothers. Now, all that's missing is a place. Ao Guang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of determination and resolve. "Brother, are you referring to the White Fox clan?" Ao Lai turned to look at the other person, his eyes full of inquiry. "That's right." Ao Guang nodded heavily and said solemnly, "The White Fox clan colluded with the city lord of Shufeng City, and together they did the same thing to kill my brother and me. The White Fox clan must not survive in this world. That being said, The brothers were actually more interested in the spirit crystals possessed by the White Fox clan. With the precedent of Shufeng City, the two brothers naturally found a shortcut to quickly acquire wealth and enhance their strength. Without any hesitation or delay, the two brothers resolutely left Shufeng City and headed straight for the White Fox clan's lair. The city established by the White Fox clan is called White Fox City, a name that is extremely simple and straightforward. The two brothers made a few inquiries along the way and easily learned where White Fox City was located. Chapter 283. Testing. White Fox City wasn't far from Shufeng City. During their journey, news of what had happened in Shufeng City spread like wildfire.
Have you all heard the news? Two powerful demons have come to Shufeng City and have completely killed the city lord of Shufeng City. Really? Such a terrifying thing exists?
Yes, I wonder who exactly the city lord of Shufeng City offended to bring about such a catastrophic disaster and end up in such a miserable state. Yu Yao shook his head and sighed, his face full of disbelief. Su Feng City had now become the focus of their discussion.
I remember that the city lord of Shufeng City has an extraordinary background.
It is said that he is a demon from the Black Fox Wolf clan.
The Black Fox Wolf clan?
Hiss, the Black Fox Wolf clan has a super demon at level 50.
TSK, it seems those two great demons are no ordinary beings.
Since they dare to act so recklessly, they must not be afraid of the powerful deterrence of the Black Fox Wolf clan. The demons discussed the matter animatedly, each expressing their own opinions, their words filled with shock and curiosity about the event. Inside White Fox City, Ao Guang and Ao Lai finally arrived after many hardships. To the brothers' surprise, the guards in front of the city did not ask them for spirit crystals, a situation that truly astonished them.
They don't want spirit crystals? Ao Guang's thoughts were instantly interrupted by the other party's sudden action.
TSK, big brother, in my opinion, how about we find a way to get them to blackmail us? A sly glint flashed in Ao Lai's eyes as he said with a grin, no need for that. Ao Guang shook his head decisively and said firmly, we just need to tell the White Fox clan chief the truth about the White Fox's death. We'll see how he reacts then. If he insists on attacking us, then don't blame us for being ruthless and heartless, Ao Guang said coldly, his face grim. Okay. Ao Lai nodded without hesitation, agreeing to follow his elder brother's arrangements. The two brothers traveled without stopping, heading straight for the territory of the White Fox clan. White Fox City was named after the White Fox clan, so the two demons quickly and easily found the White Fox clan's territory. The White Fox territory is a vast and boundless area, dotted with small houses built in a staggered and orderly fashion, resembling a large-scale base camp from a distance. Halt! In front of the White Fox territory, two white foxes, wielding sharp weapons, stood with serious expressions and wary eyes, blocking the brothers' path. We have important matters to discuss with your clan leader, Ao Guang said calmly. What exactly is going on? One of the white foxes asked, his brows furrowed. Inform your clan leader that a demon from your White Fox clan suffered a calamity in Shufeng City and was unfortunately brutally killed by an invading demon beast, Ao Guang said calmly. Upon hearing this, the two white foxes' faces changed drastically in an instant, turning ashen white, filled with terror and unease. The clan leader has been killed. Go and inform the old clan leader immediately. Without any hesitation, one of the white foxes turned around and dashed into the White Fox clan like an arrow to deliver this astonishing news. Brothers, are you both from Shufeng City? Another white fox stared intently at the two brothers and asked, is our clan leader going to arrange a marriage with the city lord of Shufeng City? The city lord of Shufeng City is powerful and a demon of the Black Fox Wolf clan. It is unbelievable that someone would dare to attack them. The Black Fox Wolf clan? Upon hearing this name, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both showed expressions of surprise. Yes, the Black Fox Wolf clan is renowned and famous in this area, and there is even a super demon of level 50 in the clan. The White Fox nodded solemnly and answered earnestly. Seeing the two demon brothers' astonished expressions, it even began to suspect that these two were giving false information, as they seemed completely unaware of the Black Fox Wolf clan's reputation. Is that so? Ao Guang blinked rapidly, his face full of doubt. He truly knew nothing about the werewolf's origins. It is truly shocking and unexpected that a level 50 powerful demon actually exists within the Black Fox Wolf clan. That's right. I've never seen that werewolf's ability before. Ao Lai nodded solemnly, recalling the scene when he killed the werewolf, and felt a deep sense of dread about the mysterious phantoms that the werewolf had displayed. Although those phantoms seemed relatively weak, their peculiar abilities were truly terrifying. If the opponent's strength is roughly equal to one's own, then the outcome of this battle is probably unpredictable. As for that white fox, its strength is simply too weak to be defeated, Aoli said casually. At the moment those words were spoken, the white fox's expression changed drastically, like a rapid shift between sunshine and rain. You actually saw it with your own eyes? That's right. Ao Guang nodded affirmatively, his gaze firm and composed. The white fox's tail was ripped off without any mercy by the other demons. The scene was extremely cruel, and even his daughter died tragically on the spot. Upon hearing this description, the white fox's expression changed like a palette of colors, turning green one moment and white the next. He simply couldn't believe that just by going to Shufeng City for a marriage alliance, the family patriarch and his daughter had both lost their lives in Shufeng City. This is undoubtedly a momentous and shocking event. Gentlemen, what you've said, is it all absolutely true? The white fox stared wide-eyed, its face filled with disbelief, its voice trembling with shock. In his heart, it was truly difficult to accept this cruel reality. How could such a powerful demon suddenly appear in this tiny place? This was beyond his comprehension and imagination. Moreover, his family patriarch was not a foolish or reckless person. When encountering a powerful demon, he would normally choose to beg for mercy in a humble manner and would never easily offend the other party, unless all of this is a carefully planned and well-prepared conspiracy by the other side. It's absolutely true, without the slightest falsehood. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in unison without hesitation, their expressions serious and earnest. We both witnessed the entire process clearly and truly with our own eyes. Seeing the two demons nod so firmly, the white fox was even more shocked and overwhelmed. What are the origins of these two demons before us? How could they be so terrifying and powerful? It's simply unbelievable that they were able to survive the clutches of that ferocious demon. Chapter 284. The old white fox's attitude. Not long after, a series of unusually loud footsteps were heard from inside the White Fox clan. The white fox that had gone to deliver the message was seen running towards them in a hurry, its expression and steps hurried. Quickly, invite them in. Upon hearing this, the white fox guarding the gate quickly opened it. The old clan chief said that the two of them should go in personally and tell him in detail what exactly happened. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai strode confidently into the White Fox clan without hesitation. Deep within the territory of the White Fox clan, there stands a building constructed of stone. At the top of the building sat an elderly white fox with 7 long tails growing behind him. At this moment, his face was filled with anxiety and unease, and his already cloudy fox eyes revealed a deep sense of solemnity and worry. Seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai walk in, the old white fox couldn't wait and hurriedly asked, I wonder where you two demons heard this news from? Naturally, it was in Shufeng City. Ao Guang's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. The course of events and all the details were witnessed by my brother and me, and there is absolutely no falsehood in them. Upon hearing this, the old white fox immediately asked, how exactly did this matter unfold? May I ask if you two are clear about the ins and outs and the entire course of events? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang slowly began to recount the cause, process, and various twists and turns of the incident to the old white fox in detail and clearly. Upon hearing Ao Guang's account, the old white fox's expression changed drastically, as if the weather had suddenly turned sour, becoming extremely ugly. It turns out that the werewolf city lord had accidentally offended a powerful demon, and then, presumptuously assuming that the other party was at the same level as him, he ordered his subordinates to secretly poison him. To ensure everything went smoothly, he joined forces with his son, the white fox, to plot against the great demon. But who could have imagined that the great demon was completely unaffected by the poison, emerging unscathed and unharmed? Subsequently, the great demon was thoroughly enraged and launched a bloody counterattack, not only killing the werewolf city lord and the white fox, but also wiping out all the demons in the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing these heartbreaking truths, the old white fox sighed helplessly, his aged face filled with sorrow and despair. Demons die for wealth, birds die for food. So be it, let me die. The old white fox sighed, as if it had accepted the cruel reality, and said no more. As for that great demon, in my opinion, its cultivation level is probably only level 30. The old white fox snorted coldly, his tone filled with anger and dissatisfaction. This lawless bastard truly doesn't respect my white fox clan and acts recklessly. Thank you both for telling me the truth. It is getting late.
May I ask if you would like to have a meal here before leaving? The old white fox looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai and said in a fairly polite tone. Don't you want to ask who killed your son and the werewolf city lord?
Ao Guang suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the old white fox. No matter who it is, even if my son was at fault first, he still has to pay for killing a demon with his life. What's the point of asking so many questions? The old white fox said, still not fully grasping the deeper meaning in Ao Guang's words.
By the way, you two demons know so much about this, could it be that you witnessed it all on the day of the incident?
The old white fox seemed to suddenly realize something and asked a question, its eyes filled with doubt and inquiry.
Ao Guang nodded, his expression serious. I'll ask you one more time, do you really believe that even if your son was in the wrong, you're willing to do anything to avenge him?
Ao Guang asked again, his eyes filled with scrutiny and doubt.
Otherwise what?
The old white fox frowned, looking at Ao Guang with great impatience. He found the beast in front of him to be so long-winded and annoying. I have clearly expressed my attitude. Killing a demon requires paying with one's life, regardless of whether the two were at fault first.
All right.
Ao Guang shook his head helplessly and said no more. I know what the monster that killed your son looked like, Ao Guang said slowly.
What does it look like?
The old white fox immediately became interested and asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, just like me. Ao Guang looked at himself and pointed at himself with his dragon claw. Upon hearing this, the old white fox froze on the spot, standing there dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and surging aura suddenly erupted from the opponent's body, sweeping around like a storm. A white demonic aura swept across the sky and spread everywhere. The old white fox reacted instantly and attacked without hesitation. His body, which had originally appeared old and frail, now displayed extraordinary speed and reflexes.
His fox-like eyes were fixed on Ao Guang and Ao Lai in front of him, filled with vigilance and hostility. You mean, you killed my son and cruelly slaughtered the entire family of the city lord of Shufeng City?
The old white fox roared, his voice filled with rage and hatred. His demonic aura surged, and his 7 tails grew larger and longer, radiating a powerful and terrifying force. That's right. Ao Guang nodded without hesitation, his expression firm and cold. Old man, I originally intended to let your white fox clan go. But your attitude towards me was so bad that I simply couldn't stand it. Ao Guang looked at him coldly, his dragon eyes flashing with icy killing intent.
What do you mean by even if you're in the wrong, you still need revenge?
It was clearly your son who first tried to kill us, and now that he's dead, you're just making trouble for me. Very well, my brother and I will wipe out your white fox clan today, so you'll learn your lesson. As soon as they finished speaking, Ao Guang and Ao Lai unleashed their immense dragon might. Boom, a deafening roar, like a thunderclap, and the powerful dragon's cry caused the old white fox to involuntarily take a step back, filled with utter horror and shock. No wonder they were able to so easily destroy his son and the Black Fox Wolf's clan of demons. It turns out these two demonic beasts truly possessed extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. A level 30, 15-star bloodline, no wonder. The old white fox's eyes flashed like lightning, quickly taking in the cultivation levels of the two demons, and he was secretly astonished. Do you perhaps think that my level of attainment is the same as yours? The old white fox shouted loudly and then decisively made his move. His aura exploded completely, revealing a terrifying level of 38, 12 stars. Such an astonishing level makes him a true powerhouse in this region. The gap in strength between the two was instantly and ruthlessly widened. Chapter 285. The old man is indeed far more capable than his son. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's pupils contracted slightly, and they were also shocked. They never expected that the old white fox in front of them would have a level of 38. Fortunately, it seems that the White Fox clan currently only has this one powerful individual. Don't underestimate the difference of only 3 stars in bloodline. You would never understand the true power of bloodline suppression. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not alarmed by this. As two demons with pure dragon blood, they were fearless. Just then, the old white fox raised its tail and, with a whistling sound, fiercely attacked the two demons. Ao Guang and Ao Lai dared not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly retreated at an extremely fast speed. Bang! With a deafening roar, a bottomless, enormous hole instantly appeared on the spot. From this shocking hole, one could clearly see just how astonishing the destructive power contained in the old white fox's attack was. Roar! Ao Lai raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. The golden scales on his body began to radiate a dazzling and extremely bright golden luster. An immense dragon's might rapidly coalesced, and then Aeoli swung his claw fiercely, sending a dazzling golden beam of light shooting out like an arrow, piercing through the enemy with unstoppable force. However, faced with this fierce and powerful attack, the old white fox's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Its other tail swept out with a whooshing sound, easily and neatly blocking the attack. It should be noted that it possesses 7 tails, and its cultivation level far surpasses that of Ao Guang and Aeoli. With its demonic power, it could easily contend with Ao Guang and Aeoli. This fully demonstrates that the old white fox's strength has become so formidable that it inspires awe. The old white fox had lived a long time and weathered countless storms. In terms of both combat awareness and accumulated strength, it had far surpassed the two brothers. If the two brothers cannot join forces closely and fight bravely with all their might, then the outcome of this battle will inevitably end in defeat. Without any suspense, repelled mercilessly by this attack, Aeoli retreated rapidly backward without hesitation, the earth before him groaned and cracked, with huge fissures spreading outwards. The old white fox's tail, like a raging storm, swept across the ground, slamming heavily into the solid earth with each dull thud. On the other side, Ao Guang also made his move without showing any weakness. The mysterious purple light surrounding it instantly transformed into streaks of winding, incredibly powerful lightning, crackling and crashing down upon the old white fox's massive body. But the old white fox seemed to have anticipated this and had made ample preparations. With lightning speed, it slapped out a powerful blow that instantly crushed the purple lightning. However, at the same time, it used its own body to withstand the powerful lightning, and the fox's paw instantly turned black and emitted a pungent burnt smell. What an overbearing thunder! The old white fox frowned deeply, a look of surprise on its face. It seemed to have underestimated the mysterious beast before it, whose species it did not know. It should be noted that there is a difference of 8 levels between the two, yet the opponent's lightning was still able to inflict significant damage on it with such sharpness. At the same time, the old white fox quickly adjusted its response strategy. That meant concentrating all offensive firepower on Ao Guang, with the intention of defeating and capturing him first. After all, the opponent's seemingly casual attack possessed such shocking power, so the most urgent and crucial task at present is to eliminate Ao Guang, this formidable enemy. Today, you two ignorant and arrogant beasts will obediently go and pay for my son's life. The old white fox glared angrily and roared with all its might. Its tail shot out like a cannonball at an astonishing speed, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Without hesitation, Ao Guang stretched out his 2 huge and solid dragon claws to block in front of him. At the same time, the purple lightning instantly condensed into an indestructible shield. Boom, with a deafening roar, the powerful attack descended mercilessly like Mount Tai crashing down. Ao Guang's body was forced back several steps, and even the shield formed from lightning was instantly shattered, turning into countless fragments that dissipated in the air. At the same time, the old white fox's menacing tail was successfully stopped in place, unable to get any closer. At this moment, Ao Guang was full of momentum, like a god of war. He took firm and powerful strides forward, and his whole body instantly turned into a mysterious purple. He charged towards the old white fox without hesitation once again. On the other side, Aeoli didn't give the old guy any chance to catch his breath either, and charged forward with overwhelming force. You underestimate me, the clan leader. Seeing the two demons charging towards them menacingly, the old white fox showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grinned coldly, his smile filled with confidence and disdain. It suddenly lay down on the ground, its 7 tails, like 7 raging dragons, were all displayed without reservation. Then, the 7 tails intertwined and wove together, like a mysterious lotus flower about to bloom in splendor, exuding a breathtaking aura. Upon witnessing this terrifying scene, Ao Guang felt a strong sense of foreboding. Without hesitation, he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, Aeoli's body burst forth with golden light like the sun, and his powerful and suffocating aura was completely unleashed. His entire dragon body retreated rapidly at lightning speed. Ao Guang had already retreated from the danger zone at an astonishing speed. Seeing that the two demons had not fallen into his carefully designed trap, the old white fox stopped waiting and instead raised its head and let out a roar full of anger and killing intent. Its 7 tails instantly transformed into powerful cannonballs, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and blasted towards the two demons. Without hesitation, Ao Guang and Aeoli engaged in a thrilling and life-or-death battle with the 7 tails. This old man is indeed far more capable than his son. While struggling to resist the opponent's attacks, Aeoli spoke, his body radiating golden light and majestic, decisively striking with claw after claw, trying to block the opponent's storm-like attacks.
Chapter 286. Are you two really going to kill us all? Aoguang was not to be outdone.
He suddenly swung out a claw, and a purple lightning bolt instantly pierced through the sky and earth, carrying a world-destroying power, and crashed heavily onto the tail in front of him. One of the old white fox's tails instantly turned completely charred, emitting a pungent, burnt smell, but the next second, the old white fox emitted a soft and mysterious milky white glow, and a dense demonic aura spread out like a thick fog, which directly offset the damage and allowed its tail to quickly regain its vitality. At the same time, the other white foxes of the White Fox clan finally noticed the earth-shattering and awe-inspiring battle between the three. The old patriarch is engaged in a life-or-death battle. Quickly! It's those two strange monsters that came from who knows where. Go quickly and do everything you can to help the old clan chief. Hearing the anxious and angry cries of countless white foxes, the two brothers naturally sensed that the situation had become extremely bad.
Aolai, we absolutely cannot delay any longer.
Aoguang looked up at his younger brother, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Okay.
Aolai nodded without hesitation. The two communicated quickly and seemed to make a crucial decision in an instant. The old white fox looked up and stared intently at them, its eyes filled with vigilance and wariness. In the next instant, Aolai's body grew at an incredible speed, transforming into a majestic and imposing four-clawed golden dragon in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura descended like a surging tide, and the powerful, chilling bloodline pressure caused the old white fox's body to involuntarily sink. How could this be? The old white fox was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. They are clearly 3 stars apart. However, the bloodline power that the opponent was unleashing at this moment was so terrifying and powerful that it made people feel a deep sense of despair and helplessness, because the old white fox could truly feel that this was a pressure from a deeper, more mysterious level, a true suppression of bloodline. How could this be? What kind of mysterious beings are these two? The old white fox was filled with shock and confusion, its complex emotions tangled together like a jumbled mess. On the other side, Aolai's dragon roars continued, and his body grew larger and stronger. Its entire body was enveloped in mysterious and powerful purple lightning, like a true, invincible dragon descending upon the world. That terrifying aura pressed down heavily on the old white fox once again, making it even more difficult for it to move, as if it were being crushed by an invisible mountain. The next second, Aolai made his move decisively. The enormous dragon claw crashed down with earth-shattering power, and the old white fox hurriedly used all its strength to dodge it, but it was still a step too slow. Its arm was mercilessly slashed by the sharp dragon claws, and blood gushed out like a spring, instantly staining a patch of ground red. Hiss, the old white fox gasped, its body trembling slightly from the extreme pain. This is a powerful ability at level 30, so I will no longer hide my strength. The old white fox's mind raced, and then its body suddenly grew larger, instantly becoming the same size as the two brothers, equally enormous and awe-inspiring. The 3 creatures were all over 10 feet tall, their massive bodies clearly much larger than the surrounding houses, resembling 3 towering mountain peaks. Aoguang and Aolai were like true dragons descending to earth, and the pressure and shock they brought far exceeded that of the old white fox. After the old white fox's body grew larger, its demonic aura spread out like billowing smoke, and its 7 tails became even harder than iron, gleaming with a chilling light. The next instant, its tail, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, swiftly attacked the two brothers. Aoguang's eyes flashed with dazzling lightning as he slashed downwards with his enormous claws. Boom, between heaven and earth, thunder resonated intensely, emitting a deafening roar. Then, the world instantly turned incredibly dark, and thick, mysterious. Bolts of purple lightning relentlessly blasted towards the old white fox. What? Upon witnessing this strange and terrifying sight, the old white fox's pupils nearly burst, and the shock in its heart reached a level that could not be described in words. It hurriedly and scrambled to avoid the lightning, fearing it would be struck by its incredible power. Although it also unleashed its most powerful abilities, it also exempted itself from some of the pressure from the intimidating force. But it was ultimately no match for the two brothers. This is a bloodline suppression from a higher level. Unless it can break through to level 40, it simply cannot defeat these two brothers whose strength is so powerful that it inspires despair. Beast, take this full force attack. Aolai struck like a golden lightning bolt, his golden light crashing down with earth-shattering power, like a mighty golden dragon phantom tearing through the void. The old white fox's 7 tails quickly rose in front of it, their dense demonic energy solidifying as if it were a tangible substance. Bang! A dazzling burst of sparks suddenly exploded in midair,
and the old white fox's body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Its meticulously constructed house was instantly and mercilessly trampled by its massive body. At this moment, Aogwang also mercilessly unleashed the thunder. Boom, thick and powerful bolts of lightning relentlessly struck down, and the old white fox dodged hastily like an ant on a hot pan. But the buildings belonging to the White Fox clan suffered the consequences. They were all mercilessly struck by lightning, instantly turning into ruins, billowing smoke and dust. A truly horrific sight. Seeing this, the old white fox's eyes were bloodshot and his anger had reached its peak. "You two bastards, you really want to wipe us out?" Aogwang and Aolai's attacks were extremely fierce and brutal. Countless bolts of purple lightning, like roaring beasts, crashed down from the high sky, striking the area where the White Fox clan was located without restraint. In an instant, the once peaceful and serene place became a scene of utter devastation, as if it had been subjected to the apocalypse. The old white fox stood there, its massive, mountain-like body towering. Of its 7 agile tails, 2 were now wounded, the wounds dripping with blood, a shocking sight. The remaining 5 tails, which were still relatively intact, were now emitting a faint and dim luster, as if they were trying their best to maintain their last shred of dignity. Chapter 287. The last strength of a crossbow. Without hesitation, Aogwang launched another attack. His majestic and awe-inspiring dragon might descended like Mount Tai, crashing down on the old white fox's body with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the old white fox, relying on its years of combat experience, reacted quickly and narrowly dodged away. However, the earth beneath its feet was not spared, and was mercilessly torn apart by this thunderous power, leaving deep, bottomless cracks immediately afterwards. The tail on the old white fox's back suddenly burst forth with astonishing power, shooting straight at Aogwang like an arrow released from a bow. Aogwang reacted quickly, dodging the fatal blow with a swift movement. Just then, Aolai took a bold step forward, his dragon claws, gleaming with dazzling golden light, hurtling towards the old white fox with a sharp whistling sound and boundless killing intent. The old white fox's tail shot out again with lightning speed, attempting to block Aolai's fierce attack. The 3 parties thus became locked in a fierce and protracted struggle. It must be said that the old white fox truly possesses extraordinary strength. Even in such a helpless situation, facing the fierce attacks of Aogwang and Aolai alone, its counterattacks were still so sharp that they were truly remarkable. However, no matter how stubbornly it resisted, defeat was already clearly in sight. Aogwang and Aolai's attacks were like surging waves, one after another, incredibly fierce, giving the old white fox not even a moment to catch its breath. Left with no other choice, the old white fox could only fight desperately while retreating step by step. "Old man, you should have known this would happen," Aolai roared as he relentlessly pursued the old white fox. "Humph, you two killed my son, how can I not seek revenge?" The old white fox sneered, his eyes burning with rage. "Your son deserved to die," Aogwang said coldly, his tone indifferent. "If it hadn't been so reckless as to attack us, it wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state." "Old man, but you're almost done for too. After you die, you can go to the underworld to keep your dead son company." Before the words were even finished, a bolt of purple lightning instantly ripped through the sky, carrying an aura of annihilation, and madly tore towards the old white fox's body. The old white fox was instantly enveloped in a dense demonic aura, and one of its tails swept out with the force of a thunderbolt. A loud bang, the lightning was shattered by this powerful force. But the old white fox's other tail also suffered considerable damage due to the enormous recoil. Aolai's attacks followed one after another. His golden dragon claws seemed to tear the entire space apart, carrying a world-destroying power as they rushed swiftly toward the old white fox. The old white fox hurriedly dodged, but the ground beneath its feet was torn open by this powerful force, creating a huge ravine. Aolai's attack missed, but without hesitation, he charged at the old white fox again. This time, the old white fox swept its tail out horizontally, and the tail shot out like a cannonball with astonishing speed, piercing through and fiercely attacking Aolai's chest. Aolai reacted quickly, grabbing the old white fox's tail tightly, a disdainful sneer on his face. "Old thing, you're at your last gasp." With a snap, as he spoke, Aolai exerted a sudden force, and the old white fox's massive body was pulled back by him. The old white fox's face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. On the other side, Aogwang gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath, and once again swung the lightning in his hand, mercilessly striking the old white fox's body. "Ugh!" The old white fox let out a miserable cry as the powerful force cleaved a deep, bone-revealing wound into its body, from which blood gushed. The old white fox's aura weakened rapidly once again, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Meanwhile, this thrilling scene was witnessed by many demonic beasts within White Fox City.
Hiss! Where did this monster come from? How dare it engage in such a fierce battle with our city lord? What city lord? That's our old city lord.
Yes, old city lord, but judging from the situation, I'm afraid even you won't be able to hold on any longer.
Hiss! These two demonic beasts are truly terrifying.
They actually managed to suppress our old city lord so badly.
What exactly is going on? Why is the old city lord being hunted down?
The demons looked at each other, completely bewildered as to what had caused this shocking scene. They could only see the old white fox's body constantly weaving and dodging within the city, while behind it, two powerful demonic beasts of unknown origin were relentlessly pursuing it. Furthermore, the old white fox was in extremely poor condition, clearly at its last gasp. Just as Aolai said, the old white fox was only making a final death throes. At this moment, the old white fox was filled with
utter shock and confusion. Where did these two mysterious and powerful demonic beasts come from?
How could they possess such terrifying strength, such a powerful being? How come I've never heard of it before, and there's such a fearsome figure in this area? 2 level 30, 15-star monsters, this is unheard of.
It's also unbelievable, it's simply unbelievable. A deafening roar, just as the old white fox was briefly distracted by his shock and doubt, Aolai and Ao Guang seized the perfect opportunity and arrived almost simultaneously. An immense force pressed down like Mount Tai, causing the already exhausted old white fox to freeze instantly, as if it were being crushed by an invisible mountain, unable to move. Boom! Purple lightning and golden power crashed down, their attacks striking the old white fox's body like two shooting stars. The old white fox suddenly felt an excruciating pain, and blood flowed profusely from its entire body. Its body, like a cannonball, crashed into several buildings with a loud bang before finally coming to a stop. There's no need to struggle anymore, it will only make your death more miserable, Ao Guang said coldly and calmly, then slowly approached the old white fox. Amidst the ruins, the old white fox coughed a few times with difficulty, then used all its strength to drag its broken body to its shaky feet. Boom! Ao Guanglong suddenly raised his claw, and a purple lightning bolt struck the opponent's body like lightning. The old white fox's body flew backward uncontrollably again, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 288: The Death of the Old White Fox. Cough. The old white fox coughed up blood continuously, its injuries worsening, and its life force gradually fading away. What do you want? Can you release this old man? The old white fox finally felt fear. It truly felt the threat of death approaching step by step. As it spoke, it backed away step by step, its face filled with fear and unease. Let you go? Upon hearing this, Aolai burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Don't joke around. You were the one who struck first, you were the one who wanted to kill us, and you're the one who wanted revenge for your son. Aolai said coldly with a gloomy face, based on these points, why do you think we should let you go? We brothers gave you a chance before, Ao Guang said calmly, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. It's too late to regret it now. Ao Guang shook his head, his eyes devoid of any pity. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ao Guang's powerful dragon claws slammed down without hesitation. The old white fox could only watch helplessly as the deadly claw came hurtling towards it, powerless to dodge. No! In this final moment of life and death, the old white fox let out a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. Bang! The old white fox's body exploded under this powerful force, instantly becoming dead. Let's go to the White Fox clan and clean up the battlefield. Ao Guang waved his paw and said firmly, then led Aolai toward the territory of the White Fox clan. This time, the White Fox clan had long since scattered and fled, and almost no white foxes remained here. The two brothers slaughtered all the white foxes that remained. Soon, the two brothers had looted all the treasures of the White Fox clan. It must be said that the treasures possessed by the White Fox clan are far more abundant than those of the city lord of Shufeng City. There were more than 10,000 crystal-clear spirit crystals alone, which almost piled up the entire open space into a mountain of spirit crystals. With excitement shining in their eyes, the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai pounced into the pile of spirit crystals without any hesitation and began to devour them. Wow, so many spirit crystals! It looks like we'll be breaking through level 40 this time. Ha ha ha, eat! Ao Guang and Ao Lai, these two majestic dragons, each swallowed a spirit crystal, making a crisp,
crunching sound, countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into the two demons' bodies, causing their cultivation levels to rise rapidly. The demons in White Fox City were terrified by the two demons' terrifying strength and cruel methods. They are absolutely terrifying. Could these be the two powerful demons who plundered Chieftain City? Now, this disaster has finally befallen White Fox City. "Brother, let's devour the White Fox together," Ao Lai asked his brother Ao Guang while eating spirit crystals. "Okay, that's fine." If Ao Lai hadn't brought it up, Ao Guang would have almost forgotten about it. Just now, while they were in Chieftain City, they had completely forgotten about this matter. Thinking of this, Ao Guang hurriedly dragged the old White Fox's corpse over to eat. The two brothers immediately began to devour it without hesitation. It should be noted that the old White Fox was a powerful being who had reached level 38 and 12 stars. A demon beast of this level would definitely be a top-tier powerhouse on the Thunder Continent. How could the two brothers let such a precious resource go to waste? After devouring the old White Fox's body, the two brothers' levels instantly increased by 1, and even their bloodline levels increased by 2 stars. Yubuz, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both emitted a unique luster, clearly indicating that the two brothers had successfully evolved to a higher level when we were dealing with this old White Fox. "The two of us brothers hadn't even used our last trump card yet," Ao Guang said slowly. "The monsters on this Gobi Desert are indeed far, far stronger than those on the Thunderous Continent." "Yes, where on the Thunder Continent would there be such a powerful demonic beast?" Ao Lai echoed while stuffing spirit crystals into his mouth. "It's all because of these tempting spirit crystals that we completely forgot about the important thing of devouring them," Ao Guang said, shaking his head helplessly. "We must never be so careless again next time." The two demons continued to gnaw on the spirit crystal with great force, making crunching noises. "Speaking of which, brother, will the Black Fox Wolf Clan come looking for trouble?" Ao Lai suddenly asked. "Of course it will." Ao Guang gave his answer without even thinking twice. After all, the two brothers had killed a demon from the Black Fox Wolf Clan, and the other party would undoubtedly come knocking on their door to demand an explanation. However, the two brothers were actually hoping that the animals would arrive soon. Ao Guang firmly believed that a powerful clan like the Black Fox Wolf would not send a level 50 demon to deal with them from the very beginning, otherwise, that would be giving those two minor characters too much face. This Gobi continent should also have a central altar similar to that of the Thunder Continent, right? Ao Lai suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but say, "There should be, but judging from the strength shown by the monsters here, it's not a place that you and I can easily venture into right now," Ao Guang said slowly and deliberately. "Then let's devour all the spirit crystals here first, and then think about what to do next." Ao Lai nodded, and then the two brothers continued to bury themselves in the spirit crystals. These tens of thousands of spirit crystals all went into the brothers' stomachs without missing a single one. Their cultivation levels suddenly rose to level 40 in the blink of an eye. After advancing to level 40, the two demons' bodies suddenly more than doubled in size, like balloons being inflated. The power contained within their bodies also more than doubled. Most importantly, after successfully advancing to level 40, Ao Guang and Ao Lai fully mastered an exclusive skill, soar through the heavens. Suddenly, Ao Guang's body soared into the air, as if he had truly mastered the legendary art of riding the clouds and mist, allowing him to move freely back and forth in the sky. However, this amazing scene did not last long, as it had to end due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy within the body. Seeing this, Ao Lai also said, "It seems that our current situation can't last much longer." However, even so, it is more than enough for escaping or chasing enemies, Ao Guang said. Ao Lai nodded in agreement. Chapter 289. Leaving White Fox City. After dealing with the White Fox clan, the two brothers did not choose to leave, but instead temporarily resided in the White Fox clan's camp. In the past few days, everyone in White Fox City has been talking about Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Have those two demonic beasts still not left? Not yet. I heard they looted the White Fox clan and devoured all their spirit crystals. Hiss, they actually consumed such a huge number of spirit crystals? That's amazing. I heard that those spirit crystals were painstakingly accumulated by the lower clan demon beasts under the orders of the upper clan demon beasts in order to open the central ruins, and they just ate them all like that. That remains to be seen. But since the lords of two cities have unfortunately died, I'm afraid that demons from the main cities that govern these cities will soon come to deal with this matter. If it really comes, it must be a powerful being at the level of a great demon. I wonder if we're a match for those two demons. If we can't beat them, then it will be a terrible situation. The demons discussed amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. Meanwhile, in a certain direction on the Gobi Desert continent, within a vast city, a wolf demon, its body as black as ink, gripping a long sword tightly, and over 3 meters long, sat majestically at the head of the table. The wolf demon's eyes were filled with a chilling, terrifying ferocity. "My lord, according to the report from our scouts, the city lord of Shufeng City has died." A small, thin demon rushed in, then knelt respectfully on the ground and spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, the wolf demon slowly opened its eyes, and in an instant, an extremely violent aura swept out from its body like a storm. Bang! The poor little demon was sent flying by the powerful force, spitting out blood. Outrageous! Who dares to be so bold as to kill a demon from my Black Fox Wolf clan? They're practically courting death. The wolf demon roared furiously, his aura reaching its most violent point. It slowly stepped down from its seat, the long knife in its hand scraping against the ground, making a grating, ear-piercing sound. "Bring me my mount. I wish to personally go to Shufeng City to take a look." The wolf demon spoke expressionlessly and in a cold tone. "Yes, sir." The little demon endured the intense pain in its body, struggled to its feet, and then staggered outside. Soon, shocking news spread throughout the entire city. The third leader of the Black Fox Wolf clan is about to emerge from the mountains of this demon, known as the Black Fox General, possesses terrifying strength. Upon hearing this news, all the demons wore expressions of shock. Everyone was filled with curiosity, wondering what major event had occurred that would bring this powerful figure, who usually lived in seclusion, out of the shadows. Soon, many demons received the definite news. It turns out that the city lord of Shufeng City was brutally murdered by a monster of unknown origin. The reason why General Black Fox has come out of the mountains this time is to avenge the death of the city lord. However, is it really just about revenge? It's not that simple, of course. Within the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan, a black fox wolf, over 5 meters long, sat steadily on its throne and said in a calm tone, "The opening day of the central ruins is approaching, and the spirit crystals that these small towns have painstakingly accumulated have more than 100,000 left. Adding the spirit crystals contributed by our major cities, it's enough to open the central secret realm. But now, strange beasts of unknown origin have appeared, and they are indiscriminately slaughtering the city lords of various cities. The death of a few demonic beasts is not a particularly important matter. The most important thing is that we must not let those unknown demonic beasts take away the spirit crystals we have accumulated." "So, Chief, is this the reason for sending the third commander?" A black fox wolf asked in confusion. "That's right." The black fox wolf nodded. "Not only that, but the subordinates of the Abyss Fox King have also been sent out. One of its races was wiped out, so naturally it has to go and seek revenge. Of course, all of this ultimately comes down to those spirit crystals." The Black Fox Wolf King spoke slowly. The reason they haven't chosen to devour the spirit crystals is that they are waiting for the central ruins to open. If it weren't for this reason, they would have already ordered their demon generals to collect the spirit crystals and then devour them all. Moreover, the speed of devouring spirit crystals is extremely slow, far less fast than directly devouring demonic beasts to increase strength. Therefore, it wasn't particularly worried that the mysterious beast would devour the spirit crystal. However, his idea completely failed. How could Ao Guang and Ao Lai be ordinary, unremarkable demon beasts? When the two brothers were consuming the spirit crystals, they managed to stuff all of them into their mouths in less than a day and completed the refining process in an instant. After spending a few days in White Fox City, the two brothers were ready to head to other cities. Other cities will also have these spirit crystals. Since you and I, your brothers, want to succeed in our path to enlightenment, we absolutely cannot be soft-hearted in the slightest, Ao Guang said slowly with a firm expression. Then let's do as you say, brother. Ao Lai nodded and said without hesitation. After making up their minds, Ao Guang and Ao Lai embarked on their journey without the slightest hesitation. The two brothers left White Fox City without stopping and headed towards the next city. This place truly lives up to its name as the Gobi Desert continent. The distance between White Fox City and the next city is practically insurmountable. It is said that the next city is more than twice the size of White Fox City. Moreover, there is a clear characteristic: as long as you can see the oasis, you can almost always find the location of the city. Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not slow down at all during their journey. They inevitably encountered some monsters along the way, all of which were sandworms or sand snakes. Ao Lai suddenly swung his tail forcefully, and the terrifying power poured out like a torrent, instantly killing a large number of sand snakes. At this point, devouring these low-level demonic beasts was no longer enough to satisfy the brothers' desires. They acted simply because they couldn't resist the urge to test their current strength. However, after Aolai and Aoguang successfully advanced to level 40, their strength was indeed greatly enhanced, more than doubling. Even when facing two powerful beings like the old white fox, these two demons were still able to kill them easily without breaking a sweat. This is precisely because it originates from their bloodline, from the majesty and power unique to true dragons. Chapter 290 Heavenly Demon City. The two brothers continued onward, completely unaware of how long they had been traveling, until finally, the vibrant oasis came into clear view. This city stands proudly in the oasis. It is estimated that the strength of its city lord is between level 40 and 45, which is extremely powerful among the many monsters. However, even so, in the eyes of the two brothers, it was still not worth a second glance. Break. Aoguang and Aolai, without hesitation, chose the simplest and most brutal method, preparing to force their way into the city. Boom! Aolai suddenly swept his tail with all his might, and the immense force was like Mount Tai pressing down, smashing the city gate to pieces. The demon guards below the city gate were so frightened by this shocking scene that they ran away in a panic to inform the city lord. A majestic tiger general stared intently at the two brothers, and immediately roared in fury, "Where did these bastards come from, daring to cause trouble in Tianyao City with such audacity?" The words had barely left his mouth when the tiger general charged towards Aoguang and Aolai like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing the tiger general's fierce and aggressive attack, Aoguang turned to Aolai and asked, "You'll handle this? How could such a worthless piece of trash be worthy of your personal attention, brother?" Aolai's lips curled up into a disdainful sneer. Then, his tail suddenly swept out like lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to follow, and instantly and accurately landed on the tiger general. With a loud bang, the tiger general's body exploded on the spot, without even a chance to fight back. Seeing this shocking scene, all the demons in the Heavenly Demon City were filled with shock and fear. What are the origins of these two monstrous beasts that appeared out of nowhere? How could they be so terrifying, swaggering into the Heavenly Demon City with such impunity and going on a killing spree without any restraint? Aoguang looked up to the sky and roared, letting out a deep and majestic howl. His terrifying dragon might swept across half the city like a raging storm. The countless demonic beasts present trembled under this terrifying pressure that could almost crush everything, and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Without hesitation, Aolai took a step forward, his figure as fast as lightning, and charged directly into the depths of the city. Since they had decided to rob someone, the two brothers simply chose the most brutal and direct method. The city lord of Tianyao City was a tall and mighty tiger demon. Its body is over 4 meters tall, and its entire body is covered in bright red, flame-like fur. On its forehead, there is a striking king character clearly printed. This tiger demon possessed a powerful aura and was renowned far and wide, known as the Heavenly Tiger King. Its cultivation level had already reached level 43, 12 stars. Surrounding the Heavenly Demon Tiger King was a group of guards from Heavenly Demon City. Seeing Aoguang and Aolai slaughtering so recklessly in the city, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King's eyes immediately turned icy cold, as if they could freeze everything. They are truly ignorant of their own limitations and are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King took a big step forward without hesitation, gripping the long sword tightly in his hand, and with an indomitable spirit, he slashed fiercely at the two demons. With a single strike, intensely hot crimson flames burst forth from the blade like a raging dragon. Without hesitation, Aoguang extended a claw, and purple lightning roared out instantly, colliding fiercely with the surging flames. Boom! A powerful, suffocating force swept between them instantly, causing Aoguang and the Heavenly Demon Tiger King to involuntarily stagger backward. The Heavenly Demon Tiger King's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Level 40, 15 stars. This single action made it clearly aware of its opponent Aoguang's strength. This is why, although there is a 3-level difference between the two, the actual combat situation is not that different. It turns out that the other party's unique bloodline advantage greatly narrowed this gap. Isn't that strange? Aoguang revealed a faint smile, and then launched another attack without hesitation. Boom! The Heavenly Demon Tiger King once again brandished his longsword and launched a fierce attack. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce and intense battle. On the other side, Aolai was being held back by the guards of the city lord's mansion. The reason the two brothers dared to be so arrogant and reckless was because they knew that there were powerful figures like the city lord's guards present. Even so, the two brothers must resolve the battle at hand as soon as possible. After all, back in White Fox City, the old White Fox had once come out to obstruct us. They were also filled with worry, fearing that there might be even more powerful beings, such as the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Tiger King, within the Heavenly Demon City. Aolai unleashed his full strength without reservation at this moment. Although he could not completely suppress the guards of the city lord's mansion, the gap between the two sides was not actually that large. If I could kill you, I'm afraid my cultivation level would directly advance to level 45. The heavily demon Tiger King licked his lips, staring fiercely at Ao Guang before him, his tone filled with confidence and greed. It firmly believed that it could defeat its opponent. After all, there was a full 3-level difference between the two. Although the difference in bloodline could compensate for some of the differences, it was ultimately futile in its view. It firmly believed that Ao Guang was only 3 stars higher in bloodline level than it.
Is that so? Then bring it on.
Undeterred, Ao Guang charged forward once again without hesitation, and the two were once again locked in a fierce battle. The powerful forces collided repeatedly, causing the ground beneath the two demons to tremble violently, as if it were about to crack open at any moment. The heavenly demon Tiger King's swordsmanship was superb and extremely powerful. Every time he unleashed a strike, countless flames would blaze, as if to burn everything to ashes. Ao Guang was no less formidable. With each swing of its claws, thunder surged violently, as if to utterly destroy everything here. The two are evenly matched, with their strengths almost at the same level, making it difficult to determine who was superior. The heavenly demon Tiger King unleashed a fierce slash,
instantly unleashing a raging inferno that transformed into a massive fire wheel, hurtling
menacingly towards Ao Guang. Ao Guang calmly raised his claws, and purple lightning crashed down, shattering the opponent's raging flames. Then, his scales shimmered with a mysterious purple light, and Ao Guang opened his blood-red maw, spitting out a terrifying bolt of lightning. Chapter 291 Fierce Battle. Boom. The terrifying power spread rampantly, and wherever it went, all the buildings instantly turned into tiny fragments and exploded. The heavenly demon Tiger King gripped his long sword tightly and held it horizontally in front of him. Struggling to block this round of attacks, however, it was constantly forced back by the powerful force, leaving a long trail under its feet. That's all there is to it. The heavenly demon Tiger King roared, gripped his longsword tightly once more, and charged forward without flinching. Ao Guang's tail swept out like a giant steel whip, with purple lightning piercing through it, forcing the heavenly demon Tiger King back once again. The heavenly demon Tiger King, a powerful being at level 43, took a step forward without hesitation, leaped high into the air, and brought its long sword down with immense force. Ao Guang dared not confront them head-on, so he could only quickly create distance. The earth in front of him instantly cracked open, a result of the incredibly powerful strike from the heavenly demon Tiger King. The flames spread wildly in all directions, then exploded, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust. The heavenly demon Tiger King, wielding a long sword, once again charged menacingly towards Ao Guang. The two fought back and forth, advancing and retreating, locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. This time, Ao Guang finally witnessed the terrifying strength displayed by the powerful. However, this did not frighten him in the slightest. On the contrary, it made him feel extremely excited and thrilled.
Come!
Ao Guang roared with all his might, and the power of the true dragon instantly shook the heavens and earth, causing the heavenly demon Tiger King to freeze involuntarily for a moment. But in the next instant, the heavenly demon Tiger King raised his long sword again and attacked without hesitation. Ao Guang precisely captured that moment when it froze in place. Ao Guang opened his mouth wide and once again spewed out a terrifying bolt of lightning. Lightning instantly pierced the heavens and earth, and its powerful force, like a wild horse unleashed, rushed straight towards the heavenly demon Tiger King. Seeing Ao Guang attacking it, the heavenly demon Tiger King suddenly swung its long sword horizontally, raising the sharp blade high in front of it, facing the incoming lightning with a fearless and unyielding attitude. As soon as the surging lightning touched the heavenly demon Tiger King, it immediately scattered to both sides. As the lightning gradually dissipated, Ao Guang charged forward with overwhelming force, his powerful dragon claws carrying earth-shattering power. As they struck upon seeing this, the heavenly demon Tiger King quickly dodged away, and the stone where he had been standing shattered instantly under the impact of this powerful force, with countless rocks flying everywhere like locusts.
It seems that without using some real abilities, I absolutely cannot defeat you.
The heavenly demon Tiger King's gaze turned slightly cold, his expression revealing a resolute intent.
He slowly ran his hand across the blade, and in an instant, a raging crimson flame erupted on the blade, burning fiercely as if it would devour everything around it. This is one of the powerful abilities of the heavenly demon Tiger King, the crimson fire blade. Previously, the flames it generated each time it struck the blade were far less powerful than this blood-red fire blade. At this moment, the heavenly demon Tiger King had already gotten serious, with the appearance of the crimson fire blade.
His aura surged exponentially like a raging wave. This is a brand new ability he gained after reaching level 40, and it is by no means as simple as the illusionary body he had at level 30. The heavenly demon Tiger King swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a powerful slash. The crimson flames surged forth like a raging waterfall, sweeping across the land with unstoppable force. Ao Guang's dragon eyes burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant light, his dragon might soaring, chilling all who beheld him. His dragon claws were covered with a layer of deep purple lightning, which flickered and leaped, and a terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he slammed down with his claw, successfully neutralizing the heavenly demon Tiger King's fierce attack. However, the ripples from the crimson flames, like the tentacles of a demon, instantly ignited the surrounding houses. Seeing this, Ao Guang's eyes were filled with shock as he murmured, "Is this blood-red longsword really that terrifying?" It's worth noting that it can easily ignite even the hardest stone. No wonder it's a powerful ability at level 40. However, the abilities that Ao Guang gained after breaking through to level 40 were in no way inferior to it. Hua Hong! With a loud shout, Ao Guang's body vanished from the spot in an instant. The heavenly demon Tiger King's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief. He had never expected Ao Guang to be so fast, disappearing from his spot in the blink of an eye. Even Ao Guang's aura was difficult to detect, but in the next instant, Ao Guang appeared before the heavenly demon Tiger King like a ghost. A loud bang was heard. Boom! The dragon claw, crackling with lightning, descended with overwhelming force, and the heavenly demon Tiger King, unable to dodge in time, had its chest ripped open. And surprisingly, a mysterious bone armor suddenly appeared on the chest of the heavenly demon Tiger King, forcefully blocking this potentially fatal blow for him. Ao Guang raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with surprise. He had clearly not expected that the other party would possess such a precious treasure. Otherwise, this attack would at least have seriously injured the opponent. "Do you really think that I became the city lord of this heavenly demon city by doing nothing?" The heavenly demon Tiger King grinned, a smile filled with deep killing intent, and its tiger eyes gleamed with ferocity. The next second, without hesitation, he unleashed a horizontal slash. The slash was as fast as lightning, the crimson flames seeming to cleave the air in two, and a series of terrifying explosions echoed in mid-air. Ao Guang quickly stepped back, and at the same time, he opened his mouth wide, and a thick bolt of purple lightning roared out of his mouth. Boom! Thunder and flames collided, producing a deafening roar. Ao Guang's attack finally managed to block the opponent's fierce assault. On the other side, Ao Lai was facing the two commanders of the city lord's mansion, and the situation was somewhat oppressive. Ao Lai was enveloped in dazzling golden light. Like Ao Guang, he charged forward relentlessly, launching the most extreme attacks at his enemies. Without hesitation, Ao Lai unleashed a powerful claw strike. The golden dragon claw instantly transformed into a phantom image, crashing down on the two commanders before him with the force of Mount Tai. Both of these leaders were only at level 39, but their cooperation was enough to pose a certain obstacle to Ao Lai. These two rulers are a massive black bear and an agile black snake. One is incredibly fast, the other is ferocious in attack. The coordination between the two can only be described as seamless. Chapter 292 Escape. As soon as Ao Lai's attack landed, the black bear quickly raised its shield and stepped in front of the black snake without hesitation, blocking the attack directly. Boom! The powerful force suddenly descended, leaving no mark on the black bear's shield, but the force of the impact sent him staggering back several steps. However, Ao Lai's attack did not end there. He slammed down with his claw again. This time the golden light was several times stronger than before, and it landed on the black bear's shield with overwhelming force. Ao Lai's attacks came down like a storm, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath. "You too small fry, I've really given you face." Ao Lai shouted angrily. Black Bear's face turned extremely ugly. Ao Lai's attack was simply too fierce and too violent. If this continues, his shield will definitely not be able to withstand the opponent's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Black Serpent seized the opportunity during the lull, and his short knife flashed like lightning as he stabbed towards Ao Lai. Roll! Ao Lai roared, and the dragon scales on his body emitted a majestic and sacred golden light. In an instant, a lifelike phantom of a real dragon burst forth from his body. Boom! A terrifying force erupted instantly, sending the black snake flying dozens of meters away like a cannonball, its body crashing heavily into the distance. Upon seeing this, the black bear's pupils contracted sharply, and it exclaimed, "Black snake!" With one hand gripping a long sword and the other holding a shield high, the black bear charged directly at Ao Lai without hesitation. The long sword in his hand emitted a silvery white light, a powerful ability granted by enchantment. It not only increased the sharpness of the blade several times over but also endowed it with great resilience. Bang! Ao Lai neither dodged nor evaded. The incredibly powerful strike landed on his illusory dragon form, yet it failed to leave any mark whatsoever. A roll! Aolai sneered, and his thick, powerful tail swept out, the force of which immediately caused the black bear's body to freeze briefly. Despite the immense pressure, the black bear quickly raised its shield and placed it in front of it. Bang! With a loud bang, the black bear's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, but fortunately it was not seriously injured. At the same time, the black snake slowly crawled out of the ruins with great difficulty. The power unleashed by Aolai's manifested phantom just now did not cause it much substantial damage, so it immediately got up and attacked Aolai again without hesitation. It was extremely fast. After all, it was small in size, and its snake body rolled nimbly and continuously, heading towards Aolai like an arrow released from a bow. Aolai knew he was slower than his opponent, so he made a quick decision. With a sudden downward slam of his dragon claw, a powerful golden force crashed into the ground. The black snake was also forced back by this force. The black bear, which had just gotten up, charged back fiercely. The three parties clashed fiercely once again. This time, however, the black bear and the black snake were clearly at a disadvantage. "Big brother, hang in there a little longer," Aolai shouted. "Okay." Aogwang nodded steadily in response. The heavenly demon Tiger King before him was unwilling to give Aogwang any chance to breathe, and once again raised his long sword to attack. Strands of crimson flames rolled down like meteorites, carrying an aura of annihilation, and frantically encroached upon Aogwang. Aogwang also roared to the sky and immediately used the true dragon phantom without hesitation. As soon as the phantom of the true dragon descended, countless thick bolts of lightning immediately rolled down around it. The powerful pressure caused the heavenly demon Tiger King to freeze for a moment. What kind of bloodline is this, that it is so terrifying? The heavenly demon Tiger King frowned slightly, his face full of doubt and shock. The origin of Aogwang before him was simply beyond his imagination. Prior to this, he received a message from the main city: any powerful and mysterious monsters that enter the city will be taken back to the main city or killed on the spot. The Aogwang and Aolai standing before them were undoubtedly the mysterious demons that the main city had mentioned, but who would have thought that they were actually two guys? Not just one head. I wonder how much longer these two commanders can hold out. The heavenly demon Tiger King glanced at the two commanders who were still struggling to hold on, and naturally knew that with their strength, they couldn't hold out for long. But right now, he can't resolve this battle quickly. However, if the two leaders were to die, it would be utterly powerless to withstand the fierce attack of these two menacing monsters. In the current urgent situation, it would be impossible to notify the main city and request reinforcements to arrive quickly, but the heavenly demon Tiger King knew very well that if the stalemate continued, he would surely perish. Therefore, it wasn't long before the heavenly demon Tiger King quickly came up with a solution. That would be to decisively relinquish the heavenly demon city and then quickly notify the main city to send powerful experts to assist. Otherwise, the heavenly demon Tiger King would undoubtedly lose his life. Moreover, once he dies and his body is mercilessly devoured by these two demonic beasts, their strength will inevitably increase significantly. Once again, thinking of this, the heavenly demon Tiger King made a decision without hesitation. Just as Aogwang launched his fierce attack, the heavenly demon Tiger King's sharp tiger eyes narrowed instantly. Behind him, a lifelike tiger phantom slowly materialized, and then its already enormous body suddenly grew several feet larger. At the same time, the long sword it was gripping instantly doubled in size. Rolling crimson flames poured down like a surging tide, covering the sky and instantly turning its surroundings into a terrifying, boundless sea of crimson fire. Like a vast ocean of death. Aogwang's aggressive attack was immediately blocked by this powerful force, and he could not get any closer. At this tense moment, the heavenly demon Tiger King once again unleashed a powerful strike without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, it did not attack Aogwang, but instead launched a fierce attack on Aolai on the other side. Seeing that the heavenly demon Tiger King was attacking him, Aolai's eyes instantly filled with an intense killing intent that was almost tangible, and he roared angrily, "Get lost!" With a swift swipe of its claw, the dazzling golden light instantly crushed the crimson blade energy before it died. In that split second, the heavenly demon Tiger King shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous body of the heavenly demon Tiger King flew directly out of the city without hesitation. The black bear and the black snake instantly realized the situation and, without the slightest hesitation, closely followed the heavenly demon Tiger dynasty as they desperately fled into the distance. Chapter 293. Seeking external assistance. Seeing that the other party was about to run away, Aolai's expression changed immediately, and he shouted loudly, "Trying to run away?" Its body instantly soared into the air, ready to chase after the three demons. The heavenly demon Tiger King was utterly astonished to see that Aolai could fly freely in the air without wings. It should be known that in this vast and boundless world, only those with a cultivation level of 60 or above, or those who are winged demonic beasts, can travel through the air in this way. But in this world, any demon beast that can fly freely is not only of a high level, but its bloodline must also be extremely noble. At this moment, Aolai, who was standing in front of them, was able to fly in the air even though his cultivation level had not yet reached level 60 and he did not have wings. This was simply unbelievable and incomprehensible to them. Just then, Aogwang quickly stepped in to stop it, shouting, "Stop chasing it! What's wrong, brother? Are you just going to let them go so easily?" Aolai asked, looking confused and puzzled. "Our purpose in coming here is not them," Aogwang said calmly. Aolai's mind didn't quite process it at first, but he quickly remembered something. "Oh, that's true." Aolai quickly descended from the sky, looking at the three demon kings, the heavenly demon Tiger King, who had already disappeared into the distance. Aogwang said calmly, "I'm afraid they won't leave so easily." The Heavenly Demon Tiger King knows very well that if it flees in such a sorry state, it will surely hand over Heavenly Demon City to us. If I'm not mistaken, it must be trying to contact other powerful demon beasts to come here and attack us. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai turned to look at his brother, his expression somewhat uncertain. If a level 50 demon comes, my brother and I will probably have a hard time dealing with it. The fact that the two brothers couldn't easily defeat the Heavenly Demon Tiger King and the other two commanders shows that they were quite powerful. If another powerful demon were to appear, the two brothers would be in real trouble. Let's check how many spirit crystals there are. If there are many, and we both break through to level 45, even if a level 50 demon comes, we won't have to be afraid. Ao Guang spoke calmly and steadily. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded heavily and said, okay. Without the slightest hesitation, the two brothers quickly headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. As soon as the two brothers arrived at the City Lord's mansion, they immediately began a thorough search, meticulously examining every possible hiding place. Before long, the entire open space of the City Lord's mansion was densely filled with all kinds of precious treasures and a large number of spirit crystals. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were truly astonished by the sheer number of spirit crystals. This time, there were actually more than 80,000 spirit crystals in the Demon City. This number is more than 3 times that of White Fox City. Moreover, there are 2 extremely powerful demonic beasts with severed arms in this heavenly Demon City. This is probably the severed arm of a level 50 monster. Looking at the 2 severed arms of the demon beast that emitted a dim purple light, Ao Guang carefully speculated. Just by bringing my brother and me close, we can sense that the owner of this severed arm was a very high-ranking person in life. I'm afraid that if you and I devour it, our bloodline level will be significantly improved. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai's eyes instantly lit up with excitement, and he said eagerly, brother, what are we waiting for? Let's devour it first. No rush, let's refine these spirit crystals first and then see. The most pressing matter at present is to improve our own strength as soon as possible. Ao Lai agreed to Ao Guang's suggestion. Without any hesitation, the two brothers sat down on the spot and began to refine these precious spirit crystals. After advancing to level 40, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were able to devour spirit crystals more efficiently by relying on the true dragon phantom. These 80,000 plus spirit crystals should be enough to keep Ao Guang and Ao Lai busy for a while, but as soon as the true dragon phantom appeared, its huge mouth opened and instantly sucked away at least 1,000 spirit crystals. Hiss. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were both shocked by the powerful devouring ability of the true dragon phantom. At this rate, the two brothers will probably be able to absorb all the spirit crystals here in less than 3 days. I wonder if such a large number of spirit crystals can raise our levels to level 50. There were simply too many spirit crystals to absorb in a short time. After thinking for a while, the two brothers decided to devour the severed arm first. Boom, the severed arm transformed into a continuous stream of powerful energy, surging into their bodies like a raging torrent. Their bloodlines instantly advanced by 1 star. How terrifying! This made Ao Guang and Ao Lai even more curious about the owner of the severed arm. However, since the severed arm was able to remain safely in the City Lord's mansion, its owner must have already been killed. The two brothers shook their heads, steadied themselves, and continued to devour the spirit crystals. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King and the two commanders, who had successfully escaped from the Heavenly Demon City, finally felt completely relieved after confirming that Ao Guang and Ao Lai had not caught up. During his desperate escape, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King had already used a mysterious secret technique to urgently notify the main city. Lord City Lord, are we really just going to hand over Heavenly Demon City to those two guys like this? Black Bear asked with a look of resentment. Of course not. The Heavenly Demon Tiger King shook his head firmly. You two demons are no match for that guy. Once it frees up its hands to deal with us, not only will your lives be in danger, but my life will also perish. At that time, Heavenly Demon City will still fall into their hands. Heavenly Demon Tiger King said calmly, in my opinion, these two guys are very likely to have come from Thunder Continent. By constantly devouring their own kind to increase their strength, they have become so unscrupulous and audacious. Otherwise, why would there be such a continuous cycle of killing and warfare? Upon hearing this, both the Black Bear and the Black Snake nodded in agreement, saying, what the City Lord said makes perfect sense. I have already notified the powerful figures in the main city. The good news is that Commander Black Fox is on his way and will arrive safely within 3 days. Upon hearing this, both the Black Bear and the Black Snake demons were exceptionally happy, their faces filled with anticipation. Then let's wait patiently here. The Heavenly Demon Tiger King found a place to sit down and slowly waited for the Black Fox Wolf to arrive. Before long, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the Heavenly Demon City, a Black Fox Wolf dressed in silver armor and wielding a long spear appeared on the mountaintop. Beneath it was a magnificent warhorse, its entire body stained crimson. Arrive. Chapter 294 Black Fox Wolf Commander. The blood-red warhorse was enormous, and each heavy step it took left a deep footprint. Black Fox Wolf steadily rode his majestic, blood-red warhorse, slowly arriving outside the Heavenly Demon City. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King seemed to have grasped a lifeline in a vast ocean, and hurriedly rushed over. My lord, you've finally arrived. The Heavenly Demon Tiger King knelt down without hesitation, respectfully welcoming the other party. Commander Black Fox glanced coldly at the Heavenly Demon Tiger King before him, his expression impassive, and then said indifferently, "You left Heavenly Demon City without permission.
What's the difference between that and desertion? Do you know that your actions will cost you your life, and could even bring annihilation to your entire tribe?"
Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King looked terrified and hurriedly made an excuse to explain, "No, sir, for the past 3 days, we have not stopped for a moment and have been trying to find ways to enter the city and harass them." Upon hearing this, the Black Fox commander tightly closed his lips and uttered not another word, because at this moment it didn't care about the life or death of the Heavenly Demon Tiger King at all. What it cared about most were the vital spirit crystals within the Heavenly Demon City. That is the most crucial cord. It should be noted that the main city has provided the 4 major demon clans with spirit crystals in batches. If anything goes wrong with the key to opening the ruins in the hands of the Black Fox Wolf clan, the city lord will definitely not let the Black Fox Wolf clan off easily.
Go into the city. Black Fox Wolf rode his blood-red warhorse expressionlessly and walked straight into the city without hesitation. Lord Black Fox Wolf has arrived?
Those 2 arrogant and domineering demonic beasts are sure to die without a burial place this time.
Lord Black Fox Wolf has a terrifying level of 50.
Ah, those 2 wicked monsters are finally going to meet their end. For the past 3 days, all the demon beasts in the entire Heavenly Demon City have been living in extreme fear and dread. They knew very well that if a monster wanted to increase its level and strength, it often needed to devour its own kind. They lived in constant fear, lest Ao Guang and Ao Lai, those 2 fierce creatures, fix their greedy eyes on them. Fortunately, the agonizing 3 days finally passed quickly, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not make any unusual moves.
I ask you, where are those 2 arrogant and ignorant monsters now?
The Heavenly Demon Tiger King asked loudly.
The city lord's mansion.
The little demon answered hastily, trembling with fear. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King nodded hurriedly, then jogged over to the Black Fox Wolf and said cautiously, "My lord, those 2 lawless demon beasts are in the city lord's mansion."
Don't you know exactly where they are? The Black Fox Wolf's gaze instantly turned as cold and piercing as ice.
Yes, sir, but they haven't stayed in the same place for the past 3 days. The Heavenly Demon Tiger King stammered hurriedly. At the Black Bear and the Black Snake were so frightened that they dared not breathe, not utter a single word, and not make a sound. If even the slightest mishap occurs to those precious spirit crystals, your entire Bloodfire Tiger clan will be buried with them.
Black Fox Wolf said in an icy tone. Now, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King's fear intensified inside the city lord's mansion. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were completely unaware that the Black Fox Wolf had arrived, but the 2 brothers had already swallowed all 80,000 spirit crystals without leaving a single one. Even their cultivation level has been successfully raised to level 48. Just 2 levels away from successfully entering the powerful realm of level 50, this massive upgrade of 8 levels is quite astonishing. Ao Guang was full of confidence.
If the Demon Tiger King dared to come back and provoke him again, he was absolutely certain that he could kill him on the spot in just one exchange. Even if a powerful level 50 monster comes, the 2 brothers are confident that they can kill it by working together to fight it. After all, the 2 brothers' bloodline level had also been successfully raised by 1 star. Don't underestimate this 1-star improvement. The changes it brings are extremely significant and enormous. They're here. Just then, Ao Guang suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing vigilance and keenness. With his powerful senses, he detected that a powerful demonic beast was gradually approaching outside the city lord's mansion. Ao Lai slowly opened his majestic dragon eyes, his gaze fixed solemnly on the outside of the city lord's mansion. The monsters that came this time were definitely not those weak minions. Boom, the tightly closed, sturdy gate of the city lord's mansion was instantly blasted open by a powerful force, and the heavy gate instantly turned into countless fragments. The broken doorway, a werewolf, its body as black as ink and its height over 4 meters, stood majestically. The warhorses beneath it all possessed considerable strength, exceeding level 30. "You 2 damned bastards, who cruelly slaughtered my Black Fox Wolf clan members?" The Black Fox Wolf leader glared fiercely at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, speaking in a cold tone. "What, you've come here specifically to avenge him?" Ao Guang looked at the other person with a firm gaze, without the slightest fear on his face. "Otherwise what?" the Black Fox Wolf leader said calmly. "Now, you can just immediately accept your fate and die." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Heavenly Demon Tiger King and his 2 commanders attacked without hesitation. The Black Fox Wolf commander also flashed forward, quickly taking a step and instantly leaving his horses back. A powerful, suffocating aura suddenly descended, revealing the terrifying level of 13 stars at level 50 without reservation. Ao Guang and Ao Lai showed no sign of backing down and simultaneously unleashed powerful attacks. Ao Lai faced off against the Heavenly Demon Tiger King and its 2 commanders. Ao Guang, on the other hand, faced the powerful Black Fox Wolf leader alone. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was already clear after just one exchange. The Black Fox Wolf commander stood firmly in place, without retreating an inch, while Ao Guang was forced to take a step back. On the other side, Ao Lai's terrifying golden light swept down like a tidal wave, instantly shattering the sturdy bone armor on the Heavenly Demon Tiger King's body. While huge, deep wounds that exposed bone appeared on the bodies of the Black Bear and the Black Snake, almost instantly, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King and its 2 commanders suffered a crushing defeat. How could this be?
Just 3 days ago, you two were only level 40. The Heavenly Demon Tiger King was shocked and incredulous at this unexpected scene. Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf leader's face grew increasingly grim, as if covered by dark clouds. You utterly stupid bastard. The Black Fox Wolf commander angrily cursed at the Heavenly Demon Tiger King. What was the point of making you risk your life to defend Heavenly Demon City? It was to protect those precious spirit crystals. And look at all the stupid things you've done now. They actually handed over the Heavenly Demon City to them just to save their own lives. They're clearly after the spirit crystals. Chapter 295. If you can't beat them, run away. At this moment, the Black Fox Wolf leader finally realized the truth. These two guys came for those spirit crystals from the very beginning. In an instant, the Black Fox Wolf commander was enraged to the extreme and completely lost his mind. Countless black wolf phantoms instantly appeared inside the city lord's mansion, each wielding a sharp weapon and possessing the formidable strength of level 45, charging fiercely towards Ao Guan like a tidal wave. You dare to be so presumptuous in front of me with such trivial skills? Ao Guang's eyes widened in fury, and with a roar, the phantom of a true dragon descended instantly, carrying purpling lightning that transformed into a surging sea of lightning, completely enveloping him. Those menacing black wolf phantoms were instantly and mercilessly shattered, reduced to ashes by the raging lightning. Seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf leader finally realized why these two dared to be so arrogant and domineering. He truly has some skill. Even the Black Fox Wolf leader couldn't help but show a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Both of these demonic beasts are currently at level 48, 16 stars, and if it doesn't deal with them carefully, it will certainly not be a match for the two of them working together. After all, who doesn't have a few trump cards up their sleeve? The spear in the Black Fox Wolf commander's hand danced like a dragon, then swiftly thrust out with a single strike. The dense black energy instantly transformed into a ferocious dragon, roaring towards Ao Guang with an aura of annihilation. Ao Guang swung his claw down with all his might, unleashing a furious barrage of purple lightning, but he failed to block the incredibly powerful shot. Such immense power. Ao Guang was startled and quickly dodged away. Boom! The city lord's mansion behind it was not so lucky. Under the impact of this powerful force, it was directly blasted into ruins. On the other side, the Heavenly Demon Tiger King was no match for Ao Lai and could only desperately resist while fleeing in panic, hoping to relieve some of the pressure on the Black Fox Wolf commander. Run! I'll see where you can run to today. Ao Lai immediately unleashed the Hua Hong ultimate technique, his body instantly appearing before the Heavenly Demon Tiger King like lightning. The golden dragon claw crashed down with unstoppable force, and the Heavenly Demon Tiger King's pupils suddenly contracted, filled with fear. The next instant, its body was blasted away by this powerful force. Then, without hesitation, Ao Lai opened his blood-red maw and swallowed the Heavenly Demon Tiger King whole in one gulp. The once majestic Heavenly Demon Tiger King was now swallowed whole by Ao Lai. Glug! The sound was clearly audible. As soon as the Heavenly Demon Tiger King entered Ao Lai's belly, its corpse was instantly refined by the powerful force buzz. At the same time, Ao Lai's body suddenly emitted an extremely terrifying and shocking aura. His level and star rating advanced directly without any hindrance after successfully devouring the Heavenly Demon Tiger King. Upon witnessing Ao Lai's astonishing advancement, the Black Fox Wolf commander's expression underwent a dramatic change, turning extremely ugly in an instant. This is too strange. After it devoured that useless Heavenly Demon Tiger King, its cultivation level was directly increased. In that instant, the Black Fox Wolf commander finally understood completely why are these two demonic beasts able to advance their cultivation levels so rapidly, like rockets, and why were all the numerous spirit crystals in this region able to be consumed in just 3 days. It turns out that the root of all this lies in the astonishing devouring ability of these two demonic beasts, which is terrifying to this extent. Boom! A chilling idea flashed into the mind of the Black Fox Wolf leader like lightning. Only a demonic beast with an extremely terrifying bloodline level could possess such a terrifying devouring ability. The Black Fox Wolf leader stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, his eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. Where did these two come from? What mysterious background do they have? Even the Thunder Dragon King, renowned throughout the main city, doesn't possess such an astonishing ability to devour. The Black Fox Wolf leader was so shocked that he was speechless and completely stunned. Only now did it truly realize that the terror of the two monsters before it far exceeded its imagination. It's unbelievable, these are not even on the same level. The gap between them is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. At this extremely tense moment, Ao Lai attacked fiercely from the other side with overwhelming force. At the same time, Ao Guang also unleashed a powerful attack without hesitation. The purple lightning crashed down like divine punishment, but the Black Fox Wolf leader reacted swiftly, sweeping his spear to block the oncoming lightning. Meanwhile, Ao Lai's dragon claws, gleaming with golden light, viciously attacked its face with an aura of annihilation. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, the Black Fox Wolf leader's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with terror, but in the next second, its body left the spot at an incredible speed. Oomph! You dared to get distracted during the battle. Ao Lai's attack missed its target, but his dragon face did not show much disappointment. After all, the Black Fox Wolf commander in front of them was not to be underestimated. His realm was quite high, and his star rating was not weak either. It is obvious how terrifying and powerful the strong members of the Black Fox Wolf clan are. Fortunately, Ao Guang and Ao Lai are two powerful individuals, and together they are more than capable of dealing with a Black Fox Wolf leader. The Black Fox Wolf
Leader stared at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, his eyes filled with deep killing intent and intense hostility. Instead of acting rashly, it slowly reached into its robes with its other hand and crushed a jade pendant without hesitation. After doing all this, the Black Fox Wolf's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Fox Wolf commander's body shot backward like an arrow. Seeing that the other party was trying to escape, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not hesitate at all and immediately crouched down and chased after them at top speed. However, the Black Fox Wolf leader had already swiftly mounted the blood-red warhorse and galloped away. The blood-red warhorse galloped wildly through the streets, moving at lightning speed. Nonsense, warhorses are known for their speed. Even though there is a 10-level difference in their cultivation levels, their speed is still something that Ao Guang and Ao Lai cannot easily catch up with. As the Black Fox Wolf leader rode his horse at breakneck speed, he turned back to look at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. This place is no longer of any value. The spirit crystals have been swallowed. We must take these two demonic beasts back to the main city. Otherwise, my Black Fox Wolf clan would have no way to explain to their superiors. Chapter 296 Seeking help. Just now, the jade pendant that the Black Fox Wolf leader crushed was actually sending urgent intelligence to the Black Fox Wolf clan, urging them to quickly send powerful warriors to provide support. The Black Fox Wolf leader was responsible for leading Ao Guang and Ao Lai away from the other city, doing everything he could to delay them. The Black Fox Wolf commander was indeed very strong. Even if he couldn't kill Ao Guang and Ao Lai, he could still hold them off for a while with his own abilities. As long as they can catch up. Before the Black Fox Wolf leader could fully process this thought, it suddenly saw the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai take flight and charge towards it at an extremely fast speed. How so? The Black Fox Wolf leader was filled with disbelief upon witnessing this incredible scene. These two demonic beasts lacked the ability to fly, and their cultivation level was far from sufficient. How on earth did that? Before the Black Fox Wolf commander could have more time to think, the ferocious attacks of the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai were already upon it. Boom, a bolt of purple lightning seemed to pierce straight down from the heavens, mercilessly striking the Black Fox Wolf commander. The Black Fox Wolf leader's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dismounted. The bone spear in his hand was covered with dense patterns, which were instantly activated by powerful force. Then, without hesitation, the Black Fox Wolf commander thrust out with his spear, and countless black wisps instantly transformed into a terrifying attack, surging towards the two brothers like a tidal wave. Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly dodged with agile movements. At this moment, Ao Lai unhesitatingly unleashed a claw strike, and the phantom of the true dragon also slammed down with it. That immense power sent the blood-red warhorse flying. The Black Fox Wolf leader rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Seeing that the Black Fox Wolf commander's body had stopped, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly descended from the sky and arrived on either side of it. You think you can leave? You're seriously underestimating us. Ao Guang looked up at the Black Fox Wolf commander, his dragon eyes flashing with dazzling purple lightning, full of majesty. Then bring it on. The Black Fox Wolf leader was now completely enraged and truly furious. The bone spear in its hand was meticulously crafted from a very special type of bone, engraved with countless mysterious and powerful patterns that greatly enhanced its power. Suddenly, it thrust its spear horizontally, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly dodged with agile movements. The building behind them was pierced and blown apart by the powerful impact of the shot. This Black Fox Wolf is really hard to kill. Ao Guang said calmly, that bone spear is also a powerful magic weapon. It's alright. Ao Lai shook his head firmly, then without hesitation, he drove the true dragon phantom to fight bravely against the opponent. Seeing Ao Lai charging fiercely, the Black Fox Wolf commander immediately raised his spear and thrust it forward. Ao Lai reacted quickly and dodged, but at that moment, Ao Guang seized the opportunity to attack, and a bolt of purple lightning struck down, directly hitting the Black Fox Wolf commander. The Black Fox Wolf leader's body trembled slightly, but he seemed to be unharmed. The shadow of the Black Fox. The Black Fox Wolf leader gritted his teeth and once again unleashed his powerful abilities. Countless dark figures rapidly materialized from the surroundings, each resembling a Black Fox Wolf. They each gripped a long spear tightly in their hands, and their auras were extremely powerful. Seeing this shocking scene, Ao Guang grinned, showing no fear whatsoever. The next instant, it opened its mouth wide and roared angrily. Roar. A deafening dragon roar resounded, and the Black Fox Wolf commander's body immediately froze briefly, along with the Black Fox Wolf phantoms that had just manifested around him. Ao Guang manifested the majestic phantom of a true dragon, with countless purple lightning bolts appearing around it along with a powerful force, crashing down upon the area. Boom. Boom. Each bolt of lightning possessed the power to destroy the world, terrifying beyond compare. This was all Ao Guang's all-out attack. These newly manifested Black Fox and Wolf phantoms were instantly and mercilessly shattered by the powerful lightning attack. Upon seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf leader's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, filled with despair and anger. This guy really has it completely under his control, leaving it utterly powerless to fight back. On the contrary, if it can break through level 60, it can comprehend new and powerful abilities. That would be an extremely powerful ability. Even facing Ao Guang's terrifying lightning, the opponent would be helpless. Fortunately, it had already crushed the jade pendant. Presumably, the clan has received its message by now and should be sending powerful warriors on their way. At this time, within the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan, the clan leader stared intently at the jade pendant in his hand, now shattered into pieces, and instantly understood that the Black Fox Wolf commander was in grave danger.
Just what kind of terrifyingly powerful demon could force even it to crush the jade pendant and urgently seek help? The Black Fox Wolf King's sharp eyes darted around as he quickly made a decision, dispatching his most capable lieutenant. Black Fox, you must go to the rescue immediately. In the deep darkness, a figure perfectly concealed within slowly nodded, its voice low and firm. Yes, Your Majesty. The Black Fox Wolf King dispatched men to Tianyao City to support the Black Fox Commander. At this moment, in the Heavenly Demon City, the Black Fox Wolf Commander continued its fierce battle with Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and it was unknown whether it could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Ao Guang's massive body slowly retreated, and the responsibility of the main attack fell on Ao Lai's shoulders. After successfully devouring the Heavenly Demon Tiger King, its cultivation level has significantly improved. Facing the Black Fox Wolf Commander, Ao Lai appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Ao Lai took a bold step forward, and a magnificent golden light enveloped its dragon body like a dazzling curtain. The phantom of the true dragon opened its blood-red maw and roared deafeningly at the Black Fox Wolf leader. The Black Fox Wolf Commander's eyes were fierce. Without hesitation, he thrust out his spear swiftly. The terrifying power seemed to pierce through the endless void mercilessly, hurtling towards Ao Lai with the force of a thunderbolt. Ao Lai's true dragon phantom opened its mouth wide and fiercely bit down without hesitation. The terrifying force surged forth instantly, causing the Black Fox Wolf Commander's arm to tremble violently, almost causing him to lose his grip on the crucial spear. At this critical moment, Ao Guang decisively took action. It opened its enormous mouth, and a thunderous breath erupted from it like a volcanic eruption, rushing fiercely towards the Black Fox Wolf leader with overwhelming force. The Black Fox Wolf leader reacted quickly, hastily dodging to the side, narrowly avoiding being caught in the raging lightning. Chapter 297. Hearing of the ruins again, they're really two troublesome guys. The Black Fox Wolf leader looked at the seamless and perfectly coordinated cooperation between the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and a chilling expression appeared on his face. If the Heavenly Demon Tiger King had been doing everything in its power to hinder them, how could they have so easily swallowed the spirit crystals and thus improved their own cultivation level? In the current situation, it has no chance of winning. On the contrary, it may perish here. In the brief moment when the Black Fox Wolf leader was momentarily distracted, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's swift and deadly attack suddenly descended. The Black Fox Wolf leader panicked and quickly retreated. Coward, where did your arrogant and domineering attitude go? How did you become like this? Ao Guang's tone was icy, and his words were full of sarcasm. You just wait. If it weren't for your terrifying devouring power, how could you have absorbed the spirit crystals of these three cities so easily? The Black Fox Wolf Commander said through gritted teeth, his face gloomy. That's fine too. As long as we can successfully capture you, your level and bloodline alone are more than enough to open that mysterious central ruins. The Black Fox Wolf Commander said solemnly. Central ruins? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a puzzled look. Not bad. The Black Fox Wolf leader nodded, his gaze profound. What do you think you have been devouring? What it consumed was just ordinary spirit crystals. Ao Lai blinked, looking completely bewildered. You stupid idiot. The Black Fox Wolf leader shook its head helplessly. Faced with the other party's worryingly low intelligence, it really felt that it was difficult to communicate effectively with it. Having said all that, the Black Fox Wolf leader wisely chose to say no more. After all, saying too much could very likely reveal more crucial secrets, but if I did that, wouldn't I become an utterly foolish idiot? It seems that these two guys discovered those spirit crystals by chance, but they don't know their true purpose. The Black Fox Wolf Commander stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, pondering to himself. As long as the opponent doesn't know exactly what the spirit crystal is used for, it still has a chance to turn the tide. After all, they were not deliberately sent by other demon races to sabotage the opening of the central ruins. If they come from other demon races with malicious intentions, then this matter will be much more troublesome and difficult. Thinking of this, the Black Fox Wolf Commander made a decisive move, immediately turning tail and running as fast as he could towards another city. Since these two guys' target is spirit crystals, it will go to another city and patiently wait for the arrival of the clan's strongmen. It was no match for Ao Guang and Ao Lai on its own. Seeing that the Black Fox Wolf Commander was still trying to escape, Ao Guang and Ao Lai decided without hesitation to no longer show mercy. This guy clearly has ulterior motives and ill intentions. We must kill him quickly and then head to another city. That's the most important thing right now. Don't hold back. Ao Guang spoke with a serious expression and a firm tone. Good. Ao Lai nodded resolutely in response. As their voices fell swiftly, a terrifying aura, like a tidal wave, flowed continuously from their bodies. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's bodies grew rapidly, instantly transforming into enormous creatures several dozen feet in size. Their entire bodies were covered with indestructible dragon scales, and their four sharp claws were firmly supporting them on the ground. The two rode the clouds and arrived at the Black Fox Wolf leader's side at lightning speed. Boom, the golden dragon claw, carrying earth-shattering power, crashed down. The Black Fox Wolf leader panicked and hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding being hit by this incredibly powerful attack. On the other side, Ao Guang spat out lightning from his mouth. The terrifying lightning bolts, like powerful cannonballs, pierced through the enemy with lightning speed. Boom. The Black Fox Wolf commander was unable to dodge in time and was struck hard by the violet lightning. His body involuntarily blasted backward. Bang. The Black Fox Wolf commander's body crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, and a hard bone armor on his chest slowly appeared. Seeing this, Aolai did not hesitate and attacked swiftly once again. The Black Fox Wolf leader, who had not yet had a chance to catch his breath, hurriedly turned over and tried to escape. Bang. Aolai's claws slashed down forcefully, shattering the hard ground. The Black Fox Wolf leader quickly grabbed his spear and charged at it recklessly, and now, escaping is a pipe dream, impossible to achieve. Only by fighting to the death can there be a slim chance of survival. At the very least, we must take down one of them, otherwise, what if the strong warriors from our clan who arrive are no match for them? Seeing the Black Fox Wolf commander charging towards him like a madman, Aolai once again unleashed his dragon claw without hesitation. Incredibly powerful force descended instantly, but the Black Fox Wolf commander held his spear horizontally, doing his utmost to block this astonishingly powerful attack. Immediately afterwards, the Black Fox Wolf commander swung his spear again, the tip of which thrust swiftly toward his opponent with lightning speed. Boom. Aoguang's lightning struck just in time, successfully blocking the fatal blow for Aolai. You think you can kill one of us brothers by fighting so hard? How naive. Aoguang's expression was as cold as frost. His massive dragon body moved nimbly as he swam over, and as his claws fell, purple lightning also descended fiercely. The Black Fox Wolf leader was in a sorry state and hurriedly tried to escape. Dragon's might. Aolai roared in a deep voice, and the phantom of the true dragon instantly became more solid and imposing. This earth-shattering roar, seemingly from ancient times, this awe-inspiring cry of a true dragon, instantly caused the Black Fox Wolf commander to freeze in mid-air. In that extremely brief moment of hesitation, Aoguang's dragon claws struck its thigh with lightning speed. Ugh! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky as the Black Fox Wolf leader's legs were torn open, and crimson blood gushed down like a fountain. Seeing this, Aoguang showed no mercy and attacked again. Despite the excruciating pain in his leg, the Black Fox Wolf leader quickly raised his spear and charged at Aoguang with all his might, but Aolai was still watching intently from the side. Without hesitation, it brought down a claw, and the majestic golden light directly hit the Black Fox Wolf leader's body, sending him flying. The Black Fox Wolf commander's body fell heavily to the ground some distance away, like a kite with a broken string. When it finally managed to open its eyes again, Aoguang and Aolai were already there before it. Like ghosts, the Black Fox Wolf leader's pupils suddenly contracted, filled with fear and despair. He frantically rolled over, trying to escape the place, but how could Aoguang and Aolai give it that chance to escape? Chapter 298. A plan to turn the tide. The lightning, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, fell mercilessly, causing the Black Fox Wolf commander to cough up blood once again. Puff, a mouthful of black blood suddenly spurted from the Black Fox Wolf commander's mouth, and his face turned deathly pale. Now, it had no strength left to fight. Die. Aoguang and Aolai stared at each other with icy eyes, then without hesitation, one of them brought down a heavy claw. Puff, the head of the Black Fox Wolf leader was instantly crushed by his foot. As soon as the Black Fox Wolf leader died, the two brothers did not hesitate and quickly stripped each other of their equipment. Immediately afterwards, one of the demons took half and then, without hesitation, devoured the entire body of the Black Fox Wolf commander. In that instant, the brothers' cultivation levels skyrocketed like a rocket. Aoguang and Aolai have successfully advanced to level 50, 17 stars. The improvement brought by the Black Fox Wolf commander is truly astonishing. In just one moment, the two demons' levels increased by 2, and Aolai's level even reached the strength of level 51, 18 stars. Once the two demons successfully advance to level 50, new magical abilities will also appear, that is the transformation into a dragon. They are able to resolutely abandon their current physical forms and truly transform into a majestic dragon. It is important to understand that their bloodline is far from reaching the level of a true dragon, and their current form is only somewhat similar to that of a true dragon. However, this new ability brought by level 50 actually allows them to magically transform into a real dragon in a short period of time. A true dragon is the supreme being among all demons. Any ordinary monster is utterly insignificant and worthless in their presence. The unparalleled aura of the true dragon alone was enough to make countless demonic beasts submit willingly and prostrate themselves in submission. Those weaker demonic beasts might even be unable to withstand this pressure and explode and die. It must be said that the improvement that level 50 brought to the two brothers was too significant and too amazing. Brother, in my opinion, the Black Fox Wolf leader must have notified the powerful members of their clan to come here in a hurry, Aolai said with a solemn expression. It's all right. Aoguang waved his hand calmly. With our astonishing speed of travel, we will surely be able to reach another city in a very short time. As long as that's not their main city, everything is still within a controllable range and relatively easy to handle. Aoguang said calmly, the central ruins that the Black Fox Wolf commander mentioned just now probably need to be opened with these spirit crystals. At present, only the Black Fox Wolf clan knows that you and I have devoured these spirit crystals. As long as we deliberately and cleverly conceal our cultivation levels, and after arriving at the next city, we can quickly and cleanly kill the city lord, and then leave with the spirit crystals, it will be difficult for the enemy to find our traces. That's right, from the very beginning until now, no great demon has ever seen the brothers' true appearance. They have never passed on such crucial intelligence to the Black Fox Wolf clan. Then, brother, what if they question those lesser demons? Ao Lai asked, frowning. After all, those lesser demons had seen them with their own eyes. This is indeed a problem that needs careful consideration. Ao Guang frowned slightly, his dragon eyes filled with thought. Killing those lesser demons would be a huge waste of precious time. Never mind, let's go to the next city first. You and I have already successfully advanced to level 50. As long as they don't have any flying monsters, they will definitely not be able to catch you and me. Ao Guang said firmly. The two brothers immediately stood up, their bodies transforming into dazzling rainbow light, and sped towards another city at lightning speed. After reaching level 50, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's flight speed became as fast as lightning. Unlike their slow and clumsy running on land, within a day, the two brothers arrived safely in another city. This city is extremely large, almost the same size as the Heavenly Demon City. This city, however, appears to be more prosperous and bustling than the Heavenly Demon City. Ao Lai, in my opinion, the main city that inspires awe should be right after this city. Ao Guang's eyes flashed with a sharp edge. The main city, a place so high and mysterious, was probably not something that the two demons could easily reach at present. At present, the two brothers may only have the spirit crystals of this city to devour and further enhance their strength. Ao Lai remained silent. Brother, what kind of powerful expert do you think the Black Fox Wolf clan will send over? Ao Lai asked with a worried expression. I don't know. Ao Guang shook his head, his expression serious. In any case, the demonic beasts that come again are definitely more powerful and terrifying than the Black Fox Wolf leader. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded solemnly. Let's enter the city first, and when we take action, we must be swift and decisive. Ao Guang solemnly reminded us, if we want to become stronger now, we can only hope to devour the spirit crystals of this city. As for how to find that mysterious central altar, and other important information, let's discuss and plan carefully after we leave here safely. Okay, brother. After a short rest, the two brothers transformed into rainbow light and flew up like shooting stars, successfully entering the city. The city was enormous, and everywhere it presented a bustling and prosperous scene. When the monsters in the city saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai flying, their eyes were filled with disbelief and incredulity. My god, there are actually monsters that can fly freely in the sky. Is it a powerful monster from the main city? I'm afraid so. Which flying monster is a weakling that can be bullied? The city lord quickly noticed the brothers' unusual behavior. The city's lord was a grey deer with extremely strong and powerful limbs. It wore shimmering silver armor covered with mysterious patterns. Upon seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the Ash Deer King's eyes involuntarily filled with a deep sense of shock. It can fly so easily even without wings. When the Ash Deer King saw the two brothers approaching, he quickly and respectfully knelt down on one knee. May I ask what brings you two gentlemen to the city? Upon hearing Ash Deer King's words, Ao Guang, who was about to make a move, immediately realized some crucial details. It seems the grey deer before it has mistaken them for powerful monsters from the main city. That's perfect. So the two brothers decided to play along and teach the grey deer a lesson in fraud prevention. Chapter 299. The Ash Deer King reacts. We too have come here on the orders of the main city to collect spirit crystals. Ao Guang spoke calmly, his dragon eyes filled with majesty and an irresistible aura. After saying this, it unleashed its powerful dragon might without hesitation. The immense pressure of its bloodline crashed down on the Ash Deer King like Mount Tai. Even the Ash Deer King, who had reached level 50, couldn't help but tremble slightly, and now it was even more convinced that the two unidentified demons in front of it were mysterious beings from the high and mighty main city. Spirit crystals? The Ash Deer King looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with a puzzled expression. I wonder what important purpose the two of you have for the spirit crystals. Naturally, it's to unlock that mysterious and unpredictable central ruin, Ao Guang said indifferently, his expression unchanged. Fortunately, it had heard the Black Fox Wolf leader mention it before, otherwise it might have revealed its weakness and been exposed by now. Upon hearing this, the Ash Deer King became even more certain of their identities. Previously, the Black Fox Wolf King had clearly told it that even if a powerful demon came to ask for spirit crystals, it was essential to carefully inquire about the reason, unless the other party is far superior to oneself in terms of bloodline and level. Yes, gentlemen, please follow me. Ash Deer King quickly got up and carefully led his two brothers into the city lord's mansion. Soon, the Ash Deer King had his subordinates quickly move all the spirit crystals out. The mountain of spirit crystals, as big as a small mountain, was neatly placed in the city lord's mansion, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes lit up instantly. Hold on. Ao Lai kept telling himself that he must restrain himself and not give himself away. These spirit crystals were obtained effortlessly. Ao Guang nodded in satisfaction, then without hesitation conjured a true dragon phantom and swallowed half of it in one gulp. Upon seeing this, Ao Lai quickly conjured a true dragon phantom, opened his mouth wide, and swiftly swallowed the other half. Seeing the two brothers so generously and unceremoniously taking the spirit crystals, the Ash Deer King was filled with admiration. My lords, would you like to stay here for a while and rest? Ash Deer King asked cautiously, wanting to do his best to be a good host. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang decisively shook his head. Then there's no need. There are still many urgent matters to be dealt with in the main city, so we'll leave now. After saying that, Ao Guang and Ao Lai stood up and transformed into rainbow light, leaving the place in the blink of an eye. The Ash Deer King was somewhat surprised as he watched the two demons depart. Are you in such a hurry to leave? It seems the central ruins are about to open wrong? The Ash Deer King was startled and suddenly realized something was wrong. The words the city lord had once said to it clearly appeared in its mind. It clearly remembered that the city lord had solemnly told it that it could only carry the spirit crystal and personally go to the central altar to open the altar when a powerful member of the Black Fox Wolf clan came to inform it. It wasn't just this city that had this rule. The lords of other cities were also informed of it in the same way. However, at this moment, the two guys in front of them were neither strong members of the Black Fox Wolf clan, nor were they strong members from the main city, but they brazenly took away the spirit crystals, which meant that I had lost my qualification to go to the central altar. Thinking of this, the Ash Deer King panicked and hurriedly called out to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. I said, if you're going to the central altar, you have to wait for me. Seeing the other party rush out aggressively, Ao Guang and Ao Lai dared not stay any longer. The two of them moved with astonishing speed, as if they had oil on their feet, and left the place in the blink of an eye. Seeing them flee in such a hurry, the Ash Deer King was filled with even more doubts. These two bastards are definitely not from the main city. If they were really sent by the main city, how could they have run away so quickly? In that instant, it clearly realized that the two guys in front of it were definitely not from the main city. Instead, they came with ulterior motives. After the spirit crystals, with this in mind, the Ash Deer King could not possibly let the two demons leave. If the main city were to blame it for this, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to kill it. With this thought in mind, the Ash Deer King instantly lost its composure. Its body grew more than 10 times larger in an instant, and its powerful level 54, 13-star realm was unleashed without reservation. An incredibly powerful force spread out, and the Ash Deer King had two antlers on its head, which, as its name suggests, were a dark gray color. Its aura was incredibly powerful, and it chased after Ao Guang and Ao Lai without hesitation. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were escaping by flying, and their speed was incredibly fast. Now, it has even broken through level 50, and its speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the two demons vanished into this vast world. Seeing this, the Ash Deer King dared not linger for even a moment and chased after it as if he had gone mad. Bro, that guy is still chasing us. As Ao Lai flew desperately, he looked back at the Ash Deer King relentlessly pursuing him and spoke breathlessly. Eat the spirit crystal first, and then kill it after you reach level 51, Ao Guang said solemnly, his tone slow but firm. Okay. Ao Lai nodded without hesitation. The two demons continued to fly, their spiritual crystals being continuously devoured. The two chased each other like this, and gradually, they ran out of this mysterious city. Although the Ash Deer King was enormous, it was also quite fast. While it couldn't catch up with the two demons, the distance between them wasn't very large. We must catch up. The Ash Deer King had no idea that these two guys could devour the spirit crystal in such a short time. Now it just wants to catch up with those two guys and stop them. As long as the spirit crystals remain unharmed, there is still room for redemption. But as it chased after it, it suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why does it feel like these two guys' auras are constantly increasing? Just then, Ao Guang and Ao Lai suddenly stopped without warning. Seeing the two suddenly stop, the Ash Deer King was also full of doubts, and it quickly took out its weapon. It was a long sword, its blade covered with dense, winding patterns that resembled wriggling worms, covering the entire blade. Chapter 300 The Ash Deer King's Methods. Why aren't you running away anymore? The Ash Deer King, carrying a long sword, cautiously approached Ao Guang and Ao Lai step by step, his tone full of vigilance. Escape? Ao Guang sneered, his laughter filled with disdain. Do you really think the two of us are fleeing in panic? Oh? Ash Deer King narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing deep suspicion. Since these two dared to stop, they must be prepared to fight him. However, the Ash Deer King itself is a powerful being of level 50 and 13 stars, with incomparably strong strength. Moreover, it wasn't without a backup plan. If Ash Deer King were truly that simple, being able to serve as a city lord a level higher than Heavenly Demon City, he wouldn't need to be the city lord at all. Looking at the other party's cautious demeanor, Ao Guang couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt in his dragon eyes. This guy is only at level 54, 13 stars, why is he so fearless? Could it be that there are other powerful methods or magical treasures waiting for them? Ao Lai could no longer hold back. Although he had not yet completely devoured all the spirit crystals in his body, his level had already successfully reached level 51. Does this guy really think the two of us are no match for it? Ao Lai's eyes widened in anger as he roared, and then he attacked without hesitation. His golden dragon claws, carrying a fierce aura, crashed down on the Ash Deer King. With a mere flick of his wrist, the Ash Deer King easily dodged the fierce attack. Looks like you guys are a mixed bag. Ash Deer King narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had noticed something, and then swung his sword without hesitation. A fierce sword aura burst forth instantly, and the ash aura full of destructive power detached from the sword and charged menacingly towards Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Wherever the ash reached, everything turned to dust in an instant. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang opened his mouth wide, and a powerful dragon breath erupted from it. Boom, purple lightning exploded instantly, heading towards the terrifying ashes. But the moment the two collided, the purple lightning turned into powder and dissipated into the air. No wonder, seeing this, Ao Guang instantly understood why the other party was so fearless. Its ash aura alone, brimming with destructive power, is enough to make it incredibly troublesome. You don't really think I'm stupid, do you? The Ash Deer King's eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent that seemed capable of freezing the surrounding air. Now, hand over the spirit crystals, and I might spare your lives. Oomph, idiot.
Aeolai cursed without hesitation, and then decisively attacked again. With a swipe of its claw, the golden light transformed into a powerful claw strike, fiercely attacking the Ash Deer King. The Ash Deer King swung his sword again, easily obliterating the opponent's attack once more. Just then, Aeogwang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a portion of the spirit crystals. Upon seeing the spirit crystals, the Ash Deer King suddenly turned to Aeogwang and roared, "I said all of them. Tell me, is this spirit crystal truly the material you used to open the central secret realm? Otherwise what?" The Ash Deer King stared intently at it, his tone unwavering. "If this thing weren't used to open the central secret realm, why would we need to guard it so carefully?" Upon hearing this, Aeogwang nodded thoughtfully. "What if there are too few spirit crystals?" "Naturally, we need to sacrifice other demonic beasts to open the central secret realm," the Ash Deer King replied without hesitation. "I see." Aeogwang then nodded. "These spirit crystals are distributed to the 5 races in stages by the main city. When the central secret realm opens, you must take the spirit crystals to open the central secret realm." The Ash Deer King said solemnly again, "Therefore, the spirit crystal is of utmost importance. If you do not hand it over, you will surely die today." Upon hearing this, Aeogwang nodded again. "All right, since that's the case, I won't hide it from you anymore." Looking at Aeogwang, the Ash Deer King said coldly, "What, do you want to say something else?" "To be honest, my brother and I have already consumed all of these spirit crystals." Aeogwang said calmly, then opened his dragon mouth and swallowed back the spirit crystals that he had just spat out. Belch. Aeogwang even let out a loud burp. Seeing this, the Ash Deer King's rage level instantly reached its maximum. "You bastard!" It could hardly believe its ears. Those 2 beasts had actually eaten the spirit crystal. "You ate it! You actually ate it!" The Ash Deer King stared wide-eyed at Aeogwang and Aeolai, his face filled with disbelief and anger. He could never have imagined that the 2 brothers could devour spirit crystals at such a speed. It's all right. But soon, the Ash Deer King suppressed his shock and anger and tried to calm himself down. "Although the spirit crystals are gone, if you die, your corpses will naturally be able to open the central ruins." The Ash Deer King spoke coldly, his face grim. Upon hearing this, both Aeogwang and Aeolai shook their heads without hesitation and said firmly, "No." "Oh?" The Ash Deer King frowned, looking at the 2 brothers with a puzzled expression. "You can't kill us. On the contrary, any strong people sent by your main city will be killed by us." Aeogwang spoke calmly, his tone slow but firm. These words ignited the fury within the Ash Deer King, who roared, "You bastards! Do you really think I can't kill you?" Having said that, the Ash Deer King no longer hesitated and attacked directly. It suddenly took a step forward and swung its long sword with all its might. In an instant, a dense aura of ash spread out like a tide, transforming into a magnificent waterfall that surged toward Aeolai with overwhelming force. The dragon scales on Aeolai's body trembled violently. Then, a dazzling golden light burst forth, easily dispelling the raging ashes. "Humph, no matter how terrifying your ashes are, they are nowhere near as powerful as the energy emanating from my dragon scales." Aeolai stood tall and proud, his eyes filled with confidence and pride, a confidence stemming from his status as a true dragon. Upon hearing this, the Ash Deer King snorted coldly, clearly not believing it. It charged forward again without hesitation, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Aeolai. On the other side, Aeogwang's dragon claw crashed down with immense force. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning, like silver snakes dancing wildly, roared down from the heavens and earth, rushing towards the Ash Deer King with overwhelming force.